This audiobook contains 124 censored sentences and 277 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. See you around, Senko, Alice Demeter. Yes, please do come again, Jean. Bye-bye, Jin-sama. I wish I could go with you, Jin-chan, but I'm staying here for personal reasons. Ine complained a little earlier, but I wanted to make it to the rabbit village before the end of the day. Check up on whatever is happening there. And then wait, since I saw Aries here, I'll stay and see if anything is happening here. Rabbit village? Oh, if it isn't the middleman, you're back in our little village? After teleporting into the village, we were greeted by Koella. There were many people here. They range from the usual rabbit yokai to lamias, harpies, monkey yokai, and even normal humans. I want to check up on Kurosagi, and I got a request from Zeus to go here. We walk over to her, and she nods. Well, Lady Amalthea is over at Rini's home. As for Kurosagi and Vera, they should be somewhere in the village. I see. Thank you, Koella. She salutes me before getting back to work. Seeing as how Amalthea was closer and the two moon rabbits were a little further, they'll go to her first. My companions were looking around the place, intrigued, as everyone here was working hard in preparing this place for whatever event happens in the future. As we get closer to Rini's Kamui-Aries. Why was he here? I felt Ine go back behind me while Reiko joined her, but also start glaring at Aries. He's not exactly liked now, is he? But it makes me wonder, how the hell did he get here so quickly? He has no powers right now, Aries. When did you get back? Your Fath, I know. I already met him a few days ago. I'm going on a little trip soon, so it doesn't matter, Hephaestus. The tension was broken by both gods talking to each other, although he sounded quite angry already. He looks back at me as I stare back at him coldly. I haven't forgotten about Valerie, and now you're trying to do something to Ine and Reiko. Tonight, I'll let Zeus know that if you do something to anyone around me, or those I consider friends in this realm, I will end you with no mercy, Aries. TCH, whatever, I'm already done here. He walks past us without giving us another glance. Phew. Once Aries was safely out of my sight, Ine breathed out a sigh of relief. I still don't like him. I don't either. Let's move on. Let's go. She looks at me confused, and then looks at Latia, but she shakes her head. I quickly walk towards Rini's house. Once outside, I reach out to knock on the door, but tug, I'm going back, Jean. I will see you tonight. Back. Before they re-enter my necklace, both dragons make an announcement. What the hell was that about? Those two are in sync lately. The rest seem equally confused, so I just shake my head. I can ask Irene about it tonight, since she did say she'll see me tonight. Knock, who is it? Pizza time. Smack. Take this seriously. It was a little tense earlier, Latia. I was trying to lighten the mood. Also, this is spousal abuse. Latia turns red, but doesn't say anything, although my joke went over their heads. The only one I heard cackling was Draig, but he was also smacked by someone. The door opens with a confused Rini on the other side. Jean? Pizza time? W, what are you doing here? Please come in first, though. She lets us in, and we enter her home. Just like last time, Amalthea was there. She looks at me and sighs. Zeus sent you, did he not? I couldn't help but chuckle. Is he that easy to read? He's my son after all. I've known him since he was a mere child in rags. As you can see, I am perfectly fine, Jean. I, along with everyone else, took a seat. Rini started to serve all of us some tea, and I sat beside Amalthea as she was patting the seat beside her. I see. Do you mind telling me more about this festival? I've heard a shortened version from Hermes earlier today. After asking that, I hear Rini sigh while pouring tea for me. She looked quite defeated for some reason. It was originally dedicated to me since I helped establish this place. So they started doing small festivals for me. However, over time I started coming less and less, and Rini here became the leader over time. So it started being dedicated to her, and finally, what you did for Kurosagi. A birth of a new goddess for both the Egyptian realm and Greek realm. It's quite something, don't you think? To share a goddess isn't something heard of. Another thing the middleman did which breaks the usual rules. It's not a big deal, is what you're most likely to think next. Right? She stares at me with a sly smile. I've been alive longer than you, Gene. I know how people think at certain times. To you, who has been doing many unbelievable things in the past year, it may be not a big deal to you. However, to the majority of us, it is. It's actually mystifying. Gods can do many things depending on what kind of god you are, like Ta the Egyptian creator god. She closes the gap between us and stares at me straight in the eyes. Were you? Human? Dragon? God? Something else entirely? You are a complete anomaly, Gene Skyward. You are not a natural existence, although I know many have already come to that conclusion. I wasn't expecting to be questioned here. Holy crap. Woman, she stares at me for a few more seconds before pulling away. But she had a smirk on her face now. But that's precisely why I'm interested in you. I want to find the answers to those questions. Ah, don't tell me either. I wish to find out about it over time. She crosses her arms. Back to the topic. This festival is to celebrate all three of those me as I originally founded it. Rini, as she's the current and longest leader, and finally, their own personal goddess watching over it, which is Kurosagi. That's basically it. I nod. I see. Well, thanks for telling us, and glad to hear you're okay. We'll get going. I need a yes. Yes, check up on Kurosagi, correct? I swear the youth these days are so hasty. I get up, and so does she. However, she reaches over and starts to fix my tie. I wasn't too sure on what to do, so I awkwardly let her do it. Once done, she breathes out a satisfied sigh and lets me go. Run along now. All right, I look at everyone and we start walking out. I look back at Rini, thank you, and sorry for interrupting you like that. It's not a problem, Gene. Please do come back when the festival starts. He'll try. We finally get back outside, and I sigh. Cinchureto tug. Latia tugged on my arm and started to mess around with my tie. She looked a little annoyed. I let her since I didn't want to deal with more things. Eventually, she was satisfied and let go of me. It seems Latia Astaroth is, or was jealous of Amalthea. Quite intriguing. You think so? Well, I don't really see why she is, but all right, I guess. I turn back around and find both Kurosagi and Verisaurus. It seems like they were in that field where Kurosagi was training, just like before. I start walking in the same direction as before, and Reiko quickly picked up on this and joins my side. Latia seems to be speaking to Faye about something, while Anae was still quite busy looking around the place. They are over there? Seems like it. It didn't take us long to get there, and the two of them quickly notice us. It looked like they had been sparring, and Kurosagi was winning quite easily, even in her alternate war god mode, and not her new goddess form. They quickly come over to us. Gene, it's been a while. Why are you missed me, didn't you? Oh, you're so cute, hoo-hoo. Vera greets us and starts spouting out random nonsense, but Kurosagi just gives her the stink. I'm making her nervously laugh. I was joking, Kuro, geez. Can't you take a joke? Kurosagi sighs and looks at me with a small smile. How can we help you, Master Gene? And Master? Where is this coming from? I didn't expect such a drastic change in attitude from her. To be honest, I don't mind. I'd rather have someone friendly to me rather than someone hostile. Is it because I helped her? That's the only logical reason here. Oh, it's nothing too serious. I was just here to check up on you and Vera. I take it you both been well. How's the rabbit village in the Egyptian realm? Very well, actually. Junaid participated in the trials and won. So he's currently the one serving Master Osiris. And well, someone else is the one serving Master Ra now. I didn't want to do it. And since Kuro is a goddess now, she can't be one. Vera explained excitedly, and Kuro nods beside her. I have always suspected that if it weren't for that incident, he would be a top contender. Although I guess him being crippled and being healed at that time was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, I believe Halzaham would have tried to get rid of him too. Kuro says then start to fidget. We look at her strangely, but her ears also start to twitch on occasion. This is when she steps toward me and holds both my hands and looks up at me with a blush. Master Gene, will you be coming to the festival being held here? Vera was quietly snickering to herself at the actions of Kurosagi. Both Latia and Hephaestus were curious as to why she was acting this way. Ine and Reiko knew why, more or less. They'll try. I don't know when it will be a few weeks from now. I will contact you when it's time. Well, if that's the case, then I don't mind, Kuro. She nods furiously before letting go of my hands. When she turns around to see Vera still snickering, she sends a kick toward her face. Vera only barely dodging it. What did I do? Live. That's mean. The two of them start to bicker back and forth, but I am glad she's back to her old self. I think. I didn't know her old self, but that's beside the point. Tug tug, Jean. I sigh and nod. I hear an Abe behind me cheer before running off. I will accompany her, Jean. Thanks, Reiko. I feel bad for Reiko. It feels like she's a babysitter now. However, I guess I can join an A when we're in the Egyptian and Russian realm since I didn't see too much of it yet, but here? Well, I've seen all of it since it's quite a small place. But we do need to go back soon. The day is ending, and I still need to speak with Zeus, go eat Hestia's food, the thing with Irene, and I glance at a tree in the distance. The figure that was behind it, I felt him smile. Whoever that person is, he has been following us all day. I didn't feel any hostility from him, so I let him be, but it's just getting annoying. Master Jean, will you be heading back? If you're not, Wire Group can come to my home and have dinner with us. Both girls had stopped arguing with each other and were now looking at me. However, I had to decline. I'm sorry, Kuro, but we have to go back to Little Olympia today. I promised Hestia that we'd be back to eat her cooking tonight. I see Kurosagi was obviously disappointed. However, apart from her voice, the only indication were her two rabbit ears that were now drooping. Vera pats her on the back. What about tomorrow, then? Lunch or dinner? It should be fine, right? Tomorrow? Yeah, I guess. We'll be staying here for the night, after all we are. After I say that, Latia asks confused and I nod. Yeah, I'll tell you why tonight, Latia. Anyway, let's just wait for an A. She should be done soon enough since this place isn't too large. We'll get going, Vera, Kuro. I turn around and we start walking away while also hearing some goodbyes from Vera, but not Kurosagi. 2 hours have passed, and I'm surprised they managed to stretch it that much. The sun had gone down, so we should be heading back to Little Olympia, or at least Mount Olympus. This is because Hephaestus told me during that time period that Hestia would most likely use her home to cook dinner. There was also a person who had been following us all day who stayed relatively near us and didn't look like they were planning to go away anytime soon. They'll confront him before we leave then. I get up from my seat, and the girls look at me. He'll be back. I need to check something out. I won't be long, so don't worry. They simply give me a nod without questioning me. At times like this, I appreciate it when they don't ask too many questions, although that's probably just in both Hephaestus and Latia's characters. I disappear and appear behind the person who has been following us all day. He looks at me, but didn't seem all that surprised. It's an honor to finally meet you face to face like this, Jean Sama. He says this with a small bow. You are? Vibath, one of Phrasimus' loyal followers. She asked me to keep an eye on you today. I see. So he was sent by Freya, huh? Vibath is a considerably tall young man with pale skin. He has cool black hair that's mostly cut mid-length, with long bangs and 2 longer sections of hair on his sides that fall over his shoulders. He also has one small cowlick on the top of his head. The bottom ends of his hair fade into a dark turquoise color. He has bright green eyes with vertically slit pupils and long eyelashes. His lips are a slightly darker color than his skin, and he wears what appears to be subtle dark eyeshadow. His most unique features are his pointed, elf-like ears and long black horns on the top of his head. His horns are covered in small ridges and curve back in an S shape. His fangs are visible when his mouth is open. Vibath wears a uniform that consists of a black all-weather coat with neon green and silver accents, black combat suspenders and belts, jopper pants, black gloves, heeled knee-high boots, and a small garrison cap. What for? Freya-sama wants to know more about you. She's quite curious about you, so that's why she sent me to spy on you all day today. Well, I kind of expected this after reading her mind earlier today. I shake my head and sigh. So, when are you going to stop? Fufu, that would be now Jean-sama. You did find me after all. I will be reporting to her then. This is bound to be a constant thing, isn't it? It may be, unless she decides to use different tactics. I sigh again. I don't know what to do with her. It's not like she's done anything too bad. Stalking is terrible, but it doesn't really bother me. Unless she decides to physically attack me, or anyone close to me, I won't do anything. I can bring this up to Zeus, but I doubt anything will happen. Vibath bows one more time before vanishing. Although, what intrigued me was his race. He's a half-elf and dragon. I guess that explains the elf ears and horns on his head. I was expecting half-elf and devil because of Vunzerback and Asgard. But Freya, huh? I mean, she probably won't find out where I live because of all the defenses I put on my home, so it's fine. But anytime I go out into the world, or go back here, it's almost a guarantee she'll try to follow me. How do I deal with her? She literally just wants to get closer to me, and I'm not interested. Well, what do you think of her, partner? Huh? It's not a hard question, HA, and not what I meant, but whatever. Okay, first off, yes, she's beautiful. I mean, she's the goddess of love. Of course she is, and this is DXD. Look, I already said this before, Drake. What people do with their own lives, and as long as it isn't harming anyone or inconveniencing anyone, I don't care. This also includes your love life. Live however you want. You do you. I have my own standards to things, and so do they. If they clash, they'll respect it, but won't participate in it. I kind of hope she would respect that, but I guess not. Anyway, we'll just deal with her when the time comes. I just hope she doesn't turn a cow's brigade or something. Seriously, this is so frustrating. Darn it. He really is here. What a jerk. Those women earlier were with him too. Darn. That no-good lizard. I should contact Promestine and let her know that he's here. Oh, brother. So much for traveling to that silly Snake City and setting everything up. Knowing that lowlife, he definitely would have done something because those women told him. Darn it. I take out the stupid device Avetsa gave me to communicate with them since I can't use magic or divine energy. Speak, what is wrong, Ares? He's here. He? Oh, you mean the middleman? Do not fret. I have accounted for this. Carry out the plan as usual. However, Hanuel will only stay there for a short amount of time. I will not risk her being killed off. Then what about the rest of the plan? It will be changed. Taking back Medusa will be impossible since she's under the middleman's protection. However, we will change this plan into more of a testing phase. Don't hesitate and use your sacred gear. We will modify it if we deem it necessary. I will send you an item that will guarantee escape. Lapis-sama helped with it, but keep in mind that it's a one-time use, and if it is stolen, there is no way of rescuing you. There will also be additional reinforcements. Good luck. After Promestine explains all that, the item disappears. What the hell? It was also a one-time use. How paranoid are all of you? TCH. I click my tongue. I need to find Athena. If I can have her help during this, then it will make things easier. She's been a loyal companion to me so far, so I don't see why she wouldn't. I come out of the alleyway I was in now. Where are you? Promestine, I sense some complications have risen. I turn to a fellow Barado of the Seeker of Truth. Yes, there has, however. I have already anticipated this and have changed the objective of this mission. We will abandon the use of Medusa. While she was useful, it is a lost cause if we keep trying to pursue her. They smirk. The protection of the middleman. I assume then? Yes. I turn to another member. What about your plans, Oz, Glenda? Both women smile. We're not too far from enacting ours. However, we do need more time. Glenda looks at her own hand and smiles. The one called Lavinia Rennie, the wielder of absolute demise. Is she not with the middleman? How will you approach this? Approach? Why does it matter? She was merely a tool I used, and she believed the ruse I put on. It is her own fault for being broken about it. Someone with a logical and sound mind would see through it instantly. She is a foolish child. I will deal with her when the time comes. She coldly states, I see. The two of them disappear, the Wizards of Oz. Their research in magic has significantly ramped up since joining us. Therefore, it is not surprising that they may just be using us. However, we're doing the same to them. As long as we reach our goals, we do not care. That is what Lapis-sama said after all. Use everything and anyone. They are nothing but mere tools. Mount Olympus, Gene, Skyward, you guys go ahead. I'm going to talk to Zeus for a little bit. I won't be long, though. As soon as we teleported beside Hephaestus' house, I told them this. However, just like earlier, but with the exception of Ine, they didn't question me. Ine was just dragged into Fa's home by Reiko. Well, all but one. Is something wrong, Latia? Latia, Astaroth stood in front of me and didn't go with the others. She walks closer to me and starts to fix my tie again. I let her, and no words were spoken. Once done, she looks up at me. Tell me later, Jean, and good luck. Sure thing. She finally turns around and goes into Fa's room. She's been a little strange since our time in Reni's room. She's just being a good wifey. Partner, don't say it like that, Drake. That weirdly sweet tone coming from you is kind of disturbing. What the hell? Ignoring the complaints of the Welsh dragon, I fly towards the castle. Thankfully, Zeus and Hera were there. It didn't take me long to arrive at the door to the meeting room once more. They tell me to come in when I knock on the door. Jean, how can we help you? Zeus greets me. It looks like they were just having a light conversation to end the night. Sorry about this, man. Oh, nothing too serious, but one of my companions did come across Ares back in the Lamia city around noon, and then we saw him in the rabbit village a few hours ago. Do you know he's back? Yes, we do. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier, Jean. We confronted him earlier, but he abruptly left. It seems he's still angry with you for sealing his powers. He didn't attack your lovers, did he? He asks nervously. No, but one of them was quite strong, so he couldn't do much. Zeus sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. What will you do? Right now? Nothing, but I do suspect him of something, and until he does something, I won't act. Although he won't live long if he does. Zeus has a complicated expression on his face. I can understand his frustrations and his position. Ares could have gone down multiple paths in life, but ended up like this. Everyone has a choice in what actions they take, and due to his own actions. This is where it led him in life. Since I only return to this realm occasionally, I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he could have had a decent comeback like Rainier, Donaseek, and Ajima did. I don't just give these chances to women. If I think they have that potential, I will, but the reason I sealed his powers was because I wanted to give him a chance, and I also did not want to damage what was to be a possible alliance back then with the Greek gods and with you, Zeus. It's been a couple of months since then. If he was serious about improving his situation, he would have at least tried to improve, but from your tone, it seems like he disappeared and reappeared again. But I did get a bit of that information from Hephaestus. Anyway, I gave him time, and he wasted it. If and only if, but if he sided with Cow's brigade, then there's no helping it. After giving him my thoughts, Zeus sighs again. If he did side with them, then there is no going back. He will have betrayed the alliance, and even I can't turn a blind eye to that. Whatever happens from here on out, it pains me to say it, even if he's my own flesh and blood, but make it quick. Zeus stares at me seriously. Make it quick, huh? Or I can use him as a guinea pig. I don't know how well the plan he'll have for Avetsa will work. So what will happen if I change Ares? He's done a lot of messed up things, but if I completely change his personality, what will happen? Or should I change him and have him repent for the rest of his existence? Censurado, you do not need to experiment with Ares. Come to where I see. We'll take your word for it then. Jean, why do you look so pale? Huh? Oh, nothing anyway. That's all I came here for. Just a heads up, I can read people's memories, so when I find Ares again, he'll do just that, and maybe share them to you too. I start to walk away. They didn't answer me either, so I guess I made the right choice. Let's go join everyone for dinner. Zeus, read memories? I didn't think Jean could do such a thing. He can seal a god's powers, Zeus. I think reading memories is much easier. Hera points out. I guess that makes sense. I sigh again. How many times have I done that tonight? No, the last few days? Are you fine with that decision, Zeus? Letting Jean handle our son. If I try to defend him, our pantheon may be looked down upon by the others. There are not many who know, but those who do have been wary of Ireland since one of their goddesses helped Cow's brigade. She didn't join them, so I guess that also helped, but still if what Jean said is true, then our own reputation will suffer more than the Irish gods. I want to avoid that. The best thing to do is to say Ares left our pantheon, in a sense, went rogue, or became an evil god. Or the modern way of saying it is, I believe, throwing someone under the bus. Forgive me, my son, but we cannot afford to tarnish our reputation any further. It has been steadily increasing since our alliance. I can't have you ruin it for us. I can only hope Jean is wrong about what he said. Hera shakes her head. Most things he has said have in a way come true. I fear he may be correct on this theory of his. That is correct, but I just hope that he is wrong, and maybe we can have Ares reform somehow. Jean skyward, hoo-hoo-hoo. How is it, Jean? It's SOSO. Huh. I spent so much time on that. And all I get is SOSO. Hestia was stomping her foot like a child while we ate, clearly a bit annoyed with my reaction. Shing. Ho. I had come back earlier, and everyone had started without me. I was fine with it since the conversation dragged on for a little longer than I thought. As for the food, I was just teasing Hestia. It tastes pretty good. What she made was a dish called lamb shanks. From what I can understand, it can be made in a multitude of different ways, such as using an oven, crock pot, or instant pot. However, I do not see the other two here, so she may have used an oven to cook these, and they tasted delicious. Hestia was still fuming, so I decided to speak up. I was just joking, Hestia. It tastes delicious. I really like it. A dumb smile appears on her face as she puffs out proudly while eating. Pinchoho, I knew you would like it. You should have been honest from the very start. She starts to put a second helping on my plate, even though I didn't ask for any. But I decided not to say anything since she was still happy, and I would rather not ruin the mood. The rest of our dinner was relatively normal. Most of them were talking about topics pertaining to women, so I just mostly kept quiet. You need that small stool to reach most things here? Huh. Estia-san? Goo. I know you're just asking genuinely, but it still hurts my soul. Dinner was done. Hestia, and Reiko were cleaning the dishes. I offered, but was quickly rejected. I was standing in the hallway waiting for Latia since she went to the bathroom. She wanted to speak to me, and after that it would be with Irene. Latia eventually comes out, and we go outside. Earlier, the girls spoke about living arrangements. Hephaestus' home has 3 other bedrooms. Most of them were used to store the items she made if her closets ran out of room. Fortunately, today they were mostly empty, so we would be using them and not going back to Little Olympia to rent the same inn for before. I kind of looked forward to seeing Terrence again, but alas, it was not meant to be. Latia eventually comes back out, and we head back. After arriving outside, she looks around the place, probably checking out the realm during the night since she didn't see too much of earlier. So, could you please tell me everything? Why did you take off earlier? Both in the rabbit village and to speak with Zeus? And why are we staying an extra day? I can accommodate it, Jean, but I would like to know why. She turns to look at me seriously. I couldn't help but wryly smile at her. I know it may be serious, Latia. However, I kind of want you to relax a little. I sigh and scratch the back of my head, turning my attention to the night sky. So the first thing I tell her is why we're staying an extra day. It had to do with Ares, why I couldn't feel his aura anymore, and my suspicion of him joining Cow's brigade, and that's why I want to speak with Zeus. Then are they taking action? I shrug. Their hands are probably tied behind their backs. It's only a suspicion, Latia. I know my own status, and if I was wrong, then I might suffer. It also might be the same case as Zane. He might just be helping them and have not joined yet. Although, I'm more inclined to believe since I can't sense his aura anymore, but I can still with Ain. Also, it's Ares, his son. If he chooses to save him, and if Ares later on decide to betray the Alliance again, ITLL look bad on him, and probably the Pantheon as a whole. He's probably choosing to burn the bridge rather than try to save it. Latia frowned, but nodded her head. Next, I would like to know why you left the rabbit village earlier. Why? I felt eyes were on us all day. But perhaps it was just eager fans of yours? It held no hostile intent at all. She's perceptive, though they are, about that, so one of Freya's followers was tailing us all day, per request of Freya herself. He said that she was curious about me. Whatever that means, I can guess a few reasons as to why, but all he did was watch and is probably reporting to her already. The Norse goddess of love and fertility? Why? Did you do something? Latia looks at me with an accusatory glare. Come on, Latia, I obviously didn't. She sighs, steps forward and holds both of my hands. Forgive me, I'm just worried about you, Jean. You attract many people's attention, whether that be good or bad. Most of the supernatural's attention is on you. Questions like, which pantheon or faction will he go next? What monumental achievement will he achieve next? And many more like that. There's also Cow's brigade, the thing with Azathoth, and Nyarlathotep's children. In reality, you'll be fine, but we worry about you. Your lovers certainly do, I do too. You helped me quite a bit after all, and also decide to share your secret with me. She looks up at me with confusion and uncertainty. May I know why? Is it the right time? We don't spend too much time with each other. I know that we basically spent 20 years with each other, all in the pocket dimension, but still, darn it, am I going to break my own rules? I wouldn't say break, partner, but how about bending a little? I hear both dragons say to me, bending them a little, huh? Well, I did do that with Natsum, didn't I? She even said at the time that she wasn't fully sure of her own feelings, but ended up being okay in the end. I might as well. I take a deep breath and look back at Latia, who had been patiently waiting for me to answer her. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? I like you, not just a friend, Latia. Something more than that. Of course, you're not obligated to return these feelings for me, but those are mine. She blushes and nods. I think I also share the same feelings. Forgive me, I haven't experienced these kinds of feelings before, so I am unsure. But I enjoy my time spent with you and hate my time away, although I can function normally. So, Latia uncharacteristically became a bit flustered and started to fumble around her words. I couldn't help but chuckle at her, earning a glare from the heiress of Astaroth. However, I quickly stop and turn away from her. Her eyes widen for a few seconds in disbelief, but she eventually looks away. Since she didn't know what to do, she let me lead. I step back after a moment as she stares at me in confusion. How is it? My heart feels strange, but it isn't unpleasant. Good enough for me. Want to try again? She nods at my question. We lean toward each other again. Well, look at them go. The voice of Hestia echoes throughout the area, and we both look towards Hephaestus' home, and everyone had come out. Ine was covering her eyes with her hands, but she was still peeking. Reiko gave us a smile, while of course, Hestia was the loudest. But Hephaestus had a small frown on her. I should deal with her soon, too. I know she likes me, and doing this in front of her home probably was a bit rude. However, I look back at Latia as her face had turned completely red. I'm heading to sleep now. She quickly lets go of my hands and walks past everyone, all the while Hestia laughing at the embarrassed girl. I go over to them and chop the laughing goddess on the head. Be nice. She's still inexperienced. She just needs an older woman's charm. Where? What did you say? Hestia and I banter back and forth until we get back inside. The rest of the night was a lot more relaxed, although Hephaestus seemed to be thinking about something. I wasn't sure if I should ask her about it or let her come to me about it. Jean's dream, the infinite void of white. So I'm dreaming, huh? Although Irene did say she was coming to see me tonight. Even so, I didn't expect it to happen through a dream since I waited for her to come out again. As for sleeping arrangements, Hestia slept in her own room, while Reiko, Ine, and Latia stayed with me overnight. Latia was still a bit embarrassed about the arrangement, but started to act the same as before, although she showed me a bit more kindness in small, subtle ways. Suddenly, Irene finally showed up. We were standing apart from each other. Oh, you're coming over here? Instead of running away, you're coming right to me? Irene keeps walking towards me with her usual confident smile. I can't speak with you properly without getting closer. I spread my arms out, as if welcoming her. Oh, then come as close as you like. Likewise, I begin walking toward her. We eventually meet in front of each other and stare at each other for a while before I cracked a smile and chuckle. She also cracks a small smile while she watches me laugh. So, what did you want to talk about, Irene? Why did you want to see me? Since it was my dream, I created a small bench for us to sit on. I sit on it first, and she joined me. However, Irene keeps her eyes closed and doesn't speak for at least 3 minutes, leaving me there to wait. But I didn't mind since I kept making sheep appear and making them jump over a red brick wall. This is when she eventually opens her eyes, sees what I'm doing, and lightly smacks me on the head. I was bored waiting, so, Jean. Sup? Mark me. I poke Irene's cheek. Done. FSHHH, the look she was giving me was something I wouldn't forget. It was like she was looking at pure scum. She was also letting out a lot of power. Whoa. Calm down, I was joking. What the hell do you mean by mark you? Irene stops powering up and sighs. You're a childish idiot at times. You know that? Perhaps. So, do you mind telling me? She nods. Ophis and I have been observing you all this time. That's the reason why we haven't come out as much. Do you know the etiquette of dragons and companions in this universe? No, I am the dragon of dreams. I do not exclusively go to only human dreams. I have mentioned this in the past, have I not? I think so. As a precaution, I agree with her. Dragons, while they form strong bonds with several companions, especially with the males, tend to stay loyal to them and not mate with anyone else. The females tend to choose strong male dragons so that they can create future heirs that are above the rest. While rare, genuine love does sometimes bloom. All this mate talk don't tell me she, although I have not made a decision yet, Centuredo, and has already chosen you, but to me, it will take a little more time. Irene says seriously. I didn't think she would make it this complicated. Well, I wouldn't know how very old beings think uniting the entire supernatural world, ending Nyarlathotep, saving Azathoth, proposing to your women, and traveling to Rudra and Velgrind's world. I wish to see all of it come true. Wait, how does she know about Rudra? Velgrind is understandable since they met, but Irene, from her seat, begins to fade away, her expression never changing. Show me. You said to Surzex Lucifer that you're a man of miracles, didn't you? He'll be watching. With the last words, she spoke to me before she disappeared. Show you, huh? That's a lot of pressure coming from you, Irene. But I guess I already said those things, so I do have to go through with them. I can't back out now. I grin. All right, watch me. I felt myself fading away. But first, I have to deal with Ares and Cow's brigade in the Greeks' realm. Third-person point of view as Jean faded away from his own dream. A lone figure stood by as she watched it all. They were aware of his goals, his experiences, and many things about him that he has yet to remember. But they have also loved watching him grow. In their own words, a growth that he had yet to show back then. I'm glad he's grown so much. Will you continue watching? No, I'm fine. I already appeared to him one last time. During his queen chant? Yes, he'll be fine. He has many friends and lovers now. He has a family he wanted, even if he isn't fully aware of it yet. You have prolonged my time here more than necessary, and it has taken a toll on you. You can stop now. I'm very grateful to see it all. You're sure? Yes, thank you. But what about you? I do not understand. The black-haired female figure looks at the bright red-haired female figure with a confused expression. It seems you are still in denial, creator of all. Fufu, you will soon come to understand. Because you and Kuntor are the same, are you not? Even if only a small part of you is in her, you are one and the same. Lying is wrong, you know? Try to make up when Aaron helps you, okay? I do not, however. The bright red-haired figure looks away. She looks up at the fading white sky. Aaron, I'm glad he remembers his name, and he'll eventually remember more. But I have to go now. It's fine, he's fine. Thank you again, Azathoth. She starts to fade away as well, and this time permanently. Azathoth stood there, with an array of emotions stirring within her. She wasn't sure how to process all of it. However, she saw the final wisp of life from that soul finally leave this existence. She had chosen to bring it back, but it was a gamble, and she wasn't sure if it would work, but it did, and she had to pay with some of her already fading life. Goodbye, Aoife. Chapter 7, Part 2. End of a God and timid Rabbit Mount Olympus. Next day, Jean skyward good morning. I woke up, and there was Latia right in front of me. She was already awake and staring at me without blinking. I waved my hand in front of me, but got no reaction. I blew some air in her face, but still no reaction. I see. I need to take drastic measures. I reach out and poke her on the nose. That did get her to frown a little, but nothing else. Rustle, mining. Wire Fayed. I hear someone starting to move around and wake up, only to hear Inae's tired voice. I chuckle and turn around to see her rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. I also notice Reiko was already gone. I guess it's time to get up. I can sense that the rest of the household was already up. The dream I had with Irene was short, but a lot of time had already passed during it. Sighing and getting up from bed, I walk out of the door, followed by a still tired Inae clinging onto me. Latia took her time getting ready. The smell of food was what enticed me to go to the kitchen and dining room. When we got there, Reiko, Hestia, and to my surprise Hephaestus were cooking breakfast. Morning Phaenion. I look at Inae and chuckle. How you manage to get up early in the morning and cook with Graphia and Reiko is beyond me. Graphia is scary if I don't get up on time, so the fear is what makes me wake up. Poor thing. I pat her on the head as she lets out more tired noises. I offer to help make breakfast with them, but as per usual, I was rejected. I shrug and carry Nate back with me to the living room. I sit down and let her use my lap as a pillow. She quickly falls back to sleep. Comptoir. Anything unusual happen while we were asleep? Comptoir. Answer. None yet. Or, at the very least, if they did, I could not sense them because they drank the blood. However, it seems Freya is planning to stalk you again today. Great thanks anyway. Greed? Medusa has not made any moves. However, I have seen suspicious people lurking around the city. Permission to engage, my king? Granted, I will leave it to your judgment whether to incapacitate or stop them on sight. Yes, my king. Suspicious characters, huh? I guess I made the right decision in staying then. They'll assume they'll attack today, then they'll have a few shadows everywhere. Then, since I don't know where they'll attack. I gained quite a lot of new shadows recently. 5,000. All right, it'll put them all in major cities, then 1,250 in each of the cities then. They'll also need to make them go to smaller ones along the way, but their strength has been changed, so it's fine. I tap my head and send orders to the 5,000 cryptids and divine beast shadows, and they quickly vanish from beneath me. After doing that, Latia came into the living room and gives me a questioning look. I gesture for her to sit beside me, and she nods. She comes over and takes a seat next to me and waits for me to explain, and I did. I think Cow's brigade will attack today. I've sent out around 5,000 shadows all across the realm to help defend it, since I don't know where they'll attack first. They might attack everywhere to create panic and then focus on whoever they'll get, who ill assume is Medusa since I did take her away from them recently. If they have any other objective, they'll just deal with it as it comes. Ares is also here, so he might help them too. I haven't sensed any of the other troublesome or evil gods yet, although I'm led to believe that they've drank the blood too, so it's probably useless to try. I sigh and look at Ine, who is using my other right thigh to sleep on. Latia was on my left. Well, just be ready for anything today, you know? She nods. Wait, that reminds me. I open my inventory and look at the sealed power of Ares. There's no chance of me giving it back to him. So who do I give it to? I look at Latia as she was curiously gazing at me too. I glance back down at Ine. Perhaps her? Or Reiko? Is something the matter, Jean? Well, I explain to her my small dilemma, and she sighs. I do not want it. I also cannot see Ine wielding that power properly. However, perhaps Reiko will be more suitable. However, that's only for the current people near to you right now. Personally, out of all the lovers and friends you have, I would give it to Serord Bale. He is a close friend of yours, is he not? Serord, huh? But would he even accept a power like this? The guy has worked hard to achieve his current power, you know? I doubt he would take a handout, even if it was for me. But I do want to help him out. Maybe giving him a new kind of power, or at least unlocking the use of demonic energy for him. This may help him gain access to the power of destruction and make him even stronger. Latia nods. That is true. He is not a man that will easily accept assistance like that, but your second idea, he may consider. He still needs to work hard to master it after all. I nod. I've been meaning to help him out since he did do the same to me, and I want to return the favor. I think being able to use the power of destruction and maybe a little something else may benefit Serorg. But I'll have to wait and see if he accepts. He already has Regulus Nemia to master and Tuki. If I give him too much, he might not master any of them. That's something I have to consider, Bonk. I felt a spatula on my head. I turn around to see Hephaestus had come into the room. Breakfast is done. Let's eat. Sure thing. Time for breakfast, Ine. I shake the sleeping girl to wake her up, and she groggily gets up. Faye heads back first, and the rest of us follow her. Breakfast was fine. It was a collective effort by all of them, so Hestia didn't have much room to brag and mostly stayed silent. The only thing left to do is wait, or I can look around for them. But Jean Sama, a male figure, approaches us as we were just outside of Hephaestus' home. It was Vibath. Reiko and Ine were confused about who it was, but everyone else knew him. Vibath? Do you need something? Freya-sama wishes to speak with you. Privately. I, along with everyone else, are slightly shocked when he makes the announcement. Well, no. I started to speak, but was interrupted by Hephaestus and Latia grabbing my shoulders. Vibath smiled wryly at them, unsure of how to proceed. I was also a bit surprised by their reaction. I expected something, but nothing to this extent. But I gently remove their hands from my shoulder and sigh. Lead the way. Jean. Both women shout in disbelief. It's better to speak with her now and not drag it out. If we can come to an understanding, or even a middle ground, it will be better for everyone involved. I tell them and Vibath smiles. As expected of the middleman. Fufu, please stand beside me, and I shall teleport us to Freya-sama's home. I nod and stand beside him. Before we leave, I see them looking at me with worry. They'll be fine. They worry too much. Freya's home, Freya-sama. I am back. Vibath announces, bows, and disappears. I was teleported into a dimly lit room. I scan the entire place, and it seems like I'm in the human realm. Could this be one of the many homes Freya owns? Why did she take me to the human world? As I gaze into Freya's face, I see that she is dressed as she usually does. She is sitting in a chair with what appears to be a glass of wine in her hand. Her legs were crossed, and she shifts them in her seat. I do hope she keeps things professional. Welcome, Jean Skyward, to my home in Italy. It's one of the many homes I own around the world. I must apologize for bringing you here all of a sudden, she says to me while giving me the same look as yesterday, without the glowing eyes. I stare back at her and nod. It's no problem, Freya. So what did you want to speak to me about? She smiles at me. Tell me, Jean Skyward, what are your thoughts on love, dating, and relationships? Here it is, partner. Protect yourself. You also need to do that. What? Boom. Hey, don't aim at me, stop. I sigh, confusing Freya. I then tell her my thoughts on it. All the while she had a smirk on her face. Once I was done, she nods and puts a glass of wine down. Sensuredo, she sat down and looked at me calmly. You are a young man, essentially a teenager or a young adult. Love and relationships are often on your mind, no. Not just you. Sensuredo. I get it already. I gently push her away as she kept on ranting and raving about her personal views and how I am acting is not right. You, the middleman and dual dragon emperor. You have fans everywhere. People will admire you. Make the most of your popularity and make a difference everywhere. Freya says while walking back to her seat. She places her hands on the handles and adjusts her dress. This signals to me that she is deeply moved. She moves playfully, trying to engage me again. How do I say this? Look, Freya, I know you are the goddess of love, beauty, and all of that, but I have my own morals and standards I go by, and so do you. Maybe these came from my parents, or hell, just from my own experiences, but they want change. While I admit I have tweaked them slightly and made some exceptions, such as dating them and getting to know them afterwards, I can't deal with just straight-up sex like the current hookup culture. But if others like it, then that's fantastic for them. Do what they want, but I won't be part of it, nor am I shaming them for it. Freya frowned after hearing me say that, but I wasn't finished. You probably asked about me already. Sensuredo, I sigh and think back to the few occasions it happened. However, when I look back at Freya, she didn't seem pleased with my answer. She takes a step forward, both of us freeze. She loses her attitude very quickly, and I appear beside her. We will discuss this at a later date, skyward. Doubtful, but who knows? But first back to the Greek realm. Little Olympia, once I teleported us back to Little Olympia, the entire city was in chaos. A lot of the residents were running around, trying to find a place to hide. A few of the buildings were destroyed. However, not many people were injured. Jean, Reiko runs over to me with an A behind her. I look around the entire realm, and it's being attacked everywhere like I theorized. However, many of the attackers are being held back by my shadows or being dealt with by them. Are you guys okay? They nod. All right. I turn back to Freya, and she glances at me before looking around the place. I will take off. I will meet up with Zeus and immobilize my own reinforcements. Till we meet again. Freya announces and disappears. I don't know who's attacking this realm, but it seems like a mix of Monkai Association and one of the magician factions of Cow's Brigade. I don't know if it's Nilrem, Hexenact, or even the Wizards of Oz. Jean, I want to help. Ine says beside me, but I wasn't sure she and Reiko aren't strong enough. These guys are stupidly strong. Xing, I will watch over these two, Jean. Lian came out of my ring. I also have Adahez and Leilani in their shadows. It's fine, I'll trust them. I nod. Fine, but be careful. If Leanne tells you to back off, follow her instructions. Okay. Ine answers enthusiastically, and Reiko nods. I look at Reiko, keep an eye on Ine. I know Leanne will, but I want you to do it too. Reiko seems a bit surprised, but nods in the end. All right. Good luck, Latia. Come with me. Well, Xing. Ophis and Irene? I will stay with Ine. I am coming with you, Jean. Ah, so many people suddenly showing up. Okay. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone nods, and we separate. I don't know who else is being affected, so we'll just fly there. We're flying towards Lamia's city first. We'll help out any settlements on our way there. Let's go. I'll be in balance break. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Donning my white armor, I fly up with Latia and Irene and flew towards the Lamia city. Greed, along with 1,000 shadows, should be defending that place. I wonder what Medusa is doing. Aliphi's fate burn. Alissa. Why is this happening? Everything seemed calm just a few minutes ago. Why is everything just falling apart? I hadn't even gotten time to get over my high from getting to meet Jean again. I even got a pat on the head from him. Oh no. Boom. Eat this, you stupid thing. I sent out multiple elemental attacks at whatever these creatures were. Some of them resembled yokai, monsters, and a mix of both. There were also some humans there too. Alice, calm down. We're not even in serious trouble. I can see many shadow-like creatures helping us fend them off. You have heard of the rumors, correct? Senko, my advisor, came to my side after I killed one of those things. Of course I know. I keep up with everything happening with Jean. They're his personal army that resides within his own shadow. I'm aware, Senko, but that doesn't mean I can't be angry about these things attacking my city. Yes, of course, but please keep in moderation. It is still quite strange seeing Senko in her true or real form. I do not know why she assumes that smaller form, though. We only discussed it once, but apparently she lost a bet against my mother once, and she has stayed like that since. Boom. Is something wrong, Alice? No, it's nothing. Do you think Jean is coming here? She nods. Yes, Medusa is here, and she was being controlled by Cow's brigade. It isn't too far-fetched to think they are trying to take her back with them, is it not? That makes sense. Wait, shouldn't we go to her? Senko shakes her head and didn't seem too bothered. Why? I saw a very imposing shadow come out of hers, and it seemed to be monitoring and protecting her. Perhaps that was the other reason Jean came over here for? To put some protection on Medusa? I guess that makes sense too. But I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Do not sulk, we have Doom. Doom. Rumble. Now what? The entire area of our city started to shake violently. The Lamias who couldn't fight or didn't know how to fight were already in a safe place beneath my castle. However, if this gets even stronger and that collapses... Boom! Cuckoo, it's nice to meet you, Lamia Queen. 3 enormous snakes appear out of nowhere. The one in the middle was pure white with blue scales. To its left is another which is mainly black and has a glowing red body. And the one on the right is a mostly blue snake with very adamantine-like scales. On top of the pure white snake was a human? No, his skin looked off. He also felt like a yokai, much like Senko, a snake yokai perhaps. Who are you? Are you part of Cow's brigade? Cuckoo. It appears you aren't stupid. Your family would be proud of you. W what? He gave me a disturbing smile, but didn't elaborate any further. W, what did he mean by my mother and grandmother? Does he know where they are? Where's my mother? You'll reunite soon, do not worry. Destroy this place. I will be back over there. The snake yokai says to the larger snakes, and he disappears in a puff of smoke. Where is he going? Doom. Crash. Suddenly, the white snake was launched far away and crashes outside the city. The other 2 are stunned, but they're also launched away. I was dumbfounded. Who the Queen Alice? Are you unharmed? A shadow-like warrior appeared in front of Senko and I. I couldn't find the words to say anything. Every time I tried to, my mouth would freeze. However, I saw that Medusa was in his arms, although she looked unconscious. We are fine. Thank you for your assistance. But who are you? Greed. One of my king's shadow soldiers. Can you mean Jean? Greed nods and then looks over at the snakes. He is here. Swash. In front of me stood Jean, Irene, and Latia. I wasn't late, was I? Gene skyward, I just saw greed smacking those giant snakes away. But I think I found new potential shadows. But I do like how they look how about I just convert them into new electives? That's possible, right? Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. It is if you wish, leave it to me. That's fine, we'll do that then. You sure have changed, Senko. I didn't think being away for a few hours would do that to someone. I look over at a more adult-looking Senko. She didn't have her smaller, childlike form anymore. I swear so many of them have that. Ophis and now Senko. I would have said Chiron, but she's grown in that aspect, both in her height and overall figure. This is how I look like, Jean. I just choose to stay in that form since it's easier and not many people pay attention to me. I see. Anyway, do you mind telling me about those things? I point my right hand toward the snakes who had gotten up and froze them. They started to struggle, but quickly realized they couldn't break free from whatever was binding them. I mean, I froze them in time, so they can't do much. A snake yokai appeared along with them. He told them to destroy our city and then left. I don't know where to though. Senko answers me. Alice seems to be in a state of shock. I walk over to her and touch her head, and that seems to bring her out of it. I did add a calming effect when I touched her. Alice, calm yourself. I know he said something quite absurd, but we can't be sure he knows anything. For all we know, he may have lied. Senko says beside Alice, and she nods but still looks unsure. What do you mean, Senko? The snake yokai that appeared told us that he knew where both Alice's mother and grandmother were. But as far as we know, they are both dead. However, we never recover the bodies. Senko frowned after saying that. Never recover the bodies? They never told me what happened to those two. Actually, it would be better to know more about it. I need time. I look at Greed, and he nods. He jumps away, and I cover us with a time dilation and sound barrier. Senko looks at it in confusion. While we are in here, it slows down time, and whatever we say cannot be heard outside. Tell me more, Senko. What happened to Alice's family? I know it will be better to know about this under better circumstances. However, depending on what you tell me, I can either confirm or deny what that guy said. Senko looks at Alice, who nods, and gives her permission. Truthfully, I'm not fully sure. As I mentioned before, Alice's grandmother was the one who took me in, and that's when I became the advisor for her family. However, one day we ventured out together, and Alice's mother was left in charge of the city. I believe we were en route to Little Olympia for something. However, I cannot remember the reason for it. Anyway, on our way there, we were attacked by a man and a woman, but I believe she was a yokai. As Senko described the man, he sounded like Margir, but as for the woman, I wasn't sure who it was. Alice's grandmother and I fought them together, but they were stronger than us. In a desperate attempt to save us, she transported me to a different place in the realm. Of course, I was furious at the time and rushed back to the spot as quickly as I could to help her. However, hours passed before I could get back, and when I did, they were missing. Not even her body was there. I assumed they killed her and then erased her body. But if what that man said was true, they may have captured her instead. As for Alice's mother, well, the same thing happened, except they were different people. But instead of me, Alice was the one accompanying her that day. Senko looks at Alice, who nods. They attacked me first, knocking me out. The last thing I saw was her being killed. I saw her being struck down by a spear made out of light. I think he was some kind of fallen angel. He said nothing while doing it either, but he had brown hair and silver eyes. That's all I can remember. Brown hair and silver eyes? If what Alice says is true, then the one who attacked them was a fallen angel. Then it might be Satinel as to why he attacked them. I wouldn't know, but if he joined up with Cow's brigade when I woke up, they were all gone. The only thing left was my mother's blood on the ground where that light spear pierced her. After explaining themselves, they both fall silent. Well, it's a textbook case of kidnapping. One or maybe even both of them are probably being brainwashed and are now part of Cow's brigade, or they're just slaves somewhere in the organization. Cow's brigade can bring people back to life. It will not be a stretch to say that your mother, grandmother, or even both have been resurrected, are being controlled and are part of Cow's brigade. Of course, they won't like the people you once knew. They were both Lamia's powerful ones at that. If they were resurrected and were revived as divine beasts, then they might not be themselves anymore. That's if I don't include the mind control, like what they did with Medusa. Both of them were staring at me with disbelief. They open their mouths, but no words come out. Anyway, think about it. I still need to deal with the attack on your realm. I canceled the barrier around us and saw that Greed had been fighting the other attacks. He's killed quite a lot of them. The same with my other shadows across the realm. The giant snakes were still in the same spot since they couldn't move. I was still in my balance breaker for my divine dividing, so I flew up to the snakes. Irene joined me. Do you think, Comptoir? Comptoir, answer. Scanning the 3 snakes. Removing current memories. Modifying personalities. Changing overall power rankings. Changing into new Electa. Processing. Complete. Small pillars of light covered each snake and started to change them. It didn't last very long, however, because after it was done, the light disappeared, but they remained the same. Except they stopped giving me a hostile look and no longer struggled. I unfreeze them, and all 3 of them bow their heads. Irene, who was beside me, smirked. And then there were 18 Electas. You sure are building up an army for yourself, not including the many shadows you currently possess. I shrugged. I mean, I'll take any as they come. I haven't really found a need to create more, apart from one that I'm thinking of making so that ITLL make it easier for Gabriel. I want to see her more, and am 99 sure she feels the same way. Are you going to name them? Name? Yeah. Names, I forgot about that. Shoot. My biggest nemesis. Naming things. The 3 new Electas patiently wait for me to name them. I'm not good at this, so let's go with these. I point to the middle snake, the pure white one. Ara. I point to the one on the left, who is black and red. Kishku. And finally, the one on the right. Ezri. Irene gives me a questioning look. I shrug. I don't know, I just picked them, well, probably because I hear so many women around me go but I won't tell her that. She would probably be upset at me after I named them. They glowed in human forms? Irene says from beside me. They had human forms? Comptoir. Answer. They did not, however. I decided to give them some to make it easier. Unlike Loa Erebus and Atoire, your other 2 shadows who are Humongous and Mothra and Godzilla in the dimensional gap. However, I get it, however. Both Era and Ezri have Japanese yukatas as their clothing, the only exception being Kishku. Kishku is a tall man in business attire, wearing a black suit with a gray shirt underneath and a blue tie. He has very thick eyebrows and square eyes. He also wears black gloves with what appears to be a gray sun-like pattern engraved on them. Ezri is a very tall and muscular man, easily towering over Era, but below Kishku. He has blue and white hair and keeps it long and tied up. He also has sharp yellow eyes. He mainly wears a black yukata with flower patterns. He has tribal tattoos styled in a series of swirls on the left side of his neck down to his chest and cursive tattoos below that. Finally, Era. Her skin is almost pale. She has blue eyes, white hair that's in a ponytail. She has 2 short blue horns on her head and has a blue rose accessory on her head. She wears a blue and black yukata with a strange pattern that also has clouds. I bring my ring up, and all 3 of them go inside. All right, we stayed here for too long. Let's flop. KSH. I look back over towards Little Olympia as a large, snake-like figure made out of smoke, and it also felt like it had draconic energy appears high above the city. Whoever that is, they're a goner. I say this while shaking my head. Is that Ophis doing? Yeah. She has to be pissed off. I mean, I can feel it from here, even. But who pissed her off? Irene nods beside me. I look back at Alice and the rest. She still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Senko, however, has started to take charge. There are still a few enemies here, so we'll quickly take care of them. Earlier, Little Olympia, Leanne, Samlot, Jean had left along with Irene and Latia. I was left with Reiko and Ine. These 2 are powerful, but compared to these creatures running amok in Little Olympia, they stand next to no chance. The best they can do is buy time while avoiding being hit by their attacks. You 2, stay close to me. Ophis, can I trust you to defeat them? The dragon god of infinity nods before looking around at our enemies. Reiko puts her hand up, and I nod. I know you cannot fly. However, the palm of my right hand extended towards her, granting her temporary flight until I removed it from her. I wonder why Jean has not given her that ability yet. Perhaps he's waiting until he brings them all to the pocket dimension again? If that's the case, that's a stupid thing to do. I will let him know when he arrives. Reiko looks at me with confusion, and I inform her of what I just did. Keep up with me. I will be eliminating as many of these creatures as I can. It appears a few capable fighters are also participating. I can see Hermes running around while also using a random assortment of weapons to fend off the attackers. Zeus and Hera were also out here defending Little Olympia. I found it strange that Cow's brigade did not try attacking Mount Olympus. Fwash William, who are you? Leanne. I am one of Jean's subordinates and close companion. Subordinates and close companion? We aren't too different from each other, are we? Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, had come back. With her were a few individuals, as well as Vibath. She stares at me in amusement before looking back in front of her with a serious expression. Help the citizens, and if you can, kill those things. Vibath, you do the same. Yes, Lady Freya. All of them answer enthusiastically before running off. Freya starts to walk away towards the Tower of Heaven. Bring any injured into the Tower of Heaven. I, along with others, will heal them. After saying that, Freya disappeared towards the tower. I nod to everyone else. Ophis had already started to kill off many of the creatures here. I summon my lance and also go around Little Olympia, killing as many of them as I can. Both Ine and Reiko did their best to keep up with me. Ophis, while killing many of the creatures, kept an eye on Ine. She and Ine appeared to have blossomed a quick friendship, as they only really interacted yesterday. Previously, they had very few meetings. Boom! Boom! Ha! HAA! We trained in the training facility, didn't we? But we can barely keep up with Leanne. Yes, this is quite intense. Ine was already quite tired. However, Reiko seemed to be doing well, and also master how to fly quite easily. Glancing around, only a few monsters were Luzwap I stop, and so do the two following me. Ophis arrives beside us, and we stare at an odd-looking individual who resembles more of a snake than anything. You are? Arir? I didn't think I would come across one of the middleman's subordinates here. How unfortunate of me. How boom! I pierced his head, not waiting for him to finish his speech. However, instead of dying, he smirked, and he burst into hundreds of snakes. All the snakes started to fly, converged on one spot, and he eventually repaired himself. Surprised? He chuckles to himself. I have many lives, much like a cat, but instead of a mere 9, I have hundreds of thousands. It's because of many years of creating spare lives for myself that I linked them to me. Each time I die, the spare is killed and I live. The Yukai explained himself. I am thankful to some of the stupid geniuses that stand against Jean, as they tend to explain their plans to us. However, I will need Jean for this. I don't think my own sealing technique is advanced enough, but I will try. The man points his finger into the sky, and 6 giant snakes appear from magic circles and crush several of the houses. I do not think there were any residents there, as many of them ran towards the Tower of Heaven when the attack started. Although I'm not 100% certain about it now, let's begin. Gishing, shing, 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 splash. Ophis waved her hand, and all 6 snakes vanished. While with an unchanging expression, she looks at the snake Yukai. I expected a one-word answer. However, you are an eyesore. You, inconvenience Jean, be gone. He begins to laugh. However, Ophis appears beside him and kicks him crack. FWSH. Oh, that looks like it hurts. Ine cringed back, and Reiko put her hands together in a prayer. The dragon god of infinity kicked the snake Yukai with a sharp blow and launched him high into the sky. She summons a small black and white orb in her hands and threw it towards the snake Yukai. Boom! A large explosion occurred, and an immense shockwave reverberated in the sky. The cloud resembled a snake. No, that was a dragon, an Easter dragon. The large attack and explosion alerted most of the gods that were here, and they look over at us. That Zeus begins to speak, but was interrupted. FSHHH. Ares. Suddenly, Ares, the god of war, begins to float. No, his shoes had some sort of thrusters on them. Centurado. But Ares, is it true that you have joined hands with Cow's brigade? Ares' smile began to stretch even wider. Bingo. I lost my powers thanks to that jerk, so I only did what I had to do. If only he didn't know, that's a lie. Even if he didn't seal or take them away, I would still have joined Cow's brigade because of that humiliating defeat from that woman he was with. Boom. Boom. Watch your mouth, boy. I say with venom. Ophis also silently blasted him with her own aura, causing him to frown, but his grin was still present. Ares, stand down now. If you do, we can still negotiate with the Alliance. I can probably convince Jean and the rest to lighten the punishment. Zeus, who is losing his composure because it was his son, looks at me for reassurance. However, I cannot guarantee that. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that. Centuredo something came out of his shadow and blocked it with its tail. Ares, who looked nervous, now grinned. Nice job, Agner. I knew I could trust my new partner for the job. The beast called Agner snorted at the praise it was given. I back away as we stare at it in fascination. The Ares grins. Allow me to introduce to you Twilight Monarch, Felix Leo, an independent type artificially created sacred gear, a first generation, and courtesy of Avetsa. And with that out of the way, both Ares and Agner grinned at us. Balance break. Woo. SHWSHHH. A dark, shadowy cloud covers the entire city. Zeus looked mortified and uneasy about the whole thing. Hera and Hermes, who had joined us, look at one another before leaving. Perhaps they were going to protect the citizens instead? Ine, Reiko leave, who she tries to protest, but I will not take the risk. Leave. Come, Inaye. Reiko starts to leave with an A. I could tell without looking at her that she was saddened and frustrated. Ophis. Ophis leaves to go with them. I want someone to be able to protect them if Ares decides to attack indiscriminately. Once the dark, shadowy cloud begins to recede, Ares was covered in jet black armor with 3 green round jewels in the middle of his stomach. He also carried a sword behind his back. He retracts his helmet and grins at us. Shall we have a battle, father? Coward? Let me handle this, Leanne. As his father, I must deal with him. Centuredo. Bring it on then, old man. I've been meaning to kick your ass. The battle between father and son was about to begin. Jean skyward him. I turn my attention back to Little Olympus. Something similar to a balance break just occurred. Should I go back? Neither Leanne nor Ophis have contacted me, so it should still be fine. Is something wrong, Jean? Latia asks me as we were in the Siren's little settlement now. We had helped Alice kill the rest of the monsters attacking her city. I repaired it, and I put a temporary barrier around it. I left Medusa there and agreed to guard them, as well as the other shadows. To my surprise, Demeter was still there, and she had been at a local shelter healing the wounded. There wasn't much time to speak. I had to just restore her divine energy and stamina so she could keep healing them. The fighting here is also almost done too. Compress. Compression divider. Targeting multiple monsters, I continuously half them until they vanish out of existence. I had also entered my Imperio Juggernaut overdrive to make this a little easier. Latia and Irene were also helping me kill off the attackers. Kronos was here and was also helping defend earlier. However, once we arrived, he left it up to us. Queen Philomene was also helping Kronos earlier, but she's apparently a talented healer, so she's healing up the ones who decided to fight. The shadows here had wiped out at least 60 of the invaders before we arrived. However, there were still some casualties because of debris and not because of a direct attack. Doom. Boom. A couple more explosions happened around the town until it went quiet. Latia and Irene come back over to me, and we go down to the underwater town and towards the castle place that the queen is in with Kronos and a few of the injured. We quickly arrive at a room where they were and found them still healing them. Even Kronos was healing some of the injured. They're all dead. I'm going to put a barrier around here and have my shadows guard your town. Once this attack is over, you'll remove it. I tell Philomene and Kronos. I see. Thank you then, Jean. Yes, thank you for your help. Both seem somber. I turn to leave, but see one of the sirens point and look at me. He held a lot of animosity. It's your fault. Everyone looks at the young male siren, shocked at what he said. If you didn't come here, if you didn't form an alliance, we wouldn't have been attacked. We're like this because of your enemies. Smack. Ow. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for the middleman, all of us would have died. His shadows help protect us. There might be some truth to what you say, but everyone with fame will have enemies, especially when a terrorist organization is at large in the world. Stop being dumb. Another got pissed off on my behalf and scolded the young male siren. He's right, though. In a way, I kind of caused this. I rescued Medusa and did that to Ares. There's probably more to this than what I know so far, but I should find that out soon. I shake my head. Let's not think about that for now. Let's go. We quickly left the tower, flew back up, and I grabbed the both of them. I wasn't going to teleport since I wanted to double-check any other places that might be attacked. I look at them as they brace themselves. Boom. FWSHHH. Focusing more power into my eyes, it felt like everything was going in slow motion. However, in reality, we were traveling around Mach 20, which I think was the highest Mach speed a plane has reached. It was by the X-plane. Anyway, I didn't see anything else being attacked on our way to the Harpy City. But ha. Boom. 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 Is that a robot? No, a mechanical harpy? Why is it trying to attack its own people? Latia points out and asks. I use observe on it, and it's one of the next dolls Hainuil. Latia's eyes widen. The next dolls? So they're finally using them? She's quite fast and agile. I believe her main trait is speed. Judging by her design, she has little to no armor. This is probably because the creator did not want her to be weighed down by it. Therefore, a powerful physical attack should take her down. Latia deduces, and Irene looks at her impressed. Well, she isn't a genius for nothing. She looks at me waiting for a response. Yeah, you're right on the money, Latia. But the next problem for them is actually catching her and hitting her. My shadows are busy fending off the other attackers, and the others are defending the harpies. I can also still feel Aelila and Queen Fennel in the city, so they seem to be fine. Those two are smart. They probably had something planned for attacks or invasions. But explode. Hainuil had those red crystals and was throwing them at the island, buildings, and anyone she wanted. Once they violently made contact with whatever surface they hit, they exploded. I didn't know they were that destructive. Oh yeah, it's the middleman. Oh well, bye-bye. She turns around, says that, and breaks almost like glass. What the hell? Comptoir. Answer. I felt traces of lapis from that. It was a sort of teleportation spell. It essentially erases them from the spot and reconstructs them at a different place. Her own blood was used for it. So, in a way, Nyarlathoteps. Are they that desperate to avoid being captured by me? Darn, where the hell is Ignia? And why didn't he inform me of this? TCH, no, it's my fault. I should have contacted my other insiders and try to get that information out of them. That's my own fault. She escaped. It doesn't matter now. Just focus and help defend the place. They'll go and check on two people I know here. They both nod, but Latia seemed interested with the island furthest back and about the crystals. But we can deal with that soon enough. The monsters here were all slowly but surely being all killed off, and it started to happen faster because Irene and Latia started to help. On my way to their location, I also killed as many as I could and healed some of the harpies that were fighting back. There was a large building, almost like a church. That's where I felt many of their auras were, and as well as Aelila and Queen Fennel. Queen Fennel, are you in this church-like building? And middleman, I mean, yes, we are. Why do you ask? Reinforcements arrive. We'll be wiping out the remaining enemies. I'm also outside and about to enter. Tell anyone in there not to attack me. Why, yes, of course. I wait for a few seconds before entering, and there seem to be some harpies around the corner ready to attack if an enemy managed to find them. I look at them as they nod to me. The inside of the church was quite large and interesting. They know gods are real, yet they have a church? Who do they worship then? There were brown pew chairs and orange-white colored pillars that rose from the ground and attached themselves into the ceiling. At the very back of the church was the altar or something akin to that. Up there were both Aelila and Queen Fennel. I reach them and they greet me, but also give me strange looks, probably because I was still in my Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. It's been some time, middleman. Thank you for coming, Jean. Yeah, don't worry about it. Once we're done here, they'll put a barrier around the place and keep my shadows here as guards just in case. Anyway, they'll go back out and finish this. I explained to them and turn around. Okay. Queen Fennel was probably surprised at my bluntness, but I still had 2 more places to get to, not including the smaller settlements that we'll come across. But I doubt they would be targeted unless the monsters that were thrown in here would just go on a random rampage. I left the church and flew high into the sky. I scanned the entire city and find that there were still around 1,000 left. Let's get this over with. I point my hand to the sky. Small red water droplets started to appear everywhere in the city. The majority of them were near the monsters that were still roaming around. Come back to me. I'll immediately go to the next location once I'm done. I tell them through the communication function on the rings. Once they saw them, Latia and Irene quickly rejoined me. They wouldn't be hit, but it's better to be safe. Megiddo. Laser beams start to come out of the water droplets and attack them. Smaller water droplets also appear and reflect the attack back to other targets. This creates a sort of infinite loop. I look at the entire city as this happens, and all the monsters quickly die off. I heard about this from Aquino once. I didn't think it was this efficient. Latia muttered beside me, looking at the attack with curiosity. Once I felt all the monsters were dead, I create a barrier around the city and order my shadows to protect them. It's done. Feel free to come out. All right, I raise my hand again and repair all damages done, while also putting a healing effect around the city. I grabbed both women and then flew towards my final destination, Minda Akrur, home to both orcs and minotaurs. Little Olympia, Leand, Sandlot, BZT. Dang, bam, boom. To the untrained eye, it would look like this match between father and son looked even. However, it was very small, but Ares had the upper hand. Perhaps it was because of his former title as the god of war. But he had an edge in this fight. Zeus, however, was no pushover as he was holding up quite well for himself. For every strike that Ares would throw at his father, Zeus would counter it with magic. Although Zeus is known for his signature use of lightning and the thunderbolt, he is also capable of using other types of magic. What's wrong, old man? Can't keep up. I can ask you the same thing, foolish son of mine. Zeus creates a blade out of lightning and holds it in his right hand. He clashes with Ares with the blade he made, surprising him. Can you even use a sword? In the God of War, I have mastered all the known weapons in life. You think you can stand up to my own swordsmanship? Zing, ting, catching, BZT. Every time their swords met, their immediate area would give out flashes of light. Likewise, Zeus sent small bolts of lightning towards Ares, but his armor blocked them with shadowy hands. It seems the armor is also alive and will actively help Ares defend when attacking. So he was a bit reckless in that aspect. I may not be the most proficient with a sword, but I am certainly leagues above you in magic. You think I did nothing while I was away? Ares screamed, and from behind him, snakes came out and tried to bite Zeus, who quickly dodged them and backed away. These snakes appear to be attached behind him and around his waist area. Those are poisonous, Zeus says, and becomes even more wary, but he powers up even more. Perhaps he was holding back because it was his son, or maybe he didn't want to needlessly destroy little Olympia. However, I believe you enough games. I will not show mercy anymore. If you truly want to change your mind, then I will end this. I cannot let you sully our pantheon any longer. However, to this, Ares retracts his helmet and grins at Zeus. I agree. Let's end this once and for all. And Ares began to sing. Minda Akrur Gene skyward, we didn't come across any monsters rampaging on the way here. However, this place seemed a lot more damaged than the others. Maybe it's in their nature to fight back and not let their home be destroyed. Whatever the case, I left Latia and Irene to help deal with the rest while I flew towards where the royal family was at. When I arrived, I saw Kara was Kara. I land beside them, surprising them a little. Jean, you have come. I believe these shadows are yours? Yekinkertuz asks, and I nod. I go over to Kara, who appeared badly injured. I felt myself getting angry on her behalf, as she was just smiling at me, pain evident on her face. Ruka, who was beside her, was trying to use magic to heal her. However, it only slowed down the bleeding. Let me guess, as soon as the attack started, you ran off to try to help and fend them off? Kara nods, and I continue. And in the process, You lost your arm? She nods again. I sigh and flick her on the head. You're stupid, you know that? She blushed and looks away awkwardly. Ruka snickers at her. Even though we were currently surrounded, I turn around and sigh. Compress. Compression divider. The monsters that were surrounding us quickly start to shrink and eventually vanish. I turn back to Kara and smack her on the head. Ow! What was that for? For being dumb. Now hold still. I created another arm for her by touching her arm. Once I was done, everyone around us watched in fascination. I let go and scold her firmly. Don't do anything as reckless as that again. If you do, there will be serious consequences. Sorry and thanks. Kara apologized, and you don't need to hug me. 10k-15 hugged me, and it felt really awkward. The guy was taller than me, and a lot more muscular, not to mention hairy. He eventually let me go, and I sigh in relief. He'll head out and kill the rest. We can talk after. They nod, and I flew away. With me, Latia, Irene, and my shadows working together. We quickly killed the rest of the monsters that were rampaging in the city. Though no one was killed, there were a lot of injured as many insisted on helping defend their own city, charging past my shadows and fighting. They're resilient, I'll give them that, but kind of stupid. Even the intelligent ones decided to engage in combat. Although I suspect that they just wanted to test whatever new thing they created. Some of them did look proud of themselves, while others had a look of defeat. We quickly finish up and put up a barrier around the city. Latia and Irene land beside me. Latia looks a bit disappointed. When you told me of this place, and that some of these orcs and minotaurs had started to use less of their natural strength and started using their brains, I was hopeful. While they did try to do that, and I am impressed, however, many of them decided to act a bit irrationally. To the few around us who heard hung their heads in shame, a few were a little angry with Latia's words, but also understood her perspective, so they didn't say anything. Although I do want her to hold her tongue back for now, since they're still recovering, my hand shoots up, and I create another healing field in the city. I start to make my way back to the royal family, and my companions follow me. We arrive by the family again, and we greet each other. So, do you mind telling me what happened? I don't have much time. We'll be heading back to Little Olympia after this. 10k-15 nods. It was a normal day. We were going about it like we usually did. But suddenly hundreds or even thousands of those things appeared, and all hell broke loose. Of course, we initially didn't see them since we were still in our home, but we definitely felt the explosions and tremors. He looks at Kara, sighs, and then looks back at me. We thought we were under attack, so I gave out my orders, but Kara, being the way she is, ran out and immediately started to help everyone. Of course, I was both proud and angry with her decision. It did come with a cost, but thank you for helping with that. He gestures to Kara's arm, and she sheepishly chuckles, earning a smack from her mother and queen. Your shadow subordinates showed up not too long after and started to help us. While the injured was kept to a minimum, the damage to our city will take quite some time to repair. Don't worry about it. He sounded a bit somber while saying that. However, he gives me a questioning look after I said that. I snap my fingers, and everything started to fix itself. Everyone around us look on in amazement. Every single damage was reversed, and the city eventually went back to what it looked like prior to the attack. That should help, right? He looks back at me, ready to hug me again, but I back away, making the two princesses laugh. He also stops to laugh at me. I sigh and look toward Mount Olympia. I feel something shine. What is that? A large dark green pillar of light erupts and covers the entire city. This is Break Down the Beast. Break Down the Beast? They repeat, and I nod. It's a similar technique to Juggernaut Drive. It releases the power of whatever being is trapped within a sacred gear. So for both my boosted gear and divine, dividing it's exclusively called Juggernaut Drive. For the rest, it's called Break Down the Beast. Why? I don't know. Anyway, so you're saying someone with that type of sacred gear just unleashed that kind of power in Little Olympia? Ruka asks and nod. We need to go roar. Is that it's a giant lion with glowing green eyes. Kara screams while pointing at it. What? I wasn't expecting that Sarorg's Break Down the Beast just changed his armor slightly, but this whoever the hell that is, they literally changed into a giant lion. They'll see you guys around. I dismiss my silvery white armor and have the two girls gather around me. I tell them that I put a barrier around their home, and the shadows will stay just in case. They thank us, and we teleported back to Little Olympia. Little Olympia, Leanne, Samlot, my existence, my soul. I shall awaken once more and purge everything into darkness. Even more darkness begins to cover Ares' body. A black lion's crest appears in the middle of his chest. The jewels start to glow brighter. I will consume this body and encompass this world into nothingness. His armor began to change into stone. His eyes begin to glow green. Split, anguish, freeze, and liberate. This is the body of a divine beast. In this blade, in this soul, the false black king resides. The surrounding buildings were destroyed by all the aura and pressure coming from Ares. The clouds around us begin to darken. The air vibrates as Zeus looks on with fascination and horror. Dance, dance, bloom, break down the beast, climb over. A huge explosion of aura followed. The entirety of Little Olympia was covered in a large dark green pillar of light. Once it died down, Ares had fully transformed into an enormous jet-black lion with glowing green eyes, with 3 heads. His mane had become tendrils, and his tail had become a large snake. I see. This is the breakdown the beast that Jean mentioned before. Break down the beast? Zeus asks. Yes, it's a similar technique to Juggernaut Drive. It seems that he has something similar. This is much more powerful than Typhon, so I will take over. Zeus seems reluctant at first, but eventually agrees. I was about to move when Fwash Athena. Don't tell me you're also part of Chaos Brigade. The woman who showed up was Athena. Instead of responding to Zeus, she simply smiled. I must deal with Xing. We're back, so Athena showed up too, huh? He'll deal with Ares, then who wants to fight her? Jean suddenly teleported back in. You're finished with the other cities, Jean? Zeus asks him. Yeah, we just got back from Inda Encore. Anyway, we'll take it from here, Zeus. He'll try to extract as much of his memories so you all can see them later, and I believe Athena is under mind control too. He seems surprised by what Jean said, but he nods and vanishes in a flash of lightning. Jean skyward, damn, I didn't think Ares could be this annoying, but am interested in that sacred gear. Contour, is there any way of taking it from him? Contour, answer. Centuredo, whatever this version functions differently, as it will permanently fuse the wielder with it. We can replicate it later to be more like the regular sacred gears. However, this one has to be destroyed. I see. I guess we'll deal with that then. Sorry, Albion. He'll be using Drake for this. Worry not, Jean. I had my fun earlier. Let's go. Do you wish to help her, Jean? Latia asks me, and I nod. She, like Medusa, was affected by her. It's my responsibility, so I have to. She understands and nods before floating forward. I will face her then. She glances back at Leanne and Irene, who both nod. All right. God of War versus me and Latia versus Athena. Room. Latia shouts, creates a large spherical space that's double the size of Little Olympia. She appears in front of Athena, who's surprised, and kicks her in the stomach, sending her away. She glances at me for one last time before flying after her opponent. My Adlimaman! Ares roared and directed a large torrent of bloodlust towards me. I grin and bring out the boosted gear. Yes, I'm a middleman. He flares up his power even more. Large dark green flames erupt all around his body. His tendrils go wild, and the snake for a tail goes beside his head. He begins to charge towards me, but bam. Jean kick. What kind of name is that for an attack? I hear Velgrind scream in my head. I'm terrible at naming things. I'm sorry. Also, I was joking. That's just a normal kick. My attack hits Ares in one of his heads. Centuredo Latia, Astaroth, after moving my opponent to a much safer distance, so no innocent lives would be put in danger. I flew after them. However, they quickly corrected themselves. Athena was the goddess of battle strategy and wisdom, but she looks nothing like it. Only like a very resentful and evil individual. But what Jean just mentioned makes sense. She was corrupted by Nyarlathotep and is now being controlled by Chaos Brigade. Jean said before that Medusa was changed because of some kind of dark fog, and that she was apparently a kind individual who cared for her sisters even after being bullied and mistreated for all of her life until she killed them. Swash! Swash! I dodged the incoming attacks that Athena sent towards me. I also fire my own spells at her, and she blocks them. From what Jean mentioned about Athena from Artemis, they were also once friends. Does that mean that the black fog brings forth your darkest and most negative desires? If you are generally a good-willed person, will you become evil? From the 2 cases so far, then there's a chance that this hypothesis is correct. Shing! 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 I bring out a tool that Jean gave me when we were in the pocket dimension, a grimoire. However, it can also change into a sword. So I change its form to a blade. You will lose, girl. I beg to differ. She summons multiple magic circles behind her and launches even more elemental attacks at me. I dodge them all, and they hit the ground behind me, creating large debris. I close the distance between us and stab in front of me. Swash! Missed, she mockingly says. Shambles! I appear behind her, as a small rock was launched into the air, and one of them was just behind her. I swap places with it. According to Jean, he has slowly changed all our bodies over the years he spent with us. This was only revealed to us during the 3rd year of our 15-year stay. He mentions that he gave us the ability to use different techniques that go beyond normal reasoning. I'm still not sure what he meant by that. However, I noticed I could manipulate certain things a lot easier than before. I cover my sword with territory, explosion demonic lightning, and slash at Athena. KSH. Slash. Slice. First, the lightning hits her body, making her shriek. The slash of the sword also cuts her, and then she explodes because of the territory magic boom. My intention was not to bravado her, but to damage her enough to knock her out. However, you wretched creature. While heavily injured, Athena could still move. She had a look of fury on her face, and it was directed at me. Is this what Jean feels on a near constant basis from his enemies? I wasn't scared, but it wasn't a pleasant feeling. Perhaps I will learn to get used to his feeling as I grow older and become the official leader of the clan. I will definitely come across many who will not agree with some of my decisions. However, I can only move on forward. I can't let every thought or opinion that doesn't agree with me hold me back. Athena's fingertips begin to extend and become long, flexible, and thin claws. She swipes them at me, and I easily dodge them, but boom! Slice! 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 Everything behind me was sliced apart. Could those fingertip claws be extremely sharp? No normal claws could do that. At most, they could probably make a large dent or slice an object or item, not cut them into hundreds of tiny pieces. She keeps up the relentless assault as I kept dodging. However, her attacks aren't as precise and are a lot slower, so one last attack and I win. However, if I use too much, I may accidentally seriously hurt her. Is this how Jean has to think when sparring with us? Or fighting in official matches or spars? I rarely fight, so I surprised myself when I offered to. Perhaps I was just curious about the former goddess. Stop dodging. That is unreasonable. She shrieked and added elemental attacks to her swiping. I had to dodge faster, but thanks to that, I came up with something. Hopefully, it won't be too damaging. Tact, targeting multiple objects that were destroyed by her earlier. I throw them at Athena, who just laughed maniacally. She easily destroys the debris I threw at her. Did you really think throwing these things would do anything now? Ushul. Where did she, however? When I threw those at her, I used shambles once more and switched places with one of the debris she destroyed. I also lower my presence, something I learned from Elsa. Apparently, she was made for assassinations, and I wanted to learn a technique that would dull or make my presence weaker. As Athena looks in front of her in confusion, and as panic rose, I radio knife territory. Drain. My blade was covered in purple electricity, and I slashed at Athena, who screamed. However, the attack didn't hurt her, but knocked her back. Additionally, territory. Drain continuously drained her power and stamina within a transparent, floating bubble prison. The separated remnants were kept from rejoining by the transparent bubble that held them apart. Therefore, The only thing Athena could do was watch in helpless horror. I can't move. Why are my body parts? What did you do? I feel my energy draining. I make the bubble float towards me and don't answer her. She can't do anything now. I sigh and look over towards where Jean went to. It seems shying. It's the same light as when he fought Sarork. He's using his queen form. I wanted to go towards him, but maybe I should go back to Irene and Leanne. I float there as I contemplate my next action. Jean, skyward, I will take you down, then my father, and then destroy this realm. I will then go to the human world and continue there. Ares roars. The humans did nothing to you. I can understand your anger towards me, and probably your own father, because he's choosing to side with the Alliance rather than you. It's your fault that it led to this, you damn lizard. Swish. Swash. He screams again and fires large green balls of fire at me. I swipe my hand in front of me and erase them. He roars in frustration, and many of the tentacles around his neck, his mane, started to attack me too. SKKK. I dodge all the attacks and move my head to the side. The snake tail, he has also spat acid at me. Geez, so many things to dodge. Partner. I get it. He'll go into it. Give me a second. I dash towards Ares. Oh, what was that called again? Right, I arrive in front of him as he fires a point-blank fire breath at me. But I dodge and appear above him. I then go down, do a single spin while I raise my leg and bring it down to deliver a front-facing axe kick. Lunark. Bam! Boom! Ares' giant lion body crashes into the ground, creating a large crater. I fly back and stand far away from him. All right, Drake, let's do this. I summon the boosted gear and enter my balance breaker form. I then begin to chant. I, who am about to awaken, am the outer dragon god who holds the truth of the king up high, holding the infinite hope and unbreakable dreams, and walking the path of righteousness. I will become a god emperor of all dragons. I choke up a bit remembering the first time I said these words. However, I felt a large smile appear across my face. And I will lead you to a path beyond the stars, glowing in true outer light. Exoteric full drive. Shine. Whoosh. My armor had transformed into my queen form, and I stared at Ares as she started to get up. He, however, had become even more enraged. Who cares about your stupid new forms? They are all meaningless. Ares howls, and we were covered in a dark, shadowy sphere. Hundreds of spikes, swords, and objects start to emerge from the darkness. All of them flew towards me. I dodge and destroy them. However, he was relentless about it, and didn't look like he was going to stop anytime soon. Back at you, asshole. I spun in a circle while doing a kicking motion. I put enough strength into it that everything that was coming towards me was disrupted by the strong pressure of the wind. Sonic booster. I flew towards Ares with great speed. I arrive in front of him and cock my arm back. EX Impact Booster. My right arm takes the form of the gauntlet of the Trianoruk's gauntlet, and I punch him multiple times in the face. Don, 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 Ga. However, I don't let up and follow after him as he's punched out of the sphere he made. I appear above him and bring my hands together and slam them onto his stomach and throw him into the ground. Boom! He crashes on the ground and creates another large crater. However, he immediately starts to stand up. So instead of letting him, I charge at him again and punch his other two heads. Don, Don, Don. This time he falls down without getting up. However, the tendrils around and the snake tail seem to have a mind of their own and start to attack me. After dodging them all, I summon my Bakken. Sonic Booster. Slash. Slash. Slice. Weaving through all the tendrils, I slash and slice them apart. Their defenses weren't strong. Perhaps Avetsa sacrificed defense in favor of more offense? I flew towards the snake tail as it starts to spit venom towards me. However, I easily dodge them and the venom lands on his own body and starts to melt his own stony skin. That has to hurt. I dodge another attack and slash my Bakken sideways. Shing. Thud. I slice its head off and the body went limp. I fly back to the front to see if he was awake, but to my surprise, he was crying. Tears were falling from his glowing green eyes. However, I did not feel sympathy for him. I put away my Bakken. I then jump back and land on the ground. I put my hand out and read his memories. Let's see what you have, former god of war. My already low opinion of him plummets even further. Out of all the Greek gods, and what the humans know about them, he very much follows a lot of it, and I mean the darker side of it. Why? Why is he and Apollon so different? They were raised in the same environment, but they're so different. Apollon is going to be the next leader of this pantheon when Zeus decides to pass it on. You also had a chance, but ruined it over and over again. You bullied, harmed, and killed so many innocent animals and people when you were younger, just because they chose not to obey or follow you. And once you reach your teenage years, that's when the trouble started. They began with the servants around your home in Mount Olympus. After that, you sought after unsavory characters in the lower districts, and then just anyone who you thought was eye candy. What I find ironic in all of this is that both goddesses of desire and love refused both your advances. Aphrodite and Freya, they rejected you, and you became an even more bitter, resentful person. Both of them defended themselves and threw you aside. But you ambushed Artemis and nearly did that to her too. But Zeus caught you on time. Of course, when Athena changed, you took advantage of this. Even while you proclaim her as your wife, even though you never officially married her, you constantly behave dishonestly. No, perhaps you said you wanted multiple partners, or even a partner, but wow, dude. At least tell her that. And don't just start dating anyone who comes along. That's one of the most toxic relationships I've seen in a while, and I don't even remember my own past to remember some of them. So, that's how you spent most of your life. Until I came along and ruined it, huh? Just lie, cheat, hurt, and repeat. Why? You had so much going for you. Are some people just born wrong? I don't like thinking about that, but Vunzer, Kokabil, Azrael, and Alil Alam are just some examples. Of course, everything changed when I appeared, didn't it? Trying to sneak into Valerie's room, but getting your ass kicked. I seal your powers, and then being so pissed off you decide to betray your pantheon and the Alliance? You met up with Hades, joined the Alliance of Hell, which eventually joined the Chaos Brigade, got an artificial sacred gear from Avetsa. And now this? You only had a few months of use with this sacred gear, and you failed to fully utilize it. You knew about Medusa as soon as you joined up with Chaos Brigade, but did nothing. Although I will commend you for not joining in their activities being done to her. But you did provide some valuable information, Ares. I'll give you that. Maybe they're just sore about it, but they're planning to attack Grigori with 2 of the next Alls in a few months. This is because something else is happening with the Wizards of Oz, Nilrim, and the vampire factions in the future. I briefly caught glimpses of who I thought Oz and Glenda were. Lavinia briefly gave me a description of Glenda in the past, but she doesn't like talking about it. We'll need to face that part of her past again. I also hope Slashdog is also part of it, so we can finally put it to rest. But Promestine from MGQ, Avetsa, and Nagendra Snake Yukai, who looks like Orochimaru from Naruto, I wonder who the rest are? It won't be a stretch to assume both Glenda and Oz are part of it. Maybe more of the Witches of Oz? But I put my hand out and forcefully teleport something from his pocket into my hand. It was a device, maybe the same one that Hainuil used to escape. Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. Please put it in your inventory for me to analyze. It will take some time, Jean. I will inform you as soon as I can. All right, fair enough. There are many more of those memories which are a bit too much that I would like to erase them from my own memories. But I want. They'll just share this with Zeus, Hera, and maybe Apollon later. I stomp my foot on the ground and anchor myself. I brought out my wings and cannons. I slowly charge them up. I create a barrier around us, so I won't needlessly damage the environment beyond this point. Do why you ruined everything, he squeaked out. No, you already ruined it yourself way before I was even born, Ares. I gave you a chance to try to redeem yourself. You failed. It's as simple as that. He said nothing more and closed his eyes. Maybe he's reflecting on his life now, but X-Blaster. X-Blast Booster. Zabobin. The unique colored aura shoots out of my cannons and envelope series. The stream of draconic aura hits the barrier, but it doesn't break. Eventually, it explodes and covers the entire barrier. I stand there as my wall of infinity blocks the debris and the shockwave of the attack. Was I too hasty? Perhaps if I locked him in this realm and prevented him from leaving, let's say Mount Olympus and Little Olympia, perhaps he could have redeemed himself? Did my own opinions cause me to end him outright? Partner, he was beyond saving. You did what you could, and he failed to save himself. You can't help everyone if they're not willing to do it themselves. Yeah, you're probably right, Drake. The explosion and shockwave eventually cease. I fixed the damage I caused and dispel the shadow's fear he made, but it was somehow still there. I start flying back towards Little Olympia when Latia. Oh, good job on capturing Athena. I look at the bubble she was contained in as she starts to curse me out. I wryly smile at her. I wonder what she'll be like once we remove the mind control and the influence. Well, we'll see soon enough. Let's go back. I'm done on my end. Did you stop him? Yeah, let's go. She nods, and we fly back towards everyone. As we do, I check the entire city to make sure every other monster was killed. I also check with the other shadows around the realm, and they confirm that they haven't been attacked. But I guess that makes sense. It did show in Ares' memories that they would pull out once Hanuel was done with her test run. However, they did plan on kidnapping Medusa. But they're going to stop pursuing her since I'm protecting her. Never said that, but sure, why not? If they misunderstand, all the better. A few hours later, we were back in the meeting room on Mount Olympus. I had frozen Athena, so she couldn't move or do anything at all. Centurato. I stand in front of Athena as she glared at me. I put a hand on her shoulder. Do it, comptoir. Comptoir. Answer. Removing mind control from Athena. Removing the black fog from within her. Restoring divinity. Reverting. Processing. Complete. Athena is covered in a small yellow light. Her appearance starts to change, and the dark fog that had infected her starts to leave her. Once the process was done, she stood there looking at me, and then around her. The rest of the gods who knew of her from before she changed were staring in shock. Welcome back, Athena. Forgive me for all that I have done. Zeus, everyone, I will take any punishment that is put upon me. Athena has long blonde hair, purple eyes, and was wearing red armor. She turns to bow to Zeus and the rest of them. However, Artemis, who had come back, got off from her seat and hugged Athena, then started to cry silently. Athena closes her eyes and also hugs her back. Everyone was looking at the scene with a smile, and I really didn't want to interrupt, but I had to show them Ares' memories. Zeus knows I killed him, the rest did too. He wasn't too liked, but they did still lose a god. I wait for them to finally stop hugging and cough into my fist. Everyone looks at me, and I bring up a holographic display. I mentioned it to Zeus before, but I can read memories. I read Ares before I ended him. It'll show all of you what his life was like. You'll see his memories from when he was young and until now. It won't take long, I promise. I didn't wait for an answer and just played his memories. I stand back and let them see everything from birth to all the lies, manipulation, betrayal, and everything in between. It was on full display for them to see. They all had an array of emotions. Some didn't show it, but their emotions didn't lie. Even Freya got a bit angry when she saw the time he tried to hit on her. Of course, she kept her composure, but she did give me a look that basically asked why. I ignore it, though, and close my eyes. It should be done in the next 5 minutes, so for now, just relax here. Although, Aeneas seemed upset since I saw her earlier, but it didn't seem she was upset at anyone else but herself. I questioned Reiko and Leanne about it, but both said I should ask her myself, so I'll do that when we get home. A few minutes have passed, and all of Ares' memories were finally shown. Everyone was mostly silent until Zeus spoke up. Will you be telling the Alliance about those potential attacks, Jean? Yeah. I'll contact Azazel when I get back to my home. He nods and looks at Athena, who is looking back at Zeus in shame. Athena, you'll be put through the same punishment as Medusa. Does anyone disagree with this decision? Zeus asks the room. They were a bit surprised by him suddenly saying that without prior discussion. Artemis was the first to raise her hand, followed by Hermes, Hestia, Hephaestus, and the rest. Freya was the last to do it. Maybe she wanted to make it dramatic, or just make it tense. But in the end, they all agreed to it. If you would, Jean. He gestures for me to do the same thing I did to Medusa for Athena. So, confining her to just this realm, huh? I nod and walk over to her. Both women, Artemis and Athena, look at me with curiosity. I nod at Artemis, but she simply stares at me. However, her previous hostility was nowhere to be seen. I gesture to her if I could touch her again, and she nods. Therefore, I touched Athena on the shoulder and bound her to this realm. She cannot leave it at all, unless I choose to do so. I take my hand off and shrug. I'm done. Thank you again, Jean. You assisted our realm greatly today. We are in your debt. I was just doing my job. I mean, it was lucky of me to be here, right? If I wasn't, I would probably have heard from Hestia, Hermes, or Faye, and would have come here. Zeus chuckles at me. However, he does look a bit sad. He did just lose one of his sons. Hera also had the same sad look. Even if he was an asshole, evil god, he was still their son, and they're also gods. In other words, their principles or ways of seeing life differ. I mean, if your son, brother, or boyfriend, girlfriend did some of the things Ares did, could you forgive them? And if they died, would you grieve for them? I think it depends on each person on how they would react. I certainly don't feel pity for him, and I doubt Artemis or Athena feel much for him either. We will discuss more on this topic later. For now, this meeting is adjourned. Zeus dismisses everyone, and they all start to leave. However, to my surprise, Artemis approaches me and puts her hand out. Thank you, Jean, for saving my friend. I shake her hand and smile. Yeah, no problem. She also smiles back. It's safe to say our relationship will start to improve from here on out. Artemis also smiles at me before the duo leaves. Hermes, Faith, and Hestia stop by me. Freya walks past me and winks. Let's continue our talk at another time. Yes? They give me strange looks, but I just shake my head. They'll deal with her another time. I think a friendship is possible, but if Freya keeps pushing like that, ITLL take a very long time. Thank you. Zeus taps me on the shoulder, and Hera gives me a smile. However, Apollon, who had been mostly quiet during the meeting, stops in front of me. I am sorry for what my brother did, Jean. But thank you. We also hoped he would change his ways eventually, perhaps because we were family that we were hopeful. However, we probably realized in the back of our minds that it was impossible a long time ago. He sighs and looks to the side with a sad expression before looking back at me and puts his hand out for a handshake. I want Ramble again. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, Apollon. He made his own decisions. You guys did your best, and I gave him that chance. Unfortunately, I had to make a choice in the end. We shake hands, and Apollon goes on his way. Centuredo. We watch her depart, but Hermes chuckles to himself and chases after her, saying that he'll treat her to some ice cream, and she'll calm down almost like a child. Athena, for the first time since we reunited, cracked a smile. However, she smiles sadly and shakes her head. Well, it's time to know. Wait, I quickly check the time and see that we could still have lunch. We're heading to the rabbit village. We can make it for lunch. I did promise Kuro after all. Latia sighs beside me and shakes her head. She, and everyone else, start to walk away. Wait, where's everyone going? Outside. I wish to relax a little bit, Jean. Latia answers me while Irene, Leanne, Ine, and Reiko follow her. Irene looks back at me with a smirk, confusing me. Wait, I turn around to see Faye still there, but blushing. What the? Is something wrong? Centuredo, but can I just say I love you and get it over with? She manages to say this while blushing furiously. Hell, look at that. You finally got a goddess. No, I need to at least explain. She points at her eye, the one that had the eye patch before and the defect. However, she did not elaborate further and cutely glared at me. I couldn't help but chuckle. She seemed a bit taken aback by my reaction. But before she could react, I pull her into a hug. I feel the same way, Faye. I think I'm about to die of embarrassment. Should I kiss her? I think she would literally pass out if I do, while true to my surprise, Hephaestus kisses me on the neck instead. She then separates from me and runs away. Now, that was unexpected. I watch Faye run away, and when she turns a corner, I hear screaming. I chuckle to myself before I join the others. Rabbit Village. I had teleported us into the Rabbit Village. But before we did, Irene and Ophis went back into the necklace, and Leanne back into my ring. However, they did question me on why Hephaestus just ran away while laughing to herself and completely red in the face. I gave the usual answer that she became psychotic. That was just a joke. I just told them she became one of my close friends, greeted me warmly, and ran away in embarrassment. After that, we came here. I start to walk towards Kurisagi's home, and luckily for this town, it wasn't affected by the attack, and it was still the same. However, some of the rabbit yokai here look a bit shaken up. They probably heard or saw all of it, and were asked to take shelter just in case. I decide to cast a calming spell over the entire village, and the residents seem confused at the sudden change. However, we continue on our way. Knock knock, the door opens without anyone saying anything, and there was Kuro with Vera. She grabs my hand and pulls me in. Vera laughs and welcomes the other three in. How was the village during the attack? We were fine. Amalthea was here, but she left a few minutes ago. We were here to help defend it, but luckily none of them ever came here. However, the citizens did see what had happened over in Little Olympia and became uneasy. But seeing you here, it has definitely stopped. In any case, Vera and I started to finish our cooking after the attacks ended. And we finished a few minutes ago. So please go ahead and dig in. We reached the dining room, and there were a plethora of food on the table. Kuro seems nervous, but all of us sit down and begin to eat. Both moon rabbits look at us in anticipation, and I give them a thumbs up. It's good, really good, yes, it is. I haven't eaten much Greek food or Egyptian food much, but these are well made. Mmm. Reiko and Latia give them some kind of feedback, but Ine just nods along while eating. Although I do believe these are a mix of both. It's just from looking since I read some books about it, so I'm not 100% sure about it. During our lunch, although the day was quickly ending, we spoke about what happened during those few hours of the attack, and of course we try to lighten the mood up by talking about different topics. I don't think I can eat dinner tonight, Ine says while patting her stomach. She ate at least 4 servings. While I only had 2, Latia and Reiko had 1. Ophis would have enjoyed this. I wonder why she went back. I shake those thoughts away and go outside. Latia and Vera were talking about magic and spells while Reiko and Kurosagi were cleaning the dishes. Tiring. I wonder when the whole situation with Valerie and Gasper will happen. I rescued her months ago, so I wonder how it will turn out. Will they still approach Rias about Gasper? Or will they approach me? And then the rest of that mess I found out from Aries' memories. Ugh. Peaceful days aren't near me. At all looking up, the sky had already turned dark while we had lunch. But should I call it an early dinner? Or was there a word in between? Linner? Dunch? Crunch? Nestle Crunch. You seriously don't know the reference? Albion, you cretin. Can I get some peace and quiet, please? My bad. Creak, hearing the door behind me open. I felt a familiar presence walk over to me and stand beside me. I glanced to my side, and it was Kuro. I've only seen this realm sky a handful of times, but I quite like it. Well, I do like sky gazing, so I'm probably inclined to say that to all skies I see. Kuro just giggles at what I say and doesn't say anything. We stay like that for the next few minutes, until I hear Ine inside asking where I went, and if we could go home since she wants to ask someone something. I put my hand on Kira's head and start petting her a little. We'll be back when the festival starts. Cinchuredo and the rest join me before we leave the realm. I do hope I did everything I set out to do. I would have preferred to have heard Medusa's story, but she didn't look like she wanted to share anything at all yet. At the very least, I got Athena out of the mess she was in, but I feel like some sirens hate me because of what happened. It can't be helped. Not everyone is going to like me whether or not I do the right thing. Japan, Kuo's Skyward household. Once we arrived there, welcome home. Dear Shigen by coincidence was walking through the entrance hallway and sees us. She then greets me like that. She puts her arms out asking for a hug while closing her eyes. Cute. She's still shy about it. Reiko silently giggles at the girl and walks into the kitchen. I go over to Shigen and we share a hug. I'm home, Shiguna. Is Jean? Wait. I was about to ask about her day when Ine interrupts us. I turn around to see her looking at me seriously. She takes a deep breath before saying anything. I won't go on any other request with you for the time being. That was unexpected. I nod. Sure, Ine, but do you mind telling me why? She frowns and nods. I'm weak. I thought becoming ultimate class meant something, but during all of that I couldn't even keep up with what most of our enemies were doing. I felt like a child watching adults fight. So from today onwards, ill practice and train like a maniac. Once I'm strong enough, Then I'll return to join you again. But until then, I'll dedicate myself to this. I know this came out of nowhere, but I guess having Leanne-san tell me to leave just gave me a jolt of reality again. This is how I really feel, so please don't mistake it for anything else. I see. I wonder what Leanne told her. Did she just tell her to hide or leave when Ares used his break down the beast? I sigh and nod. All right, Ine. But if you want a teacher, I can provide you with one. Please and thank you. Xing. Then I will, because I probably was the cause. From my ring came out Leanne. Ine stiffened and saluted the woman. She smiles at her, kisses me on the cheek, and grabs Ine by the shoulder and proceeds to drag her away towards the elevator. Eh. We're starting now. Yes. Vous weit, Yotin, Hilp. She kept on screaming while inside the elevator. Where did all of that conviction go all of a sudden, Ine? I sigh and hug Shigen back. The girl was all too happy to do so. But shuffle. Jean. Rias runs down the stairs and towards Shigen and I. She was looking a little flustered. I'm back, Rias. What's wrong? Why the rush? Welcome back. No, it's nothing too serious. Tomorrow, we all of us, the Grimmery Peerage, and you are heading to the underworld. Huh? To the underworld? Why? Did I get a request? I look at Rias, asking her to continue. This makes her sigh. Tomorrow, why you're going to meet my grandmother and ancestor. I didn't expect that. So I'm meeting Runia's Grimmery and Kais's Grimmery. Huh? I turn to look at Latia as she stares back at me. Chapter 8, Part 1. Grimmery Galore and Family Japan. Kuo Jean skyward, but it's not time for Runia's to wake up. Is it? Well, it didn't detail when she woke up, just that she did and then requested all of the Grimmery family to gather. I also didn't expect to be requested too. Is it a request? Yes, in a way. I nod. Around what time will we be leaving? From noon and onwards, we will be skipping classes that go past that time. I have already informed Sona, so we don't need to worry about that. Rias explains. I see. Well, so much for me getting a day to relax. Unless this is a day to relax, which I doubt. Though, I did kind of hint that maybe more of the originals might be still alive. They may have been hiding from Devil Society for one reason or another. I told them all of that during our 15 years in the pocket dimension. Our Rosweiss will also be coming with you. I don't think she will take no for an answer, Jean. She did get quite excited during school today. All right, Rias. Thanks for the heads up. They'll go speak with her, but first they'll take Latia home. I wink at her, and she nods. As we were about to teleport to the Astaroth territory, I'm glad you could join us, Latia. Rias said those words, making the female devil beside me turn red. Astaroth territory, I apologize for the unpleasant experience in the Greek realm, Latia. But I did kind of expect them to try to get Medusa back, although I didn't think they would do it so soon. Latia shakes her head. It's fine, Jean. We did get to explore a little bit, although it was short. I enjoy myself, and also, Latia starts to blush and turns her head away. I chuckle and step closer to her. This makes her head snap back towards me. I lean down and greet her warmly with a brief, friendly bravado on the cheek. When I pulled away, she didn't try to hide her disappointment as she frowned at me. I smirk at her, but kiss her again. We repeat this for a few minutes until forgive my interruption. I did not think I would find you two here. I hear a familiar voice behind me. When Latia and I separated from our kiss again, we look back behind me to see Ajuka Beelzebub. Of course, Latia immediately turns even redder, causing Ajuka to laugh at his niece. Uwonsle. What might you be here for? Latia stutters out a question, and Ajuka nods. I was feeling a bit nostalgic. This feeling is quite rare for me to feel, so I decided to take a small stroll around our family's territory. I didn't think I would come across both of you like that. However, some congratulations seem appropriate. He explains himself while nodding at us. I see. I will be going ahead then, Uncle. Jean, good night, Latia. Latia walks away while Ajuka and I watch her. I sigh and turn to the devil. You just had to appear now, didn't you? He chuckles at me again. As I said, I'm sorry for stopping you too. However, when did this happen? Yesterday in the Greek realm. Since you're here, I might as well tell you, since you'll know eventually. A look of curiosity appears on his face. And I tell him what happened to the Greek realm just today, and he was quite surprised. However, he looks up at the sky in the end. Although I agree with your assessment of that organization's attempt to recapture Medusa, I had not expected them to act so soon. However, they will attack Grigori in the future, and a faction called the Wizards of Oz seems to be slowly making their own plans. I will contact Surzex, excuse me, Jean, until we meet again. Yeah, Juko walks away before teleporting away. Well, at least Zex can find out sooner. He'll need to do that with Azazel, but he'll go home first. Japan, Kuo, I teleported directly into my room. Maybe I should make an office for myself? So I can host private conversations there in the future, and not just rely on the giant-ass news section that I added before Ain's little trial. I create a communication circle and contact Azazel through it. Thankfully, he answers. Oh, hey, what's up, Jean? Some serious news. ITLL take a bit to explain. Got time? Yeah, I was just tinkering with some sacred gears, shoot. I nod to myself and explain what happened today and some things I learned from reading Ares' memories, as well as the part about Satinel kidnapping the previous Lamia queen. However, I did add that it might be him, and not it was because I only got a description of how he looked. That doesn't sound good at all. If what the queen said was true, then it might be Satinel. He did disappear a few years ago after all. Darn it, I want a bit of peace and quiet for a while. He complained through the circle. I just sigh at him. Azazel, they'll send some shadows over there. Maybe even an Electa. I'd get some brand new ones. I hear him sigh through it, and some things being moved around. Any help would be appreciated, Jean. Oh, but send a skilled warrior die in a fire. He laughs. Can't take a joke, huh? Mr. Overprotective. Well, anyway, thanks for the info. They'll go inform the others. Yeah, thanks. The communication circle disappears as soon as we are finished. However, I felt someone outside during all of that. You can come in now, Rose. The door opens, and she came in. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Jean. Don't worry about it. So why are you here? She walks over to my bed and sits down on it. I join her. Am I a bother to you? I mean by me being your secretary. I know, I pushed it onto you, she says while looking at the ground, fiddling with her hands. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. I mean, I was a bit surprised when she proclaimed herself as my secretary, but it never really bothered me that much. No, not really, Rose. Why do you think that? I mean, I know you weren't by my side during my last request, but still, I just thought that I was being a bit overbearing. I said I would join you after Rias announced that the Grimmery peerage was heading to the underworld, and you were invited along. I chuckle and pat her head. Nah, it's fine. Even if you did force yourself to be my secretary, I can't really see anyone else being it. Sharon and Graphia are my maids, and Terry's likes being my right-hand man and probably won't accept any other position, and most other Electa are battle-oriented. Not to mention, I don't want to put too much work on Graphia. She could be a bit of a workaholic at times, if I compare the one with me to the one that was married to Surzex. Everyone else has their own jobs and responsibilities in the future, so I won't really consider them, like Aquino and Rias, their king and queen. Aquino has never really told me if she wanted to become independent after she becomes a high-class devil. The same with Asia or Zenobia. If she does, then maybe Aquino could have had a chance as my secretary, but Rias is the future head, so that's definitely a no. Latia, I can see it since she did help me at times in the pocket dimension with other things pertaining to my future restaurant. That reminds me, they'll speak with Zeoticus tomorrow about it, since I finally have a name and a few items written down for the menu. I mean, I still need to add my twist to a few of them, but it should work. What about Reiko? We get along and are on good terms, but I feel like I put a finger on her lips, stopping her. As far as what Reiko is doing, and I already said this before, but she's just following me for now and wants to see me work. She also wants to help me achieve my goal of uniting the supernatural. If you're worried about it, we could talk to her, but I really doubt she would want to be my secretary. Rose, however, looked at me rather unamused. Huh? Why? She cutely puffs her cheeks and lightly taps my arm. So you're implying something else will happen later? No, something definitely will, Jean. I just laugh at her while she taps me, and she sighs at me before letting go. She moves closer to me and rests her head on my shoulder. Cinchureto, we share a brief, tender moment together. Both of us reach out and hold each other close. Rose wraps her arms around my neck, and I hold her in return. After a moment, we gently pull away from each other. She looks at me with a blush on her face. Both of us could feel the romantic tension. It's fine, right? I mean, we've been on a date before. Getting closer with her should be slam. Jean. Oh, Rossweiss. Hi. An adorable ball of angelic fluff comes into my room. She walks over beside me and gently rests her head near my shoulder. Rose and I were a bit surprised, but we both smile at Gabriel and Rose steps back. I give her a quiet, apologetic look, and Rose nods understandingly. I pat the seraph on the head as she lets out a satisfied sigh. I have good news, Jean. But first, she takes out a letter from her ring and hands it over to me. I look at it as she looks at me expectantly. Rose also looks at the letter with curiosity. I finally open it and read through it. Dear Jean, my brothers and I have reached a decision, and we have also received Altaria's opinion. We do not mind taking away some of Gabriel's tasks. However, we would like a replacement for her, as heaven does still need all seraphs to function normally. Obviously, we don't want to hold back her sister or her love, which is why we took a while to come to a decision. Even with Altaria overseeing everything, we still don't want to leave all the burdens to her, like we did to Father a long time ago. Please understand our situation, and thank you. Michael, funny enough, Michael came to the same conclusion as me. Well, I guess I'm making another elective for them. Honestly, Heaven is probably the safest faction right now. With Altaria there, and a new electa coming up on Mutter, as both women read the letter alongside me. Of course, Gabriel already knew of it, and was overjoyed to see it again. Rose, it seems Heaven might be the strongest faction in the Supernatural now. Both will have 2 Omniversal-class fighters in them. I do wonder how the rest of the factions and Pantheons would react once they find out, well, if they do, that is. Rose has a point. However, I don't think he'll be revealing that anytime soon. I mean, I don't think it's necessary because as long as we help, that's fine, right? To the general populace, that's all that matters, right? Oof, I feel like I'm thinking like a god again. I don't like it. But at the same time, me and that other random stranger don't really matter in each other's lives. Probably not anytime soon, but maybe far into the future anyway. You'll be able to stay here on a much more frequent basis, Gabriel. We'll try to get it done in the next few days, so hang tight, okay? She gives me a hug in response. Honestly, how can someone stay so innocent and adorable when she has lived such a long lim? Sorry, she lightly headbutt my shoulder. I should really remember that Rose just laughs at me. Yes, laugh it up. Next day, Kuo Academy, it was early morning, and I was in my classroom. Ingvild was with me. However, the rest of the Gremory Peerage, and even the Citri Peerage were in the Occult Research Club. I tried to join them earlier, but was told that it would all be relayed to me later. I mean, I think I know what's coming up. Anytime Runias wakes up, the next head has to entertain her and her other descendants. This was first promised years ago. Whether or not they are aware of that is another thing since I didn't tell them that. But knowing my luck, she will probably ask the middleman to join the celebration, and he'll probably take part in it for her. And Zeoticus might try to persuade me to do it to appease her. I mean, if they, have some kind of reward, I wouldn't mind. How about Runias and Kaisis as a reward? Drake, that would be strange. Also, we don't know about their personal situations. And if they're single, our family connections are really confusing. Sounds complicated, let's not. I feel like the longer we're together, the more mischievous you become. Perhaps you fully embrace the dragon title, or not. However, he isn't the only one currently sulking. I look over at Najima, and he was already silently crying. Kuda was trying to console him. I turned to Ingvild. So, any ideas what happened to him? Yua-san had to cancel their meeting since she had to be somewhere else. Ingvild sighs. I see. It's unfortunate, but he's way too bummed out about it. Both of us get up and join Kuda and Najima. Dudug, Skyward Sama, I need to sulk for a bit. Your bright love life is making it very difficult. In contrast, Kuda was beaming, almost like he was shining and was on top of the world. I can guess that it turned out well on his end. He sees me looking and proudly nods, making Najima jab him on the side. Ow! The hell, man. Screw you and your love life, too. You have betrayed the Single Men's Association. Najima gets up with a new look of fury on his face, and some male students start to gather around him. Ingvild and I walk back to our seats and watch it all unfold from afar. How many of us are still single? Najima asks, and a lot of them raise their hands up and shout. Yeah. How many of us suffer our nights alone? Yeah. Now, one of our brethren is basically dating someone. We must cast them out. Yeah. Then they proceed to start beating him, although it wasn't too hard or serious, but he was on the ground while being kicked and punched. Should we do something? I want to, but if I'm the one to do it, they just turn their frustrations on me, Ingvild asks and sighs at my answer. She gets up and walks towards them. Can you please stop? You're hurting Kuda-san. All of them freeze and look at Ingvild, who is giving them a pitying look. They then ran away while crying. Ingvild then walks back to me. I don't want to be looked at like that. I kind of like the attention. Please be nice to me. Censuredo, but he was a bit bruised. I summon a small ball of slime and flick it towards him. Then miraculously his injuries heal and he had a look of confusion. He starts to pat himself down, but in the end he just shrugged it off. Ingvild looks at me with a cheeky smile. What? So you do care for them? I never said I didn't. That earned me a small kiss on the cheek and more wails of despair. Just another normal morning here. Noon, the Grimmery Peerage, Rose, Grafia, Reiko, and I had gathered up in the Occult Research Club. Everyone else had to stay like in classes like Ingvild and Ravel. While they're part of this group, they can't come for whatever reason. Yesterday, I informed Reiko about this, and she insisted on joining me. Grafia forwarded it to the Grimmery family, and they were fine with it. Heck, they wanted to meet Minamoto no Yorimitsu. Is everyone ready? Grafia asks us, and we nod. We finally left for the underworld. Underworld Grimmery territory, it's big, Reiko says while looking at the Grimmery family mansion, but I couldn't help but snicker at it, which earned me a pinch from Grafia and Reiko blushing at me. We start to walk towards it, but Grafia lets go of my cheek and starts to lead us instead. Back to the head maid of the Grimmery family. Huh? My FIA has left me. What shall I do? Go. It'll comfort you instead. Jean Aquino walks over to me and hugs my arm, which earned a few chuckles and groans from everyone. However, the one I was aiming at, it just ignored it. I guess that means she's a serious maid now, huh? It didn't take us long to reach the front entrance. Of course, there were multiple maids and butlers lining up the pathway and greeted all of us on our way there. Grafia opens the door, and inside the home we come across Era. Welcome back, Rias and everyone. I'm glad you could come today. I'm sorry for the short notice. It was Venelana. She looks over at me and smiles, especially when Jean had to deal with that yesterday. Nevertheless, let us depart, shall we? Venelana is then joined by Grafia as they start to walk away. We follow after them, and we were taken to a part of the mansion I hadn't been to before. Despite the fact that it mostly looked the same, it was tucked away in a deeper part of the mansion. Well, we did descend some stairs, and now we are in a pretty long hallway. However, there were some portraits that were on the walls. I feel Aquino lean closer to me and whisper into my ear. Ponytail twin tails, seriously? Aquino just giggles at me, and Rose, who is on my other side, looks at the portraits and then back at me before pointing at her own hair. If you want to, I guess. She nods while looking rather determined about changing her hairstyle. Ponytails, twin tails, what other hairstyles do you like, partner? Ponytails are the ones I really like, Drake. I'm not that hung up about their hairstyles. If they choose to change their hairstyle, then that's on them. We eventually arrive at the door in the end of the hallway. It was quite large with a bunch of symbols of the Grimmery all over it. Venelana touches the door. It glows crimson before opening. They stepped through first, and then we followed. Upon entering, the interior was quite sumptuous. Large crimson and orange pillars were all over the place, with an even larger chandelier above us. A multitude of lavish furniture covered the entirety of the large room. Is that a golden lion's head? Gasper asks, a bit bewildered. We follow where his finger was pointing, and it was high above us. However, there was not one, but around 12 in the room. Dang, man, this is one of the most expensive places I've seen yet. Language, Jean. Pinch, 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 Rias. Grafia and Venelana were the ones to reprimand me. Rias pinched my side, the same with Grafia. However, Venelana pinched my nose. I don't need to breathe, so I don't need to worry about her pinching my nose. However, if I was a normal person, this would be a problem, but they eventually let go as we heard a person's laughter. It was a woman, She was walking towards us. She was accompanied by Millikas and Astery. They eventually arrive in front of us. And then the woman grandmother. How can we help you? Rias asks her, and she walks over to her and hugs her. Is it wrong for me to just want to see my granddaughter? And no, Kaisis Gremory. Kaisis is a young-looking woman who appears to be around 20 years old. She has the same crimson hair as Rias and blue eyes like her. However, her hair was in a ponytail. She has a soft expression on her face as she coddled Rias. I've only seen her in photos and the portraits earlier, Aquino muttered, and appeared a bit surprised. So did the rest of the peerage, although both Zenobia and Asia just looked confused. Kaisis did resemble Rias quite a bit, after all, although she looked a little older and more mature. She finally stops hugging Rias and looks at the rest of us. How do you do, everyone? I am Rias' grandmother and previous head, Kaisis Gremory. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ufufu. Oh no, she's a Ufufu type. Donji. As I say that to myself, I felt Aquino hug my arm a little tighter. She was the original one to do that in the group. Now she's seeing someone who does it on a frequent basis. Ufufu, she quietly muttered beside me. This is the weirdest thing to be competitive about. Aquino, she scans the entire peerage and then looks over at me, Rose and Reiko. She walks over to me and peers up at me. I was quite a bit taller than her, so seeing someone older than me looking up has always been weird. I'm 63 or 190 centimeters. Rias was previous 58, so 172 centimeters, but she grew in height thanks to being in the pocket dimension and growing in power, so she's at least 511 now, so Kaisis was around the same height. So you're the famed middleman? I've seen the pictures and watched the match between you and Sarah Bale, but to see you this close, you're quite tall for your age. Aren't you? She scans me up and down before nodding to herself. She then looks at Aquino, who is still hugging my arm, and smiles. Ufufu, I see. It seems that the rumors about you being popular with the girls were true. Grandmother, did something happen? Why did you want us to come to the castle? Even I've never been down here. Rias tries to move things along, and Kaisis turns around and walks back to her. That was a weird interaction just now. But the Gremorys are a quirky bunch, so I'm not that affected by it. Hell, I kind of look forward to it. If memory serves me right, squeeze before I could continue my own thoughts. Aquino squeezes my arm and pulls on it, so I lower myself nearer to her. This is something I heard a long time ago, but after Kaisis Gremory-sama retired from the seat of the family, she took the stance that she would never interfere with the affairs of the family. That's why she has rarely shown her face, even during official parties or events. I nod. Yeah. I expected that although she did try to attend Rias' engagement in the novel. However, when she got there, Issei and Rias had already left on that griffin. But I didn't sense her back then when Rias won her first rating game. I know her aura now, but don't remember it at all near the venue. Perhaps her home is even further away than I think. Ufufu, Rias, I came here because I wanted to see you, your peerage grandchild, and maybe give you some pocket change. Also, because I was ordered to. However, I do want to meet my son, too. She sighs after saying that last part. All right, she's a really doting mother to Zeoticus. I'm pretty sure she Rias, Millikas, and everyone from the peerage. What do you want as pocket money? A new castle? Or would gold bars and jewels be more reliable? She asks like a genuinely concerned grandmother, but I can't help but snort inwardly. As expected, the old evils and their absurd wealth were present. Who even asks people that? Like you're any better. You create rings that can store anything, pull people to a different dimension, and make them stronger in a matter of 10 minutes here in the outside world. You even give everyone in your household a monthly allowance of 100k yen. Fair point, it'll take that L, but I don't offer up gold bars, mansions, or castles, Drake. In the grand scheme of things, 100k isn't that much if we convert it to, let's say, a European euro or American dollar. Mother, that kind of present will only trouble the other party. Perhaps something more appropriate to the era should be given. Venelana informs Kaisis, who gains a thoughtful look and nods. She puts a hand on her cheek. Oh dear, is that so? I am sorry. I am unfamiliar with the current era of the human world and the recent events in the underworld. Ufufu. A smile spreads across Kaisis' face while saying that. I look at Millie Cass, who tilts his head. Millie Cass, have you ever visited your great-grandmother? I asked him telepathically. He seems a little surprised, but nods. Yes. Just once, though, I went to visit her with father and mother at her castle. Once our conversation ends, Rias starts to look around. Where's father? He is currently away right now because he is on a business trip with other high-class devils. That's why I'm the representative right now. However, I have already informed him of the summoning and that he would come back immediately when he finishes his work. Makes sense. She is his wife after all. However, Kaisis sighs while looking at the door behind us. I do hope he comes back soon. As expected of a doting mother, since everyone is here, let us move to a more appropriate place. Shall we? Venelana says, and starts to walk back toward the door we just came through. I wonder why we don't use this place instead. I mean, it's large enough and has tables and chairs. Well, whatever, I won't try to stop her. We follow Venelana out of the place and back to the main part of the home, but she goes towards Zeoticus' office, and we all enter it. It hasn't changed much since I went in here back during the summer holidays. But this time, I take my time to look around since I didn't need to talk to Zeoticus. Many books littered the shelves, and a few photos of a young Rias were on them, and also on his desk. However, I also sensed a presence in this room already. The chair that Zeoticus sat on before spins around to face us, and someone was sitting on it. This is amazing. This board-looking thing has books, paintings, and even table games inside it. The woman who said that was an unmatched, beautiful crimson-haired girl wearing a familiar school uniform. It was the senior high school version of the school uniform of Kuo Academy. Moreover, she was wearing these socks. The girl had upturned eyes, long crimson hair in a two-sided updo, and a small crown-like accessory on top of her head. She held a PC tablet in her hands, and she said that while playing around with the tablet, her hair was the same color as Rias and Kaisis. Everyone else was staring at her in shock and confusion. She seemed to be around the same age as Rias and I. She appeared confident, and the Grimory group certainly had a striking presence. She has a striking presence like them. Kaisis moved to the girl's side, bowed, and then introduced her to us. This is the progenitor of the Grimory and the Origina. However, she interrupted Kaisis, crossing her arms and legs. A graceful yet confident smile adorned her face. I am Runia's Grimory, the first-generation Grimory. Nice to meet you all. This left the current peerage shocked and silent. Even Rose and Reiko were taken aback, even though I told them that there may be a chance of them being alive. I see. So this person is the Grimory that is recorded in the legends? Zenobia was the first one to ask a question following the shock. Seems like it, Nova. Although, I did allude to the first generations being alive during our time there, you know? I'm surprised that so many of you are shocked. She nods. You only alluded to it, Jean, and it was vague. Some will understand while others don't, although knowing and being in front of them, I believe, is a lot different. Fair point. And Mother, I was never told that the first generation was alive. Rias asks Venelana. However, Runias was the one to answer her first with a bitter smile. Correct. I am one of the first generation of the underworld. Generally, our existence is unknown because most died off during the Great War. If the general populace of the underworld knew of my existence, that would be more troublesome for me than I would want. Like a certain first-generation Bale. So I decided to keep my survival a secret. Only a few know of it. And it seems the new middleman knew. That's piqued my interest. However, I do believe there are more progenitor devils like me still around. As I said, they probably chose to hide themselves and leave their status as unknown. Rinias adds a cute wink towards us after saying that. But she continues. But in my case, I didn't want to grow old mentally, so I came up with the idea of taking long sleeps, just like hibernation like certain animals. So, I wake up from time to time, and of course I happen to wake up this time. Oh, don't mistake it for the sleeping disease that devils sometimes contract. The Grimory peerage nods. However, Rhea steps forward and raises her hand. Runias nods to her. May I ask something? Why are you wearing our school uniform? Rias asks, and Runias nods again. It seems everyone else is curious. I mean, the rest of us were still wearing our uniforms since we were called out here during a school day. Centurado. Ma'am, but pinch, 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 pinch a rear. and being pinched by 4 women now. Graphia, Rias, Venelana, and Kaisis. Why? Well, okay, I know why, but still. Of course, some of the people in the room noticed this, and even Kaisis herself seemed a bit surprised at why she did that. The 2 Grimmery women, and the head maid look at her in surprise. A fufu, she didn't want to acknowledge it, so just yuffed away. Interesting. You there, who are you? You were staring just now. Runias asks, and I facepalm. However, a few of them snicker at me. I sigh and introduce myself. I'm Gene Skyward, the current middleman of the factions and pantheons, also the Red and White Dragon Emperor, also called the Dual Dragon Emperor. She nods middleman, I see. I have heard some of your achievements as of late. It's quite ambitious of you to want to unite the supernatural world. Why? I want a peaceful world and lots of close companions. I deadpan Zupin. However, Rias turns red out of embarrassment, takes out a paper fan, and smacks me on the head. That felt familiar. Astri did the same thing to Surzek's back before the peace conference. But Runias begins to laugh and clutch her stomach. Well, at least she finds it amusing, although I don't know if it's due to my answer or how Rias reacted. It had looked like it was from a comedy skit. I'm sorry. No, don't worry about it. But I'm quite serious about my answer. Cinchuredo, Venelana, and Aquino giggle at my answer, while both Kaisis and Runias look at me with amazement and weird interest in their eyes. Even widows? Kaisis asks, and I nod. Anyone of legal age. I'm technically in a relationship with the West Yukai leader, and she has a daughter, so I don't think that makes a difference to me. I just don't pursue married women. I explain myself. What if they are in an unhappy marriage, or if the love is lost? This time, Venelana was the one to ask, which surprised me. No, it surprised many of us. However, she clarifies a bit panicked. Hypothetically, everyone looks at me awaiting an answer. She really put me on the spot, didn't she? But how do I answer that question? I mean, in reality, it's none of my business. They're in that marriage, meaning they have to deal with it as adults. Talk to each other, communicate after that, they decide. But some marriages are complicated. Let's take hers as an example. Formerly known as Venelana Bale, and now Venelana Gremery. She is the face and wife of the current head, Zeoticus Gremery. If they divorce or something along those lines, it would look back on the entire clan. So like our grandparents, they have to keep up the act of being married while the love is lost. It's even more prominent in old devil society, honestly. I sigh and rub the back of my head. I mean, realistically, it's their problem. I can't just swoop in and take them away, you know? They're adults. They have to talk it out, come to a conclusion, and then move forward from there. I'm an outsider in that situation. If I try to get involved, it will just make it more complicated. I'm still a teenager after all. I give them my honest thoughts. This time, Runias speaks up again. You sure are an interesting fellow, middleman. I can see why the next head is interested in you. Anyway, I heard of other recent events too. She starts to go through all the things that the Gremery group's achievements as well as mine. It seems this Runias is a little more informed than the one I read about, since she did mix up Chow Chow for his descendant that I killed not too long ago. Although I look at my inventory and the true Longinus is still there. I'm still not sure to whom I should give it to. My mind is going to Kanami. Even though I gave her that new spear, I think this would fit her too. I doubt Scat Hack would take it either. She likes her own spear after all. I'll mull it over. Runias eventually finishes her long tirade and looks at us seriously. In any case, since Rias is the next family head, you need to know a certain thing, a certain agreement. She says, and they all listen to her intently. Since I, the first generation, woke up, and, according to an ancient agreement, the descendants have to, however, she was interrupted by the door to the office opening. We all turned to see who it was, and it was the current head of the family. The crimson-haired dandy chef, Zeoticus Gremery. Oh, everyone's already here. I was wondering why Venelana asked me to come back. So it's that urgent, isn't it? Wise he stops mid-sentence and looks at Kaisis and Runias, his eyes slowly widening and appearing to pop out of their sockets. F first generation Sama. A&M mother. Zeoticus manages to stutter out. His calm demeanor flies out the window. At the same time, Kaisis, who had been quite serious the whole time, her demeanor also changes. Ada. Seotan, she says in a sweet voice and starts wriggling her body before jumping forward and hugging him. Kaisis stood on her tiptoes while patting Zioticus' head. Ziotan, did you grow since last time? Of Fufu, Ziotan, your beard is quite charming. The rest stood there in amazement. The only ones unaffected are Venelana, Runias, Millikas, Graphia, and well, since I know about this, there she is, doting parent Kaisis. He looked so uncomfortable, but just coughed into his fist. And mother, W were in front of my family, my daughter's peerage, lover, and the first-generation Summa. Please restrain yourself. However, Kaisis completely ignores him and continues, didn't you use to follow me around as child? It's fine, isn't it? Go ahead, come along. Kaisis, you're the type of guardian who cares deeply for her charge, aren't you? I guess it's in the Gremory family nature. They're known for being kind to their servants, treating them like family. But I can't imagine Zioticus calling anyone mommy at all, however. I feel a pang of jealousy while looking at them. A loving mother. Huh? No, more like parents. I believe my past mother didn't coddle me like that at all, and my dad definitely didn't. I quickly glance at Aquino, who is still hugging me. I gave that back to Aquino, didn't I? Even Shuri sees Asia like another daughter. I've heard them talking on the phone at times, even in the pocket dimension. Yes, it's as you see, Kaisis-sama still dotes on him to this day. Venelana says to us all, while awkwardly smiling. Although, I have a feeling you spoil Millikas, don't you? I won't say that out loud. This carries on for another full minute until Runias coughs behind us, getting everyone's attention again. She didn't seem too bothered by this and smiles at us. When I wake up, the Gremory family members of that era will have to entertain me, the first generation, according to an ancient pact we made. Obviously, everyone is shocked by this revelation. However, what she says next, since you are here too, I will request it. Middleman, no, Jean, was it? You also entertain me too. Grip, 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 grip. I start to move when a few hands grip my shoulders and arms. Venelana, Rias, Kaisis, Graphia, and Zioticus stop me. Rias looks at me with a strained and forced smile. Don't run away, Jean. We're all in this together. Centurato, who is the current family head, Rias and Millikas from the next generation are the ones in charge of it this time. To put it simply, we want these people to entertain the first generation Sama. Runias says proudly, puffing her chest at the same time. Zioticus then puts his hand on his chin and says, speaking of that, there was something like that, wasn't there? You're not exactly helping here, Rias, and the others were still quite shocked. However, Superboy Millikas steps up in front of everyone. Understood. It will be my pleasure to entertain first-generation Sama. Astery, who had remained mostly silent throughout the encounter, nodded her head and said, well said, as one would expect from Surzek's son. Although all of them were still deaf, gripping my arm and shoulder. Aquino had no choice but to let go and awkwardly stand away. Rias closes her eyes and exhales, then opens her eyes. Brand new determination present in them. Understood. Centurato Runias smiles brightly at all of us. Afufu. I will enjoy it all to my heart's content. I will give you all a reward later. So look forward to it, however. If you say it's extra special, I will give you a week to prepare my... How thoughtful we were back in the main part of the castle. Runias had wandered off somewhere to explore the place again, and to try to see what was new. What should we do to entertain Runias Sama? Zioticus was in front of us while Kaisis held on to him. Venelana walked alongside me, along with Millikas and Astery, as Graphia, Reiko, and Rose talked amongst themselves. Aquino went up to Rias, as the king and queen were talking about what she would do. Of course, the others in the peerage were there to give suggestions. I feel like an outsider, geez. Ada, is Jean Kuan feeling lonely? Then, here Venelana suddenly hugs my arm and latches onto me as we walk. Because we were behind everyone, nobody turned to look at this sudden development, and Astery and Millikas didn't find it strange either. However, I didn't mind. She's probably just spoiling me, since I'm going to be her future son-in-law. Father, did you take part in this arrangement when she woke up before? Rias asks her father, and he stops and turns around. In turn, we all also stop. He sees Venelana hugging my arm, but didn't really react. It must have been when I was very young. But too much time has passed by for me to remember what I did during that celebration. I mean, I was younger than the current Millie-Cass. However, there were 3 subjects, and we had to draw lots to do one of them. Her awakening at the time was also a shock to all of us, so I remember it very well. Venelana then speaks up. I heard that the cycles she wakes up from her slumber are at random. Some turn around to look at her, and were surprised by my current predicament. However, they also shrug it off. What kind of reaction is that? Do they just expect this out of me now? But Zeoticus continues without missing a beat. Zeoticus nods and continues as far as I can remember. Rinnia-sama woke up when I was very small and when we had the civil war in the underworld. Civil war? The one where the former Satan army and the rebel army fought? Rias asked, and he nods at her question. Yes. Rinnia-sama woke up around that time and was still quite extremely tired, but since it was during a very significant event at the time that could decide the fate of the underworld, she decided to stay awake until the end. However, at the time she left anything related to our clan to the current head and didn't interfere. He explains and smiles at us. I'm sorry for keeping silent about our ancestor being alive and well. You heard her reasoning, and I took that into account. However, although Rinnia-sama likes playing pranks, she isn't a scary person. In fact, it's quite the opposite. She's the type of person with a deep love for her descendants. After all, she's the progenitor of the Grimoires. To make it simple, I personally would describe her as a devil with a very devilish personality. Zeoticus explains to us as Kaisis nods along, ecstatic at every word her son says. Then, Father, what are those 3 subjects? Rias asks. Since she was going to participate, she was curious about the subjects. Millie-Cass looks like he was also interested. The 3 subjects are music, dance, and theater. The 3 participants will do one of those. As for Jin-kun, I'm not sure. Perhaps Rinnia-sama will mention it to you a little bit. Although, as I said that, I remember that I sang something to her before when I was a young child. Both Rias and Millie-Cass repeats the words. Millie-Cass looks quite intrigued by all 3 of them. I suppose he was open to any of those options. Those subjects did seem appropriate for a party or festival. They fit the character of her era, right? Music, dance, and theater. Although, I am curious to see what she will present to me. The easiest would be to do dance or music, then theater. I am not really sure. Zeoticus sighs and looks at all of us again. Since it has come to this, in honor of Rinnia-sama, we the descendants of the Grimoire will entertain her to the best of our ability. We can't afford to make this a disappointing event. It is a tradition after all. I will head out and prepare myself for the festival as soon as possible. Venelana, Mother, I will need your help. Yes, dear. Anything for you, Zeotan. Venelana lets go of my arm and joins Zeoticus as they walk away. Astery turns to Millie-Cass and continues. Millie-Cass, we'll start training from now on too. So we won't disgrace the Grimoire name, understood? Yes, Mother. Even though Astery said that in a strict tone, Millie-Cass replied quite cheerfully, and then they both left. The rest of us watched them leave. This time it was Ria's turn. She turns to Aquino with a serious expression. Aquino, I would like to have singing, dancing, and theater lessons. Please help me find an instructor for all of them. The only one I know for any of them is the theater. Please contact the director of the Dragon Knight Hero Show. I hope he will accept this selfish request of mine. Understood, President. Rias was serious about this. Aquino began preparing right away too while they walk away. The rest of them look eager to help out, so I decided to say something. You guys help Rias from the shadows. She's capable, but any kind of help won't hurt. Yes. Jean-senpai. They answer me quite enthusiastically before running after them. I stood there watching with Grafia, Rose, and Reiko. Well, we have some Jean-sama. I will go and provide assistance to Ryasu-sama. Until later. Grafia stops me and says that before walking after the younger Grimoire generation. I couldn't help but sigh. Everyone sure is busy. Let's go then. I can guide you guys around, even if I've only been here a handful of times. We'll just hang back until Runias comes to look for me and tell me what I'll do for her. In the end, we decided to stay here for the night, and a few hours have passed. I took Rose and Reiko around the Grimoire mansion, and they were quite impressed with it. Probably because they were biased towards me. They said my home was better. Flatter won't get them anywhere. Well, that's a lie. It definitely will currently. It was nighttime, and I was on my own since everyone was headed off to do something. Actually, Grafia needed Reiko and Rose for something, so I was on my own now. I was in the large living room near the entrance hallway of the home, just, sitting here. I'm also surprised that everyone in my soul has been terribly quiet for most of the day. It felt strange. Maybe I should just go out for a job around the estate as I was about to get up and go era. Jean Cohen? It was Vinalana. She had come into the room I was just relaxing in. Hello, Vinalana. How can I help you? She comes over to me and stands in front of me. Have you taken a bath yet? Dinner starts very soon. Very soon, she says. That's like in 2 hours. No, not yet. I thought I would let everyone else take it before I do. I sometimes like to just, relax and take my time. However, Vinalana's response to this was to smile and grab my hand, which confuses me. Then, would you like to spend some time together with your future mother-in-law? Come along, I insist. Without waiting for my response, Vinalana leads me away, and I cannot resist. I mean, this is fine, right? We're just going to be bonding. Centuredo. I wait for her to finish, and she drags me into the bath again. It was quite large like the one I have at home. It's also spacious, however, it didn't have the feature, the ceiling being like the night sky I have at home. However, the further she drags me into the bath, more figures appeared. Ada, Vinalana, and Jean? I wasn't expecting this development. That voice belonged to Kaisis. The other aura was Oho. To think the middleman would be this close to his future mother-in-law already. It seems the Grimory will have a bright future in regard to grandchildren this generation. Centuredo Vinalana sits down, and I do too. It causes the rest to move from where they were previously sitting and to approach us. Rooney has gained a thoughtful look as she comes to sit beside me. Oh, that's right, Jean. You probably heard about the subjects that pertain to the upcoming party, correct? You're a special guest, so you may pick one instead of me picking it for you. So you're fine if I pick any of the three? She answers my question with a cheerful nod, although she stops and looks at me with a smirk. He'll think it over then, but he'll probably pick singing since it's the easiest, and even though I'm terrible at it, well, I think I am. During the classroom visits, they said I sang fine, so, are you paying attention? Jean Skyward? We may become future family members one day, but do take your time in observing the training session. Not many people are invited to witness this. Renius says that and stands up. Centuredo, although mine also perished during the Great War. Kaisis nods, but she didn't look too sad about it anymore. Perhaps enough time has passed. Despite that there was no mention of either of them having a husband in the book, although I assumed that they weren't just mentioned because there was no time or space. Also, alternate universe with different histories, I guess. Yes, a certain incident happened a while back, and he perished in it. I was deeply saddened and grieved, although I have chosen to remain a widow. I have Ziotan after all, Ofufu. It seems you're quite lucky in this scenario, aren't you? Centuredo, since Vinalana was still hugging my arm, I snapped my fingers, teleporting us away to the section where we usually would wash ourselves before going inside the bath. She did drag me into it earlier, so we kind of skipped this step. Vinalana got ready on her end while I sat on a small stool. Runia screamed earlier when she saw this sudden teleportation, because she had touched me at the last second and teleported with us. Umu, I will help you, Vinalana. Are you sure, Runia-sama? You do not need to. Runia nods. She was still standing right in front of me, looking at me with a calm expression. Now that I take a look at this boy, he has a fine body build. Do you work out, Jean? Work out. I haven't been able to do that in months. This is not including the jogs I went on in the pocket dimension. Then yeah, since getting out of it I haven't gotten a chance. I nod to Runius. I do, but I haven't had the chance to do so lately. She nods, casting a brief glance around the room. An oblique smirk flashes across her face. It seems you are well suited for your role. It seems the next family head will be in good hands. Centuredo and a bottle of what I will assume is soap era. We were wondering what all the fuss was about, but it seems like nothing is happening. It seems like Kaisis and Astri decided to join us. The two of them grab some stools and sit down nearby. Why is everyone just converging to this spot? Vinalana reaches over and gently rubs my shoulder to help me relax. Runias leans in close, smiling warmly as she chats with me about the day. I have to maintain composure here because this situation is rather unusual. Even if two are widows, two are still married, and I also met two of them just today. Reach a calm, focused state of mind. Wash, 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 Vinalana says behind me. However, Runias seems to be thinking of something. This is in the way. Cinchuredo. Would you like some help with that? No, I'm fine, Runias offers to, but I immediately decline. Jesus Christ, why are they so casual about this? I just sigh and let them do what they want. Hey, Dvinkun. I hear Vinalana call my name from behind. However, she decided to change her scrubbing tactics as I felt her body pressed against my back. Both Kaisis and Astery were giving her strange looks, but said nothing. At the same time, Runias was nearly finished scrubbing me at the front, and her attention was now mostly focused on me. You almost never speak about your parents. From what I heard from my daughter, they died in an accident, didn't they? If you're comfortable speaking about them, that is, do you mind telling us? Vinalana stops her movement and rests near me. I glance at her as she gave me a sad smile. Even Runias seemed interested in this topic, as she was looking at my face now. I sigh. I mean, I don't mind, but it's nothing special, really. It'll give them both a fake and a truthful answer. A bit of both, you could say, since I don't fully remember everything about them yet. So, they were, well, good parents, I guess. They provided for me, had well-paying jobs. Our finances were basically set. We were quite well off. But the trade-off was that I never really experienced parental love, I guess. They were never there emotionally. But I get it. Being a parent is challenging. Expecting them to do everything perfectly is impossible. But I kind of wanted them to spend time with me and not just be in job business mode all the time. I let out a chuckle, but no one else laughed with me, so I awkwardly continued. This may sound rude, but I kind of felt a bit jealous seeing Zeoticus being doted on and pampered like that by Kaisis earlier in the day. It kind of made me think I wonder how that would feel, but don't get me wrong, I enjoy my life now. It was sad that they passed away, but I grieved enough and am slowly moving on. So I'm okay. However, I felt Vinalana hug me tighter and chew Shibarado me on the cheek and winks at me. He'll be your close friend then, Jean Cohen. Bwahaha. I beg your pardon? But Vinalana just giggles at me, and then I felt a gentle pat on my shoulder. Cinchuredo, why is this escalating so quickly? But I got an even bigger surprise when both Astery and Kaisis joined us. Fufu, I didn't think Jean Cohen was the jealous type, so we'll give you extra attention too. Kaisis holds on my right arm, basically preventing me from stopping Runias with it, while Astery holds onto the other arm. Even though I sometimes have my hands full with my partner, and I have Millie Cass. I guess I can add another child into my life, Jean Cohen. Fufu is the embarrassing part of this world, finally operating at max output. I had tried my best to avoid awkward situations like this. But holy moly, I had mixed feelings about Astery and Vinalana doing this, but from the sound of things, they just sound concerned for me. But Runias and Kaisis were. Very sus. I appreciate it, but Runias, can you please stop? I only do you 2014, you are too stingy, Jean. Relax, Cinchuredo so. Old school? Astery finishes her sentence and explains what it means to Runias, who nods furiously. Yes. Why are you so old school? No, I remember the word. Traditional. That's what they did in my era. Are you not part of this generation? Do the times not change? Runias asks, still a bit mad. I am, but am a bit strange, and that's the only part that I have trouble changing. Please try to respect that I doubt ITLL change either. Runias keeps on huffing for a few minutes until we start to talk about different topics, and she basically forgot about it. Vinalana continued, helping me scrub my body, Cinchuredo. The other ladies were preparing to leave, but stop. Yeah, I'll go with singing a song. Maybe an original. I will allow it. I look forward to it. But first, Runias approved, but gestures with her finger for me to go closer to her. So I crouched down and come face to face with her. Even when crouching, I was still slightly taller than her. She stands on her tiptoes and kisses me on the forehead, surprising me a tiny bit. We are all your mommies, aren't we? Fufu. Good luck with your preparations then, Jean. Runias then skips away happily. Sincerado, I may need to get those smartphone things, so we can keep in touch. Kaisis does the same thing and kisses me on the forehead, winks, and walks away. This time, Astrid comes over to me. However, she pats my chest and fixes my uniform and then nods to herself. Just like what I told Millie Cass, please do your best, Jean Kuhn. Although I know you will. But don't overthink it, since it's also just a celebration for first-generation Sama. So just do your best, okay? Still a bit shocked by the earlier two, I just silently nod. She smiles, hugs me, and leaves. I was left with just Venelana now. I get a small flashback from a few months ago, the one where Venelana and I ballroom danced. I glance at her as she watches Astrid leave. Once she was gone, she motioned for me to lower myself to her level, so instead of crouching this time, I bent down. However, Venelana pulls me in her chest, and we fall into silence. Was what you said earlier hypothetical? I ask her. Yes, it was really? Instead of verbally answering me, she just hugs my head tighter. I doubt their marriage is falling apart. They still seem to have a happy one. I refuse to believe it. It's way too convenient I am your mother, after all. I will help you in any way I can, Jean Kuhn, so don't be afraid to contact me. Okay? Sure thing, Venelana. What's up with her right now? If things get complicated, I don't even know how to deal with this, even if it means waiting for 10,000 years. They'll do it. After whispering that to my ear, or to herself, she lets go and walks away. What? What the hell does she mean by that? However, I didn't try to do the cliché move of running to her and stopping her. I just watch her walk away. And the plot thickens. Is Jean's life just some kind of movie to you? It kind of is, isn't it? Richard. Kitten. Boom. 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 You two aren't helping, I sigh, and also start to leave. We're staying the night, and dinner should be in 30 minutes. Even though it was supposed to be a relaxing day, I had more questions about Venelana, Kaisis, and Runius. The Grimory women sure do come with a lot of baggage, don't they? Nighttime it's been hours since we had dinner, and mostly everyone had gone to sleep. However, I could not. Everyone acted the same as always, and Runius had gone back to her own castle for the time being. I had gone on a small walk through the Grimory's home. Of course, I wasn't alone since Reiko spotted me and decided to accompany me. The underworld night is beautiful, she says while walking beside me and looking at the artificial moon. Yeah, it's not bad. Our conversation ends there, and we continue to walk in silence. The Grimory estate had quite a few large mazes made out of leaves at the back, as well as a forest. I hadn't been back here before except for speaking with Azazel, although we were just looking at it rather than being in it. Jean, did Runia's Grimory give you a subject for the party? Yeah, she actually gave me a choice of the three, and I picked song, so we'll be singing in 1 week. They'll come up with an original song I want. I remember countless songs from my past life, so they'll just pick one of those. My inner otaku is telling me to sing an anime opening, and it makes me giddy and cringe at the thought. I couldn't help but silently chuckle at myself. Jean, do you take any requests? I shake my head and tell her what I told Odin all those months ago. Assassination requests or requests that would cause some kind of conflict between pantheons or factions I want to. She seems relieved to hear me say that. You think I did? Well, it crossed my mind a few times, but I asked the others about it, and Rossweiss was the one to clarify. But I kind of brushed it aside since she's your secretary, I'm sorry. She explains herself and apologizes. I just shrug it off. No one was really hurt, so it's fine. We eventually come across a small garden, and there was a water fountain in the middle. It had a statue of a man-fish. The top half was a normal fish, while the bottom was a normal human person's legs and feet. It was really weird. Not including the water coming out of its mouth, the devils of Grimory certainly have strange tastes at times. Yeah. There was a bench, so we walked towards it and sat down on it. We silently watched the water fountain until I leaned back, looked up at the sky, and closed my eyes. Let's see, what do I need to do in the coming week and beyond? The party for Runia's. I need to reschedule the meeting with Amaterasu since I don't want that to overlap with the party. I also need to go to heaven and make the new Electa back to Ireland to check up on Ain and speak with Queen Halloween. Go back to the Egyptian realm and the Russian realm. Is there anything else? Of course, there will be other things I need to deal with like Cow's Brigade and other issues. You seem troubled, Jean. Is something the matter? Oh Oh no, just going through my schedule of what's to come. You'll be with me every step of the way. So it's jam-packed. It's unfortunate that Ine can't come yet, but seeing as how Leanne is in my home 24/7, then I'll be fine. After saying that, Reiko shakes her head. I wish to stay behind too, Jean. I will be training with Leanne too. I also felt quite useless during our time in the Greek realm. Although I saw it back in the Slavic gods realm, I doubt my attack against that cube monster did anything. Reiko says with evident frustration on her face. I see, so that's how she feels. I considered it, but I thought she wasn't bothered by it. I guess I do need to schedule us going to the pocket dimension soon. I see, well, if that's what you want to do, I won't stop you. I can only wish you luck. When will you start? I won't be able to come back to the party. I have already informed Rinia-sama, and she understands. Do you want to be a god of war? I ask Reiko, and she looks at me with surprise. I reach out in front of me and pull out the power I stole from Ares. It glowed a bit as I presented to Reiko. She was staring at it in fascination. I spoke with Latia about this. The few candidates I thought of you were Serorg and you. Of course, you don't need to become the Greek god's new god of war. This is just his divine power I took. Reiko said nothing and just looked at the item I was presenting to her. However, in the end, she declined. I wish to become stronger on my own. I appreciate it, Jean, but I don't want it. I nod. Fair enough. She's in no way obligated to act on it after all. It was merely a suggestion. But now I need to find someone else who wants this power. Who, though? Reiko and I stay there for a few more minutes before walking back to the Gremory Mansion. A few days later, Kuo Academy. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Amaterasu. No, it's fine, Jean. I was planning on contacting you about rescheduling since a few things came up here too. So you calling today worked in both our favors. So we will meet up next week instead. In Kyoto, yes? Yeah, that's the plan. Very well. Thank you, and I must go now. Bye. I put my phone away. I just contacted Amaterasu about our plans and rescheduled them. I spent the last few days trying to get better at singing, so I kind of put it off a few times. I finally decided to call her during lunch at school. Rias was busy studying all three since she doesn't know which one she'll get. Of course, if it goes like the book, then Runia's will give her something completely different. I also got updates from Astri on Millicast's progress, as he's also practicing all three. Kaisis and Venelana also texted me about Ziaticus' progress. Safe to say, everyone has been pretty excited about this whole thing. Runia's, on the other hand, did get a smartphone, like Kaisis. However, she had more difficulty in adjusting. I take my phone back out and look at her texts. EY Jean, Kjaudo's this work, comma. The rest of her messages were the same. Of course, she's starting to get a little better at it. Perhaps she found the size of the text on the PC tablet much more manageable than that of the smartphone. Maybe someone her age, well, it can't be helped. I threw my phone back into my inventory and started to leave when the door to the rooftop suddenly opens, and out came both Najima and Kuda. Both look very scared. What in the world did they do now? Let us in. Senpais. What the hell? Let us in. Behind the door were the familiar voices of Motohama and Matsuda, both shrieking in fear. I start walking towards them as two of my friends look at me in surprise. As expected of Skyward Sama, when called upon from the heavens, he appears. Jean, help us. We messed up. Najima prayed to me while Kuda was still in panic mode. But smack, 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 Jaya. Loud impacts could be heard from beyond the door, and the cries of pain from Matsuda and Motohama resounded from beyond it. Both guys shivered as they heard them scream. So what happened? It was the perverted duo's fault. They drag us with them, I swear. Najima pleaded, and Kuda nods along with him. Elaborate, you bunch of Snickers bars. They seemed confused by my bizarre insult, but shrugged it off and continued. Well, the two of us left the classroom since mostly everyone had left, even you. So we were just talking about normal stuff, you know? Video games, sports, etc., etc. Anyway, we eventually came across a couple of troublemakers, and they tried to get us to sneak around the school with them. Kuda explains in detail. I can see where this is going. It was amazing. So many people dancing and moving around, you know? It was like a dream, if it were real. Najima exclaims while smiling to himself. I mean, wonderful experiences do exist, and I have 2 ladies from there that I very much like. A third will be joining them soon enough. Anyway, we were found out and were chased around for a while, but Motohama decided to retaliate and accidentally cause a commotion with one of the members. And that made them even more angry, so we ran here. Bang, bang, bang. Come out. We just want to talk. One of the girls shouted. They were still clearly angry. Both Najima and Kuda were also still scared. I really didn't want to be in this. You guys are on your own. I pulled them aside, opened the door, and faced the girls. Jean-senpai. They asked confused, and I nod. Yeah, I was up here, and then you guys started banging on it. I had it locked since I didn't want teachers coming up here. Why are you guys here? It's no problem. We were actually looking for 2 troublemakers that were tagging along with these 2. The person I was speaking with points to beaten up Matsuda and Motohama, who were passed out cold. I shake my head. No one was up here but me. Maybe they ended up somewhere else? I did hear the banging before you guys hit them. I see. Thank you for telling us. Girls, let's move on. You 2 drag these 2 idiots with you. The girls start going down the stairs while dragging the perverted duo away. Once they were gone, my 2 friends hugged me from behind while comically crying. Even though you said you'd abandon us. You helped us. As expected of Skyward Sama. If you 2 don't shut up, they'll come back. After thanking me, the 2 immediately shut up after I tell them that. They got up, thanked me again, and sneakily left. Says he want helps. Are you bipolar, partner? I was intending to help them, Drake. I just wanted to scare them a bit. I mean, did you hear them crying? Okay, that sounds cruel, but you get what I mean. Finally, leaving the spot, I went toward the student council room. It didn't take me long to arrive, and I knock on the door. Enter. Hearing Sona's voice, I push the door open, and she sighs. Come on. Soten, why are you so annoyed seeing me? Sup? Y'all, it's me, it's yo boy Asmongold. What do you need, Jean? No one understands this reference. I am disheartened. Although he doesn't exactly exist in this reality, I mean, it'd be funny if he did. I just wanted to see my favorite Citri devils. Is it wrong that I want to? Sona sighs before going back to her work. I will admit that I'm avoiding the occult research club room right now since I didn't want to disturb Rias. I also came here to see Momo. Shrugging my shoulders, I went over to Momo, who was working away. I sit beside her and watch her work, although she began blushing as I did. Perhaps you came here to see Momo? Tsubaki uncharacteristically asks me. This surprises the rest of the peerage who look at her. Even Sona was taken aback by it. However, Tsubaki tilts her head confused at their reaction, but no one explains why. I look to my other side, as Rhea was also working away diligently. But when she notices me looking at her, she doesn't make eye contact, though a small smile flickers across her face. I hope she's not still upset with me about that little mishap from before. Helping the girl cook by standing beside them and assisting in the kitchen was a familiar scene. I'll admit it was smooth, but still a bit predictable. Yeah, I did. I answered Tsubaki's question, and Momo turned red. I just chuckle at her and gently pat her head, making her blush more. I spent the rest of lunch with the Citri peerage, chatting with Momo, teasing Rhea, and watching Saji being ordered around by Ruruko. Apart from the weird dynamic between the 2, they did seem happy together. Although Saji hadn't given up on trying to win Ruruko over, but he still hasn't convinced her yet. Keep fighting, Saji-kun. After school occult research club, so, yeah, that's where I'm heading. Sorry, Rias. They'll be dragging Akino and Asia with me. It's fine, Jean. I already have everything set up, and everyone else can help me. Rias comes over, and we say a warm goodbye. I had gone over to the club room to tell them I was heading over to Grigori. Azazel and I were going to talk about the upcoming attack on their organization. Penemu and the Slash Dog girls were supposed to meet us there. Kanami is also tagging along. Since Shuri and Barakil live there, I thought I might as well visit with Akino and Asia, so that's why I'm bringing them along. I can afford to slack off for a little bit. I also need to text Suzaku about the delays. I spoke with Amaterasu, but did not have time to tell her. They'll do that in Grigori, or after meeting with Shuri and Barakil. You 2 ready? Yes. Jean-san. Chapter 8, Part 2. Parents, Proposal, and Posterity Underworld Grigori Jean Skyward. It's been a while since I came here. Not much has changed, huh? I say this while looking around, and a few fallen angels see me and wave at me. Now, then I turn to Aquino and Asia. He'll be speaking with Azazel for a bit. You two can go and catch up with Barrakiel and Shuri. You can both sense them after all. The two nod. We share a quick kiss before walking away. Well, since I'm here, I might as well visit some other faces after the meetup. He said over text that Team/Dog will be in on the meeting along with a few people I know. It's been a while since I last saw Ajamu, so ITLL be a good opportunity to catch up with him. You're fine with him now, partner? I spoke to Kiba about him a few times in the pocket dimension, and he said that he wasn't that bothered by it. This is after I told him about his past. He actually sympathized with him since they were kind of in the same boat, albeit at different times. So, I will assume we're on amicable terms. After hearing his backstory, him working with the Alliance and Team/Dog advocating for him, then he's fine. I start walking away and heading to the meeting room since that's where I feel their auras. However, when I get close to it, I come across a certain short blonde woman with dwarfism, who also sees me. She jumps back with a mop, hits the bucket she was using, trips over, and falls flat on her face. Centurado, I feel like he'll lose more brain cells. It was the right choice to give her a second chance, right? This was the first time I seriously questioned myself in this regard. The other three have made big steps in changing. Middled, however, has not I worry about her future. I come across a few more fallen angels, and we have a small chat before I arrive at the meeting room. Pushing the door open, I step in and see that everyone was already there waiting. Finally, it took you long enough. Azazel says while tapping a non-existent watch on his wrist. A few people stopped me, had a chat, my bad. Anyway, let's make it quick. I got over the same conversation I had with Azazel not too long ago. However, this time Team/Dog and a few higher-ups were here, including Barrakiel. As a result, Shuri is currently the only one in the house. I need to give them some kind of safety net, possibly even give them both shadows. Satinel, huh? He has been missing for a few years already, but I didn't think he would stoop that low. Penemu says and frowns. A few others agree with her. He and I have always seen things differently. He wanted to push any sacred gear to the limit and force them to evolve into a new Longinus. He didn't care how it was done, or how it might cause chaos or disorder. Azazel looks at Tobio, who nods. You were once asked to participate in those experiments, weren't you? Thankfully, you declined. Koga wasn't as lucky. Well, he's fine now, and is also a field agent for us. Anyway, if what you say is true, Gene, then Cow's Brigade doesn't only have 2 geniuses in them, but 3. Avetsa, that Promestine chick, and finally Satinel. Koga Hayu Suk, the final wielder of the former 4 fiends. Of course, it's 5 fiends now, since I changed Saz Utsasimi into an actual sacred gear. Koga wields Hunden, the fiend of chaos. He also named it Blitz. It also looks like a dog, much like Tobio's sacred gear. Speaking of SE, I glance at her, and she seems to be fine. However, Natsu and Jin were running around the room playing. Even though they're sacred gears that can literally kill gods, it was both cute and strange seeing them like that. I can't imagine Drake like that, hey. I was adorable when I was a young dragon. I doubt that. Albion, Velgrind, and Rudra all said the same thing at the same time, and then there's a loud thud in my head, followed by weeping. Be nice to him, but I don't think it's just 3. If we assume that all the seekers of truth are smart, or even on par with those 3, then they have a few of them. It is unknown how many are in the group, but perhaps more than 10 and less than 20. Yeah, most likely. Anyway, on to the next topic, which is the upcoming attack on Grigori. I mentioned this after the attacks on the Pantheons, but I read MKHLS memories. They were already planning it, but it seems like they're still following through with it after the death of the other 2. Well, I did spare MKHL, but still have the other 2 in the lavender box, so he's still over there. I also haven't heard anything from Ignia yet. I'm also curious about Maruam's decision. Well, we certainly lack the manpower since some of those higher-up fallen angels fled after being exposed by you after the demonic beast riots fled. So our numbers that have fighting experience and power are low. Azazel looks around the room as he speaks. The ones in here can fight, but just like the women around you. I can't feel Penemu's power anymore. I guess we can rely on her and the girls in /Dog, but I know it'll help out. This will be a good opportunity for them Kishku, Ezri, come out. My ring shines, and the two brand-new male electas come out and kneel in front of me. How can I be of service? Jean-sama? Kukuku. I can feel a fight coming soon. Kishka greets me politely, while Ezri looks like he just wants a fight. Great, another battle maniac. I tap my head and send the information to them. Both nod. However, Ezri seems even more excited. I look back at Azazel, who was just sighing. These are Kishku and Ezri, my new subordinates. Anyway, they'll be here for however long it takes for the attacks to take place. Don't worry too much. They can find out the layout of your organization in a few minutes. Azazel looks at me with a really expression, seemingly tired of what I was saying. I chuckle at him. The two Electa then vanish. Anyway, I trust that Slash Dog can help defend this place. The same with your cadre. Well, I guess you can too. Hey, I'm the damn governor, you know. I laugh at him, and he sighs at me, but nods. Yeah, we're capable enough. And we've already started construction of shelter for the less combat-oriented to take shelter in when it does happen. But we're still nowhere near done. Huh, if that's the case, just ask me. I can snap it into existence. Azazel stares at me, blinks a few times before facepalming. Centuredo, after that, we spoke a bit more pertaining to other defenses that could be made in Grigori, and I agreed to make them today before leaving. Everyone finally left the meeting room, with Azazel excitedly going back to the research facility. He wanted to tinker more with sacred gears. Shemhazai followed after him, telling him he still had some paperwork. Penemu also left, saying she needs to finish some work. The rest came to talk to me. Well, Lavinia was already hugging my arm and silently humming to herself. I walk over to Tobio, and we bump our fists. I take it you're all well? Yeah, just college missions. And working at the bar. The usual. Ah, that's right, he's still in college. I wonder if SAE enrolled in the same one as him? She should be the same age as him now. I forgot you go to college, man. How are you? See? Everything going well? Both of us laugh at each other, and I turn to see who puts a hand on her chest and nods. Yes, I also attend the same college as Toby now. Even Ajamu is enrolled there, since he wants some kind of education. Azazel pulled a few strings in order for him to attend, but he seems to be doing well. SAE explains, and both Natsu and Jin walk over to me, and I bend down to pick them up. Lavinia, who had her eyes closed, opens her eyes before taking Natsu from me. She then hugs him. Jin in his smaller form also acts like a little puppy, which was cute. So I was left with him. Really? I'm happy for you then, Ajimo. Good luck. We both nod at each other. I think that's all we're getting from each other. I need to get friendlier with the guy. I turned to Barrakiel, who had been watching the whole interaction silently. I brought Aquino and Asia with me. I was planning to head to your home after I dealt with the shelter and other defenses. So if you want to see them now, is probably a good time to do so. His eyes widen. He nods and quickly runs away. What a doting father. We laugh at Barrakiel. He's usually calm and collected, but if it involves his family, he becomes completely honest with himself. Although I can understand why. We're technically just on break, so I'll get going. Gene, everyone. I'll see you guys soon. Tobio announces. They start to leave. However, Cookie, who had been quiet until now, grabs me, asks Lavinia to let him talk to me for a second, so she lets go. I also let go of Jin as he ran to Tobio. Bro, good news, he says with a grin. I can make an educated guess as to what it means. Go on, I'm dating her. He lets go of me and pumps his fist into the air. Before, hell yeah. Keep it down, cat. Screw you, bird. I'm not single anymore. Anyway, see you, bro. He jogs away happily. Well, he passes Natsum, who he gives a middle finger to. Shigyun and Kanami had to hold her back from chasing him down. I chuckle as we watch him jog away. Now, then I'll be heading to the Himejima home soon. Why don't you guys go there ahead of me? I'll be doing some of my requests before going there. Centuredo, it was an underground shelter. The ones overseeing it were Donasik and Calawarna. They see me and wave me over, so I went to them. You two are in charge. Ah, yes, we're Gene-san. We got word that you be helping with this project from Azazel-sama. Yeah, I will. Do you have blueprints of the design? Anything relevant will do. Honestly, Calawarna nods and gives me a clipboard and a folder with a bunch of documents and other items. Looking through them, It was obvious that this shelter was quite large and very expensive. It makes me wonder how the hell Azazel was able to get the funds to make this thing. They'll start building on the surface then. Did you guys order the workers to stop? They nod to my question. Well, that saves trouble. I walk forward and touch the ground. They'll make it a simple structure that can take on Dragon God class attacks. So even if they only make it inside this part, they'll be safe. The ground glows for a brief moment before a structure starts to appear from the ground and builds itself. A medium-sized building erected itself out of reinforced stone and was covered in powerful magic. It had no doors and only 4 windows in total, 2 at the front and 2 at the sides. Nothing else was inside except the stairs leading down to the actual shelter. I descend the stairs, and only a small section was dug out, and nothing else was there. Looking over the plans one more time, they were all quite, how do I say this, lavish. It was basically another Grigori, albeit on a slightly smaller scale. You just want me to build another Grigori. I should just have him run around Kuo during school time as compensation. As I say that, both fallen angels with me gave me strained smiles. I sigh and snap my fingers. They'll create the necessary space first. Therefore, after the snap, the small hole in the ground became quite large. However, we couldn't see much in front of us as it was mostly darkness. Let's see, 302 rooms in total. Another snap from my fingers, and the entire thing starts to slowly build itself. With Kuntuar's help, it makes this process easier. Hundreds of walls began to go up. The ground beneath us also started to come into shape. Lights, furniture, and other necessities soon began to appear as well. By the entrance, where we were standing, was a first aid kit. On the other side was a vending machine. To get the water and food from them, all you needed to do was pour some of your magic into it. I tested it out by pressing one, which was a small candy bar. I placed my hand on the designated spot, releasing some magic from my hand, and out it came. Satisfied with this, I teleported the candy back into the machine. I started to walk around the place, followed by the other 2. They seemed flabbergasted by it. I didn't think you could do something like this. I can make things too, and not just destroy, you know. Coming to an open area, I stop, and so do they. They're quite confused by this. However, I make a couple hundred nanobirds and have them survey the rest. I don't want to do this manually. They'll take pictures of the entire place, and we'll come back in a few minutes. So we want to do the checkups manually. Let's just stay here. I explain, and they agree. There are multiple benches around, so I pick one and sit on it. Calawarna joins me while Donasik sits a bit away. How are you 2 adjusting? Donasik was the first to answer as he takes his fedora off. Very well, and am thankful for this opportunity, Jin-sama. Besides being able to freely do what I want, I have come across many opportunities and even risen to the position of leadership. Although I still wish to become stronger, it isn't my main priority anymore. Calawarna nods after he finishes. I agree with him. Thank you for this, Jin-sama. I have received a lot of opportunities too, and I spend most of my time helping Penemi-sama or Cookie-kun. Although I haven't gotten stronger, he has offered to help me, and am thankful for that. She blushes at the last part. She's probably hesitant to tell me about their relationship, but I give her a reassuring nod. It's fine, I know. He told me earlier. He was quite excited, actually. She blushed even harder, and I laugh. But what's up with Middlet? It looks like she's so against change. Did something happen to her, or something? I asked the 2 of them, but they look equally confused. We don't know. In truth, we don't really know each other's past, especially about Rainier and Middlet. Only the parts she told us months ago when we were captured. However, Middlet has always been stubborn. If she sets her mind to it, she will follow through with it. And I guess rebelling against this change is what she has put her mind to. Calawarna explains, and Donasik nods in agreement. Talk about annoying. So, she's just doing this to spite me? Should I do something then? They'll give her a few more months, preferably a year, and if she doesn't change, they'll take some steps in trying to change that mindset. I chat with them for the next few minutes about their lives, after giving back their powers. They seem to have changed for the better, so I may take away those bracelets that let me track them. However, I just need to see Rainier one last time, and take it from there. The nano birds eventually come back, and one of them prints out a whole stack of photos in front of me and I grabbed them. Once it was done, I reinforced the place one last time and dismissed the nanobirds. Let's go. We head out and ascend the stairs. Once outside, I turn around and hand the stack to Calawarna and Donaseek. I split them up so they could carry half and half. They'll leave it up to you too. I still have to do some checks around the rest of Grigori. I already added extra defenses in there, since Azazel will probably ask me about it. They nod and walk away. Now, then one of the spots I need to head to will have me near that nursery that Rainier works in, so I could see her that way. This is taking longer than I anticipated. It's been around 15 minutes since I started, but I'm almost done. However, I did come across a few spots that made it quite easy to infiltrate. I wonder why they were made this way nevertheless. I fixed it, strengthened it, and prevented any exit or entry through it. I sigh and finally go toward the last spot. They'll try to do the job before meeting her. Unless she already left for the day, then that's just unfortunate. Arriving at the spot, it was an easy fix, so I did just that. Sigh to myself, I was finally done with this job. I finally walked by the nursery that Rainier works at, and to my surprise, they were still open and she was still working. From the window, I could see Rainier and the other fallen angel playing with the kids in there. She has a bright smile on her face, and she looks like she is genuinely enjoying herself. The other fallen angel taps her on the shoulder before pointing at me. Rainier looks at her, then at me, and a look of panic washes over her face, and she starts to blush. She, however, quickly composes herself and nods. She plays for a short while with the kids before excusing herself. Jean H., how can I help you? You're still stuttering? I can't help it. She covers her mouth after snapping back. I just laugh at her, and she glares at me. I walk over to the bench and sit on it. I pat the spot beside me, and she joins. So, how have things been for you? Fine. I'm just doing my job, training, and living normally. I occasionally text with Asia, but that's about it. I summon some canned coffee and offer her some. She takes it and begins to drink it. Thanks, why are you here? She asks while glancing at me. Official business, checking in with future in-laws, and I wanted to see you. She was still drinking the canned coffee when she begins to violently cough after hearing me say that. She puts her drink down and just coughs for the next few seconds. However, it eventually calms down, and she looks at me while red. Why? Why what? The job, the in-laws. Were you? I ask confused, and she points frantically at herself. I just sigh at her in response. We're past that, Rainier. You're also friends with Asia, so I want to have a better relationship with you. Anyway, Asia actually asked if you want to move, and I do. I didn't get to finish my sentence before she cut me off. Again, she looks rather mortified of herself and turns away. Man, she really is all over the place with her emotions. I did ask Asia about this not too long after the whole Lane incident. Asia being Asia, she wanted to get to know Barato better and befriend her. They're finally at a starting point, so I wasn't against this suggestion from her. Although I kind of expected her to be hesitant, I guess she wants to be friends with Asia too. Huh? You're a complete idiot at times, partner. Wait, now hold on, Drake. He may have his reasons for pretending to be dense. This is him pretending? Now I wish to see Aaron being actually dense. That would be interesting to see. Don't encourage him. Velgrind. He might. Leave me alone. All right, I may be pretending, but still I don't want to just barrage her with affection and have her overload and be put off. Also, being too over-friendly would just also put her off. I'm taking it slow. Our relationship started off rocky. You two know that. He'll tell Asia that then. Actually, she's here. She's in the Himejima home. Do you want to come with me? I mean, if you're still not on shift, that is. She gets up and runs back into the nursery. I guess she's going to ask the other Fallen if she can take off. I wait for 2 minutes before she comes back out in a black turtleneck shirt, dark blue skin-tight jeans, and black ankle boots. She also carried a small bag with her and was slightly panting. Sorry for the delay. Don't worry about it. Let's get going then. She nods, and we start walking away. She walks a little bit behind me and not beside me. I also noticed this when I took her to Asgard in Ireland. I sigh, grab her hand, and invite her to walk beside me. Of course, I don't let go and just decide to hold her hand. Barato turns red, but doesn't say anything. I try to start a conversation with her, but it seems like she was too preoccupied with the hand-holding thing. Therefore, we just fall into silence as we make our way to the Himejima home. Once we arrive at their new home, I press the doorbell. It didn't take long for someone to come over and open it. The one to do so was Jean-san, Rainier-san. Welcome. Asia was the one to open it. Asia notices me holding her hand and giggles. Rainier seems to remember we were holding hands and yanks her hand away out of embarrassment. Asia then pulls her inside, and I follow after them. We go into the living room, and Shuri, along with everyone else, was there. She notices us come in, and she frowns at me. Everyone was sitting on couches or chairs. Some food was on the table along with drinks. Barakil was silently crying for some reason, and Aquino was comforting him. Poe, Griffin, and even Sylph were out and about. Shuri comes over to me and puts both her hands on my shoulder and stares at me seriously. This draws everyone's attention, and they wait for her to say something. She sighs and shakes her head. Now you have Rainier-chan. I hope you can afford to feed all these mouths, Jean. Not to mention the children you may have in the future. I was expecting a scolding. However, she was just concerned for us in the end. She points at everyone, including Kanami and Rainier. Lavinia, Rainier, Natsum, Shigyun, Kanami, Asia, and finally Aquino. Those are the only ones here. What about the rest? I know you have a restaurant planned, but can that make enough money? I have a way to make a lot of money. Shuri, you don't need to worry about that. They all have a 100,000 in allowance from me. Rose and Ine who work for me get more, so I'm not exactly worried about my finances. I answer her as she stares blankly at me. However, Shuri turns around and gives Aquino a thumbs up, and she does the same back to her mother. What the heck is that supposed to mean? I see, Jean. Then I won't need to worry about it anymore. Good luck. She lets me go, turns around, and happily walked back to Barakil and Aquino. I still don't get it. What the heck was that supposed to mean? Another word. I'm cutting your tail off. Cinchuredo and everyone was more than happy to participate. However, Rainier looks a bit uncomfortable. Should I be here? Am not exactly Shuri. Tilts her head confused and blurts out, You like Jean, don't you? I see no problem. The same with Kanami. Rainier turns red again. I swear if this keeps up, she'll evolve into a damn tomato. However, Kanami just laughs it off and starts to eat the food on the table along with everyone else. Even though this was supposed to be a short trip, we ended up staying there until around 8 in the evening. Even Rainier started to enjoy herself towards the end as she laughed and joked with everyone else. Clank SBSHHH, we had finished eating dinner, and the girls had wandered back into the living room, and we could hear them laughing and talking. Barakil, Shuri, and I were left in the kitchen. I was also helping her clean the dishes. I didn't take no for an answer, since she refused my help in helping her cook earlier. You sure are pushy when you need to be, Jean. I tend not to, but I can put my foot down when I need to. I like giving people choices and not try to force them if I can help it. Should I refer to you as Freedom Kuin then? I snicker at the dumb nickname, and the two of us banter back and forth as Barakil drinks tea behind us. We finally finish washing the dishes, and I start making my way back to the living room when Barakil stops me. Jean, can we have a word with you for a second? I turn around and sit down again in the dining room chairs. Sure, what's up? Do you need money or something? After asking that, some tea starts to come out of Barakil's nose. He was probably a bit shocked when I asked that. However, Shuri just laughed at him and wiped his nose. After the brief spectacle, they both look at me seriously, although I couldn't help but smirk at him. And no, that's not why we want to speak with you. Graduation is coming soon for a few of you, right? We just wanted to make sure you're ready. We spoke about this with Aquino earlier, the same with Asia, although she still has a year left. He says while Shuri nods along. Oh yeah, I am. I'm planning to speak to Ziaticus about the restaurant when we go back in a few days. I didn't really get a chance to do it last time, since a few things happened so quickly and left no room for us to speak. However, I'll also be attending college, but my avatar will go for me instead, since he'll probably spend most of the time in the restaurant or doing requests. You already know I'm not too worried about money. Oh, and if you need help with anything financial, don't hesitate to ask me. I'm more than happy to help. But, can I ask what brought this on all of a sudden? I appreciate the concern, though. They both nod, but Barakil keeps speaking for them. We're just concerned parents, Jean. For our daughter, Asia, and you. This also extends to anyone you decide to marry or be in a relationship with. We did give you our blessings when you first brought Shuri back to life. You remember that, right? We were also serious about it. Barakiel finishes saying and looks at Shuri, who nods in confirmation. I mean, I didn't think they were joking, but marriage at that time was so far away from my mind that I didn't really think much about it. However, now, even though in this universe we barely spent a year, in reality, I've spent around 21 years in total with Aquino and the rest around 20 or 15. Yes, I'm aware. But it was so early in our relationship, I didn't think about it too much. But now we've been together nearly 50 year, and we're also graduating soon. I mean, we're still going to the same college. But yes, so what do you plan on doing, Jean? We're not pressuring you to propose to her or anything. We were just curious about your plans for it. I know she's listening right now. I can feel her just around the corner. I don't mind letting her know. But my plans never work out the way I expect them to. So it doesn't matter, I already proposed to Yasaka too when we graduate, straight after the ceremony and after all the goodbyes and crying is done, they'll propose to Aquino. After that is Kuroka, and finally Lavinia at night. That's my current plan. I intend to propose to 3 of them on the day I graduate. This was the first time I told anyone in detail about my plans for marriage and stuff. I think it's fine to tell them, right? They are her parents. Both of them were a little surprised, but nodded in the end. I see him glad then. Shuri was the first one to speak up. She gets up, stands beside me, and gestures for me to stand up. I do so, and she hugs me. She gently pulls me close. I felt Barakiel also getting up and joining the hug. I was a bit confused by this development. I know I was against your choices at the start, but you can understand why, right? I am human, even if I'm part of the supernatural. I just wanted my daughter to have a stable love life and not have to worry about competing for your affection. However, I doubt she would leave your side at this point. Aquino's a bit eccentric at times. She has both our personalities and our strong-willed nature. You already know what I mean. But please take care of her, okay? I already know that you do, but I'll keep on saying this until I die again. As far as we're concerned, you're already part of this family, Jean. Barakiel says, and puts a hand on my head. Shuri finally lets me go, and I look up at him as he gives me a warm smile. Mun, you're gonna make me cry, but I'll hold back for now. I see, thank you. Is this the familial love I lacked back then? If so, this feels nice. I like this feeling, and if one day I have children, I want to replicate this feeling for them. No, it'll make it better. Aquino told you about that already? Yes, so you'll be meeting with Amaterasu-sama around next week, right? Please don't embarrass yourself, Jean. Also, while I don't particularly mind being exiled from the clan, the same with Aquino, I will accept it since Suzaku has been trying quite valiantly to get us back. The same with Tobio. We were sitting back again after that short little emotional moment, and I asked them if they knew about my meeting with Amaterasu, and apparently they did. I know we'll try to, but I'll be taking her around Kyoto for a little bit. This will help her to get reacquainted with modern society, or at least I hope so, unless she already has an idea about it. If she does, then ITLL cut that part short, and we can deal with the Himejima clan. But I don't know how she'll do it. Amaterasu mentioned that she'd do it civilly, and if they don't comply in the less violent way, then I don't know what she has planned. I tell them that, and what we spoke about when I first visited the Shinto realm. If you want, maybe I can bring you guys there for a little day trip after we graduate? Well, yes. Barakiel was cut off by Shuri's acceptance. She looked at him with those kind of eyes, and it left almost no room for argument. She then looks back at me and gives me the same look. Jean, can you leave us? I wish to speak to my husband for a little bit, sure thing. Good luck, Dad. And no, wait, Jean, please. Amun walked out of the dining room and stepped into the short hallway. However, when I got there, Aquino was still there, looking at the ground. I walk over to her and hug her. You all right? I do. What? You already heard my answer. Her head was on my shoulders as we hugged. When I pull away from the hug and look at her, she was crying. Aquino buries her head in my chest and hugs me again. How does it even matter at this point? Waiting isn't going to change the answer. I steal my resolve and nod. Pulling Aquino away from me makes her confused. I hold both her hands and look directly into her eyes. Even though I just said I reaffirm my resolve, I get a bit nervous. I feel my cheeks heat up and a blush appears on my face. Well, you've already heard my plans. Might as well, right? Her eyes widen Akino Himejima, will you marry me? The tears that were supposedly drying up starts up again, and even more came up this time. However, she couldn't find the words to answer me, so she just kept nodding her head while silently crying. They'll take that as her accepting my proposal, so I just hug her again. Did you calm down yet? We were still in the hallway, but a few minutes had passed. Akino had finally calmed down enough to speak, and we were still just hugging each other. Cinchuredo. I guess she's feeling quite affectionate right now. We finally pull away from the Barado. I'm really happy right now, she whispers. Let's go for a walk, Jean. W what? Here? Akino, we're still creak. I'm sorry. I can't. I need the bathroom. The door to the living room opens, and Barado runs out while looking miserable. Akino and I are stunned to see this. She was also blushing as she ran past us. It was so absurd that we just started to laugh. Maybe I was distracted, but I didn't notice her aura at all. Perhaps Rainier was accidentally listening in? I did hear the other girls still enjoying themselves after all. Cinchuredo, she kisses me on the cheek before heading into the dining room. I chuckle to myself as I watch her leave, and then Rainier comes back down, blushing and looking a bit ashamed of herself. I turn to face her as she turns redder. Did you hear all that, Ray? Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I want to step out earlier, but it felt too awkward to leave at that moment. Congratulations. I shake my head and walk over to her. She was already restless, so when I arrive by her side, she stiffens. Wow, Barado. Do you think he'll punch you or something? I put a hand on her head, gently ruffling her hair. Don't worry about it. We'll tell everyone about it soon. Anyway, it sounds like you're having fun. Why, yeah, I didn't think I would, but I am. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, oh right. When do you want to move in? Please give me some time. I still need to process all of this. I'll text you when I can. I nod and we go back into the living room. The place wasn't as messy as I thought it would be. It seems like Shigyun and Asia were the ones keeping them all under control. Rainier walks over to sit by Asia as they start talking instantly. Lavinia joins my side, and I take my phone out and text Ku. Hey, I got some update on the visit with Amaterasu. We'll be heading there next week instead, since a few things came up, but rest assured we'll be there. Good evening, Jean. I see, and thank you for the update. I look forward to seeing you. I feel Lavinia hug my arm and cutely complain beside me. I texted goodbye to Suzaku before turning my attention to her. We'll get going then. We'll see you guys soon. We were outside their home, and we're going to go home. I hadn't told them about me proposing to Akino, and we spoke about it and decided to wait a little bit since we did just have the conversation. Rainier also promised to keep a secret. Asia has been told by Rainier that she'll move soon, so she's quite excited about it. I also put a shadow soldier in both their shadows just for a bit of safety. You better visit more often. It feels quite lonely here from time to time, you know? Yeah, we'll get going now. We wave at them as we teleport away. A few days later, Underworld Gremory territory, it was the day of the party, and we were back in the Gremory home in the Underworld. Everyone had been busy helping Rias, and of course the others were also hard at work. I told Michael that I would try to visit today or tomorrow. It depends on how long this lasts, and am also planning on visiting the Bale Peerage. Why? I want to check up on them, and also I got a request from Coriana, a personal one, so that's the other reason for going. I more or less know why. It probably has something to do with Gasper. The guy has been tense for the last few days for some reason. I asked him about it, but he insisted that he could deal with it himself. I mean, I'm proud of him since he would usually come running to us about any problem he used to have. However, now he's trying to deal with it himself, but I did say that if he can't, we'll be there. Currently, the party or festival is being held in the ceremonial hall in the Gremory home. This place is usually reserved for special occasions or events. However, since this is kind of a special event, they're using it. A stage was set up a level higher in the spacious hall where there were the necessary equipment somewhere around it. The majority of people that know of her existence were here, so the Gremory family, Rias Peerage, Rose, and I. In the book, Irina tagged along, but for some reason she wasn't here. I asked her earlier in the day, but she didn't want to come. However, Runia's was the one missing, and we were waiting for her arrival. In the center of the venue, there was a teleportation circle. All of a sudden, there were a great deal of flashes and dazzling lights, and eventually the protagonist of the day appeared. Runia's was wearing the same outfit as the day we saw her last. However, what made her stand out even more was that she was sitting on a camel. The camel had 4 humps as well, making it extra special. I think she finally gets off at Gremory means camel, right? Did you know that it's a rule for the women of the Gremory name to ride a camel? Doing so will show off her cuteness when she appears. And that's a rule made by me, the first generation Gremory. But I just made that now, so it will stay from this day onward. She proudly states, "You just made a brand new rule just now." You can do that. But without missing a beat, she introduces the camel to everyone present. This one is a rare endangered species of camel in the underworld. Nice to meet you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a 4-humped camel from the underworld, Gaboon. Suddenly, the 4-humped camel started speaking. The audience was equally stunned as it spoke. It speaks? Quite a few of them half-screamed at the camel. I don't know much about the animals of the underworld, but apparently camels with various numbers of humps are sort of a big deal, like the 3-humped back camel that's usually seen with the Gremory clan. However, a camel spoke. "Oh, Satan, this is a nightmare." Rias, who was standing beside me, was shaking like a leaf. All right, she's completely terrified of camels. Apparently, when she was younger, the camels they owned in the mansion castle kept on bullying her, and that left a deep trauma in her. That also explains why there are no camels to be seen here anymore, or at the very least kept away from her sight. It's different from the 3-humped camel from the underworld in the Gremory territory, since the 4-humped camel can speak. The camel beside her nods. "Pleased to make your acquaintances." It still feels surreal being greeted by a camel, even if I've seen weirder things in the past. After that, Runia's was ushered to the main table. It was quite luxurious, and the position had a full view of the stage. She was sitting on it gracefully. She sees me looking at her and winks. To the ones who know why, that didn't react. To the ones who didn't, they were confused, and I awkwardly look away. Grafia and other maids and butlers brought a sumptuous meal and expensive-looking wine to the table. After seeing this, Runia's makes a small magic circle appear on her hand. From it, she pulls out 2 boxes for some kind of raffle. She looks at everyone before declaring, "Then let us begin. Are your preparations ready? I will now decide the order." After saying that, Runia's puts her hand in one of the boxes, and after rustling around it for a few seconds, she takes out 3 notes one by one. That's how the order was decided. The first one that's going to perform is Zeoticus, Ria's father, starting with the current head. Next to perform was Milicas, and finally the last one to perform for the day was Rias. Not including me, since I'm not officially part of the family yet. So, I'm technically last. Next was the other box that should contain the 3 topics they'll have to perform each. Very well, let's start with Zeoticus then. Runia's shoves her hand inside the box while looking quite excited. She ruffles around the box for a few seconds before pulling out a piece of paper. So that's his. It looks like it's not changing from the books. This should be entertaining. I felt a grin appear on my face. Rose, who was beside me, looks at me confused. Is something wrong, Jean? No, this would be quite entertaining. Still confused, but decided to accept what I said, she nods. Dance was written on the piece of paper. I see, dancing, huh? All right then, go ahead. After confirming what he needed to perform, Zeoticus immediately moved to the back of the stage. We waited in anticipation for 5 minutes, during which the venue's lights dimmed and the lights on the stage lit up. Suddenly, some cheerful music began to play, and a deformed-looking camel-costumed mascot character, a cartoon character costume, appears. If memory serves me right, that's the costume mascot character from the Gremory territory, Gomerin. Sweet Lord in heaven, he was in that, wasn't he? I had to stop myself from bursting into laughter as everyone else looked at Zeoticus in stunned silence. Then he began to dance, while matching the rhythm of the cheerful music. "Gomo, gomo, gomo, gamen," shouted the cartoon character. Centurado. Zeoticus has worn that thing before. He is way too comfortable doing this. Who would have thought that the current head of the Gremory family would wear such an absurd costume, and moreover would dance? And he's so incredibly enthusiastic about it. I look at Rias. Her shoulders had dropped, and she had a look of defeat on her face. Although Milicas had a different reaction, He looked quite excited and impressed by this. At least the little guy is cheering him on. However, the other lady, the mother of Zeodicus, Kaisis Gremory, she was no way. Kya, Seotan. She was holding a fan with Zeodicus' picture on it, a glow stick in the other hand, and was super excited to see her beloved son's appearance. Kaisis then puts her hand over her mouth, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. This is too much. Zeotan, you're so precious that it's tiring. The tears then spill as she looks on at Zeodicus. The overdoting parent, Kaisis, looks very proud. However, Astri bent down and addresses Millikas in a serious tone. Look closely, Millikas. The family head is someone who can do things like this with elegance, even if it's anyway. You understand? Yes? Yes. Millikas answers Astri, even though he kind of looks confused. What a good kid. While some people started to murmur things, he continued to dance, and sometimes saying some strange line. Yufufu Zeotan, that was a good dance. But I did expect as much as the current family head. Runius says, and she looks satisfied with the performance. But not too long after, the dance from the current family head, Zeodicus, ended, and it was time to draw the next subject. The second to perform was Millikas. Millikas watches with bated breath and was bracing himself from the corner of my field of view. I focus back on Runius as she pulls out another piece of paper. What she pulled out was music this time. Understood. Millikas says cheerfully, then heads backstage filled with a lot of motivation. After a while of waiting, the venue lights dim again, and the spotlight was focused on the center of the stage. When Millikas came out of the side of the stage, he received everyone's applause. Millikas stood in the spotlight, and a piece of music I've never heard before started to play in the hall. It's a folk song that has been handed down from ancient times in the Gremory family. Venelana says to everyone, and Runius nods in confirmation. Even I heard of this. However, I do not remember if it came from my generation or the ones after. Ah, so it's a Gremory folk song then. Millikas was the youngest among us to perform today. However, he sang splendidly. Hell, dare I say he may have a future in it one day if he keeps on practicing. Everyone was captivated by his voice and listened to it in comfortable silence. Even Runius didn't say anything as she looks at the youngest child in the family with deep affection on her face. I then remembered what Zeodicus said around a week ago, that she held deep affection for her descendants. I guess that was very true, huh? However, when I look at Astri, she was in tears. She was so moved by her son's big moment that she couldn't help but cry. Moreover, she was holding a small video camera in her hand and was filming Millikas. As a mother, she wants to preserve this moment of her son singing for the rest of time. Huh? She really wants to show this to Sirzex, huh? I say to no one in particular, but I see Rius nodding beside me. The same with Astri and Venelana. As the song continued, Rius, who was beside me, kept her composure since it was her turn after this. The only remaining subject was theater. I only poked my head into the club and at home when she was practicing all three. However, she did it quite seriously and seemed to do well with just 1 week of practice. She didn't want to use the training facility as she didn't want to cheat, so we just let her do what she wants. So, Rius was going into this with a lot of confidence, regardless of which subject she was given. And now the last one was theater, so she knew what she had to do. So she felt both excited and confident. Finally, Millikas' song ended, and we gave him another round of applause as he bowed. He gets off the stage, and then it was Ria's turn. For theater, she had quite a handful of partners, and surprisingly Shigian was one of them. I didn't think she was into it, but I just accepted it in the end. The others who helped were Aquino, Ravel, and Ingvild. The rest of the peerage did their best at cheering from the sidelines, albeit quietly. Rius then turns to Aquino. Aquino, you're also prepared for this, yes? Yes, President, whenever you're ready. While they spoke to one another, Runius drew the last piece of paper. Centuredo, and she looks mortified. She shouts, not sure what to think at the sudden curveball. Zeodicus, who stood by Runius and didn't have his costume, looks at the piece of paper with confusion and asked her, Do we have a subject like that in the past? Runius, who had a mischievous smile, looks at all of us. Yufufu. I added a new one. This kind of thing needs to happen and match the era, don't you think? Well, can't argue with that. She's technically the first generation, the progenitor of her clan. What can you do, right? But that mischievous smile tells me otherwise. She did this on purpose. What Zeodicus said a week ago echoes in my mind again. She definitely has a devilish personality. However, she continues. Don't just do some random gag. It should be fun. A feast like this goes well with some comedy. One absurd request, although I can somewhat agree with her. There were comedic acts in the past during parties, right? Rias then asks Runia's How about the power of destruction. That's the special characteristic of the Bales. Complete rejection. Then, how about my crimson armor I created during my raiding game against the Saror Bale? Will that make me laugh? Another rejection. My favorite Japanese traditional art form? Does it hold your distinctive characteristics? Runia's rejects all of Rias' ideas, one after the other. Rias was also at a loss for words. Despite being shocked, she kept her face down for a couple of seconds, pondering what to do. Suddenly, with a rather determined look on her face, and also tears threatening to spill from her eyes, she turns to me. Jean, can you help me? That's not good for my heart, Rias. I clutched it and scrunched my face up. The look of desperation on her face was enough to break my heart, and she was quite serious about it. She was determined enough to throw away her current sense of pride in front of the first-generation Gremory, and, as the next family head, sure thing, Rias. I have a plan, but it's going to be embarrassing. Anything. I nod and the two of us went backstage. I mean, I still have to perform after this, so it wasn't a big deal for me. Like before, the lights dim and we come out. Rias was wearing a dress, and I was in my boosted gear S-balance breaker. They'll be taking a technique out of your arsenal. Issei, Jean, let's do it. Pog. I shout back, but that also confuses Rias, but she just shrugs it off. Cinchureto Jean. On it. I tap Rias, and a surge of power flows through me. Then it bursts out as a large, dense aura. Jean, do it. Channel my energy to make a telephone call to Aquino. Roger that. Go. Pi phone. Rias glows brightly, and then Aquino, in the crowd, Cinchureto. She answered with a mysterious laugh. I wasn't sure how to react. The Pi phone is a variation of Issei's Barato that allows him to communicate with women in a unique way after creating a special space. I don't need to create that space, and the Barato I used Barato was after the fight I had with Scathack in Ireland. I went on a date with the girls that day. Ain, Danu, and Scathack decided to tag along too. Near the end of it, I used Barato on Ain to tell me what she really felt at the time. I kept on using the technique and connected with Zenobia, Graphia, Rose, and Asia. However, when I looked at Venelana, Kaisis, and Astery, they gave me the death glare. Therefore, I opted not to. Runia's looked like she wanted me to, but I decided against it. Ha, that's amazing. What kind of technique is that? Runia's was amused and starts to laugh. She laughed so hard that she started to cry at the strange performance. Everyone else just had strained and awkward smiles on their faces. Ria's turn finally ended, and she went back to everyone else, her face as crimson as her hair. I went backstage again and prepared. The song I'm going to sing is Jaja's second opening, Bloody Stream. I'm going to add so many poses, Rias will probably have a stroke. Aquino Himejima. That was embarrassing, too embarrassing. I wish he told me beforehand, although I doubt they knew of this outcome. I sized my body, finally stopped glowing. Rias had also come back down, wearing the clothes she wore before changing. I want to die. You agreed to it, dear. Rias says tiredly, but Venelana-sama corrects her, making our king turn redder. I then ask her, do you know what Jean is going to do? However, Rinia-sama was the one to answer. I let Jean choose what to do, and he chose song, so just like Millie-Cass, he will be singing. I'm looking forward to it. Did any of you, by any chance, hear him or mention what song? However, we shake our heads at her question. Jean was quite secretive about what he was going to do. He didn't mention that he chose to sing either. During the classroom observations, he also sang during music class, and he got a lot of praise, but he said that he wasn't that good. I believe at the time he was quite harsh with himself, even though he sang quite well. Finally, the lights around the hall dimmed. However, the entire stage was illuminated, and not just one spot. A large puff of smoke covered the stage, and after a few seconds it clears up. In the middle was Gene in some kind of outfit. He also had a guitar with him. Several musicians surround the stage, including a female with a saxophone, drums, and a guitarist. Those are K-Zora. Rias shouts in disbelief. K-Zora? Who's that? Runi-sama asks her, and Rias nods. K-Zora is the name Gene identifies himself by when he transforms into a female. He can also make clones or avatars of himself. Therefore, Cinchuredo, it seems he got quite close to them after their first meeting. I wonder what happened. Suddenly, they all started playing their instruments. Gene, who had his eyes closed, opened them and grinned. From the silent depths of darkness, he starts to sing. But kya, it's Go-Go. Rias involuntarily screams, shocking everyone around them. But the ones who knew it were laughing as they looked back at Gene, who keeps on singing and playing the guitar. The song played on for a while, as he sang quite passionately. Everyone had stayed silent during it. It was different from the one Milika's Cohen sang. If the one that Milika's Cohen sang was an emotional one, then the one Gene was singing was quite upbeat and hype. Rias, who couldn't help herself, started to quietly sing along, and even started doing the poses. Gene was also doing some on occasion. Gasper Cohen and Kiba Cohen couldn't help themselves, and sometimes did some too, while also singing along. Suddenly, let me do it too. Runi-sama stands up from her chair. She had been observing the others doing the poses and started doing them. Everyone fell silent, and then began to smile at her. I couldn't help but laugh on the inside. Everyone joined along and started doing silly poses. They had no idea on what to really do, so just did whatever they want. I looked back at Gene as he was smiling. Was this what he was aiming for? In each performance, everyone had different types of reactions. However, only during Millie-Cass did we all have the same one, although the atmosphere at the time was a bit somber. However, this one is Gene Cohen is trying to make everyone smile and happy right now, and probably try to take their minds off my daughter's embarrassing performance, even though he was responsible for it. Fufu, Venelana-sama whispered quietly, but a few of us heard her. In response, Gene stops to quickly grin at her as she waves at him. Ying ni sama isama-sing. I want to perform like that in the future. Milika's Cohen says, looking at Gene with a lot of admiration and pride. Astri-sama was also recording this. Cinchuredo, and then a louder round of applause starts, a few jokingly asking for an encore from him. He just smiles at us before the curtains fall and the lights turn back on around the hall. Gene finally joins us as Rias looked like she wanted to say something, but Runi-sama claps her hands, drawing our attention to her. Gene's skyward sweet lord, that was kind of tiring. Not physically, mind you, but emotionally. I didn't think I would get into it as I kept on singing. Is this how singers feel? That was splendid. I had a lot of fun, especially the last performance. It has been quite some time since my heart has been beating so fast and loudly. Says while looking at me. I just chuckle at her. However, I will now give the three of you a reward now. She looks at Rias, Millie-Cass, and Zeoticus. Everyone becomes confused, but she winks at me for some reason. I wasn't expecting a prize, but that wink is giving off dangerous vibes. After saying that, she snaps her fingers and a teleportation circle appears, and from there, 3 4-hump camels appear. They were like the talking endangered species camel that greeted us earlier. All of the camels lined up beside her as she smiled at us. They'll give you one of these children to each of you. After all, Gremory means camel. She adds a cute wink. So these camels are their rewards, huh? Makes me wonder what mine is. One of the camels, Gaboon, turns to look at Rias. Then I will be under your care from now on. Next family head Dono. In response, Rias face paled as she begins to sway back and forth. This is a nightmare, and then she falls unconscious and collapses on the spot. I managed to catch her on time. However, Rooney is just bitterly smiled at her. Please get used to camels. Anyway, this era and world right now seems interesting with Gene in it, so I plan to stay awake for a long time, so we'll be under all your care. I see everyone's mouth twitching. If she was this eccentric, it makes you wonder what kind of requests she'll try to give us in the future. It surely will be interesting, Jean. A moment, if you will. We partied a little while longer, many of us getting both Kaisis and Runias caught up with the modern-day underworld and the human world. I also helped Runias get used to typing on a phone. She was a quick learner, which surprised me a lot. However, it shouldn't be since Rias is a quick learner herself. The same thing happened with Kaisis. We were about to go home when Runias calls my name. Everyone else had gone back to what they were doing. Zeoticus had to embark on another business trip, much to Kaisis' displeasure. Therefore, she was currently sulking. I also missed my chance to speak with him. I shuffle over to Runia's and bend down, and she leans close to tell me quietly, I have something special planned for you too, but it will take some time. Will you wait for it? A little confused by this, I pull away and nod. A knowing smile appears on her face, and she nods in agreement. Marvelous. Well then, we'll see you again, won't we? Runias looks at Kaisis, who had stopped sulking, and agrees with her. Perhaps we will visit your home in the human world, Jean Cohen of Fufu. Sure thing. Just make sure to text or call so I can let you in. I turn back and start walking towards a Gremory peerage when I remember my other request. Ah, that's right. They'll be staying in the underworld. Actually, I have another request to fulfill. Request? Who requested for you, Jean? Rias asked, confused. The Bale. They'll be heading over there. After saying that, I see Gasper's eyes widen, and he begins to blush. Safe to say, he probably knows why. Sheesh, I gotta help a junior again. They nod and leave first. Rose stayed behind to accompany me. I turn back around to see only Kaisis and Runias standing there. It seems like Venelana, Milikas, and Astery left while I spoke with Rias. It seems you have an idea on what the request is, Jean. Runias says to me, looking interested at what it might be. Yeah, it seems like I have to help my junior with his love life a little bit. But I'll probably just give some advice and encourage them to take the next step. I tell her, and she nods sagely. MHM, it seems that love is blossoming everywhere. Perhaps this old relic will find some in the future, kufufufu. She says it in a rather cryptic manner. I just look at her strangely as she laughs it off. Then she starts to wave her hand at me. Well, aren't you going to go? Your job awaits you. Ah, a moment again, come here. She gestures for me, and I bend back down. She proceeds to fix my tie and hair while humming to herself. Once she was done, she pats me on the head like some sort of kid. There you go, all prime and proper. Thank you. Although I was confused by this gesture, I accepted it nonetheless. Finally, I stand beside Rose as we leave the Gremory territory. Bale territory deciding to teleport just outside of Saror's home. I could feel the entire peerage, himself, his mother, and not to my surprise, Silvatila Stolas was here. I haven't been here before. Do you mind telling me what you think the request is about, Jean? Rose and I start walking towards their home. The usual maids and butlers just around the large front yard, cleaning and trimming hedges. It probably has something to do with Coriana and Gasper. She might try asking me on how to proceed. She also probably asked the rest of the peerage, including Sarorg and Silvatila, maybe even Misla, and now wants another opinion from someone closer to Gasper. I mean, we've seen Gasper the last few days, and he's been a bit fidgety, right? Rose nods as we continue walking in silence. We navigate the home quite easily since I've been here before and came to a stop in front of a certain door. I knock on it. Enter. The same confident voice echoes from within it. I chuckle and push them open and step inside. Jean, Rosweiss-san, welcome. Sarah gets up and we bump our fists. He puts a hand on my back and we walk toward the free couch. Once Rose and I sit down, he orders one of the maids to get more tea and snacks. What brings you here today? I'm actually here for a request. I tell him and look at Coriana Andreolphus, one of his bishops who is sitting there rather nervously. He sees this and nods. I see, it's about that then. Very well. We will see ourselves out. Take your time, Jean, Coriana. Sarorg leaves the room with his peerage. However, not too long after maid comes back, puts some snacks, pours us tea, and leaves. Rose and I eat some of the snacks and drink some of the tea. I did it out of obligation. We already ate earlier, but I wasn't full. Hell, I could eat forever, and just you know what I mean. So, what's your request, Coriana? My junior has been fidgety all week, you know? Yes, of course I'm sorry. The truth is, we're actually going out on a date soon, and I'm not that sure in what to do, how to act. Gasper said to leave it up to him, so I did, but I'm still worried about him. He did it. He actually did it. Of course, he won't stay the same forever. I felt a weird sense of pride swell up in me. I was expecting her to ask me if she should ask him out or wait for him to do it. But I wasn't expecting them to be planning a date, but I see they need help with it. Huh? I opened my mouth to speak, but Rose beat me to it. Then trust Gasper Cohen. I'm sure he is thinking of a wonderful date for the two of you, and Jean here will speak to him about it. Although when he tried to approach him about it earlier in the week, he said to leave it up to him. As for you, I would suggest just acting like usual and wear whatever you think suits the date. Although we will try to find out where you will be going so Jean here can relay it back to you, so you can plan accordingly. As expected of your secretary, she's on top of things. Coriana and I look at Rose a bit stunned by what she said. It seems a bit weird if I'm being honest. Compared to the Rossweiss I first met to her now, she could give wise advice from time to time, but anything related to love, she would get a bit flustered or wouldn't know what to say. But her giving Coriana genuine advice regarding it, and not being bothered by it, I couldn't help but smile at her. I look back at Coriana and agree with Rose. Yeah, I guess I agree with what Rossweiss said. He'll go and talk with him when I get back. Try to get some idea of where he might take you and text you. Try to act the same way you always do when you two are together. It would be strange if you start acting stiff now. For a few minutes, Coriana stared at the floor, contemplating the idea, while Rose and I ate snacks and enjoyed the silence. Finally, she looks up and nods. I see. Thank you for the advice, Jean-sama, Rossweiss-san. Don't worry about it, Coriana. I gotta help out my juniors whenever I can, right? I laugh, and she smiles back at me. The only one left now is Kiba, and for that to happen, you'll need to find Tosca and rescue her. But I still have things to do, and keep an open mind. I don't know where in Europe they were taken to be experimented on. Kiba hasn't shared that part of his life at all, or with his previous family members. Randomly scanning the world would be a waste of time. No, this can be made easier. It isn't top priority since she's technically safe as of right now, even if she's in stasis. Shadows in Europe, search for a girl with this description and sacred gear. However, do not engage anyone if you find her. Report back to me. After informing the shadow soldiers in Europe, I turned back to face Coriana. She and Rose had started to speak to one another. Tosca has white hair tied in a braided twin tails. That's all I could give the shadows, since there wasn't much about her in the book. Although she was a part of the Sigmund Institute, she was unable to meet the requirements for becoming a warrior. Therefore, she was sent to another project and subsequently ended up with Valper. She survived being disposed of only because her sacred gear awakened. Its barrier type and sealed her in it. This also halted her aging, so she should look around 12 or 13 years old. If I get her back and get her to train in the pocket dimension, then she can age up to Kiba's age. Geez, partner, you're acting like a scheming old man. Are you that desperate to get rid of Kiba Yudo? I care for Kiba, Drake. I don't want him to cling to something that doesn't exist. However, whether he somehow changes into Yumi permanently, I don't think I can change my mind since we've known each other for 20+ years. So, if Kiba was Yumi from the start, you wouldn't have any problem with it? It would take a little while, but probably yeah. I would probably be more open to the idea. Barato, when this goes world traveling, set course for an alternate universe where Kiba is different. Barato, answer, do not order me around, Welsh Dragon. However, I will note your suggestion. Please don't. After a few more minutes of chatter, Coriana gets up, thanks US, and leaves to go somewhere else, presumably to get ready for her upcoming date with Gasper. Well, it feels like we're done here. Let's get going. Yes. We leave the room and start making our way towards the entrance, but on the way there, we come across Keisha Batten, Sarord's queen. She looks up, sees us, and walks over. Jean-sama, it's been a while. Yeah, it has. How have you been, Keisha? I take it you're well? How were you after the raiding game? The attack by Aquino didn't affect you too much, did it? I reach over and start looking at her like a concerned dad. Centuredo, I had a deal with the Gremory family earlier, and it was quite a big deal, and I want to go and relax for a little bit since I'm going to heaven later. Keisha seems to deflate after I say that. Geez, woman, at least try to hide that I pat her head. Well, you do have my number, so if you want to text or chat, just call me. I usually answer when I'm free. Anyway, we'll get going, Keisha. Yes, I will. Thank you. I ruffle her hair a little bit before I start walking away with Rose, but I felt Sarorg, Misla, and Silvatila just ahead of us. I look at Rose, and she was sighing to herself. Is something wrong? I ask Rose, and she sighs at me. You're aware? Yes? Well, yeah. She gives me a look that says to elaborate. Well, she was after Sarorg for years. I help her with it, but I don't want her to think I'm taking advantage of that. I don't want to sweep her off her feet or something. Therefore, I'm taking it slow with her. I'm aware she may like me. I tell her my reasoning, to which she just sighs at. You make things overcomplicated at times, Jean. I don't think she's thinking of it like that, but if you want to go about it this way, it's up to you. After saying that, we arrive to where Sarorg, Misla, and Silvatila were at. It seems they were waiting for us. Sarorg sees us and puts his hand up, and we walk over to him. Oh hey, Saigyu, I was suddenly hugged by Misla Bale, confusing the hell out of me. Why? Using a bird's eye view, I could see that Rose was the only one confused by this. Not counting me, mind you. Sarorg then chuckles at this. Mother, please let Jean go. He's confused by your actions. She does, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I look to Sarorg for answers, and he nods. Silvatila was just silently giggling at me. Mother has, well, to put it bluntly, has great affection for you and wishes to treat you like another son. So a brother of sorts had happened after our exhibition match, Jean. I'm sorry about this, Jean. However, she insists. So could I put it as a request? He got son-zoned. Wahahaha. This is, what the hell? I was so confused by this. Why? Also, a request. How do I respond to this? I look at Misla, who is looking at me rather expectantly. Ugh. Lady, don't look at me like that. It makes rejecting you a lot harder. Well, I sigh again and nod. I mean, sure. I don't particularly mind. He tends to be drawn to older women, doesn't he? Venelana, Kaisis, Runias, Shuri, and now Misla Jaya. Wait, no. Partner, I was joking. Why, Albion Heelp. He'll sit this one out, red one. You only have yourself to blame, Welsh Dragon. Both Albion and Velgrind refuse to help him. I also don't hear anything from Rudra, so he probably takes the same stance as them. What did I do? Well, I summoned a fake Tiamat inside my soul, and it's chasing him around. Cuckoo, as I listened to the fiasco that was happening within me, Misla hugged me again, her arms wrapped around me tightly. Good thing I didn't need to breathe. However, Centurato, he'll take that as a yes. I'll let her do this for the next few minutes until she lets me go herself. He'll ask her another time about this. I turn to Sarorg, as he has looked like he wanted to say something to me. When I do, I glance at Silvatila, who hid her hand. I see. I think I know what's going to happen. Jean, congrats, man. He looks stunned before bursting into laughter and starts smacking my shoulder. Silvatila was also surprised by what I said. You noticed? Just now, your fiancée did hide her hand, so I kind of guessed. He nods, and she stands beside him. We plan on getting married a year from now. Hopefully, by then, things around the supernatural world would have calmed down. I also want to invite you along with anyone you want, of course. This extends to your group of close companions. This home can hold a lot of guests. You're getting married here? We have talked it over and wish for it to happen here. I nod. Well, if that's what they want, then I have no say in it. I also would like you to be my best man. He says casually, leaving me stunned. What? And me. Be best man. Why? He sees my shocked reaction and laughs again. I think it's appropriate, of course. I asked my peerage, and they said it was fine. I offered it to them too, but they declined, saying that you should be it. Honestly, I couldn't believe it. I calm myself and nod. If you're fine with it, then I'm more than happy to, Sarorg. I wouldn't have asked otherwise, Jean. However, thank you for accepting. We won't keep you here any longer. We fist bump one last time before Rose and I teleport away. Misla wanted to treat me a little more, but Sarorg held her back. Sheesh, I didn't think she was the caring type. Japan, Kuo Skyward Household, a few hours later. That's a nice spot, Griselda. Is that so, Jean? I can look after you more often. That's a tempting offer. I was lying on my stomach as Griselda gave me a massage, She offered to do this after she and Irina came back. Apparently, they were asked to do a small mission. Even though she's also tired, she's doing this for me. Gotta thank her after this, and done after a few more minutes of the massage. It was over. I sit up from my bed, and Griselda sat down. I let out a satisfied sigh, making the woman beside me chuckle at me. I activate my ring and contact Gabriel, who is in heaven. Gabriel? Jin, how can I help you? She cheerfully greets me, although sounding a little tired. I'm heading there now, so we can go tell Brother Michael. She abruptly hangs up, and I laugh. I guess she was quite excited about it. You're going to heaven now? Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. I get up and stretch a bit, snapping my fingers and putting on the same clothes I usually do. I turn back to Griselda, and she comes up to me and fixes my tie. I feel like a lot of women have been doing that lately. It only used to be Grafia, Aquino, and Lavinia at the start. Once she was done, she smiles at me. There, you're all set. Thank you. However, instead of stepping back, she starts touching my hair and looking at me. Your hair has grown longer, Jean. Do you plan on cutting it anytime soon? My hair. I touch it, and yeah, it's nearly touching my shoulders, even though at the start it was just around my ears. Wait a minute. Hey, comptoir, why did my hair grow in the pocket dimension? Comptoir. Answer. Just like with aging, it's been disabled. However, if requested, it can be turned back on. Would you like it to be turned on, Jean? No, thanks though. I guess I need a haircut soon? I pose that as more of a question than a statement. Griselda chuckles at me and nods. I can do it for you then, Jean. I cut Zenovia's hair before, the same with Irina. That's surprising information, hard to imagine those two with different hairstyles. Just imaging those two with different hairstyles was odd, although I won't be against it if they do decide to change them. Fufufu it is. It's almost like their look. But will you accept? Yeah. Oh, well, let's set aside some time before I go to Kyoto then. Anyway, it'll get going then. I turn around and check my time. It was around 7 at night. So dinner won't be here for another hour or two. Yes, have a safe trip. Yeah. Turning back around, I give Griselda a short peck on the forehead, grin at her, and teleport away. The nun in question smiles and blushes at me. Si combo breaker. Slam. I don't even want to know what happened, oh no. He was just sparring with Comptoir. I really doubt that. I'll be in heaven's 7th heaven. I teleport directly into 7th heaven, and in front of me was Altaria sitting on her chair while reading a book. She puts the book down and sees me. Jean Sama, she lets out her golden wings, flies over to me, and hugs me. Working here is tiring. Sorry for pushing it all on you. They'll be making another Electa to lessen that burden. MHM, I hug her back and contact Gabriel again. Hey, we're in 7th heaven. Come here when you're ready, Gabriel. Roger. She answers ardently. I release Altaria from the hug, and she steps away. I should just start the process right now. However, I feel all of them teleport into the room as I touch the ground in front of me. Comptoir. Answer. Creating new life, processing image, appointing power level. Complete FWSHHH. A magic circle appears from the ground, and a female figure starts to emerge from it. A beautiful woman with wavy ankle-length blonde hair that is braided back by a black bow with bangs hanging over her forehead. It's mostly hanging on the right side and shoulder-length hair strands which hang on either side. Pale blue eyes, they're often covered by a black blindfold, full pink barato, and a graceful figure. She wears white robes with blue outlines and a golden decoration around her hip. I had time to think of a name for her, so I'm a lot prepared this time. I look at her as she kneels in front of me. I also feel the other seraphs, just right behind me. Gabriel opted to stand beside me looking at the new Electa. Layla, that is your name. Thank you very much for giving me a name. Jean Sama. She then lets out her wings. They, like Altaria, were golden colored. Now to know, 3 angels in heaven have golden colored wings. First Michael, then Altaria, and now Layla. I look at Gabriel, who tilts her head. She will be the 4th. Hopefully, well, that's done. I say this while turning around to face Michael, Uriel, and Raphael. Michael steps forward and shakes my hand. Thank you for the help, Jean Kuhn. As you read the letter, this will surely help us. Thank you again. Gabriel, please be safe down there. And of course, you are welcome to visit any time. This is still your home after all. Yes, thank you, brothers Michael, Uriel, and Raphael. Gabriel hugs all three of them as they smile at her. I glance back to see both Altaria and Layla already conversing. I got them done. Thank goodness. I can go be lazy until my meeting with Amaterasu. All right, I mutter, and create another ring. I walk back over to Layla and Altaria. They both look at me, and I gesture for Layla to come to me. She does so, and I take her hand and put the ring on. I forgot to do that earlier, my fault. Thank you, Jean-sama. Yeah, don't worry about it. Anyway, good luck, and just talk to me through that or, telepathically. They both nod and go back to talking. I walk back to Gabriel as she looks like she was ready. I'll see you guys soon then. Yes, take care of her, Jean-kun, and be respectful over there, Gabriel. Yes, Gabriel replies, rather cheerfully, making Michael give her an awkward smile. We finally left for home. A few days later, Skyward household. So you're heading to Kyoto? Yeah, I am. Sorry, you can't come with me, Gabriel. It's no problem, Jean. I can just help Rainier train. I was standing in the entrance hallway as I got ready to go to Kyoto again to meet up with Amaterasu and, eventually, Suzuka. I miss her and haven't seen her in a bit. Rainier also moved in a few days ago. She texted me, and I got her the day after, so she's been settling in well. Asia has been with her most of the time along with Griselda, Penemute, Ine, Aquino, Irina, and Gabriel. Reiko was there to see me off. She decided to come up just for this. I'm sorry I can't come with you, Jean, even though I stop her by putting a finger to her lips. Stop, we already spoke about this. Don't worry about it and go train, and just come join me when you're ready. Yes, thank you. I turn to Gabriel and pat her on the head. He'll get going now. Good luck with the training. MHM. All right. Himejima clan, how stubborn are you willing to be? Chapter 9, Part 1. Amaterasu in attack, flashback Japan. Kuojin skyward as I teleported back into my home. Shigen was just there, arms stretched out, asking for a hug. Her eyes were also closed. Rose and I look at each other before chuckling. I give Rose a quick, affectionate smile before she walks into the kitchen, and I go to Shigen to hug her. Anything happen while I was gone? I ask her, and she nods while her head is on my chest. Gasper Kuin wants to talk to you about something. He should be in his home with Kiba Kuin. I see, you'll go and talk to him then, but did you wait for us or something? Shigen stiffens as I ask her that question. No. Iraswai-san told me that you were coming home not too long ago. So, I waited here, she explains while embarrassed. Did she do it while I was being bear-hugged by Misla? That's the only time she could have, or when Rose and Coriana spoke to each other. Well, whatever it was, I still need to speak to him. He'll go do that now then, so I can come back and relax a bit before heading to heaven. She kind of deflates while we hug. I chuckle a little, and she lightly hits me on the chest as a result. It would be rude to Gasper if I invited someone else, so I'm sorry, Shigen. It won't take too long, Shigen. Oh, actually, Jean? Scat-Hack-san also wants to talk to you. Scat-Hack? What would she want to talk about? She mostly spends her time down in the training facility since Leanne is down there, and either fights her or trains Ine and Reiko. Well, we'll see when I get back. A few more seconds of hugging Shigen reluctantly lets me go. She's like another Lavinia during our early days. It'll get going then. They'll be back in a bit. Really? Did you say something, Jean? Shigen seems confused, but I just shake my head. A certain damper just jumped into my shadow. I hope my shadow soldiers don't panic or anything once in the entrance hallway of Kiba and Gasper's home. Jean-san, I stop Kiba by putting my hand up as he pauses to look at me. I take out a Pepsi bottle and a Coca-Cola glass, which confuses him even more. Pepsi bottle, a Coca-Cola glass, I don't give a damn. And then I pour the Pepsi into the glass. He looks even more confused by this action. I could see question marks floating around his head. HAA. I really need to share memes into this universe. They always go over their heads. I get it, partner. I got you. Drake. You though. You're both idiots takes one to know one. Velgrind. So why are you here? Is it to see me? Kiba says while blushing. However, in response I just stare at him blankly. No. I'm here to speak with Gasper. Would it be better if I become Yumi? Ignoring what I say, he takes out something. It was the ray gun. How the hell does he have that? I quickly teleport it from his hand and into my inventory. He seemed shocked at first, but laughed in the end. It was a toy Jean-senpai. I didn't have the ray gun. Azazel-sensei still has it. Gotching. Don't scare me like that. Anyway, is Gasper in his room? Yes, would you like some tea? Nah, ITLL be quick, so you don't have to. He nods and goes into the living room. I follow Gasper's aura, go up the stairs, and stand in front of the door to his room. I then knock on it. Yes. Cool mean. I push it open, and he was still cross-dressing. Gasper was wearing a nightgown for some reason. I felt my mouth twitch, but I grab a chair, put it by his bed, and sit on it. He was quiet as he waits for me to start. All right, hit me. I. Pumph. Gasper and I stare at each other before laughing. We settle back down before he sighs. So you probably know from Koreana-san, right? Jean Senpai? Yeah. So do you mind telling me your current plans? Again, Gasper sighs, but does continue. I was thinking of taking her to Lilith, the current capital of the underworld, for our first date. There are a lot of places we can visit there, and even an amusement park. I remember Lucifer Sama say that they might try to build an amusement park in the Gremory territory, closer to the home. But it hasn't happened yet. Censuredo. It's complete. I will send it to you now. I get a mental image of the entire city, with some notable areas of interest that many devil couples go to on dates. Thank you, Comptoir. I turn back to Gasper and nod. All right, there are a few places that you might want to take her. Listen carefully, all right? Igriagajis. I relay back to Gasper what Comptoir just told me, and some places you might want to go, and some shops that sell appropriate first-time gifts. Once I was done, Gasper seemed excited and less nervous. As a final touch, I summoned some money and handed it over to him. This is too much. I can't take it all. I just gave him 100,000. It's fine. The girls get on a monthly basis. Just take it and keep whatever you don't spend. I mean, you do have a hobby of collecting novels, the same as Rias, Kiba, and me, Jayasuk. But yeah, go enjoy yourself. That's right, Gasper. From my shadow, out came Valerie. She went in there earlier and she just came out, arms crossed and a smug grin on her face. Valeria, why you were here all along? Valerie sits beside Gasper and pats him on the head. Jean's right. Just act like yourself. You've changed a lot since we reunited, and I'm proud of you. Now you're taking another step in life. So go and make it the most memorable day of her life. You better get a girlfriend by the end of it. I won't accept any other outcome. Valerie declares as both Gasper and I stare at her a bit dumbfounded. I then just snort. You heard the woman. Go get her damper. I would have said tiger, but I think that's more appropriate. Gasper then slaps his cheeks and gives both of us a determined look. Yes. We'll get going then. Kiba. Yes. Goodbye. Jean Senpai, Valerie-san. Kiba was a bit surprised when Valerie and I emerged from Gasper's room, but just shrugged it off. We finally left their home through the front door. I mean, they weren't too far from my own home. You could have just come with me normally. Didn't you say to sometimes have an over-the-top entrances? No. Valerie tilts her head confused, and then seems to remember something. Ah, Aurelia Sands said that. Don't tell her weird things, Aurelia. However, I only got another weird ha-ha-ha from her instead of an answer. Jean, are you going anywhere in the coming months? Like my jobs? She nods. I mean, yeah, it would be weirder if I didn't. Yes, I am. Do you want to come along? Russia. I want to go there. I didn't get a chance before since I was well. That's a secret. So when you're heading there, I'm coming with you. She said quite excitedly, but she was busy doing something. Huh? I did feel her in the training facility every now and again. I wonder what she's been up to. All right, Valerie, that's a promise. We do a little pinky promise, and then I pull out my phone and text Koreana about what happened and Gasper's plans. Thank you very much, Jean-sama. That was the instant reply I got. Once we got home, Kuroko was there with a look of panic. She suddenly grabs my arm. Jean, it's urgent. We have to go. What? What do you mean? Urgent? What happened? Valerie and I share a look of concern. It's urgent. I want some ice cream. She announces happily while grinning. I felt my mouth twitch. How's that urgent? Both Valerie and I were stunned and then shouted at the same time. Although I did let myself get dragged up by Kuroko flashback in Ireland present day ain't BZT. I was running along doing a small errand for the local flower shop when my phone buzzed. Ugh, let me get this done before someone starts texting me. I quickly run to the house and knock on it. Ah, Ain, thank you for bringing these to us. One of our regulars opens the door to their home. She had ordered this a few months back, and Danu finally managed to import some from abroad. Agapanthus precox. It hails from South Africa. Well, this subspecies, that is. It's also called the blue lily, African lily, and finally lily of the Nile. This customer always wanted one, so she asked Danu for it. It's no problem, ma'am. Hey, erase your receipt, and he'll get going then. Thank you, dearie, she says quite happily as I walk away. Finally, I take out my phone and look at the message. Yo, censurado. Both Kana and Danu say I have, along with a few of the other gods, but I think they're just biased okay. Why did I answer so enthusiastically? But he didn't text back, so I guess that's the end of the conversation. I put my phone back into my pocket and sigh. I eventually got back to the flower shop. Am done with the delivery. Is there anything else? The shop owner looks at me, and then back at her list before shaking her head. That's all for now. You can go. Thank you, Ain. Okay, thank you. I walk away from the shop and head to get something to eat. But then my phone buzzed. When I check it again, it was Scat Hack. That's rare. I will be accompanying Gene when he travels back to Ireland. We will be visiting somewhere else after our visit with you. Ah, she's coming with him? For some reason that annoys me, I just sigh. But where are they planning on visiting? During those attacks, the Welsh dragon did go to thine Afreen rhymes maybe there? But if Scat Hack goes there, that's going to be troubling for her. Does she even know that Aif is alive? As far as I know, after Ku Chulin fought and beat her, they left her for dead. They're sisters, aren't they? Or did they agree to see each other that day as rivals instead of sisters? Regardless, she survived thanks to Queen Halloween finding her and bringing her back to her realm. I swear that idiot does this on purpose. It's like he's looking for trouble. Ain, come here for a second. Ugh, coming. Japan, Kyoto, Gene skyward. I was making my way to the spot where Amaterasu said she would be waiting at. I could also feel her aura there, so there's no doubt about it. Although I have to accompany her on a short little date with her, they'll try not to drag it out for too long. Gene. Oh, what's up, Vel? Need something from me? Come here. What do you owe Gene's soul? You know, I'm kind of busy. It will be quick. Sit down. Everyone else was far away from us, except Kuntor, who was standing by just a little distance away. I feel like I'm going to be interrogated or something, but I oblige her and sit down on a chair that was there. Keisha and Rainier. Iran your DNA, Ossiak. Velgrind and I stare at each other silently. Did he just say that sentence backwards? I think he did stop eavesdropping. The two dragons run away while laughing, but then end up fighting each other. They sure do live quite freely. I turn back to Velgrind as she is staring at me. So what about them? Why are you taking it slow with them? I mean, you heard my reasoning, didn't you? She just sighs. Why are you like this? Those two clearly like you. Dare I say love you. So just get into a relationship with them. You did it with Natsum, didn't you? Well, she's got me there, but I can understand Keisha, but Rainier shall take a little bit though. Okay, I get Keisha, but Rainier, I think that's justified. Fine, but you should ask Keisha out. What? She didn't elaborate and just stares at me. Why is she acting in such a manner? I sigh and get up. Kuntor is just staring at us, and I just sigh again. Fine, I will. I guess I'm being too indecisive, but I'm staying at the same pace with Rainier. You're being really pushy about this, you know? I glance back at her as she crosses her arms and didn't look amused. Aren't I one of your fated ones? And even though I've only known you for 15 years, I would say I know a little more about you than you do yourself. Well, maybe I spoke with Kuntor and she may have told me some things. I look back at Kuntor and she just bows. Geez, don't go around telling people my past, even if I have zero idea about it. Although I am surprised that she told you anything and not the other two. I still don't know the last one. So just trust me. I'm paving a way to expanding your team. She points her shot at me and looks smugly at me. They'll keep that in mind, Vel. Anyway, he'll go back now. Velgrind Gene left his soul and Barato walks over to me. Are you sure it was wise to tell him that? He needs to get over it. I mean, he's been working on it, but it's too slow. I know you said that people get over trauma and their own troubles at their own pace. Despite this, since I'm here, I know more about him than the others, even more than Suzaku and Lavinia. I want to push him more. Kuntor doesn't say anything and walks away. He's too caught up in the past. Even though he got through his depression not too long ago, he still has a long way to go before he can fully free himself from his past. I don't like negative people. They bring down the mood in a room or place. So when I first met Jean, I was put off by him, even if what he was struggling through was justifiable. But seeing him grow was interesting to say the least, but I am not satisfied with it. I saw Ridra do it all faster, better, and yet he still managed to come back, even if he was left like this. If I have to compare them even now, Ridra is still much better than Jean. I have spent many years with him, and with Jean, I spend at the minimum of 15 years. It's like comparing a human to an enormous dragon. It's not even a competition. Ridra was and is still better than him. Asking Jean to become someone who isn't him isn't going to work. He and Ridra are fundamentally different. Even if they do have the same noble intent of helping people, with Ridra wanting to unite everyone back in your universe, and Jean uniting the supernatural world, Kuntwar stops to say that and turns around. Ridra has thousands of years of experience under his belt, whereas Jean in reality only has a year of experience in that regard. He only spent those 21 years in the pocket dimension to train those close to him, so he won't need to constantly worry about them in the future. He will probably even ask you to train in there in the future. So, yes, to you Ridra will always be better than Jean in that regard, not counting the time you two spent versus the time you spent with Jean. I think you're being too harsh on him, Velgrind. I was about to say something when Ridra arrives. I agree. I already told you, Velgrind. I have no time left. I'm only here thanks to Jean accidentally merging with one of my soul fragments. If not for him, I would be gone forever, unless some kind of miracle happens like one of my soul fragments being reincarnated in another reality. Anyway, give him a chance. You two were starting to get along. What changed recently? Even if you say that to me, I know. It's difficult to understand, but please give him a chance. He follows up with that, and then walks away. You did say, in your own words, that you are one of his fated ones. Suzaku, Himejima, and Lavinia Rennie, who have been with him for the same duration, have better chemistry with him right now. How about you? Kunwar asks me. They supported him and helped him. While Suzaku has spent a shorter amount of time with him, it seems she understands him even more than Lavinia at times. You are in his soul. You can hear his thoughts and feel his emotions. I understand you want to help him in your way, but being forceful will drive him away from you. That's all I wanted to say. She then starts to walk away. I can't help it. I was forced into this situation, had to accept that these two are stuck together, and then have Ridra tell me to try to like the guy, and he was completely miserable during those first few weeks. But I guess I can try. There's still a few months left before he evolved. Change my mind then. Jean, no. Aaron Tool. Japan. Kyoto, Jean. Skyward. Iche. That was tiring. I take out my phone and start texting Keisha. Hey, got a minute? Yim-sama. Yes. Ido. How can I help you? So to be blunt, do you want to go on a date in a few days? I mean after I'm done with my requests. After sending that, she didn't reply for a few minutes. Therefore, I take note of a few places in Kyoto that Amaterasu might like to check out, maybe things she hasn't seen in a few years. I mean, I'm assuming she hasn't been here during the modern era of Japan. Since we were quite close now, we'll just ask her about it. BZT. Yes, I would love to. Great. Let's talk about details another time. I'm actually on a job right now. Yes, of course. Well, I guess she's quite happy with it. Finally, I arrive at the place where Amaterasu was waiting at. We decided to meet up at TG Temple, also known as Kaigakokuji. It's one of the biggest temples in Kyoto, and it wasn't too difficult to find her. This is because a lot of the people there, most tourists and some locals were looking at her in awe. Amaterasu, the chief god of the Shinto pantheon, was wearing an orange sundress that stopped around her ankles. It has a lightning and cloud pattern on it. She also wore some bow sandals and a matching straw hat, and she carried a small purse with her. Honestly, you don't look right with her right now, partner. Go change, Jean. Even Ridra told me to get changed. I quickly run away and find a discreet corner and change into more appropriate attire. I was wearing my usual clothing, but decided to change into my peace conference clothing. It makes me seem stuffy, but it's more formal and should do the trick. I pat myself down and go back to where she was. From where I was standing, I could see a few guys trying to ask her out, but were rejected quite quickly but gently too. Hell, they seem to be enlightened after the rejection. Our eyes finally meet as Amaterasu walks down from where she was, and I walk towards her. All eyes were on her. Good to see you, Jean. Hey, Alma. Are you ready? She seemed surprised by the nickname, but people would question my sanity if I just outright called her Amaterasu. She seems to pick up on this and agrees with it. I am. I offer her my arm, and she gracefully accepts, and we start to walk away. Of course, I got many envious and jealous stares from the guys. I'm sorry, it's just a small outing and tour, not really a date. But I won't say that out loud. She did get dressed up for it. However, I could also see that she was hiding her horns with illusion magic and a hat. You look great, by the way. Thank you, Jean. So, do you have any particular places you would like to check out? If not, I have my own plans, and at the end of it, we'll be heading to the Himejima clan, but we'll meet up with Suzuka beforehand. Oh, she'll be the only one to meet us, by the way. The other two, I understand, Jean. But you don't need to explain every detail. Let's enjoy our time now, as it is, and worry about that later, okay? Oh well, that's a mature woman for you. Right, my bad. So about my earlier question? She smiles at me and shakes her head. I will leave it up to you. Roger that. Onwards and upwards. Amaterasu just smiled at my antics, and I led us somewhere else. I wanted to start here, if you don't mind. There's where most of that disturbance happened not too long ago. Amaterasu nods beside me, as we are in Niju Castle, the place where Tamamo was captured and where the whole Kyoto incident with the hero faction occurred. However, Amaterasu was looking around a lot, but still stayed close to me, and of course the staring didn't stop. It hasn't changed much except for a few things being modernized. In a way, I feel a little foreign. What is that? She says, and then points at a group of people taking a selfie with a selfie stick. She cutely tilts her head while looking at them in fascination. I guess she didn't look up nearly enough information for today. Huh? Well, that's fine. Additionally, this is why we embarked on this outing before traveling to the Himejima clan. It's a selfie stick. I think it's meant to take better and wider pictures of groups and a landscape behind them. I've never used them at all, so I wouldn't know. Also, I'm not one for taking too many pictures of myself. Do the girls even do that? I'm not exactly sure. I mean, Ingvild probably, since she hangs out with those friends of hers. You know, I've never bothered getting social media in this world. Now I'm curious, Comptoir. Answer. Ingvild Leviathan has Grogbook, and she is messaged daily by many boys from your school and outside. However, she mostly ignores them or rejects them. However, some have become a bit harassing. Why didn't she tell me? Although, I doubt I could do much without looking like a psycho or controlling boyfriend. Also, Grogbook? Seriously? Ispozi Parchiner. Selfie stick, I have a smartphone. Can we take a selfie, Jean? Amaterasu asks, looking rather excited. I chuckle and agree with her. So, she hand me her phone. Portrait or landscape? Is there a difference? Is there? I'm not entirely sure. I guess you can put the portrait as a wallpaper. Landscape should show you more of the background. Can we take both? Sure thing, I don't see why not. Happy with my answer, she stickers closer to me, and we go to a spot where we wouldn't impede on people. Dedo ido appos, if you want. Or you can just smile at the camera. She nods, brings up both her hands, and does two peace signs. For someone her age, she can be adorable and a little clueless. I bring her phone up and take a picture of us using the front camera. I check her gallery and then hand it back to her. Amaterasu seems fascinated by it. How can I make it into my wallpaper? Are you sure you want this one? We can take more pictures as the day rolls by, and you might get a better one later. This is my first one. I wish to memorialize it. She said it quite seriously. Well, all right then. I nod, take her phone, and show her how to set it as a wallpaper, so if she wants to change it in the picture, she'll know how to. Thank you, Jean. Is there some kind of etiquette or rule about photographs? By that, I mean in certain places. I heard from Yoshitsun and Benkei before that there is. Yes, there is. Make sure to ask or look around whatever area you're in. Sometimes they allow pictures to be taken, and some of them ban it. She nods in response, and we look around the place a little more before going to a different area entirely. This is because it was getting a bit too crowded, and she was getting a little uncomfortable with all the attention. I'm surprised that you didn't say something earlier. Even as we walk to our next destination, she's still got a lot of stares. I take another look at Amaterasu, and yes, I admit she's quite pretty, but why is she getting so much attention? Is it due to her dress? I mean, she does look gorgeous in it. I am used to a certain amount of attention, Jean. I am the leader of the Shinto gods, after all. During certain events or time of the year, I have to address the pantheon as a whole and even go out to meet certain people. She answers me. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. However, she continues. But I have never had so many people staring at me so intensely before. Surely if Raijin and Jin found out, they would lose their minds. She says with a sigh. But that just gave me another question. Well, you definitely did get some, right? How did you deal with that? Did you just rely on Jin and Raijin scaring them off? Wait, why are all three of you so close? Yes, those types of eyes have been directed at me before. It is inevitable, but it's as you say. Raijin and Jin usually takes care of it for me. They don't like men that openly show their strong desire too much. Too many in the past did that, and they're just tired of it. As for why we're close, it just happened. We have been together for a long time. I helped them in the past, and they helped me in turn. Although, as you saw, they could be very overprotective at times. Even when I spoke to them about what I should wear today, she asked them what to wear. I'm surprised they let her wear this. I mean, she did say they're overprotective unless they decided to start trusting me a little. I mean, maybe if Jin convinced Raijin. She had seen to warm up a bit to me. We made light chatter until we arrive at our next destination, and it was the 1,000 Torii Gates, or Fushinari Taisha Shrine. This is the same place I resurrected Inari. I wonder how she is. But there were also a lot of people here, although most of them were just here to see the attraction, but there were still some taking glances at Amaterasu. This is where I resurrected Inari. It seems a bit strange walking down it again, but I did go down this a few times before doing that. I've been here on dates before. I feel like it's almost a ritual at this point, if we choose Kyoto. As I finish saying that, I notice a familiar aura. Even though I just said that, she's also here. Turning my attention to Amaterasu. She seems surprised too. Shall we go say hi then? Yes, I am curious as to why she's here. We sped up our pace a smidge, but still took our time looking around the place. I heard Amaterasu say that it hadn't changed too much like Niju Castle, except for being modernized. Once we arrive at the spot where Inari's is supposedly to be worshipped, the white-haired fox was there just cleaning the area around her shrine. She turns around and sees us. Oh, Amaterasu-sama and Jin-kun? I didn't expect to see either of you here, and it seems like you two are quite close. Hello, Inari. We didn't expect to see you here of all places. Did you place that warding spell around the place, so humans wouldn't come here? I ask her and she nods. Cinchuredo, well, I'm actually just giving her a small tour of modern Japan, but we'll be getting down to official business soon enough. Anyway, why are you here, Inari? Surely, it's not just to clean up your shrine, right? She proudly puffs her chest and nods. Cinchuredo, she goes on a short sermon as Amaterasu, and I stand there silently. Also, where the hell did that weird accusation come from? Well, I did want to offer to help, so she got me there. Well, I was going to offer to help you. So you're right about one thing. She just laughs at me, claps her hand, and a wooden broom appears in front of me. I take it and sigh. I won't need this, you know. She gives me a strange look. However, snapping my fingers and doing it instantly is boring. Since this place is already being avoided, I might as well make it a little more unique. I grin, throw the broom up, and multiply it. Snapping my fingers, they start to work on their own. With another snap, mops, water buckets, and other items start to appear. They automatically start to clean the place up, cutting overgrown grass, vines, taking out weeds, moss, and the like. Inari and Amaterasu look on in surprise and amusement. Oh, so fancy, as expected of harem King Sama, Inari says. Wait, what? What did I get that? However, it doesn't really take that long to clean up the place, and when they're done, they disappear. So, we're done here. How is it, Almighty Inari-sama? Is it to your liking? I say sarcastically, and she plays along while chuckling. Yes, it is, my lord, it is well done. My shrine is spotless. Now I should thank you, no? How about a short date? He'll pass. So fast and mean. Although I was joking, it still stings. Inari exaggeratedly clutches her chest as if it hurts, falling to her knees. I also play along and fall to my knees. Inari, I scream and hold her. I turn her over, and fake blood starts to come out her mouth. All the while, Amaterasu stares at us in amusement. I can't go on pleas for the children. Where did the children come from all of a sudden? I ask in confusion. How did the storyline end up there? But I'm sorry. It's like the two of you are natural at this, almost like it's been planned out. Amaterasu says while holding back her own laughter. Inari and I grin at each other before I help her back up. However, she nudges me now while sporting a small blush. Did you hear that, Jin-kun? Amaterasu-sama says we're compatible. Ooh, so are me and my bed. We're a match made in heaven. I deadpan, and that makes the white-haired kitsune huff. Growl, however. Amaterasu's stomach growls as she stops laughing and becomes red. Inari and I stare at her before laughing, and she turns redder. Well, we better go have lunch then. Do you want to join us, Inari? I ask her, and Inari looks at Amaterasu, who nods. Lead the way, our dragon steed. RXD. As soon as they heard that, they became confused. I give up. It'll start by spreading what memes are in this world. And after that, the world. Zavorudo. Ridra, how did you last with these three idiots? Why are you joining them? It is better to let go rather than go against it. Velgrind. Enjoy your time here. Am surrounded by idiots. Velgrind's monumental dilemma starts now. We were currently eating at a local restaurant. With a bit of magic and convincing we got in. It's a place where they don't typically let foreigners in, but as I said, we used magic and talked to them and got in. We also put some magic on the people eating in it, so they didn't question the owners. We ordered our food and were served them quite quickly, and we were just eating. I'm surprised you didn't bother changing clothes, Inari. I can blend in. It's no big deal, she says while eating her food. I mean, I guess so. There are some people in certain parts in Kyoto just wearing clothes like hers, like geishas and performers. Although looking at these two, they seem pretty elegant when eating. It's almost unreal. Is something wrong, Jean? Amaterasu pauses to ask me, but I just sigh while looking at my food. Oh no, it's nothing. I was thinking that we should go to 2 more places before we go to the Himejima clan. You're fine with that, right? Anyway, what are you doing after this, Inari? Amaterasu says she doesn't mind, and we both look at Inari for her answer. She stops using her chopsticks and wears a thoughtful look. Am not really needed back in our realm. Can I join you too? Well, that also includes whatever business you have afterwards. I was a bit surprised by this. I was expecting her to say that she was busy after this. Turning my gaze to Amaterasu, she seems to be thinking about it. However, she eventually agrees. I do not mind. Inari, however, yes. I know. Amaterasu, it'll be on my best behavior when that part comes. Inari waves away her chief god's concerns and turns back to eating. Amaterasu gives her an awkward smile and goes back to eating too. Now I'm curious as to what they meant by that. Is Amaterasu different or scary when she wants to be? I'm curious. Suzaku Himejima, it's been hours since then, but I can't help but keep staring at the text message Jean sent me. Right now, currently, he and Amaterasu are in Kyoto. Jean said that he would help her get used to modern Japan for a few hours before coming here. I didn't mind since the other clan members don't know of her visit. However, I have informed Tobio, Aunt Shuri, and Akino should know along with Uncle Barrakiel, but why do I feel so uneasy about today? I'm looking forward to seeing Jean again as well as Amaterasu-sama, but since I woke up, there's been a pit in my stomach that I couldn't get rid of no matter how long I waited or methods I looked up to get rid of the feeling. I should consult Jean. I was still in my apartment, and Jean sent me a text around 15 minutes ago, and it said that they'll go to 2 more spots before coming to the clan. So I got dressed and am waiting in my apartment. Jean, I want to confess something. I sent and waited, but it didn't take long for a reply. Seeing it made me smile, and my anxiety briefly faded away as I let out a soft chuckle. If you don't tell me you're in trouble, they'll come over right away. Idiot, we haven't even met in person yet. After saying that, I felt myself blush quite hard. Not too long ago, we got quite close. Censuredo, you're in your apartment, right? Yes. I was confused by the sudden question, but I answered it nonetheless. But fwash, a magic circle appeared in the middle of my home, and then out came Jean. Gene skyward, I left an avatar with Inari and Amaterasu. They understood my concerns, and I came to see so. I don't want anything terrible happening today, and I doubt the old farts in the Himejima clan will put up too much of a ruckus. Suzaku seemed a little stunned by my sudden appearance, so I go over and hug her. She hugs me back too, but I am quite concerned with what she said. If they do try to push back, and by a lot, this will just make today more complicated than anything. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm home. We bumped our noses before heading to sit on her bed. So, do you mind explaining in detail about it? She nods. When I woke up this morning, I did my usual routine, and I also headed to the clan. Since I'm head, I have some work to do, so it's the natural thing to do. Once I got here, however, everyone, and I don't say this lightly, everyone was acting strange. Strange? What does she mean by that? Please shut up. We're being serious right now. I am legitimately saying this, and I'm not joking. What do you mean by that, Suzaku? Were they being erratic or something? However, Suzaku shakes her head. It was like they were tense, scared, and were waiting for something. They kept looking over their shoulders, and when I asked them about it, they just laughed it off and said nothing was wrong. Suzaku looks at me with a lot of worry in her eyes. Should we postpone this again, Jean? I don't want anything to happen to my clan members, even if our perspectives differ. They're still my family, and I also don't want anything to happen to Amaterasu-sama. No, it wouldn't be a good idea to keep postponing this. It'll just increase the defenses around the Himejima clan then. No, we'll stay as scheduled. They'll have Shadows and some Electa on standby. Also Inari is also here. Inari-sama? Yes, you did resurrect her, didn't you? But just trust me on this one, Suzaku. We'll get this done today. Are the elders of the Himejima clan going to be present? Or did you not tell them anything at all? She shakes her head. I said that there would be an important meeting today, so I would get back to them when it happens. So please tell me when you're heading to our clan's base of operations so I can inform them beforehand. Sure thing. But why would they suddenly start acting like this? My head is going straight to Cow's brigade, but at the same time I doubt it. While they remain neutral to most people, like the other clans, they don't tend to involve themselves with others unless necessary. They should know about Cow's brigade and what kind of things they've done. They should also be aware of the enemies they'll have if they do decide to align themselves with Cow's brigade. So, I don't believe they're allied with them, but they could also be threatened by something. Maybe that's why they're acting like this. Jean, did you come to some sort of conclusion? Something like that. No, it's more of a hypothesis than anything. Anyway, this is what I think. I tell her my recent thoughts, and she listened carefully. She grew more concerned as I finished. I see, please don't do anything yet, Suzaku. We'll be with you soon enough. We can confront them, then, by the way. Is Suu Himejima going to be there? Yes, I said it would be very important, and even if he retired and gave me the title of head, he will be participating, and as mentioned earlier, the other elders and higher-ups of our clan. Suzaku looks at me worriedly. I smile at her and kiss her forehead. Don't worry about it. I won't do anything dumb. I know Suu Himejima, the previous head, the one who banished Tobio accused, Ajiha accused, Hanazu Himejima, the one who ordered the assassination of Shuri Himejima, and finally hunted down and exiled Akino Himejima. It would be light of me to say that I detest the guy, but for Suzaku's sake, and the rest of them plus Amaterasu, I will hold my tongue during this meeting. However, as I thought about this, my head was pulled into Suzaku's chest, and she hugs me. You're not doing well in hiding your true feelings. Gee, my bad, but can you blame me? I feel her shake her head. I know how you feel, but please, I know I can control myself, probably. Anyway, thanks. You'll leave Era and Celestin to help you then. Ada, is the new Electa? She asks as I step back and I nod. Yeah, my recent trip to the realm of the Greek gods was quite fruitful. Anyway, you two come out. My ring glowed and they came out. How can I be of service, Jean-sama? Mission? Yeah. I tap my head and send them the information. Both nod in agreement. Celestin then walks to the kitchen and starts to work on something. Era sits down on the ground and curls up. She's certainly interesting. He'll put some shadows across the clan's base, and he'll place Jima in your shadow. After saying that, I felt a few shadows leave my mind and spread across all of Kyoto. I guess they decided to cover all of Kyoto just in case. Jima also went into Suzaku's shadow. Thank you, Jean. Hmm. Anyway, I should go back. We'll probably see each other in an hour or two. I get up and prepare to teleport away. However, Suzaka joins me and we share a quick kiss. Sorry for the delay. And I'm out. See you, boss. My avatar salutes me as it disappears. I also get all the memories from it, and it seems that they were just wandering and checking out the Bid-In temple. I haven't been here before, but since Inari requested it, we came here. Like the previous places, it has been modernized. Welcome back. Yeah, we should hurry. Things might be a little more complicated than I thought. They seemed confused by what I said, so I explained to them what Suzaku and I had just spoken about. Inari seemed worried, but Amaterasu remained quiet as we continued our short tour around the Bid-In temple. Once we arrive at the Phoenix Hall, we see two bronze statues that were on gables and a very sumptuous interior decor. That was when Amaterasu finally spoke up. If your theory serves to be correct, then we need to cut this outing short, Jean. I'm sorry. I wish to see more, but that seems to be more important than reacquainting myself with modern Japan. She said seriously. Inari and I look at each other and smirk, which confuses the sun goddess. Well, we were kind of waiting for you to say that. We've been ready since I told you to about it. I take out my phone and text Suzaku to get ready, and that will be there soon. She replied instantly and said they'll be ready. Let's go then. I've been to the Himejima territory once, although it was in the remake of Dimension Lost, but I still know the general area. Himejima clan territory teleported us a reasonable distance from the gates to the large territory of the clan. I could see many old-style homes and buildings in the distance. Most of them had black tile roofs, and the rest of the buildings were made of stone or wood. I could sense Suzaku's aura not too far away from the gate. She was probably waiting there for us. Throughout the territory, I could feel my shadows on alert. Celestine and Era were also with Suzaku. I glanced at Amaterasu, and she had changed back to the attire I saw her in when I first met her. So it's business mode now, huh? All right, game time, Jean. Keep your cool, and don't snap Sue Himejima's neck if he does, or says anything to piss you off. Zen-like state, partner. I know Drake. I take a deep breath before exhaling. Let's go. We start walking towards the large brown gates. In the distance, we could see Suzaku with Era and Celestine. It didn't take us long to reach them. Suzaku, it's been some time. Yes, it has, Amaterasu-sama. Thank you for coming here today. The same to you, Inari-sama. Im just tajinalon. Suzaku gives a small bow and starts walking away. Inari and Amaterasu walk beside her as I hang back with Celestine and Era. Find anything in the clan? No, but what Suzuka-sama said was true. They are quite skittish and prone to becoming defensive when I try to speak with them. Jin-sama. I do not feel anything magical or other energy here. However, it does appear they're scared of something. Smells weird. Celestine explains, and then Era's comment makes us look at her. Smell? Smell? What do you mean by that, Era? I ask her, and she sniffs her surroundings again. They smell weird. Suzaka doesn't smell strange. She smells normal, like Jean and Celestine. But the rest smell weird. I'm sorry, I can't elaborate. I haven't smelled it before, Era says a bit dejectedly. I pat her on the head and reassure her it's fine. Don't worry about it. You help us quite a bit, but tell me if you smell anything or anyone else like it. All right? She nods, and we continue walking silently. The yard was quite large, as there were many sakura trees there too, but they weren't blooming anymore, so they were just green like any other tree. There were also a few man-made ponds around the place, with some having fish in them. But the most distinct thing was that there were a lot of talismans and Shinto symbolism around the place. Whether they were simple small stone carvings, or statues, or even writing on a piece of paper. They were there. They are inside as well, Jin-sama, although they are fewer and far between. Celestine sees me looking around and informs me. I see. Will make sense since they worship the Shinto gods. We eventually arrive at a large door, and Suzaka pushes it open, and we all go inside. It seems they were waiting for us to arrive before going in. The entire territory was large when I took a small bird's-eye view. I didn't really bother looking at it in detail when I came here during the Kyoto attacks, but it's quite large. It makes me wonder how the other clans are, or even the East Yukai faction. Well, whatever. We'll make contact with them sooner or later. There were a few people passing by as we walked through the long hallways of the Himejima home, but as Suzaku and Celestin claim, they acted quite irrationally. In fact, they practically sprinted away when they saw me. Perhaps they know of my visit, or just don't like my existence at all. However, after around 20 minutes of walking, we arrive at another large door, and an image of a bird was carved into it. It looks like the vermilion bird that Suzaku inherited, and it was also surrounded by small carvings of the sun. Above the bird is their interpretation of Amaterasu. She smiled bemusedly at it. Suzaku finally pushes the door open, and we step through. My apologies for the delay. Let's begin, shall we? She said while going to the head of the table. Suzaku was joined by Amaterasu and Inari. I, along with Era and Celestin, stayed near the doors as I got many hateful glares. Why is he here? One of the elder Himejima asks, not hiding his distaste for me being here. A few others nod along to his question. Suzaku closes her eyes, then opens them again, and she sharply glares at the elder. This meeting was made possible by Jean. Please provide him with a healthy amount of respect. The elder looks away while grumbling to himself. But even with all the hostility, they all seemed nervous. I use observe on most of them until I come across Su Himejima. I felt a surge of tension, but I calm myself. No, it's Barato. Answer. Please calm yourself. My bad. Thanks, Barato. Even though I promised to stay composed, I nearly lost it there. Keep it cool. Jean, keep it cool. Aaron, I close my eyes, cross my arms, and let them continue. Why have we been summoned here, Suzaku? I am busy with other things I must attend to. Someone says, and a few agree with a female voice. Please be patient. The reason for this meeting is, to put it bluntly, Amaterasu-sama, along with Inari-sama, has come to Kyoto and wanted to visit our clan. The room burst into a flurry of mumbling. It seems they couldn't believe what Suzaku just said. Were they then? Don't tell me it's those two women beside you? One of the older men asks with a scoff. I open my eyes to see the reactions this time, and I could see Suzaku smile and nod. Yes, it's as you said. To my left is Inari-sama, and to my right is Amaterasu-sama. After she says that, they begin to laugh and snicker at her. However, none of the three women react. They just stare at them as they did. Even Suu, who had been silent, had a smug grin on him. However, Amaterasu stepped forward and released some of her divine energy. Her body started to glow orange, and the same flames that they have manipulated for several hundred of years start to emit from her. The same symbol behind her start to appear as well, the kanji of sun, and of course, a small sun appeared behind her too. Those who had been laughing at her before stared in awe and terror at Amaterasu. Awe that their goddess they have worshipped for so many years just appeared before them, and terror because they just laughed and mocked her, their goddess. I couldn't help but grin this time. Even Sui's eyes were wide in surprise. All of them shout at the same time and put themselves in a Saiza posture. Amaterasu stops emitting her aura and retracts it. Inari, who had been hiding her ears and tail, makes them appear too, so they were also equally shocked and become uneasy. It was easy to tell what they were thinking. Why are they here? Was something along those lines, right? Su, who didn't do the same things as the other elders and higher-ups, does a small bow and then speaks up. Amaterasu-sama, Inari-sama, it is an honor that you have graced our clan with your presence. However, why have you come here? I could feel his emotion as he asked them calmly, but he was equally nervous at the sight of the two goddesses in front of him. The one to answer Su was his niece, Suzaku. Great uncle, as you know, since you passed down the title of head to me, I have been responsible for our clan. I have tried many times to change our rules and systems that have been with us since ancient times. Suzaku starts, and Sui's mood changes from curious to apathetic. The same for the others who were still in the Saiza posture. However, Suzaku is unfazed and continues. As you know, the middleman behind you, Jean, has been trying to unite all factions and pantheons across the supernatural world. A few months back, he also had the Shinto gods join the alliance. And since we were both friends, we made this meeting a possibility. A few more disgruntled grumbles from a few elders. Amaterasu wasn't too impressed by their reaction. Maybe it was due to my current relationship with the Shinto gods and what she heard from Suzaku, Akino, and me a few months back. However, she probably had a low opinion on some of them already. Suzaku, get to the point. We don't have all day. Su interrupts her, appearing bored and annoyed at this point. Everyone looks at him, but he doesn't react all that much. Allow me to take over, Suzaku. Suzaku starts to speak, but Amaterasu stops her and speaks for her instead. The rest of the elders and higher-ups stiffen while Su stares at her with not much emotion. I have heard of the stories from Suzaku, Akino, and Shuri. Amaterasu starts with that. A few of the higher-ups' eyes widen in shock. However, they couldn't hold their tone. What do you mean by that, Amaterasu-sama? She was killed, we are sure of it. The one who said that had to cover their mouth as they reflexively said it. The other elders glared at him as he sank lower to the floor. However, Amaterasu also stared back at him. She was definitely starting to get angry, but without missing a beat, Suzaku takes out her phone and plays a video. It was during the first reunion in our home, and it showed team/dog Suzaku and my friends at the time were enjoying themselves. Then Shuri suddenly came into view and asked why Suzaku was recording. In the video, Suzaku says that it will be useful in the future. Damn, I didn't think Suzaku thought that far into the future. Once the video ended, the elders were quiet, and Su looked pissed off. He also wasn't trying to hide it. Annie Shuri is alive thanks to a miracle is what I would like to say, but we have Jean to thank for that. Suzaku says, and Amaterasu nods. Amaterasu then continues. Since we, the Shinto gods, first granted your clan, and the rest of the 5 principal clans the ability to use one of the 5 elements of the 5 phases. We only wanted one thing done by these clans, and that was to protect the weak, the ones without power from the evil side of the supernatural. She pauses to look around before continuing. For the first few years, we observed the way the clans used their powers. Many abided by our original rules, and once we were confident that these humans could do it, we left them to their own devices. We expected them to continue it, and yes, you still do, although to a lesser extent she sharply glares at Su, making him slightly flinch. However, once Jean came to our realm, he brought along Akino Himejima and Suzuka Himejima, and then we had a small conversation about what had been happening in the Himejima clan over the years. Amaterasu then glances at me and smiles. That is the reason for the delay in this, Jean. After your departure from our realm, I initiated a full investigation into all 5 principal clans. We found more information last week, so that is why we had to postpone this meeting. I was shocked. No, I wasn't the only one. All the elders, Su, and even Suzaku. Inari quietly giggled to herself. It seems like she was aware of it. But they had been investigating since then. Talk about being meticulous. I was sort of expecting her to try to look into it, but not by this much. And not only the Himejima clan, we also investigated the other clans and found their own dirty deeds, to say the least. I have brought other representatives with me to inform the other clans as we speak. They had been informed a few days in advance. Again, I was shocked. She had this all planned out? Dang, girl. I feel like an amateur kid with what I plan. Don't worry, partner. We're both idiots. Although I'm currently labeled as such, I would rather not be. So, today, we came up with a proposal. Since the ones who have been exiled or in the Himejima clans, in 2 other cases, executed, those cannot be reversed. However, we tracked down the ones exiled, and they do not wish to return. However, these are the only ones we could find. There were many who we could not find. Our proposal would be to follow the new changes Suzaku wishes to implement. The other clans are being informed of the clause that Suzaku wishes to abide by from now on. I remember what it was when she first told me. Personally, it sounds wonderful. And in reality, these new systems and rules are what the clans are supposed to follow, not what it had turned out to be. She finishes and looks around the room. All the time as she spoke, Su Himejima's anger was rising. Now, Su wasn't inherently evil. He just followed what he thought Shintoism is. He is very inflexible, but as shown by sparing Akino, he is capable of it. Although it did take a high-ranking devil family to convince him. Most of us know what Shintoism is, but to put it simply, it is purity, harmony, respect for nature, family respect, and subordination of the individual before the group. However, over the years, one of them was changed. We are not sure on who did it, but the last point is the opposite. While we do believe it is in the best interests of the whole group over one individual, we did not mean to exile or execute them. A third option must be found, and a compromise must be struck. That is why we're disappointed by what we found in all the clans. That last part Amaterasu mentioned, I kind of get it. To make it simple, suppose an employee would like to obtain a big raise in his salary, beyond what is usual for his job. Doing so would not be in the general interest of the firm, as it would lose its competitiveness if it continues to pay too much to its employees. So they would fire the employee or create an environment where it would make them want to quit, thus preventing the option of a raise. This is quite fair, mind you. We will begin to follow these new systems designed by Suzaku and the new rules. In turn, you will not be severely punished. We will let you Amaterasu begins, but is cut off by Su. And if we refuse? Following his words, the elders and higher-ups looked like they were going to piss themselves. Suzaku was equally surprised. Inari was amused by the response. However, Amaterasu looked at him in disbelief. Refuse? You wish to refuse this proposal, Suu Himejima? Amaterasu asks him. However, with all due respect, Amaterasu-sama, I don't think many in our clan, and not just ours, but all 5 principal clans can change that easily. We have been following these systems and rules for a very long time. Implementing brand new ones all of a sudden would do more harm than good. That is why we have been against Suzaku implementing them. Suu says calmly and looks at Suzaku, who stares back. But I speak this time. Humans have evolved so much in our time of existing. In a way, we're known for being the most adaptive and flexible species on a fundamental level. Hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, and you turn around now and say you can't change? Aren't you, in a way, failing the human race on a fundamental level then? Being unable to follow new systems and rules being developed by the younger generation. We transition from Unga to communicating with each other using multiple complex languages all around the world. Additionally, we employ different religions and beliefs, have complex feelings, and have empathy. Most animals out there lack many of those. Now, this person says they can't follow simple changes in rules and systems? Please, you pride yourself on being human, suspicious of supernatural beings and foreign factions like Grigori and Grauzauber, even though 9 times out of 10, they're trying to do good or help people. You even discriminate against the ones that you're supposed to treat as family just because they fall in love with a different race or were born with a sacred gear. What part of Shintoism is that in? I may not be knowledgeable of the religion as a whole, because before I found out the supernatural was real, you could have called me an atheist. Even if I believed, I wanted proof. Anyway, where in your religion does it state you could execute a family member for falling in love with a different race? Or exile them for not being able to use flame manipulation? Or even having a sacred gear? They literally have no control if they're born with it or not. I've seen supernatural beings more flexible and adaptive than you, devils, fallen angels, and angels. They wanted to unite first. Following that, other factions and pantheons began to change. Even though most supernatural beings abide by strict rules in their own society that has existed way longer than you. And you can't change? What does that say about you? As an individual? I finish saying and glare at Sue, my own power starting to fluctuate. However, Kuntor started to regulate it. Thank you. But Sue was looking at me, even more pissed off now. Well said. Inari winks at me, and I sigh at her. They may occasionally compromise, but it is far too rare and infrequent. It's a lot more frequent now, thanks to Suzaku being head of the clan now, but the elders, higher-ups, and I would guess Sue still has some kind of influence on them. At this rate, she has to wait until they all kick the bucket before being able to change anything. You should be encouraging this change, teaching the new generation that change is okay, and it's not scary. Not scaring them into thinking that it's wrong. Otherwise, all this stuff will just repeat. I sigh and look at Sue, who is trembling in anger. Well, go ahead, blow up. Even if I just insult your very existence and question your entire belief system. However, in the tense, silent room, another elder puts his hand up and speaks. And may I inquire about the punishment if we err? Su refuses. Su turns his glare at the other elder, and they flinch back. The punishment is taking away flame manipulation for the Himejima clan. Well, just for certain members as punishment. The ones who do not wish to change. This will apply to the other clans too, and until we see noticeable changes within you, you will not gain the power back. She says, rather bluntly, shocking the rest of them into another round of silence. Clap, clap, wonderfully said, Amaterasu-sama. We turn our attention to the fount. There stood a middle-aged man in his 40s in a three-piece suit with wavy brown hair. When we see him, more people become shocked apart from Amaterasu, Inari, Ira, Celestin, and I. Wayu Su was the most shocked out of all of them. After that was Suzuka. The man in front of us right now was Hanazu Himejima. He was the former founder and leader of the Utsusimi Agency, the one who mind-controlled SEE and nearly got her killed, the one who started the Four Fiends Project, the one who kidnapped and killed their classmates. He was supposedly killed by Tobio when he first achieved his balance breaker at the time, but it seems he's alive, and I have a sneaking suspicion of who might have revived him, Hanazu Himejima. He looks at me as I say his name and smiles. Good day to you, Dual Dragon Emperor and Middleman. Yes, it is I, Hanazu. I am alive and well. I managed to recover from my previous state. He says with a low chuckle and then looks at Amaterasu. Why aren't you attacking him, partner? That's not real. It's like a hologram or something like that. I also can't sense him in Kyoto either, so it's safe to assume he has Azrael's blood in him. Ah, I see. Could this be the bad feeling Suzaku felt? Maybe I agree with what the middleman said, and Amaterasu. However, there's one thing that differs from those opinions. Perhaps before I was exiled, I would have loved those suggestions. However, Su burned that bridge a long time ago. He grins at Su. I still want to destroy the Himejima clan and the rest of the 5 principal clans, and that hasn't changed since I was resurrected. I put my hand out and covered all of the Himejima clan members, the other clan members of the 5 principals, and the gods. I also covered their representatives that I could sense. Boom! W, what did you do? Su shouts at Hanazu. He then sends a fire attack at Hanazu, but it passes through him. Forgive me for not being able to come here personally. I still have a few things to deal with. Being part of the Seekers of Truth is busy work after all. He's part of it. Let me tell you a little something. The ones who hold resentment against all the clans have banded together and created a small group within Kao's brigade, and we will rain terror upon all of you sooner or later, but let's start with an appetizer. Yes? Do your best to defend against it, Su Himejima. After he says that, he fades away. I quickly scan the 5 clans and see that all the members were safe. Buildings and structures were the only things damaged. I quickly target the normal Kyoto population and wipe their memories of what just happened. After that, I cover all the territories of the 5 principal clans with a barrier. Perhaps this was a planned attack, but with no clear goal other than to scare them. However, Hanazu seems to have summoned a large number of cryptids and divine beasts again. He wasn't against hurting innocent people. Thankfully, they were far enough from these clans. Anna, Celestine, Roger. Of course, Jean-sama. Both elected disappeared, and the rest of us were left there. I glance at both goddesses, and they nod. Well, time to kill these things then. Drake, Albion, let's go. Welsh Dragon. Vanishing Dragon. Balance Breaker. I enter my dual balance breaker, which I hadn't used in a while. I look at everyone else and smile at Suzaku. We can continue this discussion after this is over. For now, we help defend your territory. My shadows are already helping the others, but I'll head over and check up on them just in case. No one argued with what I said. Suzaku starts giving out orders while Su does the same. I glance at Amaterasu and Inari as they come to my side. I finally teleported out. Once outside, I could see many cryptids and divine beasts, but let's give it a try then. Balance break. Unexpectedly, a robbed individual shouted, causing him to be consumed by light. Once it died down, his back was covered in 8 spider legs. What is that? Inari asks curiously, but also shocked at the sudden transformation. Are these things perhaps the artificially created independent type sacred gears made by Avetsa? No, there's no guarantee that Avetsa was the one who made it. It could be Satinal or even Promestine. Regardless, leave him to me. I guess you two want to help out, right? Please be careful. Actually, we'll just leave 2 shadows with you guys. Actually. Anyway, fwash. Boom. I left them and kicked the new sacred gear user. Comptoir, please analyze this as well. How is the other one coming along? Comptoir. Answer. The teleportation item is around 47 complete. Scanning this wielder won't be a problem. However, you should either defeat him now or prolong your fight. I want to see what it can do, so they'll prolong it for a bit, but yeah, after that it'll just knock him out. Dual draw. Don. He tries to say something, but I flew towards him and elbowed him in the gut. He let out a pained yelp. However, he attacks me regardless of the pain he is feeling. Suddenly, all 8 spider legs behind him extend outward and reach out to touch me. However, divide. Since I had already touched him earlier, I have his power, and the legs that were coming towards me began to shrink, losing their speed and power. Damn you. He cups his hands together and creates balls of webs. They quickly increase in size, and he throws them at me. I dodge them, but once the balls of web land on the ground, they explode, expand, and cover everything in strong-looking webs. That's weird. You're like a really weird version of Spider-Man. Should I call you Spooderman instead? For some reason, this angers him further, and he begins screaming at me incoherently. He continues to attack me with the balls of web and the spider limbs. I kept on dodging while waiting for Comptoir to be done with the analyse. Comptoir. Answer. I am Don. Don. When I heard Barado's voice, I quickly threw a barrage of punches at the man I was fighting. He tried to defend himself with his limbs and some web, but they weren't effective. My attacks were imbued with pierce, so they got past his defenses even easier. I didn't need to do that, but I felt like it. The guy falls to the ground unconscious, and I land beside him. I check his memories, but all I got was just him receiving the sacred gear, and he was told that it was a prototype. However, Hanaza Himejima was the one who gave him it. Maybe Lapis figured out that I was reading their minds and started to keep everything as vague as possible. It's not beyond her, but the thought does irritate me to no end. So what is it, Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. This artificial sacred gear was based on the spider called Darwin's bark spider. Currently, it is the species of spider that has the strongest spider silk. One of the researchers combined them with a divine beast DNA and created this artificial sacred gear. This was its crest-side subspecies balance breaker. When Comptoir finished telling me that a spider crawls out from the guy's back and onto his chest, it then bares its fangs at me. I don't know how long they had been together, but it was obvious that it was attached to him. Is there anything I can do about this? Comptoir. Answer. We can wipe its memories and find a proper wielder for it. We don't need to worry about killing the wielder, since artificial sacred gears are not bound to the soul of the wielder. Proceed with this suggestion? Go for it. By putting my palm in front of the spider, it was covered in a short burst of bright light before falling asleep. Next was this guy. I tie him up in my mana chains, seal his powers, and teleport him into the meeting room. I'll leave a note saying who it was and what I did to him. Alright, what's next? Chapter 9, Part 2, Clantastic, Suzaku, Amaruam, Japan, Kyoto Himejima Clan Territory, Gene Skyward. Let's get rid of the rest of the attackers here first and go from there. As I flew around killing cryptids and divine beasts, I saw many of the Himejima clan members also fighting to defend their territory. Many of these were competent fighters, some were okay, and a few were designated as healers or supports. Seeing Su Himejima fighting at his old age was something, but he was still a capable fighter. His offense was good, but his defense definitely lacked because of age. One hit, and that guy would probably die FWSH. Boom! I land beside Suzaku, as she casually kills a lot of the monsters here. Things are alright here? Yes, the ones who can't fight have retreated back into the building. You probably saw the rest? Yeah, anyway, let's get this finished. Su, boom. Su. A large explosion occurred, and a very angry voice resounded throughout the area. From the explosion came a tall man with an athletic build. He wore some casual clothes that consisted of a blue shirt, black jeans, and brown brogue shoes. He has short, spiky white hair with black tips. It appears that he dyed his hair from natural black to white. He also has brown eyes like Shuri. He also had a necklace around his neck with a ring on it. I hear Suzuka gasp beside me as she stares in shock at the person in front of us. What? Is he someone significant or something? She grips my arm and stares at the man. I felt her shaking a bit. Sue was also quite shocked to see this individual. It's one thing after another today. The man grins and starts walking slowly towards us. What? Aren't you glad to see me, Dad? He says with a grin. Wait, what? Dad? Is that Sue's kid? Holy crap, they look nothing alike. Well, Sue is old. He notices Suzaku and me before laughing. Kuhaha. It seems little Suzaku has found a little boyfriend. Huh. It's also the middleman and the dragon of the factions. I like it. I like your taste, Saka-chan. I heard from Nizu-chan that Shuri is alive again. At least that's something good to know. Nizu-chan? Ah, does he mean Hanazu? Hey, Doyurushin-kun. Imatsudara Himejima, that old man's kid. Nice to meet ya. I won't go down today, but I did want to come say hi. Suddenly, a light blue ring appears on his left wrist, and on his right wrist was a dark red ring. He grins and appears in front of Sue, who was taken by surprise. However, I appear in front of Sue in time to block the attack. Cinchuredo, but I won't say that last part out loud. He made others suffer, so it would be appropriate to do the same thing to him. Let him suffer for the rest of his days before his inevitable end. Atsudara Himejima smirks at me. I get where you're coming from. I get it. I like that approach. Well, it doesn't matter. See ya. He begins to leave when I appear beside him and grab his arm. He expected this and smirks before making a quick, decisive move to free himself. I didn't expect that, and when I try to grab his other arm and seal his powers, I can get a new one. No big deal. Following those words, he disappeared. Barado, what the hell were those rings? Assistant, it seems to be an artificially created sacred gear. A light blue right ring seems to attract anything to its user, while a dark red one appears to repel. My hypothesis is that he was planning to seriously harm Sue Himejima. Well, I guess Atsudara's hatred for Sue is more than mine, since the first thing he tried to do was attack Sue violently. But why were they so shocked? Was he supposed to be dead or something? I'll ask Suzaku about it, since she was equally as shocked. Let's get back to it then. Nakiri clan territory, Araboom. Boom. Weak. Why are these things weak? Was I and the other three this weak? If so, it's embarrassing. I am glad Jean didn't erase all of our memories, and I hold no resentment to him. In fact, I feel grateful for this opportunity. I do not know what those two think, but this is mine. Celestin and I decided to go to another clan territory, and I picked this location because according to him, Jean has a fan here. I want to meet him, someone who likes Jean and isn't someone labeled as a lover to him. According to Celestin, he also has a member of his immediate family member named Millie Cass. Who the hell is this person? Who cares? Take her down. It's just one person. Apart from cryptids and divine beasts, there were some magicians here too. They are both male, so they're probably from Nilrem, or just stray magicians hired by that Hanazu person. They sent multiple elemental attacks my way, but I easily dodged them. Why is she so fast? Shut up and keep attacking. Looking around the territory while dodging their attacks, I was able to see many of the Nakiri clan members defending their homes, especially their current head, the young Uryu Nakiri. He was in some sort of transformation, and he looked like a golden humanoid dragon. He was easily the strongest combatant in this place, not including the shadow soldiers of Jean. He was a clear master of his craft and technique, while the others in the clan used the power of earth manipulation, as that's what was granted to them by the Shinto gods. Don't get distracted. One of the magicians foolishly approaches me, and I catch him by the throat. They are clearly more suited for range combat rather than close combat. Why would he do something so stupid? Maybe Jean can use them? A transparent white snake appears from my arm and bites the magician on the neck. He starts to convulse before passing out. I throw him into some nearby bushes and face the other one. What the hell? Forget this, he begins to escape when I stop him. I do the same thing as what I did to his comrade, and throw him in the same bush. Ora! Boom! Boom! The young clan head was suddenly pushed back by a large blast of aura from someone. I, along with many others, turned to look at who sent the attack. A middle-aged man in what looked like to be a golden business suit with a black dragon design on his arms floated there. He has wings on his back and was grinning at Uryu. "Who are you?" Uryu asks in anger. He was most likely stressed because of the sudden appearance of the god's representatives, then ordering them to follow brand new rules and systems, and now their home being attacked. In all honesty, if what Celestin said was true, he is the most cooperative out of all of them, not including Suzaku Himejima. Well, you don't know me. However, if I say the name Nakagami Nakiri, would that ring any bells? The man says, and Uryu seemed shocked. According to Celestin, the previous head, before the current Uryu, was Nakagami Nakiri. He apparently caused some trouble for both Vala Lucifer and Tobio accused a few years ago. Nakagami Nakiri was also known as the Uryu of his time before passing on the title to the current Uryu. In a way, the title Uryu is just a title. The current Uryu was originally Ryuta Nakiri, but when he was appointed head, he changed it to Uryu. According to Celestin, Nakagami Nakiri was hailed as the strongest Uryu before Ryuta became the head. If you ask Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri who was stronger between him and Nakagami Nakiri, he would say that Nakagami Nakiri was stronger. That's how much he respected his elder cousin. What did you do to my eldest cousin? Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri shouts at the man, and he grins. Do to him? What do you mean, Ryuta-kun? We're just working together with Kao's brigade, that's all. The previous energy of the clan members drained. Shock was clearly evident on all their faces. I do not know the details, but it would be logical to assume that Nakagami Nakiri must have been exiled for whatever he did a few years ago. Perhaps they didn't expect him to join a terrorist organization. But who is this man then? He says he works together with Nakagami Nakiri. Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri's face paled, and a look of disbelief was stretched across his face. We have very smart people in our organization, so recreating the sacred beasts as divine beasts and giving it to Nakagami Nakiri was quite easy, you know? He has his own yellow dragon now. Kukuku, he grins and powers up. This power, he was much stronger than Uryu, even in his golden humanoid dragon form. A dark draconic aura covers the Nakiri clan skies. He may have his own humanoid dragon form, and he may have crucial information. Therefore, I need to capture him for Jean. I put my hand out and send an attack his way. A large translucent white snake shoots from my palm and shoots toward him at unbelievable speed. However, to my surprise, it passes through him, and he grins at me. You can't do that, cutie-chan. You don't even know what I can do, so your attacks won't work on me. Kukuku, he says happily. That was just a normal attack. Then how about this? I did the same attack again, but added something else. He stood there with the same grin and boom. Ugh. The attack hit, and he is injured quite heavily. He had a look of shock on his face. This little punk, I can't continue like this. I need to leave. He begins to fly away, but I appear in front of him. I won't let you. Sure, Don. I land on the ground after my kick sent him down there. He became even more injured, but still had enough strength to get up and glare at me. When I held out my hand, I bound him with snakes, and he couldn't break them. See, boom. I turn to my side and defend myself. I felt someone's attack target me, and I avoided being hit directly. That attack was quite powerful as it sent me away from the man I had been standing in front of. I can't let you do that yet, little one. However, when I looked back, a small portal was there and a voice spoke from it. TCH, I could have gotten away by myself. The man complained. Now, don't be mad and retreat for the moment. You could be modified and strengthened further. Yes. Greetings from another member of the Seekers of Truth, the voice says, and the man I had bound by snakes was quickly pulled into the portal by an invisible force. I failed my mission. I have to tell Jean that there was another member, but I have to help this clan first. I failed Manu Electa, yet I failed, even though I was stronger than any of them. Did I underestimate them too much? Did I play around for too long? This failure is on my part, Uryu. Along with Jean's shadow soldiers will take care of the rest. Please go back with the representative. I look at him, and then at the representative. They were weaker than Uryu from what I can tell. Uryu tries to argue no. I can help defend my territory. I am the clan head. It's my responsibility. He is still young, I understand, but right now, keeping the Shinto representative alive and well is of primary importance. I will leave this to you. Also, you're in some emotional turmoil right now, so please leave the rest to us. Uryu couldn't argue. He himself knows that what that man said got to him emotionally. For someone who looks up to Nakagami Nakiri, that new information must have shaken him up quite a bit. I understand. Please try to keep the damage to a minimum. Jean will probably repair all the damage done. Don't worry about it. He nods, exits his transformation before running towards their large home. I turned back to see that the shadows were still fighting the rest of the cryptids and divine beasts. I will redeem myself right now, even if it's just a little. Dumin clan territory, Celeste Dawn. Dawn. Bam. Excuse me. I say this as I land near members of the Dumin clan. Who are you? One of them was so surprised that they screamed. He is a subordinate of the middleman. Thank you for coming to our aid. A person says, it seems they are the representative that Amaterasu-sama was speaking of. I nod at him and turn to the other clan members and bow. I am Celestin. I will be providing aid to the Dumin clan. I left the large courtyard and start taking down the monsters that were running amok around the place. They were not that strong, as most of them range from true Satan class to low-tier god class. As the numbers of the monsters start to decrease, I noticed that some of them were converging at a certain point. Many of the clan members were also running away from that part. Therefore, I make my way there. Once I arrived there, I saw a certain member that Jean-sama knew. It was Jinba Dumin. Although she was fighting many cryptids and divine beasts alone, she was slowly becoming overwhelmed by the one she was facing. I appear beside her and kill the ones who were about to attack her. Who are? I am here, courtesy of the middleman. I am a subordinate. I like that one-E-san from a few months ago. Is she speaking about Elsa? She did say she was the one to help this clan out during the attacks of the hero faction. Suddenly, a medium-sized turtle starts to make its way towards us. It was spinning rapidly while in its shell and was hitting many of the monsters. Please help us, Oni-san. With pleasure. The black tortoise, the sacred beast of the Dumin clan, finally arrives by our side as it looks at both of us before nodding. Well then, allow me. Covering my entire body with 2k, I quickly dispatch the monsters that were around the area. A simple punch and kick does the trick, and they die quickly. Celestin. Era. How can I help you? Era contacts me as I mow down the monsters in my stead. However, I did not need to put much thought into it. Therefore, I focused on speaking with her. I just encountered another exiled member of the Nakiri clan. Maybe a few of them plan on revealing themselves today to each of their clans. So stay alert and be on the lookout if they arrive. I informed Jean about the one I faced, but they got away. She sounded quite disappointed with herself, although she didn't sound too upset since Jean-sama must not have scolded her. Affirmative. I will try to capture them if they appear. Has Jean-sama said anything about the Shinra and Kushihashi clans? Yes, God Serena is on his way to the Kushihashi clan, and Jean will go to the Shinra clan by himself. Very well. Are you nearly done with your end? If you're, please help repair as much as you can before heading to where Jean-sama is. I will also do the same. I will contact God Serena after. Okay, our link breaks down after we finish speaking. God Serena is being sent to the Kushihashi clan. It certainly is fitting that the 8th Dragon God is going to meet the Azure Dragon Inheritor. I wonder how it will turn out. From what Jean-sama said before, they don't seem to be the type to get along well with God Serena's personality. Dawn. I eliminate a large cryptid and jump back to Jinbu. This area is secured. If you're injured, please make your way to the center of your clan, as they have made their way there for healing. Yes, please take these two. I hand her a small object. She takes it and looks at it curiously. A small but significant item that a fellow energetic subordinate created not too long ago. Once you get there, just throw it to the ground, and it will activate a healing barrier that will last an hour. Shala has made more of these during her stay at her home in the ring. She has other ones like this that do different actions. She also created something similar to Gene Samus training facility and pocket dimension, although on a smaller scale. Thank you. She hurriedly ran away after bowing. Even though she inherited the black tortoise, she is quite shy. However, I see a lot of potential in her. She is yet to unlock it all, although that is the case with many of the beings in the world, well, the ones Gene-sama hasn't helped train. Boom. Could this be the exile member that Arrow warned me about? That explosion was near the entrance of the territory, so I quickly get there, and to my surprise, it was two of them, a male and a female. Yahoo were back, the female said while waving cheerfully towards the clan members who were still engaged in a fight. I arrive and stand near the front. Why are they doing this? Does their grudge run that deep? Perhaps I do not know much about being exiled, since Gene-sama will never do such a thing. It's a foreign feeling. Boom. They land on the ground with force, and at the same time, I start to quietly and sneakily set up a trap for them. The female has red and yellow hair that is tied in twin tails. She has sharp blue eyes and wears a black tight bodysuit. The male beside her has short, messy blue and white hair, gray eyes, and wore some kind of kimono that has turtle patterns on it. However, he had a look of fury on his face. Still as stubborn and stuffy as always. Geezer. Still alive, and still the same old hard head. Am not even surprised. The male asks while glaring at an elder. So he's the current head? He seems to be just around his late 40s. Gekshii and Kamiko. We thought you two had died. The head says, but the two didn't seem impressed by what he said. Died? You sent out assassins to kill us. Just because we couldn't use the water manipulation of our clan. So much for family, huh? The male named Gekshii shouts at the head, but he didn't seem fazed by it. He just shakes his head sadly. No, you were wrong, Gekshii. You know, at the time my twin brother had as much influence as I did. He was the one who ordered mercenaries to hunt down and eliminate the two of you. We found out not too long after your deaths, and we punished him accordingly. Liar. Those assassins clearly said that you sent them. Both exile member starts to increase their power output. So, I finally activated my trap earlier. Shing. Wah. I can't move. KHH Nissan. Nissan? Ah, so they're siblings. I fix my glasses and walk towards them. Earlier, I deployed invisible magic, disabling threads all around where they stood. All I needed was a bit of time to set them up. I didn't want them to notice, so it was a slightly slow process. Capture complete. These two had a clear intent of harming you and your clan members. Many are already injured. However, let us wait until this is over before we start speaking of punishments and the like, yes? Forget you. Let us go, you miserable butler. We want our revenge. Gekshii screams at me, while Kamiko keeps on trying to break the threads, but has no luck. I walk closer to him, tap his head, and his eyes roll back in his head before going limp. W, what did you do? The head asks in panic. However, I turn around and put my hand up. Please calm yourself down. I simply knocked him out. We don't want them to continue struggling now, do we? I asked them, but they didn't say anything other than to nod and agree with me. Wonderful. Now then, please move everyone to a safer part of your home. I, along with Gene-sama soldiers, will deal with the rest of these pests. I will also keep these two young ones near me. In case their allies try to retrieve them. They try to protest, but I stare at them and they back away. Very well. Please come to the center of the clan when this is all over, the head says before turning around and addressing some others to go back with him. Some decided to stay and help me out. We did not need them, but if they insist, I won't stop them. Centuredo, none of that will happen if you tell me everything you know. I purposely left out the part that no physical harm will come to her when Gene-sama probes her mind. He is simply just looking through her memories. But a bit of a scare is essential in an interrogation. No? Everything. He'll tell you everything. Splendid. Sit tight. I shall finish these things first before you tell me. Why, yes, sir. I finally left to deal with the monsters still destroying the territory. Perhaps I will get some praise from Gene-sama after this. Fufu. Kushihashi clan territory god, Serena, Fwaha. Boom. Boom. Marvelous. I am magnificent. These fools cannot beat me. Fu. Jin-sama has entrusted me with the task of defending the Kushihashi clan. Perhaps he picked me because I have dragon-slaying magic, or he just picked me at random. However, regardless of the real reason, I will fulfill this task flawlessly. Who the heck is this guy? Fool. I turn around to address this weakling. I am God Serena, one of the middleman's subordinates. Have you not met my fellow colleague, old man Zeno? A young bespectacled man steps forward and fixes his glasses. I see. So, the middleman has sent us aid. We will gladly accept it. The current wielder of the sacred beast, the Azure Dragon, Saryu Kushihashi. I definitely feel a dragon within the young man. However, he hasn't fully mastered the power yet. He still has room to grow. Inheritor of the Azure Dragon, you are still green. I agree. Oh, looks can be deceiving. Or perhaps he was shocked by old man Zeno a few months back. Fwahaha. Well, maybe making him a bit more humble is a positive thing. Well, then let me show you how a dragon truly fights. I turn to face a plethora of cryptids and divine beasts. Gathering a large amount of flames in my mouth, I then unleash them in front of me. Purgatory dragons roar. VSHHH. I release a huge stream of flame from my mouth, consuming everything in front of me. The screams of agony from those monsters was a joy to hear. I had not been able to fight for a while. The last time I did was against Ignia, and it was quite easy, unfortunately. The young dragon had the guts and enthusiasm, but ultimately came up short. However, I did prolong it as much as I could. Perhaps I could be called a battle maniac. Looking back at the scene in front of me, many of the monsters have been killed by my breath attack alone. Oh, all right, next. Flying toward another section of the territory, I come across another group of Kushihashi clan members fighting many cryptids. Of course, they were losing and were heavily injured. Cinchuredo, I hear someone screaming above me, but I ignore it. I face the monsters that are around me and cover my entire body with lightning. Bow down to a dragon god. Fwahaha. Lightning dragons break down fist. I punch the air in front of me, releasing an enormous high-speed lightning blast in the shape of a fist. It instantaneously reaches the monsters and hits them. Boom! The attack generates a massive, sparking explosion. However, it doesn't stop there. The lightning that was surging everywhere at that spot starts to hit the other monsters that weren't hit by the initial blast and attack. Fwahaha! Cinchuredo God Serena, save them from certain death. Serena, do you hear me? Celestin, do you need something from me? Yes. To make it short, Era and I speculate that you may encounter an exiled member of the clan, as we have. So keep an eye out and see if you can capture them for interrogation. Ho ho! If they have the guts to do so, have at me. If I can, that is an insult, Celestin. Of course, I can. I will capture them. I'm God Serena after all. Very well. I will leave it up to you then. WSHWSHWSHWSH. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. After the communication with Celestin was cut, I felt a surge of power near the inner sanctuary of the clan. I quickly make my way there, and when I reach it, I was quite surprised. Weak. You are the inheritor of the Azure Dragon? Why would it pick such a weakling? Can't you see? I am the true inheritor? TCH, it doesn't matter now anyway. A man with long green hair and brown eyes looks down at a defeated Saryu Kushihashi. The inheritor looks up at the long-haired man with anger. Even if you do this, nothing will come of it. The decision to banish you is not up to me or the head. You committed a crime, and you were punished for it. The green-haired boy's power increases, and the ground around him begins to warp. His anger rising at what Saryu said. I was framed, and yet you didn't even consider that, and simply exiled me. You have no idea what kind of life I've lived these past 7 years. For that, you all deserve to D-Dawn. Boom! Enough speeches. I punched the exiled member away with a fist covered in flames. However, what surprised me was that he managed to block it on time. Although I was holding back and casually doing it, this young man has some keen instincts. Who the hell are you? Bringing my right arm in front of my face and my left to my hip, I make a pose. I am. God. Serena. D. The green hair boy sends some kind of green attack towards me. From the looks of it, it's Dragon Slayer magic. Perfect. My fist is shrouded in darkness. Rejoice, boy. Twilight Dragon's Night Slash. The attack that he sent to me was tiny compared to the stream of jet black darkness that consumed his attack, and then himself. Before he was hit, a look of shock flashed across his face. Boom! Once my attack was finished, the green-haired boy stood there, clutching his right arm, which was bleeding profusely. I held back, but he did quite well and is still standing. Marvelous. Perhaps he has a lot of potential. Boy, state your name. Akishi Kushihashi. Akishi glares up at me and increases his power even more. Yes, this one is ideal. He is not going to run away, nor is he going to use underhanded tactics. He wishes to finish this small bout of ours with our raw power. Marvelous. A green aura covers his entire body, and what looks like an image of a green dragon appears behind him. Ho-ho, as I suspected, his attack earlier did have some dragon-slaying properties to it. However, the image behind him becomes solid. Charged him. His aura and power spiked even more. Incredible. Simply incredible. I did not expect to have a fun battle here, but this world definitely has surprises. Does it not, Jin-sama? Fwahaha. I will return it in kind then. Dragon Fangs. Boom. 8 dragons appear from the ground and fly into the sky. Each of them has different colors and represents a different element. Yes, that is right. It is me fully displaying what my powers are. Rejoice, boy no Akishi. Fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, stone, light, and darkness. Akishi looks at the dragons that appeared in awe and horror. I am the 8 dragon god Serena. Remember that well, Akishi. Allow me to use a more advanced technique of my ability. The dragons that appeared disappeared back into me. FWSHHH. Powering up using my Wind Dragon Slayer magic. The entire territory is covered in a strong wind no. A large tornado encompasses the entire territory. I grin at the young man as he looks around our surroundings and then back at me. Hit me with your best. I tell the young man as he screams and charges at me with the remaining power within him. He condenses it all into his right fist and then strikes me with it. Raff! Boom! Not bad. His attack did nothing to me. It was expected. However, he did seem to have learned something from this, so it wasn't a waste. But survived this. Bam! I kicked him in the chest and sent him flying up into the air. Aiming both of my arms into the sky, I then bring them down. The wind in the entire territory converges into a single spot and instantly creates a giant, sharp blade of wind. Gale Dragon God's Falcata. FWSHHH. Boom. Whoosh. The enormous blade of wind smashes into Akishi. Multiple cuts and injuries appear all over his body from the powerful attack. He was struck by the force of the wind and the sharp cutting energy, which also affected him internally through his ears, mouth, and nose. Once the attack was over, the body fell to the ground with a loud thud. I walk over and check his pulse. He is still alive, but barely. I rummage through my pocket and took out a small ball of slime. I then throw it at the injured Akishi. Jin-sama gave this to me, knowing full well I may seriously injure someone, but I did not expect it to be an enemy. Rather, I expected it to be a clan member. Once the slime touches his body, it briefly glows and his injuries start to heal. However, I punch him in the stomach since he looked like he was starting to wake up. I turn around and look at the clan members staring at me. Get a rope. Now, they did not go against my orders. They did just see me display my powers. Once some of them come back with rope, I tie the young youth with it and touch my ear. Am done on my end, Celestin. I could tell, even with a barrier around each territory, the surge in your power, and our eyes being designed to see through many things, seeing a large tornado appear out of thin air. Fwahaha. Yes, I did not think I would get that fired up. So, is the only one left the Shinra clan? Yes, Era and I are going there now. But please try to repair some of the damage you caused before joining us. You are aware that I am built to destroy and not create, right? We all have the ability to repair things. God Serena. Do not try to get out of tedious work. Damn him. Fine, whatever. I will repair this pathetic place up to my standards. Fwahaha. I still hate cleaning. Himejima clan territory Gene Skyward. That should be it then. It didn't take long to defeat them, and I also turned them into new shadow soldiers. Honestly, the divine beasts and cryptids are probably the highest number shadows I currently have. Alright, it'll get going, however. When I begin to fly up, I felt someone grab my arm. I turn around to see Suzaku there. I dismiss my dual balance breaker and face her fully. Inari and Amaterasu were also there. Is something wrong, Suzaku? Please be careful. It'll be fine. I guess it's in her personality. Since the death of Shuri and Tobio being exiled, she has become very protective of the one she really cares about. But she knows that I am being insensitive? Relationships are complicated. I pat her on the head. I will. Can you two stay here? Both Amaterasu and Inari nod. Right then, I float back up and fly towards the Shinra clan's territory. Shinra clan territory, it didn't take me long to get here. Since change is taking place right now, can I somehow get Tsubaki back to her clan? I mean, if she wants to. If she doesn't, it's not a big deal. I'll tell her soon then. Looking around the place, the clan members of the Shinra clan were doing all right. Most were able to defend themselves. Out of the 5 phases, the Shinra clan was something I was looking forward to seeing. If the Nakiri clan was earth, the Himejima fire, the Kushihashi wood, Duman water, then the Shinra is either metal or void. If I base it on Shintoism, then void. If it's based on the Chinese 5 phases, then metal, it's DXD. So it could be both two floating here. I could see Byako Shinra. The inheritor of the sacred beast, White Tiger, sprinting around, pummeling the monsters that got close to him. He didn't do it in one hit or anything, but he did it quick enough that he was fighting true Satan class to low God class beings. Did I influence too many people? They seem way too strong for the current time in the timeline, although I don't really care. But it makes trying to follow any semblance of canon a bit harder. Now that I look at it, I can feel a familiar aura. Did Amaterasu? I briefly checked the other clans with the shadows and the representatives. There didn't look like people I knew of met before when I was over in the Shinto realm. I decided to go to the aura, and on my way there I defeat the monsters that were in my way. There's no sign of the exiled members of the clan, so for now, I'll check out why they were picked for this. It didn't take me long to reach them, and once I was there, I called out to them. Hey, Jin-san. It was Yashit's-san. I was surprised that Benkei or Yoichi didn't come with her. Maybe Amaterasu only wanted one representative in each clan. Yashitsun was wearing the same clothes as she did, and was the same as ever. How are things here? Very well. Earlier during the initial attack, everything was a bit chaotic, but since Byako-kun has taken action along with the more combat-oriented members, they have been slowly defeating the monsters with the help of your shadow soldiers. She says with a bit of a bounce. She's as energetic as ever, although some members around us seem a bit confused by our conversation. I see. Well, I have some news. In each clan so far, there's been an exiled member that came back and tried to hurt as many people, or at the very least the current head. So whoever it is has to stay close to you or me. A middle-aged woman steps toward Yashitsun and I. She has black hair that reaches down to her waist with short bangs in the front. She also has gray eyes, wears a plain white shirt and skin-tight black jeans with black loafers. In the current head, Rako Shinra. Middleman, what do you mean by exiled clan members coming back? I tell her what happened at the Himejima clan and the others. She has a grim expression as she puts a hand on her cheek. Before I became head around 3 years ago, the previous head followed the old rules and systems to the letter. However, since I became head, I've been slowly changing it, so when we received that document today, I was quite ecstatic. However, as you probably know, the elders and some higher-ups of the clan can be a lot less flexible about it. Forgive me, I rambled there. To make a long story short, the past heads exiled many members, especially the last head. They have already passed away. Therefore, I am unsure of the retaliation that might befall us. Another member puts their hand up and speaks. What about Chiyo-san? She was exiled for having a sacred gear after they say that. Rako looks at the ground while frowning. Another sacred gear user? It's almost like Tobio. Also, Chio sounds like a woman's name. Do you know what kind of sacred gear she had? Yes, I believe it could heal. I didn't know the name. I'm sorry. No, it's fine, thank you. A recovery-type sacred gear? Huh? They're the rarest of the bunch in terms of the standard sacred gear, since 9 times out of 10 there usually isn't any drawback to using the healing. But to think that the Shinra clan produced one, that's already quite rare, but due to their own beliefs they were kicked out. But I thought that the Shinra clan also incorporated some Buddhism into their own teachings like the Nakiri. They may have been kicked out due to personal preferences from the last head, or just out of a personal grudge. Also, according to Azazel, they're still looking for all the wielders of the recovery-type sacred gears, since they don't want Chaos Brigade to have them. But it's already clear that they might just create their own recovery types in the future, or already have. Well, boom. I guess we can save that for later. We have guests. Yashitsun, can I leave them to you? Yes. I pat her on the head before heading to where the location of the explosion occurred. I quickly arrived there. However, what I didn't expect were 2 of them. No, that's as I stood there in shock. Rako Shinra and Bayako Shinra also joined me. While both were shocked, that was obvious. Rako falls to her knees, staring at the 2 people that appeared. They both had grins, and Bayako was angry, very angry. His anger was still rising as he stared at the 2 people in front of us. I had no idea who those 2 were. However, they had a person with them, but they were clearly dead. If the hole through her heart wasn't an indicator, then I don't know what would be. Let's just use observe on them for now. Both of them were females. The one on the right was called Shizu Shinra. The one on the right is Tesela Shinra. The body they had was none other than Chio Shinra, the former wielder of another Twilight healing, because when using observe on her, the sacred gear stat said it was none or empty, meaning it was extracted from her. Hello, onti, dekon. Shizu, who had light blue hair and a bun, red eyes, and was wearing some kind of uniform, greeted the 2 Shinras beside me. Tesela has short white hair, orange eyes, and also wears the same uniform as Shizu. Shizu, please tell me you found Chio like that. Bayako says calmly, to which Shizu nods. Of course we did, Bayakoan. Well, we were part of an organization, so we told them about someone we knew. They tracked her down, and well, Shizu smiles while small green glow appears on her hand. The same glow that Asia's Twilight healing gives off. Bayako grits his teeth and glares at the 2 exiled Shinras. Ah, by the way, if you try to attack us, it won't work since we're just, you could say, projections. Hanazu Himejima did the same thing, so we thought it would be safer to do it this way, since we're not done with our own experiments. Experiments? Could they be trying to consume more blood? If they're too scared to come here, then that would be the only reason, since they know they'll capture them quite quickly. Well, Censurado, nice seeing you 2. We left presents, so don't worry too much about us. Once the projections disappeared, 2 large tigers were teleported in. The left one was black, and the right one was red. These were cryptids, but they were stronger than other creatures here, and they also felt mechanical. No, I can use these. Please go defend the rest of your base. Don't let what they showed you make your action irrationally. If you do, then they win. TCH. Bayako left still pissed off, but Rako was still on her knees crying. I cover her in a barrier and turn to the mechanical tigers. Will these things have memories? I have no idea, but might be worth a shot. I put my hand towards them and they freeze them on the spot. They begin to struggle, but couldn't move or do anything. Let's see what you have. Not much, huh? But I did get some memories out of these things. Both of their memories were more or less the same. However, they were made by Sadinal. Using the sacred beasts as a reference, he combined his research on sacred gears, divine beasts, cryptids, divine beasts, and the mechanical side of the next dolls, and created these tigers. They're still prototypes, but they're at least Satan-class fighters. However, both Shizu and Tesela joined Chaos Brigade out of spite and gave information about the sacred beast to them. If this is the same for the other exiled clan members, then all clans are vulnerable at the moment. However, Chio is definitely dead. Her Twilight healing was extracted from her after a painful procedure. Although she was reluctant, she joined in their plan. She never held a grudge, but was still angry and saddened by the exile. Then Sizu and Tessayala approached her after they had joined. She went with them. However, after she saw what was truly happening there, she tried to back out, but was killed, and Sizu took her twilight healing for herself. I can revive her, assuming her soul is still here and hasn't reincarnated yet. I don't mind helping the Himejima clan, and to an extent the Nakiri clan, since Uryu was relatively reasonable with me. But the others am hesitant. Of course, if they hire my services, then it's a different story, but I turn around to look at Rako as she had fainted. What connection does she have with those two? Was she close to them? Or is this a reaction to seeing Chiyo dead? Should I revive her? If I do, I may get closer to the current head and even have better relations with the Shinra clan. Let's deal with this first, and Fwash, I didn't think you would approach me this soon. It hasn't been that long since we met each other. I turn around to see Muruum. Father, Muruum, did you finally decide? He nods. I couldn't find my own answer, so I disguised myself to blend in human society, experience different cultures, and even ventured to other factions and mythologies with the same mindset. However, I still couldn't understand nor grasp them. If you have an answer, please direct me to it. He did all that? Holy crap, man. I'm surprised you didn't smack some humans, because believe me, some of them are annoying as heck. I mean, I wouldn't hurt them, but knowing your personality, all right? They'll wrap up my business here. Wait for me at Mount Karama. After that, I'll take you to where I think you can start understanding some things. All right? He silently nods and vanishes. I turn around and store the 2 mechanical tiger cryptids into my inventory while they were still frozen. I then turn back around to Rako, dispel the barrier, and carry her. Tank, Kaisel, Elsa. Eliminate the rest. I'll wait for Era, God Serena, and Celestin to show up. The 2 shadows emerge from my shadow, and Elsa emerges from my ring. Both shadows grunt before speeding around the territory, killing everything in sight. Elsa looks at me with a face that says reward, and I nod, so she smiles and disappears too. All right, let's check up on Yoshitsune and the rest. And that's our report, Jin-sama. Celestin puts away the clipboard he had with him, currently within the Shinra clan's territory. Prior to this, I repaired everything that needed to be repaired and healed everyone else. Although Rako still hasn't fully recovered from the shock. Jin-sama might put a hand on Era's head, and she flinches. Don't worry about it. We all make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but I'm trying to get there, even if it's impossible. She silently nods. After hearing all their reports, I find it strange. Some of the ones they send were clearly not suited for combat. Probably the one who faced God Serena was the most combat-orientated. The rest just had a lot of hate fueling them, not including Etsudera Himejima, since he's just out for blood. However, Celestin did manage to capture 2, Gekshii and Kamiko Duman, and Kamiko gave some interesting information, although he did kind of traumatize the girl. Apparently, Kao's brigade, more specifically both the Nilrem and Hexenact, approached them about starting a small faction within the organization, and will help them with getting back at the 5 principal clans. Of course, Henaza Himejima was at the head of it, along with Uri's eldest cousin Nakagami Nakiri and whoever that other one was. There was also that voice. I checked Era's memory, and I didn't recognize it at all. However, it was male. Furthermore, I did not know who had attacked them. So many brand new faces popping up. It's better to hope that both Gekshii and Kamiko have more in their heads. I'm still going to check them, even if Kamiko told Celestin everything, which I doubt she did. She's probably sworn to secrecy. Right now, they're back in the Duman clan territory, so we'll get them after we're done here. Be on standby. They'll go check on the head on more time and tell her something after we'll go back to the Duman and Kushihashi clans. They nod, and I walk away, following the auras from earlier. It seemed that Bayako finally calmed down and joined the head. Once I got there, Yoshitsune was also with them. She was doing something to the head. I walk over and just stand behind them. Yoshitsune's fingers glow, and she touches Rako's head. Her breathing, though as ragged, was calming down to the normal rhythm. Her heart rate did the same thing. Her pupils, which had enlarged, shrank back down to their normal size. In short, Yoshitsune did what I was planning to do. Once done, she bows and turns around. Ah, Jin-san. Hey, you did what I was planning to do before I got here. Thanks. She rubs the back of her head and laughs it off. It's my job as a representative of Amaterasu-sama. So why are you here? I'm here to tell the head something. She nods, and everyone in the immediate vicinity looks at me. This might cause some damage to her again, but at the very least I can give her some hope. Chiyo Shinra is dead, but I can bring her back. Nevertheless, it will take time, and some luck will be needed. What do you say? After I told her the first part of that, her mental health quickly declined, but after hearing all of it, a bit of light returned to her eyes. Grip! Oi, are you being serious right now? Middleman. However, the first one to react was Byako Shinra as he grabbed both my shoulders and started to shake me. Yes, as the supernatural world knows, I revived the Welsh dragon, so I can easily do it to a human. However, as I said, some luck and timing are needed. It all depends on Chiyo, if she wishes to be revived, and if her soul is still around. I need to find the place where she died, but I already know, so yes. Anything, please bring her back. Again, I was stopped by the clan head this time. She had gotten down on all fours and was bowing to me. Wow, lady, you don't need to take it that far. Byako, who is still gripping onto my shoulders, looks back at me. And what kind of compensation are you looking for? Follow the new rules and systems. Both of us stare at each other silently for a full minute until he relaxes, smirks, and lets go of me. Suzako Himejima made them, didn't she? So you want all the clans to follow the brand new system and rules your girlfriend made? He says this while turning around and stretching. Yeah, basically. If you do, and stick to them, then I'll definitely keep my word in bringing Chiyo back. Even if I do it forcefully breaking my own rules for my own benefit. I guess I can be selfish at times. No, this isn't even the first time. Whatever Azathoth has planned for me, she doesn't want me saving her, but I'm going against that. I put my hand out, and Rako, who had been a broken mess, stands up with a face of what a head of a clan should have. She approaches me and stands in front of me while looking at my hand. You promise to keep it? I don't break promises. She nods and firmly shakes my hand. It's a deal then. Now then, what can I do for the other clans? After shaking on it, I give her my number, then I turn around to leave. Jin-san, where are you going now? I'm going back to 2 other clans before going back to the Himejima. Anyway, please stay here, you shit son. I'll inform Amaterasu about the whole situation, and of you too. Yes, please leave them to me. I nod and leave to get the Electa. Kushihashi clan territory, we had arrived at some sort of sanctuary type of place. There were still quite a few of the Kushihashi clan members around the place, and many of them were looking at us. No, they were looking at God Serena. He had a smirk the entire time. What in the hell did he do here? Once we arrive at a certain spot, we could see a few of the clan members, the stronger ones, standing around someone wrapped in rope. I was already told what the boy would look like by God Serena earlier. He was still also unconscious. According to him, he put a sleeping spell on him before leaving just to be safe. Checking the guy out with Observe, it showed that he was called Akishi Kushihashi, and he had fused with a divine beast that was called the Jade Dragon. It was also slowly killing him. I approached the young man and read his memories. I let out a sigh since he did not have much to show me. He was meant to die today, since they fused him with a powerful yet unstable divine beast. Perhaps I can extract it from him and make it into a real sacred gear? Who knows, but let's do that first. I touch his shoulder and left it up to Comptoir. Comptoir. Answer. Safely removing the divine beast attached to Akishi Kushihashi. Processing. Complete. Once it was done, I used Observe on him once again and saw that he wasn't in danger of losing his life anymore. I put the Jade Dragon into my inventory and will deal with it later. Perhaps I should combine some of these powers to make something new? The one who fused the Jade Dragon Divine Beast with Akishi was Promestine. Mardgear and some monster woman were also with him. But Akishi was basically falling asleep by the time they started to talk, so he didn't hear any of it. Middleman, Gene Skyward. Hearing a voice behind me, I turn along with the rest of the Electa to see Sairyu Kushihashi and someone else. It was a man who looked to be around his 40s or 50s. Using Observe on him revealed that he was the current head of the clan. His name is Ju Kushihashi. You're the clan head, right? Indeed I am. I must thank you for sending your subordinate earlier. If it were not for him, we would have perished at the hands of Akishi here. He says in an over-friendly tone. Saryu was standing behind him and wasn't showing much emotion, although from reading his emotions he was quite tense. I didn't like the vibe coming from this guy either. Everything he was showing and saying to me sounded just fake. Serena, what do you want to do with Akishi? I asked him telepathically. He has potential. I wish to see him grow if I can. I will be taking Akishi with me, so he can be interrogated at a safe location within the Alliance's bases. Ju seemed a little surprised by my declaration. He seemed unsure of what to say next. Is it necessary? We as a clan wish to speak with and punish him, yes, it's necessary. He worked with Kao's brigade, and that takes priority, but once we're done with the questioning, we may need to keep him for a short while to monitor him. It's known that they may try to harm or rescue their members. Ju falls silent for a few seconds before relenting, probably because I was kind of unintentionally glaring at him. Keep telling yourself that, partner. Yes, it was definitely nothing of concern. Can you sense my sarcasm, Drake? I glance at God Serena, and he picks up Akishi. We'll be on our way then. Ah, yes. Oh, one moment, middleman. Since you helped us, is there some kind of compensation you want? The clan members around the place looked shocked at Ju. Even Saryu, who had a poker face just a few moments ago. What's this old guy's game? Well, I better just say what I told the Shinra clan's head. Consider the new changes that Suzaku Himejima and Amaterasu are putting out to change the rules and systems of the 5 principal clans. To this, he falls silent while staring directly at me. I didn't wait for an answer, and I left with everyone in tow. Dumin clan territory again. We arrived there via teleportation courtesy of me. Celestin was the one to take the lead, but it didn't take us long to arrive at the courtyard where he had tied the 2 Dumin clan members. The left one is Gekshiai, and the right one is Kamiko. Back off! Back off! We ain't saying nothing. The male called Gekshiai was awake and was fuming as he shouted angrily at everyone around him. But there weren't too many people looking at him as they had gone back to cleaning and repairing their territory. However, Kamiko appeared mortified. Censurado. Celestin, you're making me feel like a villain here. But you are? Hey guys, how do you feel about taking a quick trip to the familiar forest after all this is done? They'll delay my trip to the other pantheons just for a day. Maybe I could help Asia get a familiar too, since I skipped that entirely. Splendid idea, Jean. Sounds fun. I'd like to see the place. Both Albion and Velgrine agreed with me. I'm sorry for being alive. The depressed red dragon arc starts now. I sigh and start with Gekshiai as he keeps on screaming profanities at me. I see. While it didn't show much of what happened to these two during their stay in Kao's brigade, since Hanazu took care of most of it, they were given their own rooms in the organization, but still preferred to living in the human world in a different part of Japan. Gekshiai seems to be the one leading the 2 of them, while Kamiko follows after him. It showed me that they were basically shunned while they lived in the Dumin clan. This is because they were not born with the ability to manipulate water like the rest of them. Although this did not apply to everyone, but only around 95 of them. The small 5 were kind and compassionate towards them. But of course, what they remember was the 95 and not the 5, since they suffered quite a lot of emotional abuse. Only a few did physical abuse toward them. But the ones who were kind to them put a stop to it, although it still happened behind closed doors and not just openly. It also showed me when they were being hunted down. It did seem that the twin brother of the current head did hire mercenaries to take down these 2, and they did succeed. These 2 were essentially brought back. However, that part of their memory has been wiped and has been twisted. To the current Gekshiai and Kamiko, their memories have been twisted into believing the current head was the one who sent the assassins, but they somehow survived the assassination attempt, joined Kao's brigade, got power-ups, and now are bona fide members. But in reality, they died that day thanks to the clan head's twin brother. Then they were revived by Kao's brigade and manipulated. The late twin brother of the current head was much like Su Himejima. He did not like anyone who was not born with the ability of their clan, nor did he like sacred gear wielders, and don't even think of falling involved with anyone else apart from their clan. Both Gekshiai and Kamiko were just born with bad luck, and then he manipulated things in the background, got them exiled, and finally had them assassinated. There is a saving grace since he died. But they still instigated this attack on the Duman clan. I saw that the current head is kind and compassionate. Who cares for these two? So what should I do? Leave it up to him? Bring them with me? Bring them. Do the same thing that you'll do with Akishi. Yes, and if you can convert those two, even revive them, then you can bargain your way like you did with Rako Shinra. Bargain with them, huh? Well, the current Duman leader seems reasonable enough, so why not? I turn my attention to Kamiko as she stares back at me in absolute terror, trembling and pleading, no, no, no. I stepped back and looked in her memories. Cinchuredo, Jin-san. Turning around, I see Jinbu Duman and the clan head. Oh, hello, Jinbu. And the clan head? Great timing, actually. I want to speak with you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, middleman. Aoki Dumon. What would you like to talk about? They'll be taking these two with me for the time being. Just like with the exiled member over there, the Alliance needs to interrogate them. Once Aoki heard that he became uneasy, he just got these two back, and now they're being taken away. To him, it seemed unfair, but in the end he agreed. Why, yes, they did cause trouble. Please don't I read their memories. While they hold resentment to the wrong person right now, that can be corrected. Rest assured nothing bad will happen to them. Oh, and before you ask, can you consider following the changes in rules and system that were proposed to you today? Aoki seems a bit taken aback by what I said. He stood there thinking about it for a few seconds. You have my guarantee as the middleman. I won't let any harm come to them. He looks at me, then at Jinbu, who starts to rapidly nod her head before smiling. He puts his hand out, and I shake it. I had always wanted to change the current systems, but today was the perfect time. If you fulfill your end of the agreement, I will do so with mine. Great. Seeing as how Aoki was willing to change his clan system, along with Jinbu, the current inheritor of the Black Tortoise, then hopefully the rest of the clan will follow suit. Of course, seeing as only 5 is willing to change, then the 95 will be a bit harder to convince. I take out a piece of paper with my number on it and hand it to him. My number. Contact me if you have other inquiries. If not, then I'll contact you in the future about their situation. He nods, and we finally turn around to leave. Celestin had cut the two down, and they were unconscious. It looks like he put them to sleep with a spell. I glance at the representative, and they nod to me. They'll leave them to it then. You know, partner, they've been quite easy to deal with, you know? It makes sense. They just went through an attack. My shadows and Electa helped them. They also probably saw their power and just assumed him around the same strength or higher. It's good for me, since it makes this easier to deal with, especially with that clan head of the Kushahashi. Both Duman and Shinra clan heads were a bit easier to deal with thanks to the mess their exiled members did. I guess so. Haimajima clan territory, as soon as I teleported there, the Electa and I began walking back to the meeting room. I could feel everyone else was back there and waiting. As we walked through the courtyards, I could see that most of the clan members that were still around were mostly cleaning the place up, although I did help them with that earlier. After this, they'll be heading to Mount Kuruma to deal with Maroom. However, they'll need to inform a certain someone, and they'll just get a headache from me due to it. They'll apologize in advance. Maroom, who lacks most emotions, I have a certain someone in mind who has a lot of that, and they can probably pull it out of him, although I do hope they don't end up killed because of it. Maybe it will be a learning experience for both of them. They'll need to monitor him, though, so we'll see in due time. We eventually reach the door again, and I push it open to see everyone there. Sue and the rest of the elders seem tense. However, the three am on good terms with look calm. I'm back. What the hell is wrong with everyone? Welcome back, Jean. Who are those? Suzaka welcomes me back and points at Akishi, Kamiko, and Gekshii, some exiled members from the other clans. They'll be bringing them with me to interrogate them in an Alliance secure location. Anyway, let's get back to business. However, Suzaka shakes her head, confusing me. We discussed it while you were still away, and we have come to a conclusion. Suzaka looks at Amaterasu, and she nods. I will repeat what we said not too long ago. Starting from today onwards, the Haimajima clan will follow the new rules and systems that Suzaku Haimajima has put forward, as she is the current head of the clan. Additionally, certain members of the clan will have their ability to use the flame manipulation temporarily sealed. Amaterasu pauses to glance at Sue, who is looking at the ground. Although he did it because he was furious and not because he was feeling guilty or remorseful. Amaterasu looks at me and smiles. We will also have the middleman monitor certain clan members to make sure they don't try to sabotage, manipulate, or leave the clan to join an unsavory organization. I look at her in surprise, but so did Inari and Shizuku. Did she not tell them this? Sue and the other higher-ups were also surprised by this. Wait, Amaterasu, you're not insinuating I am. We witnessed it today. Some exiled clan members, be it in the Himejima or the others, will hold grudges and will not have any problems joining hands with a terrorist organization. From what I've seen and heard, I do not hold much confidence and trust in some of you. She sharply looks at Suu and the other higher-ups and elders. Or do you wish to have a different kind of punishment? Suddenly, the room becomes brighter and small orange balls of light appear above all the elders and Sue Himejima. Suzaku appears to panic, but doesn't move from her spot. Inari awkwardly looks away while sweating. From what I can tell, Amaterasu was furious right now. She was threatening them with death, wasn't she? The wrath of the sun goddess of the Shinto mythology. Yikes, they better agree or die right now. The elders, Cinchuredo, he was still furious, but also terrified in the situation. But he also eventually cracked and got into a Dejiza pose. I will also follow these new systems and rules. Sue says a bit reluctantly. Suzaku looked troubled by all of it, but was still thankful to Amaterasu. She keeps her orbs on for a few more seconds before dismissing them. I guess what they said about Amaterasu was true. Even if she is a kind and caring goddess, she could be quite ruthless. Amaterasu eventually removes the balls of light, and the room becomes dim again. The elders, higher-ups, and Sue breathe a sigh of relief and straighten themselves up. Amaterasu looks at me and nods. I guess I'm doing my part now. Comptoir if you can. Comptoir. Answer. Scanning Himejima territory. Found and locked on specific clan members. Attaching nano flies to them. Processing. Complete. They didn't feel it, but Sua did frown once the process was done. He looks at me with an angry gaze, but I ignore him. Amaterasu puts a hand on Suzaku's shoulder to get her attention. She nods and coughs in her fist. I, Suzaku Himejima, declare that from this day forward the Himejima clan will follow the newly established rules and systems. Any and all inquiries or complaints will be forwarded to me or Amaterasu-sama. If there are any that disagree with this, please let me know now. Suzaku stops to look around her, but no one says anything in fear of their own life. Next, she looks at Amaterasu and Inari, who also give her approving nods, and finally she looks at me. I obviously agree with her. This meeting is adjourned. You may leave. As soon as Shizuku says that, many elders and higher-ups immediately leave the room in a state of panic. They didn't want to be here anymore. I guess the pressure got to them. However, so took his time. Once he reached the door, he glances back at Shizuku, the two goddesses, and finally me. We stare at each other, anger still clearly in them. But he eventually walks away. What a troublesome old man. His time is up. He just needs to let the new generation take care of things. Stuck up old bat. I turn to Celestin and nod to him. At once, Jean-sama. I wanted him to contact Azazel to inform him that we'll be going back to Grigori and dropping these guys off there. Celestin does that, and I walk over to Suzaku as she waits along with Amaterasu and Inari. Once I reach them, Suzaku hugs me quite tightly. Welcome back. How were they? She pulls away from me, but keeps holding both my hands. She really likes doing that, huh? A few people were injured in each clan, but no one was killed. My shadow soldiers did their job and protected them. Like I said earlier, we captured some of the exile members and am planning on bringing them to Grigori. I didn't tell Azazel that I had beefed up their holding cells and interrogation rooms. I plan on letting Grigori do the interrogation. However, they'll put a word in for Gekshii and Kamiko since their memories were altered, so they weren't really themselves. Although they still need to be punished. Anyway, to put a long story short, there's probably a new faction in Kao's brigade that consists of past exile members of all clans. And from what Atsudara Himejima said, Hana's a Himejima, might be the leader or at least one of the leaders of it. That reminds me. Who's Atsutura? I've never heard about him. And he definitely wasn't in the books. He's Su Hamajima's son. He was also quite gifted at many things, but was never gifted with the use of our clan's fire manipulation. However, early in his life, I believe he was in love with Aunt Shuri. But once she eloped with Barakil, he accepted it and was quite happy for them. He supported them. I was also close to him. He treated me well, and even bought me things like candy to share with Akino when we were younger. But in time, he also fell in love with the Yukai. Our clan is usually neutral towards them, but Su, my great-uncle, did not like that. So I think I know where this is going. He killed her? Ultimately, yes. At first, Cinchuredo ring? Was it that ring attached to that necklace? So he loved her that much, huh? It makes me wonder Atsutura was heartbroken and basically vanished after that day. He said he would make great-uncle pay for what he did, and as you know, today he showed up again. Yeah, honestly, I would probably do the same thing as him. Thinking about having any of my lovers taken away like that, looking back at Suzaku and imagining that makes my blood boil and my heart ache. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't want him to destroy the clan, but at the same time, I don't like Su for many things, which just adds to it. Maybe he can be reasoned out of it. However, Suzaku shakes her head. I do not think so. Maybe Shuri? Or wait, do you know where his soon-to-be fiancée was buried? Suzaku looks at me and understood what I meant. She thinks about it for a moment, but ultimately shakes her head. I'm sorry, Jin. I don't know, no one knows. Only Atsutura knows. He was the one to find her body and buried her somewhere. But maybe we can ask Aunt Shuri to try to convince him? I want to do that. But at the same time, I don't want my mother-in-law to be near danger. After I say that, Suzuku, Inari, and Amaterasu's eyes widen as they look at me. Mother-in-law? Jean, did you? I awkwardly chuckle and look away. I may have proposed to Akino not too long ago. So much for keeping it a secret. You trillion-year-old rascal. You really went and did it, didn't you, Jean? Well, a congratulations is in order. Inari waddles beside me and starts smacking my back. I just gave her a troubled smile. Yes, congratulations, Jean. Thank you. Amaterasu also congratulated me. Some of the Electa behind me did too, although they already knew about it, however. Suzaku grips my hand a bit tighter, and she looks at me with a gentle smile. Will you ask me in the future too? Wow, she has some courage. Slam. Shut up. Crap. The way she's looking at me. My heart rate just increased, wow. I will eventually ask them all. Yes, I will. Suzaku, please just wait a bit longer. Pinch, who? While we're happy for you for being engaged to one of your partners, please show some consideration around us. Jin-kun. My cheeks are being pinched by both Amaterasu and Inari for some strange reason. Suzaku seems a bit surprised, but just giggles at me. Support me in these trying times era? Was I late? Elsa, you're late. Where have you been? I hear Elsa's voice behind us, and Celestin asks her a question. I was clearing the monsters back into Shinra clan. Both Tank and Kaisel are waiting outside. Is that so? Good work then. Hoo-hoo, I do need my reward after all. Shoot. I promised her that, didn't I? You know, Jean, you can start your own faction at the rate you're gaining allies and followers. Inari lets go of me. The same with Amaterasu. The sun goddess agrees with her. It makes you think. Be truthful, Jean. Are you building a faction? No. Too much work. But you'll be governing the Omniverse in the future? Who knows what kind of work that entails? Shoot. Wait, no. I have avatars and clones that can do that work for me. True. Barato. Answer. Title God of Laziness acquired. Stop. I can think of something in the future. I turn my attention back to everyone, and we converse for a few more minutes. Eventually, both Amaterasu and Inari had to go back. We will meet the rest of the representatives near the top of Mount Karama. Until we meet again, Jean says, yeah, take care, Inari, Amaterasu. To you too, Amaterasu-sama, Inari-sama. Both of them vanish in a flash of flames, and the rest of us were left there. I turn to Celestin and address the rest of the Electa. Head over to Grigori. He'll join you guys soon after. I have some business at Mount Karama first. Celestin, God Serena, and Aaron nod and teleport away. All my shadows begin to go back to my own, as well as Tank and Kaisel who were just waiting out here. Elsa, Suzaku, and I were the ones left. Jin-sama, can I get my reward? I inwardly sigh. Here we go, sure, Cinchuredo. I notice her glance at Suzaku and smirk. Hey now, don't do that. I step back and lightly chop her on the head. Don't. You fufu, sorry and thank you. Elsa winks at me and Suzaku before going back into the ring. I turn back to Suzaku, who looks a bit upset. Suzaku, she was just teasing you. I know. Can I get one too? I nod and step closer to her. Once in range, I stand near her as Suzaku looks up at me. However, before I could say anything, I felt a familiar presence. It was Su, and his gaze was directed at us. Cinchuredo Suzaku was a bit surprised by my enthusiasm, but tried her best to match it. We shared a warm, playful bravado, and she gently smiled against my bravado. After a moment, I pulled back, and she looked up at me with a flustered, shy expression. Jean, I love you. I love you too. I look at Su one more time, but this time Suzaku sees me and turns to look. Once she saw her great uncle staring at her, her eyes widen. But Su just clicks his tongue and walks away while grumbling something. I felt myself grin pinch stretch. I look back as Suzaku pinches both my cheeks. She was slightly frowning. Did you do that because my great uncle was there? No. Jean? Yes, I did. But I don't want to kiss you too. Suzaku just sighs at me and starts to fix my tie. Again, what's with everyone fixing my tie? Am I really that bad at it? You need to go Mount Karama, don't you? I have Jima here, and we have started to increase the defenses around our territory. I didn't think I needed to mention that earlier, but now you know. I will deal with the rest of the clan members that are against it and my great uncle. She finally finishes fixing my tie and pats my chest. I will contact you if we find anything about Atsudara or anyone else from the other clans. I will try to have a meeting with the heads and inheritors soon. After that, I will tell you what happened. Okay? I am the head of the clan, Jean. Please trust me also. You're planning to head back to the pocket dimension soon, aren't you? I nod. Yeah, Ido. It's been long overdue. I'll invite Faye and Hestia into it. Maybe the Citri peerage too. Their rematch for the Azazel Cup should be even more intense if I do invite them along. Yep, I'm all right, Suzuka. But I'm going to leave a few more shadows around here. She just sighs at me and kisses my cheek. You're paranoid at times they'll get going. I still need to do some finalizations and then update the systems and rules. Yeah, good luck. She starts to walk back in her home, and I watch her leave. Once she was inside, I spread around 15 shadows around the place and finally leave for Mount Karama. Mount Karama, once I got there, I quickly searched for Maruam and found him near an edge looking at the scenery below him. I slowly approach him as he turns to glance at me. Father, sup? I join him and we look out at the scenery together. So, are you ready to follow me to where I can give you purpose? He silently nods. I grin and summon a communication circle beside me. Huh? Oh, hey Jean, your subordinates are here. Are you coming here soon too? I connected with Azazel. Yeah, I'm coming with one more if you don't mind. Hey, can you bring the angry short blonde girl with you? Short blonde girl? Oh, you mean middled? I mean, sure. But why do you want to see her? I look at Maruam as Azazel asks that. What would happen if I put him with her? Now this could turn out badly, or go turn out well. But I'm willing to make some sacrifices. Sorry in advance, Azazel. Let's go then. To Grigori. You're going to be living there and meeting someone who can probably give you meaning in life. Whether that be a positive or negative thing, I do hope Maruam can scare some sense in her. And vice versa, since Middled has a lot of sass and displays a wide range of emotions, mostly anger when I'm around. We'll just hope it goes well. Middle, I chose you as his Kamugi. If you mess up, you might die. To him, Chapter 10, Part 1. Restless days of an outer god Grigori Jean skyward, I teleport with Maruam to Grigori, and we appear in the lobby. However, a lot of the fallen angels around us start to look at him with curiosity. But Maruam doesn't pay them much mind, so I start walking away, and he follows me. The territory of the fallen angels, why have you brought me here? Father? He asked, sounding a bit confused. You'll see soon enough, don't worry too much. I didn't want to spoil it for him, so I just kept it vague. Maruam thankfully didn't question it, so that's one of the few aspects I like about him. Maybe it's also due to me being his father that he isn't questioning it. Or maybe your status too. I mean, realistically, you're kind of known for helping people, partner. Fair point, but let's leave that for now. I have been following Azazel and the rest of the Electa's auras, and they seem to be in the meeting room along with Middlet, Penemu, and Rainier. Why are those two here? Well, apart from working here, I'm confused as to why they're in this meeting. We quickly arrived at the meeting room, and I touch the door, and it slides open. Yo, I'm here. Took you long enough. Azazel complained, although he wasn't that bothered by it. I was surprised that Slashdog wasn't here, but he'll just assume they're in their bar or on a mission. But Lavinia didn't call or text about it. Who is that? Azazel points at Maruam as we both enter the room, and the door behind me closes. I point my thumb at him. This is Maruam, one of my children like Ignia. To put a long story short, he wanted to find out why his mother made him, so I brought him to Grigori. Anyway, don't probe him or do anything unnecessary, Azazel. Let him live here for a bit. After saying that, the room fell into stunned silence. I don't blame them. What I just said to them must have been shocking. C, chill, you have kids with someone. Rainier screamed while pointing at me, which made me facepalm. That's what you're hung up about. That I have a kid. Not the fact that he's one of the leaders of the current cow's brie. You know what, never mind. No, Ray. He'll explain what's up later, I tiredly say to her, as she goes red from the nickname I gave her. Wait, hold on, Jean. I don't mind having a new ally, but is he willing to cooperate? Azazel asked while staring at Maruam, who had no change of expression. Apart from him and Rainier, who were a bit skeptical, the rest were fine with it. Even Penemu, much to my surprise. Probably after a certain time. Anyway, let him live here for the time being. I turned back to Maruam as he was making a face like I was the insane one. This will be very beneficial for you. This place has a lot of characters you can interact with. They range in a lot of personalities. Anyway, that blonde girl over there will be the one taking care of you. I pointed at Middlet as her face paled. The small fallen angel started shaking violently. Did I say before that Ignia was a double agent for me? Anyway, Maruam, give this place a chance, let's say 2 months, and if it doesn't work, come find me. I inform him, and he nods. He's a lot more obedient than I thought. However, he may just be trying to find that reason of his. But if it doesn't work out, he'll probably be forced to kill him. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Anyway, he'll get going, Azazel. Take care of my kid for me. All right? I winked at him, and he sighed. I looked at Penemu and Barato. Penemu gestures toward me, with Barato nearby. I guess she isn't leaving just yet. I motion for Barato to join the rest of the Electa as they also come back to my ring. All right, those guys, I looked at the exiled members that the Electa brought earlier. They were still asleep. You already heard from my subordinates, right? Just keep them in the new cells and interrogate them for me. I'll come and speak with them individually down the line to get more information out of them. However, I doubt they have any more. Fine, TCH. We have to look after your kid, though don't complain, Azazel. I literally reinforced Grigori, made Grigori 2, and upgraded those cells. I think letting Maruam here stay for 2 months as a test trial shouldn't be a problem. He complained, but I pointed out all the things I had recently done, and he couldn't come up with anything, so he sighed and accepted it in the end. Anyway, see ya. Japan, Kuo Skyward Household. Once we arrived, how you have kids? Rainier asks again, and I sigh. I tell her what's up with them, but that just confuses her. So I poke her head and give her any relevant information, including my existence, the Omniverse, and everything in between. Thud YYYYU, www what is. Oh my god, Rainier fell on her ass and clutched her head. Her eyes had widened, and she was staring at the ground while lightly hyperventilating. I crouch down, touch her head, and calm her down. She looks back at me. You're a what? Your daddy. Smack. Take this seriously. She took out a paper fan from behind her back and smacked my head. I was a bit surprised that she did the Grimoire move, as I dubbed it since Astery does it quite a lot with Surzex. I am. Rainier shakes for a few seconds before bolting away while screaming. Asia! She screamed Asia's name and ran up the stairs, and I heard some commotion, and due to that noise, Gabriel popped her head out of the dining room. Jean? Jean! The adorable Seraphim waddles over to me and hugs me. Hey, Gabriel. I'm back. Did anything happen while I was away? I ask her, but she shakes her head. Not too many people here. I wonder where everyone is. I could feel the ones in the training facility, some upstairs, in the living room and kitchen. Reiko and Ine are training in the facility, Grafia and a few are in the kitchen, and Kuroka and others are in the living room. Are you going away again? She looks up looking a bit upset. Why must she do this? My heart can't take it. I want to be for today and tomorrow. I have a few things to get done. I don't have anything for tomorrow, but I should go to the familiar forest to get Asia a familiar, probably Zenobia too, and it'll take this time to meet Tiamat. I wonder how that meeting will go. Either way, I'm dragging Drake with me. Partner, please, Yulo, am not ready. Get over it, you wuss. Velgrind quips back, but then I hear some explosions with Velgrind just laughing and mocking Drake. Dang it. If I could only hit you. Eat it, stupid. I won't be going back on this decision, Drake. I need to meet her sooner or later. Anyway, I also need to take my phone out. Date. Hey, how does a date sound in 2 days? I asked Keisha via text, and it didn't take her too long to text me back. I kept patting Gabriel's head all the while. Yes, I'm free. Jean-sama, where do you wish to meet at? Place, huh? Where should I bring her? I've brought a lot of the girls all over the world at this point, but why not the underworld? Didn't you check it with Comptoir for Gasper? He has a point. Well, I might as well, right? Although the thing that I worry about is being recognized too much by the children, so it might make it less of a date, but I'll tell her then. How about Lilith? I haven't been there much, but it sounds like it would be fun. But it took Keisha a while to respond. So I stepped into the living room with Gabriel, and when I got there, I found Kuroka, Ingvild, and Valerie. Each one of them was doing something different. As I sat down with Gabriel, my phone buzzed. Yes, I don't mind, Jean-sama. Is 12 in the afternoon okay? I have some prior commitments before that. I was just informed just now, sure thing. So, it said then I'll try to research more before we meet up. Wait, please let me lead you around. I know it's typically the male's responsibility, but I want to show you Lilith, the parts one like. I wasn't expecting that, but I welcomed it all the same. Gabriel, during all this time, had been watching me text with Keisha. Are you sure? Yes. I insist. All right, Keisha, he'll leave it to you. Thank you very much. After that short exchange, I put my phone away. While I texted Keisha, Kuroka came over and laid her head on my lap. Welcome back, Naya. Texting someone? Yeah, just someone from Sarorg's peerage. Ah, another one bites the dust, Naya pet me. Kuroka deadpants and immediately requests pets. I snorted at her, but petted her anyway. I glanced at Gabriel, since she had been silent since I started texting Keisha. She seemed to be in thought, so I didn't interrupt her. What has everyone been up to? I asked the currently purring cat girl. I've been eating and lazing around the usual, as you should know. My job isn't near yet, she says quite proudly. I mean, she has a point, and I did basically hire her at this point, but Jesus Christ. I lightly pinch her nose, making her complain. Yeah, what was that for? Do you at least help Grafia and Reiko with food or cleaning? She meekly nods. Why, yes. Since Grafia said I might be a waitress or something, she started to teach me some things during the morning or afternoon. Cincheredo, I was wondering when we could speak with each other, since I've come up with a few ideas for my menu and the name for the restaurant. After sending that, I turned back to Kuroka, who had her eyes closed still, enjoying the petting. I turned to look at Gabriel, who was now looking at me. Jean? When is my second date coming? After Gabriel said that, both Ingvild and Valerie looked at me. I took you two out on a date not too long ago, you know? But yeah, Gabriel has a point. We haven't gone on a date since then. Huh. I don't include when we went to the Fairy Kingdom, since that was business related. I had a few people to take out on a date too. Who would have thought keeping up with a busy social life would be so much work? I turned back to face the Seraphim. Soon, I have Rias to take out soon. Tomorrow we'll go with Keisha. So you're after that, is that all right? I asked her, and she was more than happy with it. However, I looked back down at Kuroka as she had grabbed my hand and held on to it affectionately. This also caught Ingvild and Valerie's attention, and I wasn't sure what to do. Let play out? Step in? I glanced at Gabriel, and she was a bit too excited to notice yet. I've been away for too long. Let's see how it unfolds. My apologies. Cincheredo. Thanks for the meal, Naya, she said quietly, catching on that I didn't want Gabriel to notice what we were doing. And MPH, oops, Barato gives me a playful nudge and a teasing grin, just to be mischievous. Barato then pulls back with a satisfied smile. Censurado, 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 censurado. I increased the effect on Gabriel, so she wouldn't notice Ingvild leaving her seat. Valerie briefly came back to reality, as she saw Ingvild leaving her spot and joining Barato. Ingvild then approached me and gently repositioned Barato, so she could rest more comfortably. The cat girl was happy to settle into a more comfortable position. Censurado, 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 and I slowly turned to see Gabriel looking at the end scene. Ingvild and Barato were standing nearby, still oblivious. Gabriel seemed confused at first, but her face slowly turned red. I felt her start to shake. Censurado, censurado, can we speak for a quick moment? Yeah. Sure, Grafia pulled me into the kitchen and scolded me for a bit. That may not have been my most brilliant idea. My emotions definitely got the better of me. End of scene. A few hours later, boom. Boom! Is that all, Ine? Scathack shouted as she sparred with the hybrid. Ine was struggling to keep up. As of right now, we had it set to 2 years in here and 10 minutes outside. Reiko was also here, and she was being put through her own hell by Leanne. After Scathack found out that Ine wanted to train and get stronger, she decided to help her. So now Scathack is her trainer, and Leanne is focused on Reiko. I had decided to stop here for the time being. BZT. Feeling my phone buzz, I took it out and found that Zeoticus had finally sent me a text. Greetings, Jean. I will be free in a few hours. If you are still awake by then, how about you come here and we can talk about details? In a few hours, huh? I only have school tomorrow, so it's fine. Sure thing, Zeoticus. I'm free. Excellent. Around midnight to 1 in the morning, please come over. Quite late, but it's doable. I put my phone away and looked back at the explosions in front of me. They're certainly working hard. It should be around 4 hours before I go over to the underworld to speak with Zeoticus. What should I do? I glanced around and saw that they were quite immersed in their training, so I left the place. I teleported back up to the entrance hallway. I took a peek at all the rooms, and everyone seemed to be busy with their own thing as well. So taking this opportunity to be a bit normal, and even though it was a bit late in the day, I changed into a tracksuit and decided to go out for a run. I followed the same path I had taken when I first came into this world. Since it was near the end of the day, there were some people coming home from work and other people out just enjoying the day. They didn't pay much attention to me, and neither did I to them. Once I got to a local park, I was a bit surprised to see some familiar faces. I stopped to stare at them. It was the Citri Peerage. They were training here. Huh? But I could feel a barrier around the park, one that made humans stay away, and some sort of illusion magic. I stepped through it, and it caught their attention. They got ready to fight, but saw me and calmed down. Jean, what are you doing here? Sona asked me. I was out for a run, saw you guys and decided to come and watch. I explained myself and took a seat on one of the benches. She nods and faces her peerage, gives them instructions, and they start doing some warm-ups. Saji looked determined all of a sudden, so he was pushing himself during the warm-up. Jin-chan, stop trying to show off in front of Jean-senpai. Ruruko scolded him, and he awkwardly chuckled. So that's why he was being weird, but he ran up to me. Jean-senpai, spar with me, please. He bowed while saying this. I wasn't expecting this, so I just stared at him without saying anything to spar. Huh? I don't have anything better to do, sure, why not? I agreed to it, and he was quite happy. Sona walked over while sighing. Tsubaki was also behind her. Why did you accept? I'm bored. I got nothing else to do also. I'll be heading to the underworld in like 4 hours for a meeting with Zeoticus about my restaurant. Thinking about my future and all that. I informed her. She was curious but agreed and didn't ask me about it. In times like this, I really appreciate Sona being lenient about certain things I do. Finally, I got up and started walking past them, but I also remember another point. I turn back and look at Tsubaki as she stares back at me. A certain incident happened in Kyoto, and the 5 principal clans were attacked by a new faction of Chaos Brigade. Anyway, to cut a long story short, The Shinra clan and others are willing to adapt new rules and systems, thanks to Suzaku Himejima. If you want, you can probably rejoin your clan again, but if you're not interested, you don't need to. I'm just informing you just in case. Tsubaki looked a bit surprised by what I said, but she nodded in the end without saying anything. I finally left to go join Saji, who was waiting with Ruruko, Momo, and Rhea. The others were looking at us from a distance. So, how do you want this to happen, Saji? No sacrigius. I want to get better in my regular state. So, some hand-to-hand combat, and maybe magic? He proudly said, although he sounded uncertain when he said magic. I didn't mind. I was also curious if he would be able to achieve his Malbolge Vritra promotion, since he didn't absorb any dragon blood from me. Instead, he achieved it because he absorbed Issei's blood during their first raiding game. Why not help him out by giving him the opportunity to unlock it? You two sound like you want it to happen. Battle maniacs. Fine, they'll see what I can do. They'll give him a chance to reach it. Saji will still need to train his ass off to get it. All right, Saji, let's get to it. Momo, do you mind being the arbiter? I don't mind. Saji and I jump away from each other. Momo looks at the both of us and puts her hand up. Are both fighters ready? We both nodded. Begin. The first strike wins. Saji yelled and sprinted towards me. He was going all out, using all his natural physical abilities right now. He arrived in front of me and sent a punch towards me, but it was a fake and he disappeared from my sight and was sending a kick toward my side instead. Making a small adjustment, I moved to the side and dodged his attack. He grinned, and a magic circle appeared beneath me. Gotcha! From it came a large fireball. However, I swatted it away and sent it back to Saji. He was expecting this and dodged it. However, Cinchuredo, he's the one attacking, while I deflect and parry his attempts at hitting me. Don, bah, let me hit you. No, I've been on the defense the entire time, so he'll hit back once. Let's test his durability. I take a small step back and disappear from Saji's vision. He instantly becomes alert and starts to look all around him, but he couldn't find me. Using this as an advantage, I appear behind him and cock my arm backwards. There! He jumped back and fired an ice attack at me, but the target that he hit burst into a puff of smoke. Wah! Don! Gah! Using moderate power, I punch him on his back, and he tumbles forward and crashes into ground. However, he quickly gets up and dusts himself off. Even though I was holding back, he did well in withstanding it. Not yet. Let's keep going. Even though Saji said that the wind was knocked out of him, he was trying his best to stand straight. I guess the punch affected him more than I thought, but he still stood back up. At least that hasn't changed one bit. All right, let's go. Don. Punch, kick, and the use of magic attacks. Saji did his best to match my speed. However, every time he thought he was getting the hang of it, I increased it a little, and it forced him to adapt. He was a quick learner, which surprised me. Perhaps all that training during the summer vacation did a lot for him. No, that can't be the only reason. He has to be still training even before now. Ora! I hear a war cry from Saji as he sends another punch at me, swiftly dodging it. I let it graze my hair and punch him in the gut. He flinches but doesn't fall down, so I follow it up with a roundhouse kick to the chin. This sends Saji up and then back down a significant distance away. I can still. I walked over to him as he was struggling to get up and sighed once I reached him. Saji, chill. We're sparring, remember? This isn't a life and death battle. Hey, my bad. Seemingly remembering the original reason for the sparring match, he awkwardly laughed. I sigh again, take out a ball of slime, and throw it at him. He thanks me and gets up. Oh, one more thing. I put a fist to his chest and smirked. I then transferred a small amount of draconic energy to him. Saji jolts a little and appears surprised by what I did. What did you do, Jin-senpai? You've been training hard, Saji, so I gave you a surprise gift. When the time is right, you'll have an easier time achieving your balance break, but that doesn't mean it'll be easy to achieve. So keep up your training. Saji stares blankly at me for a few seconds before comically bursting into tears. Jin-senpai, you will. He tries to hug me, but I keep him at bay with my hand. You don't need to go that far, man. Just keep up your work ethic. Anyway, we'll just watch you guys for a while before I leave. Don't mind me, I walked back to the bench and watched them resume their training. Well, I didn't do much, but watch. I did text with Aquino and Shigen during that time. Some of them sometimes came up to me to ask for advice. I'm not exactly the best at that, but I still did my best, and the dragons gave me some help too. So, an hour passed by just like that. All right, everyone, let's take a 15-minute break. Sona shouts and summons some refreshments and sandwiches. Saji, being so enthusiastic, ran up to the sandwiches first and quickly grabbed a whole slice and began to eat it in a hurry. Ruruko, the ever-so-attentive girlfriend, started to pat his back. No. Never mind, she drop-kicked his back and the sandwich came out. Are you trying to kill me? You try to do that yourself. I saved you. The young couple argued back and forth while everyone else started to eat their portions. I didn't move from my spot and sat there amused by the show I was getting. But both Momo and Tsubaki came up to me. Oh, hey Momo, Tsubaki. Jijin Senpai. Good day to you, Jean. I would like to speak with you. Momo greeted me quite nervously, but I could kind of guess why Tsubaki was here. I gestured for them to join me, and so they did. So, what do you want to talk about, Tsubaki? I wrap my arm around Momo's shoulder, and she blushes. Tsubaki nods and speaks. Please tell me what happened during the attack. Nodding, I proceeded to tell Tsubaki in detail about what happened, about the exiled clan members and the two Shinras, and Kyo's death. She seemed sad about it, but kept silent the whole time. By the time I finished telling her about it, she was staring at the ground. I see. Thank you for telling me, Jean. I will take some time to process this all. I will come back and speak with you in the future. Unlike her usual self, she wore a sad expression and walked back to Sona and the rest. Once she was with them, her usual stoic face had come back. I turned to see Momo quietly eating her sandwich, albeit a bit slowly. Is something wrong? I don't like it when people follow old traditions and don't question them. It creates unnecessary suffering. This is why I agree with President Sona's dream. Everyone should have an equal opportunity to rise to the top, regardless of their background. Momo says seriously while frowning at the ground. Yeah, but that's just not limited to the Devil Society. Even in the human world, Cinchuredo, but I doubt many would agree with me. I'd rather not be a tyrant if I could help it. It would also hurt some of the relationships I've made so far. Yeah, you're right. Society sucks. Momo huffed. She's just a little frustrated right now. Yeah. Ever wonder how I got these scars? She gives me a strange look before eating her sandwich seriously. That doesn't exist here either. I sigh again and look at my phone. I got a text from Suzaku. Clap clap. All right, everyone. Let's get back to it. Sona says to everyone, and she nods our way. Momo gets up and starts to head back. Hey Momo, you gotta go. They'll see you at school tomorrow. Oh, okay. She seemed disappointed, so I gently held her hand and gave her a warm smile before saying goodbye. After we parted ways, she blushed at me before running off. Now, then why is Suzaku here? It hasn't been that long, yet Skyward household upon arriving back at my home. The two Haimajimas were in the entrance hallway. They turned to see me coming through the door and greeted me. Welcome back, Jean dear. Suzaku looks at Aquino and they have a brief stare down. I wasn't entirely sure if I should step in or not, but the two of them decided before I could. Aquino just started to a fufu and Suzaku smiled at her. Yeah, I'm back. Why are you here already, Suzaku? Miss me? I asked and grinned at her. To my surprise, she nodded. Yes, I did miss you, Jean. However, I am here to tell you that all the clans approached me a few hours after the incident and are willing to go forward with my proposal. Did you do something to them? Even if they were attacked by exiled members, I don't think they would just accept the changes I wish to make. She explained. I didn't think they would approach her this fast. But it makes things easier, but that also means I have to keep my word. Chio Shinra, I hope to Azathoth you're still around and didn't reincarnate yet, otherwise I'm in trouble. Really? That's good then. Who approached you first? The Shinra, then the Nakira, and finally the Dumin and Kushihashi clans were last. I more or less expected it to turn out like that. The Shinra and Nakiri were 50-50, but I still expected either of them to be first and the Kushihashi to be last. But Suzaku wasn't finished. My great-uncle, Suo, approached me around 40 minutes ago, and we spoke. She says, and looks at Aquino. She slightly frowned, but did not seem too bothered by Sazako mentioning his name. But again, I was curious. Why would he approach her? Is it because we kissed? Or for some other purpose? As I thought of these, Cincheredo, I didn't know how to feel about that. Should I be happy since he did help us find a solution to this? Atsudara Himejima is only on their side because of what Sua did and the old practices and beliefs of the Himejima clan. Otherwise, he would still be a member of the clan if Sua would just mind his own business. Cincheredo, and that he does feel some remorse for having her killed, although he admitted that it only started to take effect as of today since his own son was part of a terrorist organization. Suzaku had started to pinch my cheeks while giving me a small scolding. But it was still awful of him to reflect on it only now that his son had joined Kao's brigade. I hate this guy. I doubt anything will change about it. I look at Suzaku as she lets go of my cheeks. Now that I think about it, what about her parents? Yeah, my bad. Hey, Suzaku, when will I be meeting your parents? After asking that, both Akino and Suzaku were just staring at me blankly. However, Akino started to giggle at me, and Suzaku lightly blushed. Well, Ifufu, you proposed to me not too long ago. And now you want to ask Suzaku Ni-san's parents for her hand in marriage? Akino asked me teasingly. That kind of went over my head. I should have asked a little differently. I'm curious about her parents since she hasn't mentioned anything about them. Or maybe I should have asked Shuri about them. Well, I did say I'd ask her to marry me soon. So you're not entirely wrong, Akino. I replied to her casually, making her stop and stare at me again. She got a little huffy and crossed her arms and mumbled about still being the first to be proposed to pray that she doesn't find out. Partner, Cincheredo, how about before I go back to the Egyptian mythology? Suzaku readily agrees, and we go into the living room and spend the next few hours chatting and relaxing. For the other few, I decided to cook all the food I decided to bring with me to the underworld, and also the beverages I wanted them to drink. You should be fine with this. It was a casual meeting with Zeoticus, so I didn't really understand why Grafia was fussing about this. Even Rose was here to see me off. We're just going to talk about my menu and whatever else about my restaurant. F5, you don't need to ignoring me. She fixes my tie, pats my head, and looks at me with an approving gaze. I wearily smile at her and sigh. Thank you anyway, they'll get going. Are you sure you don't need me there, Jean? Rose asks, and I nod. Yeah, it's just a quick visit and talk. Nothing too serious. Maybe in my next meeting with him, since I need to talk to Lord and Lady Citri about their help. Did someone say my parents' names? Suddenly, an energetic, demonic ball came into the room. It was Seraphal. After she moved into my home, she begged me to upgrade her android fairy, so I did, and she was able to get her work done even faster than Surzex. However, this also made him contact me and ask for the same upgrade. I wasn't against it, so I obliged, so now he has more free time. But I'm also probably going to see him at the Gremory home tonight. I inwardly sigh again at the thought. Hopefully it won't be too chaotic when I get there. Kind of. And good evening, Sarah. They'll speak with your mother and father soon about the restaurant. They'll go with you when the time comes then. I have more free time after all. Jean and stalking Sotan, what a life to live. Seraphal had stars in her eyes while saying that. Both Rose and Grafia just gave her strained smiles. They really should be used to this, especially Grafia anyway, him taking way too long. Anyway, we can talk about it later. I'll see you all soon. Underworld, Gremory Territory Era? Oh, the dreaded era. I heard it many times before, but when I turned to my right, I saw Venelana and Runias. Oh, hello you two. I'm here too. Before I could finish my sentence, Runias jumped towards me. The only thing I saw was her expecting me to catch her, and so I did. She was quite light. Hello, Runias. Good evening, Jean. Why have you come here? Did you come to see me? Are you here to show me interesting and fun things? Runias asked me a couple of questions, and I looked at Venelana for help, but she just smiled at us all right. No help from you then. I'm actually here to speak with Zeoticus about my restaurant very well. Let us set off then. Kaisis is there after all. She pointed to the sky and declared that she was coming with me. She then looks at Venelana. You come too, Lana. Yes, of course. First generation Sama. She agreed without hesitation. Talk about letting the first generation get away with anything, although I can understand why. I started walking towards Zeoticus' office, and Venelana started walking beside me. Will you show me something interesting afterwards? She asked me again, not letting it go. I sighed and agreed. Sure, but try not to interrupt us too much, please. I cannot promise anything, she declared confidently. The Grimmery never ceases to amaze me. They really just live at their own pace. No, this should apply to all devils. They're all weird as hell in their own way. And you're not? I never said I was, Drake. I just said that devils are a bit weirder than the average human. Also, you've been with me for quite a long time now. You should know I have a lot of weird quirks. You partner, you make it seem like we're not friends. Calm down, will you? But he didn't, so I just ignored his cry in the background. However, it didn't last long since he started fighting someone. During all that, I was nearing Ziaticus' office, and I could sense that Kaisis was definitely there, as Runius said. Poke poke, why have you ignored me? When I return to my senses, I hear Runius complaining in my arms. I wearily smile at her and summon a toy boosted gear and give it to her. She seemed fascinated by it. She put it on her right arm and pressed a button, making it say boost, keeping her attention for a little bit. Arriving at the door, I knocked on it and was told to enter. Ajin, welcome Vunilana, F first generation Sama. How can I help you? Ziaticus was surprised to see his wife and Runius with me. I don't blame him. I was surprised to see them earlier. We're staying. I wish to share my thoughts about Jean's future restaurant. Runius declared, and even added I won't be leaving his arms either. It's a more comfortable chair. Ziaticus just sighed and allowed it. I sat down in the chair and summoned the menu I had come up with. Ziaticus looked over it as Kaisis fawned over him and Vinilana brought out an extra chair and sat beside me. Poke poke, do you have any samples? Runius poked my cheek and asked that. I nodded, and I indeed had samples. I assumed that Ziaticus would ask for some, or all, so I made some samples for all of them. All in all, there were only 15 items on it so far, but of course I was planning to add more in the future. Right now, 10 are food items, while the other 5 are beverages. Ziaticus looked over them seriously. However, Runius kept on poking me and asking about samples. I do, but please wait a little longer. Runius, even though she was a bit huffy, I summoned some sweets and started to feed her, making her comply. So we just waited for Ziaticus as he read my entire menu, and Kaisis sometimes pointed at something on the menu and nodded approvingly at me. I don't know her tastes, but I guess some were okay in her eyes. Vinkun. Ziaticus finally called my name, and he placed my menu in front of me. He sounded serious, but he sighed and smiled at me. I guess he's fine with it. Thank you for bringing this in and delving into detail about what they're made from and giving a step-by-step on how to make them. Some of these choices are items I've never eaten before, and it seems you added your own twist to all of them, haven't you? Yeah, I didn't want to just slap on whatever and leave it at that. The rare times I get to cook, I try to add my own twist to some of the dishes I make. If not, the girls usually haven't eaten it yet, so it's fine. He and I discussed food, including how we usually handle things like cleanliness around the kitchen. We talked about what we use to clean them and how we do anything in there. The women with us just silently listened in. I kept feeding Runius with the sweets I summoned. So, onto the samples. Right. Runius interrupted Ziaticus, who nodded along. I sighed and summoned some samples of all the dishes and beverages. Runius looked quite excited about eating them, but I stopped her. Please eat them in moderation, Runius. Everyone else is liable to have a taste after all. I know, I'm not a child, Jean. I was just quite excited to see them. She huffed a bit. I summoned some cutlery, and they all tried whatever they desired. I watched them eat, and their eyes widened before trying other ones. Runius sat on my lap as she ate. Now that I look at it, she really was quite small. I wasn't sure if her Ophis or Kunu were taller. I mean, yes, Kunu grew a bit, but Barato told me that she stopped growing until she caught up in age. In a way, she would grow taller than what she originally was thanks to the strange workings of the pocket dimension. And Barato, you seem to be thinking of something rude, Jean. Runius says while looking up at me, still chewing food and looking rather unamused. Is it due to age or just experience? Either way, my badafufu. It's been a few months since we last ate your food, Jean Cohen. How I missed it. Even though you mentioned only being able to cook on a rare occasion because of Graphia and the others, I believe you have improved a little. Both Vinalana and Zioticus make a comment on my cooking, although I doubt I have improved, but I'll take the compliment. Kaisis, who is essentially attached to Zioticus, walks up behind me and hugs my head, surprising everyone. Hey, Jean Kuhn, when are you marrying Rias? I want to eat this kind of food for the rest of my life, another one that likes my food, and want me to marry into the family, geez, probably after college or something. I still need to propose to her, I can't wait. Them Kaisis pats me on the head and sits back beside Zioticus. Everyone was just confused by her behavior. Food digger, not a gold digger, but a food one. Everyone kept on eating, but Zioticus and I began speaking more about my restaurant. I'm fine with this. Jean Kuhn, but you said that this wasn't all of it, correct? Apart from this, what theme do you want it to be in, and around when do you want construction to start? You said you could afford it by yourself and would build it yourself. Yeah, I already have permission from the Gremory to set up shop, so I'm mostly fine, but I just wanted to see if you could lend some help as staff until I get some reliable applicants. I spoke to him about other things like the design I want to do for the restaurant, the quality of items it'll have in the kitchen for my cooks. However, and maybe Hestia will be the ones that will be cooking, and he'll see from there, maybe after the first few months, or even weeks. It all depends on how well the business does. Then, to Lord Citri, he has contacted me about helping you with the restaurant as well. Zioticus asked. Yeah, I've only spoken about it to him once, and it was after the date with both Citri women. He's a lot more relaxed when not on official business, and is quite a caring man behind the scenes. Yeah, we spoke once about it, although I was joking when I mentioned it to Serafal and Sona. But I guess they told him about it. But I don't mind the help, so if they want, the Citri and Gremory can split the help with the staff. Zioticus nodded at my explanation. I feel Rinia's poke my chin, and I look at her. I will also provide some staff from my castle. I enjoy your food. I will be a regular there, Jean. I was a bit troubled, and looked at Kaisis and Zioticus for help. However, they just shrugged. Right? They'll essentially let Rinia's do anything since she's the progenitor of the clan. Sure thing. And? I'll give you a discount? Good boy. She praised me, and my mouth twitched. However, she gave me a barato on the cheek, which caught me off guard. But I shrugged it off. She probably saw me as part of the family already, so was doing the affectionate thing that she does for everyone else. The rest of the meeting with Zioticus went smoothly, and we mostly spoke about the dishes we liked and other things. It was less of a serious meeting about my restaurant, and just turned into food and culinary talk around an hour and a half past, and Zioticus looked at his watch. Oh, I should get going, Jean. I still have a meeting in 10 minutes. I didn't think our discussion would last that long. He got up, and so did everyone else. He walks over to me and pats my shoulder. Kaisis had begun to fuss and protest, but the man himself ignored them. We can discuss even more in the future, and good luck. Vinalana, I leave the household to you while I'm away. Yes, dear. Zioticus then teleports away, leaving me with the Gremory ladies. Kaisis was silently weeping to herself as her Ziotan had left her and ignored all her protests. Turning her frustration and attention to me, she lunged forward to hug me. Hintan, my Ziotan, ignore me to your best. That's mean. Kaisis complains and uses me as a replacement for Zioticus, and I entertain the Gremory women for the next few minutes. Both Runias and Kaisis left just a few minutes ago. I cleaned up the Tupperware that was finished off by them. They were both quite fussy, even though they're quite old. I was in the entrance hallway with Vinalana, as she was going to see me out. By the way, where are Millikas and Astery? I asked the lady of the household. Since you helped out Surzex, he is currently out with his family. It's quite rare for them to do something together, so they're staying out quite late. Hoo-hoo. Even Millikas is enjoying himself since he usually doesn't stay out this late, nor is he awake at this time unless special circumstances call for it. I knew that when I made those androids for them, it made their job, the paperwork part, a lot easier to manage. But when I upgraded them to be all-purpose, minus the combat, then it lessened the time they needed to do their job. Of course, they still need to attend meetings and events, but those are the only time-consuming ones left. Surzex hinted at both Falbium and Ajuka wanting one. I can understand why they would like one. Falbium wants to sleep. Ajuka would like more time to research and do his projects. The two already helped wish they had more free time to do whatever. Well, thanks for having me, but it'll get going since it's pretty late. I turn around and begin to teleport, but Jean? I hear Venelana calling me from behind. I turn back around, and it looks like she was asking for a hug since she was spreading her arms out for me. I didn't think my future mother-in-law was this clingy and affectionate. So I went over to her, and we shared a hug. Take care of them, okay? Yes, of course. That's always been the plan. Once we separated, she squished my cheeks and started massaging them. I was mostly confused by her actions, but didn't stop her. But she was being quite affectionate right now. That much I can tell. Finally, she let me go. Off you go now, even though she said those words to me. It felt like I shouldn't leave yet. So I stood there for a few seconds as we stared at each other. The smile she was showing me became a bit shaky as time passed, but I didn't know what to do. I might be misunderstanding everything, or she's just tired, it'll just go. Good night, Venelana. Yes, good night, Jean. Venelana turns around and starts walking away. I also started to teleport away, but screw it. I stop and grab her hand. She turned around confused. Do you want to come to my home and stay the night? I mean, nothing personal, I asked her and ended up stuttering, which made both dragons start cackling at me. Venelana blinks a few times before giggling to herself. Ada, are you perhaps trying to be friendly with me? Jean Cohen? You fufu. And maybe I misread the situation? However, as I stepped back from her, Venelana stepped back towards me and gestured for me to bend down, so I did. I appreciate the offer, Jean Cohen. I admit that I'm feeling lonely that Zeoticus isn't here tonight. However, we don't sleep in the same room every night since he spends time with other companions. However, it'll be all right. She bumped her nose against mine, like how I would usually do with some of the girls. I was surprised by it. Did Rias, Aquino, or Grafia tell her about it? She then pulls away looking at me with a smile. So don't worry too much about this old lady. A fufu, I straighten myself and sigh. I see, but my offer still stands. If you want, just come to my home and it'll somehow fit you into the schedule. A fufu, they'll think about it. After a long stay at Gremory's home, I finally left. This time, Venelana seemed a bit more cheerful. Japan. Kuo Academia. Why? Screw both of you. You betrayed the alliance. A male classmate of mine was being held back by others as tears streamed down their faces. All of that hate was being directed at both Najima and Kuda. Both of them had successful dates in the last few days and were both elated. Censuredo, even if it was early in the morning and classes hadn't started. They're certainly happy. Ingvild says beside me while leaning against me. Well, like many guys here, they're desperate for girlfriends, so those two are close to getting their own. So, but you didn't act like that for what I heard from Aquino. I looked away and blushed. Truth be told, when she started dating me, I was quite happy, and since I lived by myself, no one could see my cringe-filled reaction. I basically jumped up and down while screaming my head off. I mean, Aquino was one of my favorite characters before I died. The thought of being close to her was something else at the time, but now I'm a bit more normal with my reactions, probably because I've grown up a bit. When you look away, you tend to hide something, Jean. Spill it. Ingvild says while stepping back from me. Ingvild-sama, please don't force it out of me. When I bow and put my hands up in prayer, she sighs at me. But she didn't let it pass, so I told her in the end, and she started laughing at me. I just looked out the window while mopping and blushed furiously. Darn it, Ingvild. I'm sorry. I was just teasing you, Jean. Don't be mad. I'm sorry you're not making it easy. I turn around in a deadpan, making her giggle even more. I just sigh and lean back in my chair. Now I was receiving a lot of hateful stares my way. I looked at the guys and they were glaring at me, and not Ingvild. She sees this and sighs. But she decides to make it even worse as a mischievous smile appears on her face. Please don't. Nope, Ingvild lunged at me and bear hugged me. Of course, the guys that were already pissed off became furious. Even Najima and Kuda joined in. Why are they mad? They're about to get into relationships. Forget you, Jean. Drop dead. Fine, if you want to play like that. I grabbed Ingvild and set her down in a chair next to me, making her squawk a little. I smirked at them and gave them the middle finger. Ha! One of the guys screamed, and Ingvild just cutely glared at me. However, the guy began punching and kicking the desk around the room. Someone had to run and get a teacher. Wait, isn't he the same guy who tried to attack me? Oh no, he's back. He became Pepe, too. You guys are having too much fun, lunch yank. I was walking around the school, minding my own business, and eating a sandwich when Penemu appeared out of nowhere and started to drag me away. I let her do that and kept on eating my sandwich. We rounded a corner and started walking up some stairs. We quickly arrived at the rooftop, and to my surprise, Kyome Abe was also there. Yo, Kyome, it's been a while. Jean, she said rather nervously. Finally, Penemu puts me beside her and stares at me with a look of concern. So what's up? Why did you drag me here? Penemu sighs and looks at the school gate. I follow her gaze, and that's why. That little brat is back, huh? Remember Yami Endo? He started to follow me again, but instead of keeping his distance, he just keeps hurling insults at me. Penemu explains. Okay, I see. They'll deal with it, but I look at Kyome. What you got to do with any of this? What about Kyome? That's the problem. She was there for one of them when I was going home and tried to help me. Now he's stalking and harassing both of us. I have tried to talk to the school and police, but even after getting another warning, he won't stop. Penemu sighs. She was clearly angry and wanted to retaliate. I want to do something, but we're part of the supernatural, so we might accidentally seriously injure him. Kyome said while fuming. I thought she was shaking out of fear, but no, she was pissed off. Like very pissed off. I need to do something to the guy, but what? Scare the daylights out of him. Involve both Kyome and Penemu to make it as traumatizing as possible. The hell is wrong with you two? You two act like you're out for blood. For the Emperor. What? However, the two dragons don't answer me and just start cackling to themselves. They've gone insane. Ignore them. Velbrine quips up. I just shrug it off. So you want me to do something about it? Yes. We tried the official channels and nothing worked. I ask, and Penemu agreed. I sigh and tell them what the two dragons just said to me, and the look they gave me were quite evil as they were smiling from ear to ear. I guess Yami Endo-kun's arc is coming to an end. Do your best to survive this yank. As I turned another corner, I was yanked away again. This time, it was Griselda and Lisa. The hell? I let them drag me away to an empty classroom and sit me down. Jean, we have something we wish to discuss with you. Griselda starts, but Lisa continues for her. We want you to help discipline a troublesome student, Lisa says with a playful smile. I get up from the chair I was forced into and start to leave the room. Grip Lisa-sensei. Take this seriously. Wait, Jean. Griselda stops me as she holds on my arm. We both hear Lisa laughing at the situation. I turn around and face them. Griselda sighs and lets go of my arm. Hataka Nakamura-sensei. However, I just sigh and put my hand on my face. Him too? Fine, they'll deal with both of them. I put my hand in front of me, making Griselda stop. They'll deal with him too. Yami Endo started to harass and stalk Penemu and Kyome Abe, so they asked me to deal with him too. So, where did you see him? Also, he's out. I thought he was put in jail or prison when I was buying groceries with Grafia and Reiko. He was quite subtle about it, pretending that it was a coincidence. Grafia glared at him and made him run away, but I've seen him at different times when I go out with someone else like Irina or Zenobia. It's troubling. Griselda explains. Okay, I understand her, but what does Lisa have to do with anything? So I looked at her, and she yuffed at me and spoke. I was out with Griselda's sensei a few times and saw him, so he decided to start harassing me too after we confronted him about it. Hoo-hoo, he's quite an angry man. Lisa comes over and stands close to me, speaking in a friendly tone. If you help us, I can offer you a reward. How about just a thank you will do? Thanks. Anyway, they'll see what I can do about it. They'll deal with whoever appears in my line of sight first. Cutting Lisa off, I tell her my compensation, stunning her as she just stares at me. However, Griselda quietly chuckles to herself. But what to do with them? Rewriting their memories is too easy and isn't exactly a satisfying end for me or them. Ada, is that so? Censuredo. Shall also just use violence toward the evil ones in the supernatural and not humans. But it makes me wonder if she would do it if pushed. Jean, he'll help as much as I can, but I believe he may try to follow me again today. So yeah, sure thing, let's go home together. Ring. The school's bell started to go off, and then the intercom started to speak. Students and staff, please be advised that an individual has entered the school and is armed and dangerous. Please lock yourselves in your classrooms or any closed-off space. I repeat, I looked at Griselda, and we were both stunned. What is actually happening? An intruder? I quickly scanned the entire school and find a familiar individual. Although they looked unhinged, foaming at the mouth, holding something sharp and dangerous in one hand. I noticed the student near the gate was stabbed multiple times. That's not good. Someone was stabbed at the gate. He'll go get them. We'll do it. I tapped my head and spoke to everyone that was part of the supernatural through telepathy. Yami Indo is in the premises. All of us should be fine. But as for the other students, we already called the authorities, Jean. Azazel responded. Well, good for them, but I didn't think someone's obsession would go this far. I saw stories on the internet in my old life, but this is just there's an injured student by the main entrance. We'll try to heal them so they won't die, but this might not look good on the school in the long run. All right, go do it. We can deal with that at a later date, or we can simply erase or change their memories. Azazel responded again. All right, you lot. You heard the bold dragon emperor. If you come across him, disarm him. If not, just run away. If you're near other students, help protect them. He gave out his command, and they all responded with a yes, sir. I turned to Griselda. You better stay here, no? I'm a school nurse, so he'll try to go back to the infirmary. If any students are injured, they can go there fine. But he's still on the first floor, so the first years are the ones in danger, but Gasper, Chiron, and Ravel are dependable. Griselda nodded before leaving the room. I moved towards the window and opened it. I checked Koho and could see the cops were slowly making their way here. Therefore, I jumped down and landed on the ground and quickly ran over to the injured student. Hiroto? I didn't take a thorough look earlier, but this is Hiroto from the volleyball club. Was it just bad luck, or did he try to stop him from entering and got stabbed? From what I could see, he was just stabbed 6 times, luckily. No place fatal. So I healed him and put him to sleep. However, I left some of the less serious stab wounds as shallow ones, so it would still be believable. I carried the guy on my back and ran back into the school building. I quickly make my way to the infirmary and leave him there. I told Griselda what I did, and she decided to treat the still open wounds, so when they checked, she wouldn't be blamed for anything. I ran back to my classroom to check on everyone, and once some of them saw me, they quickly opened the door and locked it again. Skyward Sama. Holy smokes. What the hell is happening? Also, you have blood on you, Najima asked in a low voice, but also freaked out a little. A few of my normal classmates were there and looked at me waiting for the answer. Yami Indo came back with a knife. I saw someone had been stabbed by him by the gate, so I brought him to the infirmary, but I wasn't seen. I think he's still on the first year's floor. I'm heading down there. I try to move away, but Najima and Kuda basically stopped me by holding onto my arms. Are you insane? Don't try to be a hero right now. He's right, you'll get killed. I use a bit of force to get them to let go of me, and they fall back on their asses. I'm partly responsible for this, so I should sort it out. I won't die that easily. You guys overreact at times despite their protests. The students in my path didn't try to stop me. It's a normal human reaction. Everyone looks out for themselves first. I quickly left my own floor and headed down to the first year's floor. When I arrived there, I saw him. Joe. He immediately focused his attention on me when I called out to him. You want me, right? I give him the middle finger and grin. Giant. He screamed and charged at me. I smiled and ran away. I periodically looked back to see if he was still following, and luckily he was. Also, I felt and heard the police finally get here, so I was planning to lead him out. He was wildly swinging the knife after all. All I needed to do was dodge some bullets and let them see this guy swinging a knife, and I'm all set. I made sure to use a small spell on him to only have him focus on me and no other thoughts or sounds. I led him around a bit more before leaving through the front entrance, and the police quickly noticed us. Stop! One of them screamed, but luckily one of the officers recognized me and then saw me pointing behind me. I dove forward and ducked. Once I did, they saw Yami behind me, still swinging his knife around. As far as I remember, the Japanese police do own firearms, but rarely use them, so how will they deal with him then? I was pulled over by them, and they shielded me. I pretended to be breathing hard and out of breath. 10-10 acting. Partner, are you sure you want to start your own restaurant and not go into acting? F for 10. You have terrible takes, Velgrind. Whatever, drool boy. When will people let go of that? Stop and put the knife down. They shouted, but he did not. I didn't want him to hurt the guy, so I tugged at one of the police officers who looked at me in annoyance. Hey, if I distract him, can you guys sneak around and tackle him down? He literally ignores everyone apart from me. They looked like they were going to protest, so I decided for them. They all heard my proposal, so they were forced to do it. Hey, Indo. Here I am. Want a hug? I asked him while spreading my arms for him. He shrieked like a banshee again and ran towards me. Obviously, I avoided his attacks, and the police seemed to be concerned about this development. I did not want my day to end like this, so this was troubling. Centurado. Using a bird's-eye view, the police also caught on to what my plan was. So they waited, but they're also probably going to scold and scream at me after this. It's fine, H. Stop him, OV. He had become sluggish, and his movements had slowed down. He made one more attempt at stabbing me, but missed, and he was tackled by 3 cops. Vic, are you insane? One of the cops yells at me and starts to scream and shout at me, okay. Let's just deal with this. I stood there taking it all while giving fake apologies. Please hurry up. I want to go back to my classroom and end this day. However, this drags on for at least 10 extra minutes, and the other teachers come out to check on the situation. Azazel was grinning at me. Oh, don't worry, Crow. I already made your organization hell with Maruam there. I grinned back at him, which annoyed him. So, we stayed there dealing with the authorities, and of course, the Psycho Stalker After School ended basically a few minutes after the whole ordeal was sorted, so we got to go home a few hours early. Gene, you psycho badass. Just dodging all those knife jabs from Yami. Holy crap, bro. Smack coulda came over and started to smack my back. A few other classmates did the same thing and sang me praises. Actually, that wasn't my intention. I just wanted the police to see him. The plan was kind of made on the spot. I was just lucky. He was already screwed in the head, which made it easier. I gave them a believable enough answer, but they still kept on going until they started to leave since we got to go home earlier. Kuda and Najima wanted to use this chance to protect their future girlfriends and decided to go fetch them. After a few more seconds, I was the only one left in my classroom, since the event happened during lunch. The Grimmery and Citri peerages were in their clubrooms, but not everyone immediately left for the clubroom, like the first years, so they were probably still slam. Jin-senpai. Jin-sama. Jin. As expected, my 3 juniors came to see me. The most enthusiastic one to see me was Gasper as he ran and hugged me. Jesus, dude, I'm fine. Why are you even worried? You know I'd be fine. Jeez. That's beside the point. We're also allowed to worry. Gasper quips back, and I let it be. Although once the other 2 reached me, they also hugged me. So I spent the next minute consoling them. I feel like they're the ones affected by this more than I am. Was what I did stupid? Definitely. Well, if I was a normal person, then it would have more risk. But I'm not, but I guess Gene. As soon as the 3 of them heard that voice, they immediately let me go and a hybrid slammed into me. Okay, she's overreacting. Oof, Aquino. I'm sorry, I couldn't convince her otherwise. Rias says tiredly. Yeah, I can understand her reaction. Aquino leaned against me affectionately. What's up with her? Aquino, I'm fine. But she didn't answer me, and just kept doing what she was doing. I just sigh and tell them what happened, and yes, they call me stupid. Well, I agree with them, but what can you do? I still have one more person to deal with today, so I tap Aquino on the head, and she falls asleep. I'm sorry, and forgive me. Please try not to murder me when I get home. Rias walks over to me and takes the sleeping Aquino away from me. They'll apologize to her later. Anyway, I look at Griselda, and she nods. Lisa was also there, and we got ready. I told everyone what was happening, and they decided to let us handle this. They all slowly teleported away, and only leaving Griselda, Lisa, and Penemu here. Penemu? Well, it's nothing, Jean. I just wanted to see how this plays out. I wanted Kyome to be here, but she went home saying she'd thank you another time. Penemu says while giggling to herself, please don't tell me you're teasing that poor girl about her crush on me. I just sigh at her and start to leave the school grounds. Scanning it. It's mostly empty save for some stray students and staff. Can you guys hear him? 'Cause I can. I ask through the communication function of the rings. Yep. He's stalking us and even cursing at us, but a lot of people are looking at him. I think he's also drunk. Penemu answered. She decided to join Lisa and Griselda. I didn't try to stop her. Now all of them are being harassed by the guy. Talk about a fall from grace. I follow all three of them from a distance, and while invisible, it's around 4 in the afternoon, and the day is slowly coming to a close. However, it took this long to draw him out because school let out early, and he didn't find them until just an hour ago. He first stalked them quietly while trying to take pictures. I didn't let it happen and made his phone stop working. Therefore, he was already pissed off. Next, he was already drunk when he appeared. I don't know if he was just drinking at home or what, but he stank of alcohol that made anyone who walked past him turn and look at him in disgust. Yeah, even from where I am, I can smell him. He's probably been drinking since he woke up. He needs some serious help, maybe even therapy. We can think about that once we're done with him, Jean. Just leave it to us, and then swoop in and make it stick. Lisa says and laughs like an evil villain. I left it up to them, and they were determined to traumatize the guy for life. They didn't go into detail. However, they seemed to have discussed it among themselves. I mean, Penemu and Lisa were all on board for it. Griselda was hesitant, but still wanted her stalker to stop. We walked around for another hour more, and we waited for the sun to go down and it to be dark to enact it. Once it was, the three ladies walked over to a relatively isolated place, so no one would see them do what they were about to do. I also set up a barrier around it, so humans would avoid it. The place they arrived at? Akino's previous home, the Shinto shrine. I sat on top of the shrine's roof and waited for the drunk to arrive. All three of them were just casually chatting while we waited. Hey, there you guys are. I was looking all over Fairy. Hataka Nakamura says while swaying from side to side. He had a bottle of alcohol in one hand. Wait, did he somehow manage to buy another bottle? I wasn't keeping an eye on him, really. Hey, listen to me. You idiots. The three of them finally looked at him rather unamusedly. Don't call us that, Nakamura. Why are you even here? Did your mommy and daddy bail you out? Penemu said mockingly to him, and that pissed him off even more as he threw his bottle at Penemu, who caught it and threw it back at him, hitting him on the head, and he fell down on his backside. Screw you. I'm rich. I only took this job cause I was bored. You people are pathetic. He starts to slowly get back up, but it takes him a good 30 seconds to do it. Once he is standing, he points his finger at them. No, at Griselda. Come at me, then. I dare you. You jerk. He'll beat you good. BZT. Arg. But he was suddenly zapped by purple electricity, and he fell to the ground confused. What the heck? What was that? Afufa, what do you think? Lisa said in a threatening way, and purple lightning started to cover her left hand. Hataka Nakamura was still quite drunk and looked at the electricity and scoffed. You brought a stun gun? Bring it on. He screamed and ran towards Lisa, who simply pointed her finger at him and zapped him again, this time using a bit more strength, and he fell to the ground, stunned and disoriented. Griselda looked at her worriedly. Is he okay? You worry too much, Griselda. Penemu stops Griselda from walking over to Hataka and summons her wings. Hataka had stopped convulsing and looked at Penemu, and she started to float up. It seems after getting zapped twice, he had become sober and his eyes widened. What the heck? He starts to back away while still on the ground. Penemu lands back on the ground, and both her and Lisa take a step forward. Lisa makes lightning crackle on her hand again, and Penemu summons a light spear. Each of them then threw it beside him, causing him to flinch and scream. Fufufu. Did you know that the supernatural was real, Nakamura-sensei? I'm quite famous in it as a magician, you know. Lisa says and appears behind him, making him shriek. I'm also a fallen angel. You know, I've killed a fair share of people since I've been alive for so long. Penemu also appeared behind Hataka, and he shirked again. All that was left was Griselda, and we all looked at her. She sighs and summons her angelic wings, and a halo appears above her head. Nakamura stares at her in disbelief. An angel? I knew you would be on my SI, however. He couldn't finish his stance as Griselda appeared in front of him and smiled at him. Nakamura-sensei, please stop following me from now on, otherwise they looked at me. And Hataka was confused and followed their gaze. All right, it's my turn then. I cancel my invisibility, and his eyes widen in surprise. I jump down from my spot and walk towards him. SSS skyward. Why, you're a part of it. Part of it. He's known as the Dual Dragon Emperor. He's beaten a god in a fight. You know? Penemu says, and then giggles. Hataka's face turned pale as I entered my Ultra Instinct form, so I bent down and looked him straight in the eyes. Hataka, a word of advice, stay away from my friends. I created illusions of both Draig and Albion behind me in their dragon forms. Once he saw that, he shrieked again and backed away nervously. Dude, but what happened next surprised all of us. Mommy. Thud. Ada. He called out for his mommy and passed out. What we do now? Lisa laughed at him as he lay there on the floor, clearly shaken. Well, I just wanted to scare him a little. Well, I'll erase his memory, but I want to erase his fear of us. How's that sound? I asked them while getting up and dismissing the illusions in my form. I guess that's fine. I don't really care. I gotta scare him, yes. I agree with that solution. Jean Penemu was reluctant, Lisa didn't care and lost interest in the man, and Griselda was the only one who was for it. So I did just that. I removed the memory from him, but the fear stayed with him. Hopefully, it's enough for him to refrain from being near us. Let's go home, then, Era. Am I part of that, Jean? Lisa says teasingly, and I just shrug. Feel free to join us for dinner if you want. We have a couple of gluttons, so we make extra big portions. I tell her, and she laughs, but she agrees to join us. However, Penemu points at Hataka. What about him? Let's leave the bottle and make him think he got here drunk, and Pete himself. My suggestion was laughed at, and they agreed with it. Skyward household Jean. As we teleported home, Akino was there to greet me teary-eyed and a bit angry. She grabs my hand and lead me upstairs. Hey, Akino, we need to talk things over. Huh? I was pulled into my own bedroom. Chapter 10, Part 2, Keisha and the Chaos Karma Dragon. Skyward household Akino pulled me into my room and closed the door. Once we were in there, she turned around and hugged me. I also hugged her back. So, mind telling me, wait, no, is this about what I did back in school? I asked, and she nodded while keeping her head on my shoulder. I sigh. This girl, I know I seem even clingier than before, but can you blame me? Why, you finally proposed to me, and I've been so happy since then. Every time I see you, my heart just beats faster. Saying that out loud is embarrassing, Akino complained and tried to bury herself further into my chest. I just chuckle and start petting her. Tell her, Drake, shut up. This isn't the right time to do that. Well, let me spoil you just a little more than usual. I created a barrier around the room and prepared myself for a long night. Barato, start tilting Akino's head up. I gently give her a sweet Barato. It's fine, we have time, and the girls should have an idea of how Akino is feeling right now, so they shouldn't interrupt us. Akino Barato me back softly, looking deeply into my eyes. Warm breaths escaping between our smiles. We held each other close, guided by the moment. It felt sweeter than usual, but I wasn't going to question it. I love you, momentarily breaking away from our embrace. I declare my love for her again, and she returns the words with a warm, loving smile while gazing into my eyes. We share a tender moment together, holding each other close as our affection for one another continues to grow. Cinchuredo. Jean Jr. seems to be ready. Akino leans in closer to me and whispers something unexpected. Can I have a pet yet? She pulls away and looks at me meekly. I was stunned, to say the least. I didn't expect or see Akino as the type to want a companion, especially at this young of an age. Cinchuredo, huh? I don't think anyone's going to come here. But if someone did come in and saw me like this, I don't think I could live it down, Akino muttered, sounding a bit flustered. I could tell she was embarrassed and caught off guard by the situation as I held her. She seemed quite shy and unused to this kind of wholesome moment. Cinchuredo, she was facing away from me, while I remained sitting upright and in control. I leaned close to Akino and spoke softly. I already have a barrier set up, so don't worry too much. They can still walk in, you know. I leaned in close again and whispered into her ear. I'm going in, okay? She nodded quietly. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. We can't go any further. A dead end, huh? Maybe we could try another path. Akino cried out and looked back at me, her eyes welling with tears. My heart felt like it had been pierced by a sharp blade, but it felt nice, warm, and cozy. I started to move closer, drawing more surprised reactions from Akino. She's adorable, very much so, but I feel like right now, she's even more so, and it's making me feel overwhelmed. Wow, why is she so incredibly adorable? Huh. W8. Cinchuredo, I love you, Akino. She said softly, holding me close. I want to hear you say it again. I love you too. I'm so happy. I love you so much. Akino smiled warmly, her heart overflowing with joy. I feel overwhelmed with happiness, and Akino senses this, holding me even closer. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. A couple of hours had passed, and Akino was sleeping soundly on my bed. The whole 8 hours were filled with wholesome, lovey-dovey moments together, and I'm pretty sure Akino kept on saying I love you and passed out a few times. I look back at Akino and stroke her hair. But she also wants a kid now too, huh? Grafia, Lavinia, Barato, Yasaka, and Akino. G isn't going to have a lot of kids in the future, multiversal or omniversal destroying kids. I felt my mouth twitch at the thought. I hope they're all behaved and don't get into a rebellious phase. Knock knock, come in. The door opened and Suzaku stepped inside. She came here again. I wonder if she has more spare time now that the new systems and rules are starting to take shape. Well, whatever the case may be, I'm just glad to see her being here more often. Gina, she's asleep. She came over and sat beside Akino and stroked her head too, earning a cute but muffled groan from her. We chuckled at this. Yeah, 8 hours can do that to you. As I finished saying that, Suzaku catches her breath at what I implied. Anyway, you're back again today, huh? Did you miss me already? Yes, I did. I wanted to see you. However, it seems like I came at the right time, Akino. I hope she was feeling well today. I know you said everything would be fine, but did she mention anything important to you? I felt my eyes widening, and I looked at the sleeping Akino again. Wow, Cinchuredo. Today, Akino did. Honestly, I was expecting her to ask me it a lot sooner than now. But, what can you do? I lightly chuckle and stroke Akino's hair again and pet her lightly. But when I looked at Suzaku again, she seemed to be thinking about something. Cinchuredo, where's this coming from? No, wait. Is she going with the Natsum route? Does she want to know, wait, we're already dating Jean, you're overthinking this. I'm just saying they probably would want grandchildren in the future, especially Aunt Shuri, since she has the normal lifespan of a human. So you may want she trails off, but I get what she means. I should try to have kids with Akino or someone so she can see them before she dies again. I want to ask her if she wants to extend her life. However, she'll probably refuse. I want her to say yes, so we can spend more time with each other. I mean, they already said I'm part of the family, I know. We'll try to, but I want to try to convince her to at least increase her lifespan if she doesn't want to be immortal. Suzaku smiled at me with a troubled expression, but she gave me a look that said she understood how I felt. Looking back at Akino one more time, I snapped my fingers, get dressed, and get out of bed. Let's let her sleep for now and go somewhere else. Suzaku agreed with my suggestion, and we left the room. However, instead of heading downstairs, she grabs a hold of my hand and leads me up a few flights of stairs, and we end up on the top floor of my home. She leads me near the railings, and we stare out into the night sky. It makes me wonder what kind of night skies other worlds have. Are they the same? Are they worse than ours? Better? I started thinking about things like this when you first told me about, well, everything. There are worlds, universes out there an infinite amount. I want to be there with you for all of them, Jean. She says while looking at me. I feel like the Haimajimas today are trying to score a home run in my heart. What the hell is happening right now? I let out an exasperated sigh and looked at Suzaku. I swear you Haimajimas are all a handful. Suzaku becomes surprised and looks at me worriedly. Jin? Did I say something? I cut her off by hugging her. While she was surprised by it, she didn't resist and said, "You'll just do this, so I won't say or do anything unnecessary." Because I was very, very close to outrightly and casually proposing to her there. You'd hate it if I casually proposed to you, right? Suzaku froze after I said that, but I felt her shake her head. No, I don't particularly care how you do it. Being with you is enough, even if we don't have a traditional wedding, although I believe Aunt Shuri may have a few words to say about that. Yeah, you're right about that. We laughed when we thought about Shuri blowing up at us if we said we didn't want some kind, no. any kind of wedding. I believe she would prefer to see some kind of wedding ceremony for at least Akino. No, at this point she'll probably say she wants to see the majority of the women in a relationship with in some kind of wedding dress. Then, will you marry me, Suzako Himejima? Yes, I will. Please make me immortal too. Sure thing. After I embraced her again and made her immortal, Suzuka seemed quite pleased with the outcome. Guys. Who the hell is his Astri at this point? Why are you so concerned about that? Also shut up. Middled, it is, boom. Jaya. I'm kidding, stop. Centurato, am I interrupting something? Both of us turned to see Barato there looking mortified. She frantically looked around before bowing and running away. We looked back at each other before laughing. Next time, she says with a grin. We'll make sure you keep that promise, Suzaku. Definitely. Next day, Jayasuk, why are you here so early? Do you and Kiba want to have breakfast here? I woke up a little later than usual, and everyone else was down in the kitchen already, including Kiba and Gasper. However, the usual calm and polite Damper looked quite excited. Jean-senpai. Yeah, I did it. That kind of thing? No, I got a girlfriend. And it's Coriana-san. Almost like a comedy sketch, Gasper lightly smacks me on the side, and we both laugh. But I am genuinely happy for the guy. It's been a long time coming for him, but it happened. Centurato, it's too early for that. Don't worry too much. They'll be back by tonight, or whenever it's appropriate. But I can promise you it won't be 2 days or something like that. Akino was being a little clingy as the rest of her peerage waited for her. Rias had a troubled smile on her face. Fine. You better come back. I will. I mean, we'll be heading to the familiar forest to get a familiar for Asia and Zenobia, don't we? She forgot Akino, tried to cutely giggle herself out of this, but I lightly chopped her on the head as she stuck her tongue out at me and joined Rias. They finally left, leaving me here. Everyone else had their own thing to do, and my date with Keisha won't start for the next few hours. So let's go check Grigori. I was curious about Maroon. Has he settled in? Is he annoyed? Pissed? Is Middle behaving? How have the rest of them taken the news? Rainier and Pinemu hadn't said anything. Although they or Rainier seemed a little bit more amused lately. I'm also sure Slashdog went on a mission today, so I want to see them over there. Underworld Gregorium, when I reached the place, nothing had changed, and the atmosphere was the same. After pinpointing Middle's aura, I followed it, and it led me to a relatively spacious room where Maruam and Middle were. Father. They were playing shogi, and from the looks of it, Maruam was winning and Middle wasn't doing bad, all things considered. Hey, how are things? I asked while walking towards them. Once I arrived, I sat down. It has been well. I have been able to explore this place, and to an extent the underworld, although I have Middle following me. Who? I look at Middle as she makes a move, and then glares at me while blushing. She wasn't saying anything as she was still quite scared of Maruam from the looks of things. Is something the matter? Speak. Ermin, no, and nothing's wrong. I was just wondering why Jin-sama was here. She stammered out while forcing a smile at me. Oh, I was just checking up on you, Maruam. It seems like you're doing well, actually. I have a question. Do you know where Ignia has been? Maruam makes a move with his piece and then glances at me. During our last conversation, the last thing he said to me was that he was going to search the world for something, go to the North and South Poles before coming back to the base of Cow's Brigade. Wait a minute, that's where Coratia and Antares are at. I wonder if Antares, Coratia, did Ignia go to the North or South Pole yet? No, I haven't seen him yet, Jin-sama. Neither have I. See, then, where the hell did he go? Whatever, they'll deal with him soon. They'll also call the other double agents I have. Maruam, can you teleport me to Cow's Brigade's location? He moves another piece after Middle moves hers. He glances at me, nods, and gets up. It will be a moment. Do not leave, Middle. Maruam-sama. I put my hand on his shoulder, and we teleported away. You guys have beaches? I asked, confused, because all around us was white sand and blue water. I looked at Maruam, who also looked perplexed. Did I make a mistake? No, I cannot try again. I shrug, nod, and put my hand on his shoulder again. I think we were in Hawaii, since I felt some familiar auras. Are you kidding me? We're on the moon. But when I looked at Maruam, he seemed equally confused. He puts a finger under his chin and starts to think, although I think I know what's happening here. You don't need to think too deeply about it, Maruam. It's obviously Nyarlathotep. She probably thought I might convince any one of you to change sides and probably would have teleported me, or in this case, us to a different location if one of you tried to teleport me to Cow's brigade. I sigh. I'm starting to wonder who the more paranoid of us both is, me or her. Did she just plan a contingency plan for any number of things I might try? Like what the hell? Maruam, who had stopped to look at me, nodded. It can't be helped. Let's just go back. He'll just wait until I whatever. Let's go. This time I put my hand on his shoulder and teleported us back. Underword Grigori vuvuvuvuvelkom bek emeruem sama. Jejin sama. It's all right. Middle. I know you fear him more than me, or respect him more than me. Whatever floats your boat, they'll leave you guys to it then. Maruam nods and sits back down. I felt Middle's glare on my back, until I heard him ask why she was glaring at me, and she had to try to explain herself, making me laugh. Since I was here, I might as well kill some time here before I go meet up with Keisha. After walking around a bit and chatting with a few fallen angels, I finally came to the library since I felt Penemu in here. I tap the door and it opens. I step inside and follow her aura, and it leads me to the second floor of the library. The place was quite unique as I could see multiple levels to it. I believe there are around 4 in total. Penemu was in the 3rd level, and I didn't feel any other fallen angels there. Even though she was supposed to be a teacher in Kuo, why is she here today? Well, I can ask her that later, unless she's just here for a quick visit. Finally reaching the 3rd floor, as the place was mostly white, and I sneak up behind her. I think this is the book we need for the next class. Well, good thing I called saying I'll be late. Azazel should have me cove Kia. She tries to turn around and pull away from me, but I step closer to keep her from leaving. I thought we were close, Penemu. Why are you trying to push me away? Jijin, you nearly scared me to death. Of course, I would try to push you away. I thought you were some stranger and a pervert. She was a bit mad while saying that, but quickly calmed down. She puts the book back, turns around, and hugs me back. So, why are you here? I thought you had a date with one of the Bale Boys' peerage members. I think his queen? She asks, I nod. Well, yeah, but that starts in like 3 hours, no? I should be 2 hours from now. Why are you here? Don't tell me Penemu-sensei is skipping class. I act appalled, and she just light smacks me. No, I called Azazel to let him know I would be late, because I needed to look for a book for one of my senior classes. I found it, and I was going to do a few more things before heading out. But since you're here, help me. Penemu dragged me away to help her with a few things. I mean, I didn't mind, but I was kind of hoping to tease or have a little fun with her. Currently, I was carrying some boxes around for her, and we were in a different room, probably a storage room. Don't worry, you'll get a reward after this. Great. I still have some places to stop by before meeting up with Keisha, you know. Yes, I hear you, Jean. Be patient, will you? I sigh at her and just keep my mouth shut. So after bringing the boxes into the storage room, I quickly check the place out. It's the same as the one I found middled in before, but a bit larger and had more stuff in it. I turned around, and Penemu was standing in front of me. We exchanged a brief, friendly bravado on the cheek. Hello again, she said warmly. Centuredo, I feel like things were escalating a bit too quickly, but when I look at her, the situation seemed to be heading that way, and I kind of wanted to follow through. We did spend 15 years with each other. Centuredo. Shuri, we're here, Penemu called out, and I pretended to be fixing boxes. Shuri quickly finds us and sighs. What in the world are you two doing here? Come over here. Yes, ma'am, Penemu, you're older than her. Why are you? Never mind. Both women turn to look at me and smile. Huh, serve you right. Centuredo, what the hell? I'm actually a very loyal person. I stuck with Aoife even after her death. You all know that. What the foo if gathering multiple companions wasn't common in the supernatural world, but were still possible, then you would try to do it, Jean skyward. Don't lie to me. Shuri crosses her arms and lightly glares at me. Penemu was holding back her laughter as this happened. I can neither confirm nor deny that, but I still stand by what I said. I love Aquino. Even if I always liked the true real harem in anime I watched, and not the fake harem that was a disease in the anime, manga, and light novel industry at the time. I only ever dated Aoife, and never had any thoughts of cheating on her. I can only imagine how much that feeling would hurt. In addition, some individuals aren't equipped to deal with pain like that, such as some who end their lives because of it. Shuri sighs in front of me. Well, enough about that, so you haven't spoken about it with Akino? Then what about Suzaku? This is where I started to sweat profusely. What the hell do I tell her? But Shuri became even more suspicious of me since I hadn't answered, and just froze up. Jean, you're keeping a secret. That much is obvious, tell me. Mom, you're amazing. Flattery will get you nowhere. Speak. Darn, I should have come up with something more elaborate. I sigh and resign myself to my fate. So, I told Shuri how Suzaku and I felt about it. I also add in that Lavinia may also feel the same way about it. By the end of it, Shuri was holding her head, as if she had a large headache. Chill. Let me think for a moment, Jean. It didn't take her long to look back at me as I sat there. I will respect what you want with both Lavinia and Suzaku, but do not do that to my own baby, Akino. Like I said, we haven't spoken about it in detail, but if any of the girls want a traditional or even non-traditional wedding, then I'm all up for it. I mean, I can pay for all of it. Shuri and I spoke back and forth about what Akino might like for her wedding. The same for Natsum, Shigyun, Asia, and surprisingly Rainier. Penemu did jump in and say what she wanted. Cinchureto lady, I haven't expressed any intent like that towards you the entire time I've known you. Didn't you know? I was just looking at her cooking that one time. What the hell is wrong with you? I was joking, I sigh, and bring out my phone. I have to leave. The allotted time is almost up, and I have around 10 minutes left. I need to head out. Keisha is waiting for me. Good luck with her. Penemu, speak with Akino about it. Okay. Do it with Asia and everyone else. Do you hear me, mister? Yeah. Ido, Mom. I will. You need to stop worrying about it. I only proposed, and we probably won't get married until college is over, and not for a few years after that. We're in no rush, I am. Shuri says, and looks a bit sad. All right, Suzaku and I spoke about that, didn't we? I felt a bit bad after saying that, and the sad look she had. Even Penemu was giving me a look of go apologize, and I did. I walk over to her and hug her. She also hugs me back tightly. You know, what can I know? Akino told us. Increasing lifespans, right? A little think about it, Jean. After a quick hug, I nod and leave the place. Penemu and Shuri go back to talking. Did she forget about school and being a teacher? Well, she can handle that with Azazel Underworld Lilith. Why am I already exhausted before the day past noon? I muttered to myself while following Keisha's aura. I navigated my way through the streets of Lilith and finally found her. She was wearing a red blouse, light blue jeans, and blank ankle-high boots. She was waiting there with a purse in hand. She took out a small handheld mirror and checked herself. I stood by observing her for a little while before I decided to walk over to her. Hey, Keisha, sorry I'm late. I was sidetracked by something. Upon hearing my voice, she perks up and waves her free hand, indicating not to worry about it. It's no problem, Jean-sama. The matter I had prior was resolved much faster than I imagined, so I got here earlier than what we agreed on. I wanted to say you were that excited, but decided not to, and just nodded. I hold my hand out. Well then, Keisha-sama, lead the way. Yes. She enthusiastically held my hand and led me away. I was curious as to what she was planning to show me in Lilith since I've only been here a handful of times, but I was also sort of excited. If I remember correctly, the Serafal Memorial Hospital is here, isn't it? I don't feel Serafal here, so I won't need to worry about her randomly showing up. Keisha leads us to a sweet shop. Does she have a sweet tooth? She pushes the door open and we go in. Oh, if it isn't Keisha, here for the dual dragon emperor, I see. Welcome, welcome. He sees us holding hands and nods sagely. He's quite old and probably realized right away why we were here. Keisha takes us over to a certain section after greeting, who I assume is the store manager or owner. You like sweets, Keisha? I ask her, and she happily nods. I've always had a sweet tooth, although I tend not to show my peerage members since I am the queen, and they look up to me, although Coriana, Regulus, and Sarah know about it. She admitted sheepishly. I chuckle and choose a random piece of candy and take it. It was called the Bulgara Go, whatever that means, but Go was in it. So, is it slimy? I glanced at Keisha, who looked pale. Is something wrong? I randomly picked this, so I have no idea if it's good. Do you, Rico, know? She snaps and takes the candy away from me. She sighs and looks back at me. Forgive me, but tea, that type of sweet, is made out of the underworld's camel mucus as its primary ingredient. Only a handful of devils like it. She explains and then shivers. See camel mucus? I also shiver at the thought. I mean, I know I like drinking and eating weird combinations, but mucus? Holy no, thank you. I exaggeratedly backed away from the shelf, and Keisha laughed, but I couldn't get too far since we were still holding hands. She brought up to another section before picking a few more sweets and bringing them back to the counter. The usual, You certainly don't hold back, even while on a date with a famous person. Keisha? The old man laughed as Keisha blushed. He finishes scanning them and puts them in a bag, but before she could pay, I pull out some money and pay for her instead. The old man graciously accepts the money as Keisha stares at me in shock. We can split other things, but let me pay for this for now, okay? She nods her head hesitantly and leaves the store first. I look at the manager-owner and we nod at each other. After the weird and short exchange, I join her and hold her hand again. There are a few places I want to visit, but there's actually a recent devil film that was released. Can we? Sure thing. But don't you? They'll be accompanying the Gremory peerage to the familiar forest, but we won't be heading there until later on tonight. So we have time, Keisha, so don't worry about it. She happily nods, and we make our way to the cinema that was showing the movie. No, don't do it. What on earth is this awful garbage am I watching? The poster for this film looked kind of interesting when we walked into the cinema. The tickets were cheap, but I had my own suspicions when the man who sold them to us gave me a pitying glance. We bought popcorn, drinks, and all the usual items needed for a memorable cinema experience. Nevertheless, when the movie started after waiting 15 minutes, I was sort of enjoying it. Now I don't even know what it is. Something wildly inappropriate. It started out normal. It's devils playing detective. Centuredo, that employee from earlier. Was this what he was trying to warn me about? Kuisha? The truck is coming. I whispered and tried to touch her hand, Kia. She screamed and immediately covered her mouth. There were only a few other devils here to watch it. But holy heck, Centuredo, some of the staff laughed at us, but I don't blame them. She was red, like Ria's hair. We spent a total of 45 minutes in there, and now we were out. Apparently, the movie was meant to last 2 hours. Are you okay? I asked her as she nodded, her face still red. Still embarrassed. And not wanting to be stuck here, I took the initiative. Scanning the Lilith again, I found a small amusement park here. Even though this was the Four Satan's territory, there were some places where the normal devil could just enjoy themselves. We can probably thank Seraphal and Surzek for that. I doubt Ajuka and Falbium care too much about that sort of thing. I slowly led us to the amusement park as a few devils stopped to chat with me or get an autograph since I was still known as the Red Dragon and the middleman. A few asked why I was with Keisha, and I outright told them I was on a date. This may get into the Underworld newspaper too. Sorry, Keisha, Sarorg. We eventually arrived at the amusement park with no other trouble, paid, and got in. Keisha was starting to come out of it, and finally started talking to me again. How about a short trip to the Hall of Mirrors? I haven't been to one before. I asked and pointed to a nearby building that said Hall of Mirrors, and she agreed. We made our way there, and immediately got in since no one else was there. I did tell the truth, I don't think I've been to one in my old life, and I certainly haven't been to one here. The one in Kuo didn't have one. We entered it, and it was quite dark with a few colorful lights illuminating the place. I take a step forward and immediately slam against one, prompting Keisha to laugh. Mirrors, my strongest nemesis. I proclaim while holding my right hand up in a fist, making the girl beside me laugh even more. We proceeded to try to walk around the Hall of Mirrors, and I walked into them a number of times. You weren't joking when you said that mirrors were your biggest enemy, Jean Sama. Keisha teases me, and I awkwardly laugh. We walk around the Hall of Mirrors for a few more minutes with me, walking into the mirrors a few more times before finally leaving. The staff member who was manning the place looked at me before bursting into laughter. Keisha shortly joined her. "Why your face, sir?" she managed to say before I summoned a mirror. And when I looked at it, my nose was red and I had a slightly red spot on my forehead. I guess I bumped into them too much. I laughed awkwardly with them. Keisha pulled me away and we headed to a nearby dining place. We ordered some food and sat down at our table. We ate our food for the first minute in silence before I broke it. "Keisha, do you still plan on going independent when you become a high-class devil?" I ask her and she nods. She mentioned it to me in the past, but I wanted to see if she was still going through with it. "Yes, I am. I became a middle-class devil recently, and I am planned to receive the high-class test soon enough thanks to fighting on the front lines against Cal's brigade. I hope to gain my evil pieces by then, although I don't know if he'll use them." She answered me honestly. "Although it's really different here, huh?" I'm pretty sure she was already high-class at this point in the world in the canon timeline. I wonder why she's still high-class. Did something else happen in between? Or is it simply different world, different shenanigans type of thing? Either way, I'm glad for her. Best of luck to you, Keisha. You have my support all the way, Keisha. If you need help with anything, don't hesitate to contact me. Yes, thank you very much. After that, we ate our food in relative silence. Occasionally, we would find a topic to talk about, but it would ultimately lead nowhere. Maybe it was hitting her that we were on a date and she found it awkward. I was fine with it, since I try to keep on bringing up topics. I haven't eaten much food down here, even after Latia gave me an entire recipe book, although I'm pretty sure Graphia mostly uses it since she sometimes serves us dishes from the underworld. Latia? Latia, Astaroth, you're close to her. Jean Sama? I know it's probably inappropriate of me to bring her up when we're out on a date, but it kind of just happened since it was relevant. Yeah, she's part of my group now anyway. Do you want to go to that haunted house? I'm curious as to what kind of haunted houses devils would make in the underworld. Rias and the rest made a very generic one, although we did get help from yukais and actual ghosts. I laughed while remembering the festival we had not too long ago. Sarord's peerage didn't come since they had a few things to deal with, which was unfortunate. I don't mind, Keisha hesitantly answers. For some strange reason, the Welsh dragon is quite excited about this. We walk over to the haunted house as a few other couples go in too. We had to wait for a little bit before we could get in. Once we were in there, it was quite atmospheric, pitch black, fake fog smoke, creepy ambient music, and all the other things you'd need for a haunted house were present. A few fake props everywhere, and Keisha's face was already pale. Yeah, that confirms it. She's scared of these, or just ghosts in general. Gui gra. Aya. I started to say something, but I was interrupted by someone in a zombie mask, or an actual zombie coming out of the ground and scaring her. Keisha, who was gripping my hand, had now hugged my arm and screamed like she was being attacked. Even the zombie was startled by it as we looked at each other. Before I gave him a thumbs up, and he reciprocated, I quickly leave the area and go to another. This time there was a fake operating table with a fake baby on it, and then it began to cry. There were two people there pretending to operate on it. However, they turned around and they both had a frightening, otherworldly appearance. One of them takes the strange creature and starts walking towards us, but hi. Keisha couldn't take it anymore and pulled me out of the room and into another, where this time there were just ghosts, but very real ones nonetheless. No. However, she was still quite scared of them and dragged me away from the room again. This repeated a couple more times as her screams kept on getting louder each time until she quite literally ran out of the building while still screaming, and I'm pretty sure she was genuinely crying. When we got out, she let go of my arm and ran off. A sigh escapes my lips as I look at the person outside the exit. That's the loudest and longest I've heard someone scream in this stupid thing. She sounds genuinely terrified. Is she okay? He asked me. Well, I'm about to find out. He chuckled and wished me luck. So I followed Keisha's aura and found her sitting on a bench with her hands over her face and sighing. I sit down beside her, and after a few seconds, she starts to speak. I'm sorry, I knew that I was terrible with anything horror-related, but I still went. I should have said something. No, it's my fault. I kind of saw your reluctance, but still went in. So blame me for that. We both apologized to each other before laughing. I looked up at the underworld sky, and the day was slowly coming to a close. It didn't feel that long, and I honestly wanted to spend a little more time here. Well, let's end this date like I did with Momo, looking at the largest structure here, the Ferris wheel. Let's go there. I grab her hand and pull her up, surprising her a bit. She sees me pointing at the Ferris wheel and blushes, but she agrees in the end. We make our way there and wait for a capsule to be available. It looked like a few other couples had the same idea, as we weren't the only ones here. Once the couples who were in the capsules got out, some happy and some in tears, it got a bit awkward. However, the person there encouraged us to go into them, and we did so. Once inside, we waited for the ride to start. I looked out the window as Keisha decided to change seats. She was sitting across from me and just moved beside me now. I would like to apologize again, Jean-sama. You really don't need to. I put a hand on her head as I kept looking out the window and started to pet her. Keisha, who was a bit tense before, relaxed since I added the calming effect as well. Even though I asked her out and planned on asking her, I was having second thoughts. Is it enough time for her to MOV shut up and ask her? My train of thought was interrupted by Velgrind, who then started cursing me out. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and sigh. I turned to Keisha, who had been silently sitting there. I stopped petting her, and she looked confused. Jean-Sam taking the initiative, I leaned forward and gently embraced her, holding her close. She seemed shocked at first, but closed her eyes and leaned into me. Our kiss didn't last long, as I was the one to pull away first. She stared at me in shock. If you're not sure, then we can know. I want to be with you, Jean-sama. I was planning to say we should go on another date another time, but I guess she misinterpreted it. But it's fine, I won't say anything, this is fine. Is that so? Then glad to have you aboard, Keisha. Let's get along then. Yes. I chuckled at how obvious she was, and gave her a warm smile. We spent the rest of our time in the capsule enjoying each other's company and having playful conversations, although she was quite shy about it. Once we got off the ride, we walked in silence. However, this time Keisha was standing close beside me. I hadn't asked her, she just naturally did it. Thank you for today, Jean-sama. I hope we can do it again. I don't mind, although you'll have to wait a bit. I have a few lined up in the meantime, and not including my job. Keeping up with all the people around me is hard work that I didn't expect. I was kind of expecting it to go smoothly. I confessed to her, and she laughs at me. We speak a little bit more until we leave the amusement park and go to a relative, Oya. Vinkun. W what? J. Jr. Oh wait, you said that you were going on a date today, didn't you? Teehee, I was about to end my date with Keisha when I heard two familiar voices behind us. I turn around and see Surzex with a grin, and Sarah Fall there pretending to be shocked. It is the current Satan's territory, so I was kind of expecting to run into them today, at some point. Although I will admit that the timing was good since it was at the end of it rather than at the start or in the middle of it. S. Surzex Lucifer Sama and S. Seraphal Leviathan Sama. G greetings. Keisha greets them and bows. Sup, are you two going home now? Contrary to Keisha's greeting, mine was a lot more casual, and she looked at me strangely with slight shock. She should know this already, though. I am in a relationship with Rias, and Seraphal herself, unless she was just oblivious to that. It's up to you two, Jean. I take it that you were on a date? Keisha Abaddon, was it? It's a pleasure to see you again. Surzex gives me the same greeting since Astri wasn't here to reprimand him, so I laugh at him, taking any and all opportunity to be rebellious against Astri. Huh. I was in the Grimoires not too long ago, since I had to speak to Zeoticus about that. You were out as a family, huh? Was that upgrade that useful? I asked him, and he nodded. Fufu, of course, Jean-kun. That upgrade was very helpful. It cuts down my duties by at least half a day, depending on circumstances, and, at best, am sometimes done by a quarter of a day. And yes, we were out as a family. I rarely had an opportunity in the past, so I have to thank you again. That reminds me, you still have favors for me. Do you plan on using it? He asked me, and yes, I do plan on using it eventually. Maybe how would you feel if I asked you to do something embarrassing in Lilith? How about Lucifad? Maybe during an important event? My blunt question made him twitch, but I was just joking, so I don't think he should take it too seriously. He should know about my weird sense of humor by now, right? Yuduichi. Denied. Why? I don't want anyone to see you in such a vulnerable state, that's why. You and Seraphal decided to volunteer. I shot her down immediately, making her blush. Surzex just laughed at us, while Keisha was fascinated by my interaction with two Satans. Yeah, we're kind of like that. Most of the time, don't try to get too serious unless it's necessary. Anyway, it'll get going, Jean Cohen. I have some time left so I can spoil my son and wife. Try to come by our home again. I didn't miss you last time. He'll try Zex. To my surprise, he puts a fist up indicating he wants to fist bump. I chuckle and bump fists with him before he teleports away. It was Serafal's turn. However, I believe she plans on going home with me. We still did have a few more hours before we went to the familiar forest. I turned back to Keisha as she was kind of standing there awkwardly. They'll see you soon. Take care, all right? Oh, why yes, I will, Jean-sama. Goodbye for now, and to you too, Leviathan-sama. She bows and teleports away, leaving Serafal and I alone. So to home, and Sotan. I just shake my head at her antics and leave for home. A few hours later, don't run away, Drake. No, let me out. Kuntuar, Albion, Rudra, Elsha, Belzard, let me Utut, Jaya. I, along with the Grimoire peerage, had gathered up and were about to teleport to the familiar forest. However, Drake started to have a tantrum like a child. Drake, seriously, man up and face her. Promise to get her treasure back and be done with it. No, it's been too long. I'd rather die than die. Velgrind, be nice, Tisish. Shaking my head, I looked back at the Grimoire peerage as we were about to leave. The ones missing a familiar are Asia and Zenobia. With special permission, Irina was coming along with us. Looking at both girls, I know Asia is supposed to get Rasay as her first familiar, although she only named that little dragon that because of Issei's name. She also gets 4 more named Anselmus, Cyril, Gregorios, and Simeon. They were part of the mass-produced evil dragons that defected and formed a contract with her. I wonder what will happen going forward. Will they still be made? Will something else emerge? I wasn't sure, but I looked forward to seeing it happen. For Zenobia, I believe she gets a familiar called Final Death Shieji. It was formerly part of a group called Vortex Bunch. Cinchureto, Asia, and Zenobia were chatting with each other about what kind of familiar they would want. Irina had been silent and beside me. I expected her to be chatting with them, so I was surprised when she just stood beside me the entire time. Something wrong, Irina? No, I'm just curious about the place. Jean-senpai. Don't worry about it. If you say so. I didn't feel anything wrong with her. She just looked nervous for some reason. However, I doubt she would tell me if I push her, so I left it at that. All right, it seems like we're all ready now. Let's go. Underworld familiar forest, the cursed land, is here. Upon arriving in the familiar forest, it had an eerie atmosphere to it. It also had a weird purple hue. However, I felt a certain person coming towards us but didn't do anything. Gota Kachingo. My name is Zatuji of Madara Town. I'm a devil in training, aiming to become the familiar master. The Ash Ketchum ripoff had arrived. Zatuji-san, I brought the ones I spoke about. Rias introduces Asia and Zenobia to the man, while Irina and I stand to the side. I began looking around, but eventually decided to scan the entire forest for Tiamat. Jean, what's up, Velgrind? The Welsh dragon is shaking in fear. It's like he's traumatized. What do we do? She says, slightly annoyed. I sigh. Dang it, man. Final talk to her myself, and come to a compromise, although I already have a plan. Sheesh, talk about an overreaction. 2 beautiful women and a dull W8. The Dual Dragon Emperor? I know he's famous, but I don't think it's fine. We got special permission. Anyway, can you help my 2 servants get new familiars? Ahem. Jean over there is expecting a lot from you. He trusts the future familiar master to be able to guide these 2. Rias glances at me with a small blush, and I nod at Zatuji, who salutes me. Also, she nearly called me Aaron in front of him. Well, I don't mind, but people that don't know will just become confused. I will live up to your expectations, Jean-san. Now, ladies, come with me, and we shall explore the forest to your heart's content. I never said anything like that to Rias, but at least she got him fired up to help them. Asia and Zenobia follow after Zatuji, but the rest look at me. They'll find Tiamat. You guys can go with them. They nodded, but Aquino looked hesitant. Sheesh, you can come with me, and Irina if you want. Aquino Rias turns back and sighs. She'll stop being clingy soon enough, Just let her enjoy her recently proposed phase for just a bit longer. She just smiled at me and continued following Zatuji. Aquino happily skipped to my side and hugged my arm. "Yeah, I'm going to," Irina asked confused, and I nodded. "Yeah, I mean, you were basically looking at the ground the whole time. Let's just go. I already found her." I can't go on. We have been walking for around 10 minutes, and we passed by many places. However, nothing really happened since most creatures here avoided us, since I was releasing some draconic aura every now and again. However, a few smaller dragons did pop out to see who was sending it. We were nearing where Tiamat was, and Drake kept on crying louder and louder in my head, so I had Kuntor put him to sleep. Piece of quiet. Finally, I can feel her now. Let's go. There was a small open area up ahead, and I could feel her there with a few other dragons. Although I'm pretty sure they were still quite young and were hatchlings. Upon arrival at the site, we saw many baby dragons and a woman in the middle of them. She was gently playing with them and cuddling a few of them. Tiamat in her dragon form is a pale blue western dragon with celestial blue scales. In her human form, she has the appearance of a beautiful woman with long blue hair that's tied in a ponytail. Her ponytail reaches her waist. She has blue eyes and small horns on her head. She wears a long white coat, gray shorts, and white ankle-high boots. She also has a blue tail that occasionally shows up as she sits there. A long time no see, Drake," she said a bit coldly while glaring at me. Since the mighty Welsh dragon was currently sleeping, I was left to deal with Tiamat. "Hello, Tiamat. You probably already know about me." She smirks. "Of course I do. The middleman, the seeking wanderer, the noble king, the dragon emperor, the dual dragon emperor, and many other absurd titles. I know you well, young one, but I trust you know my relationship with that stubborn dragon that resides in you. Yes? All too well." My lips twitched to hearing all those titles, but I quickly dismissed them. We stare at each other as she finally gets up and, while still carrying a baby dragon, comes over to me. "Then you know what comes next, right? They'll find them. Just tell me what they are." She seemed doubtful as she gave me a look that basically said I doubt that. But I wish she would humor me. Just humor me and tell me what kind of treasures those were. She nods and tells me the kinds of treasures that Drake borrowed for his final confrontation with Albion before they died. Of course, the vanishing dragon within me was cringing quite hard as he heard it all over again. KHHH. Why did I have to hear all of that? Another stupid dragon down. I heard Amorous shout inside me along with Garrett joining in, and this made Albion wail in despair. I guess those two are like two peas in a pod. I see. Give me a second. All right? She seemed confused and stared at me. "Hey, Kuntor, honey, give me a hand." "I think you gave her a stroke, Jean." I hear Rudra say. "It's been a while since we spoke, but a stroke? Will you talk, Kuntor?" "Answer. Why, yes, right away, dear." She screamed and started to search the world for Tiamat's treasures. Of course, with her powers it did not take long. As she found them, Kuntor giving her all for such a weird reason is quite strange. "Kuntor, answer. Do you want me to teleport them to you?" "Yeah, that would be great, thanks." After telling Kuntor that, a couple of items started to flash in front of me, and Tiamat's eyes widened in surprise. After a few more seconds, they finally finished teleporting in and gently landed on the ground. "And there are your treasures. They're kind of weird, I won't lie. I could see a few of them were quite useful. Some were cursed items, some were just mundane things. One of them was a dragon-slaying item. Although if Drake tried to use it, he would have hurt himself, so I don't know why he even got to know. Why would Tiamat have one?" "Who?" "You're certainly a fascinating young emperor." Tiamat checked over her treasures to make sure they were all pristine and not damaged. "I think they were, since Kuntor." "Answer. I fixed them up, darling." "Yeah. Thanks, Kuntor." After Tiamat checks them over, she sighs in a satisfied way. She looks at me and points her finger at me. "I like you, but I still hate Drake. I heard you revived him, correct? Bring him out," she demanded, and I chuckled. He's been put to sleep since he was basically on the verge of a mental breakdown at the thought of meeting with you again. So he's basically sleeping right now. After telling her that, she seemed flabbergasted. She shook her head and sighed. And yet he calls himself a heavenly dragon. Then what about the vanishing dragon? Is he awake? Why me? Jijinum? Yeah, he's awake, why do you ask? Giant, bring him out. He is partially responsible for this. I shrugged and forced Albion out. Once he was out, his face was already pale. Hold on, Tiamat. Let's be civil about this. We can agree that the red one was to blame. No? Albion puts his hands up while slowly backing away. Tiamat just stares at him while slowly walking towards him. Aquino, Irina, and I watch this unfold silently. Although these two are stronger than her, so they're not too affected by this. You held the responsibility to stop that fool from using my treasures recklessly. Yet because of both your pride and stupidity, they were lost for hundreds of years. I admit that I was reckless back then. But even if I did somehow talk to him back then, I doubt he would have given it back. He was quite insistent. This did not work on Tiamat. She hands the little dragon to me, and I take it from her. She turns back to Albion with a menacing grin. Don't run away, vanishing dragon. Boom. Help. Jean. Tiamat began chasing him around while throwing attacks at him. Albion was running away, dodging all the attacks aimed at him. Seeing him panicking like this, it was strange, I'll admit that.